Chapter 701, Ember speaks up in the silence of the lobby, still crossing his arms and looking up at the arrogant purple-horned demon that just accepted his duel without knowing the terms. How about we go all or nothing? You put up all the planets you've come to sell. Ember's gaze shifts to the black-horned demon, then he holds up both of their escrow accounts. That means your planets too. He flips the holograms around for the demons and all spectators to see. 2,914 fifth-class worlds, 4,371.0 low-quality ether offer, 1.5 average per world, 821 fourth-class worlds, 7,389.0 low-quality ether offer, 9.0 average per world, 49 third-class worlds, 0.0 low-quality ether offer, 0. 0 average per world. These are the offers made by the sales clerks earlier, already at market price. If purchased, the ogre conglomeration wouldn't even be making a profit. It would be a break-even deal to appease the demons. He continues to speak. In exchange, I have the ogre conglomeration put up the ether you've claimed your planets are worth. 5 ether each for the 5th class, 25 each for the 4th, and 200 each for the 3rd class worlds. A total of, he pauses as he mentally calculates the price, and the room sees how absurd their price difference is, 44,895 low-quality ether. That's a solid yearly quarter's worth of profits for this entire trade center. If you win our duel. This is the price we'll pay to purchase your worthless worlds. He looks Myron in the eyes, pulling a third escrow status device from the sales clerk's counter and draining company funds on hand to fill it up to the desired amount. Is this the kind of duel you're willing to accept? We have plenty of open rooms on our top floor to have the match right now. Myron laughs so loud that some of the nearby third-class clients fall to their knees, and even a few second-class ogres become lightheaded at the scene playing out. Randall and Syl come briskly walking over to stand behind Ember, and Syl whispers in his ear, "We cannot protect you in a duel, and our company funds." All of the sales reps look even more nervous than the customers in the lobby. But Ember murmurs back with a confident undertone, "You trust in Torvak, don't you? I was delegated to this position to bring you all out of the hole you're in. Don't worry. If I'm injured, you're not to blame." Myron finally looks down and speaks back after his arrogant laughs have finished. "Deal. Let's head up to the duel rooms right now. You stupid human, now I can shatter that avatar of yours with no repercussions from the overseer, and profit while doing so. You decided this fate for yourself." His laughs continue all the way up to the top floor, and crowds of people hear it echoing through the levels. Many customers nervously spread the word, some even leaving the shopping center. Which only makes more people interested all over the Volterra district. A human challenged a demon to a duel. They're betting with the ogre conglomeration's funds. A 5th class dares to step foot in this district. It's real, at the Trade Palace. It's an open market. Their duels are visible to the public. Do you think this is related to the Citadel Lord's duel against the Blue Ogre leader last week? No. It's probably just a delusional human that ascended and believes they're an invincible god. Who cares? This is going to be a good one to watch. These whispers spread like wildfire all over the shopping district, prompting hundreds of thousands of interested lords to gather. Packing the building, security has to begin limiting the number of lords allowed on the top floor by the time the 2 demons, Ember, and 4 red ogres stand in front of one of the dueling rooms Ember passed by when he first entered the building. The 2 sales workers from the bottom floor hold the worlds in ether, typing on a control panel at the front of the dueling room. Ember stands between his bodyguards while the 2 demons stare down at them. Myron can't help but continue laughing and spewing insults, while his more logical counterpart quietly assesses the situation. Over 10,000 spectators are watching them on this massive floor alone, and hundreds of thousands await the duel's live feed to update on the lower floors so they can see what's going on. As it is, none of this makes any sense, and despite Myron's lack of critical thinking, he is more adept in every way than this small, feeble human before him. Ember speaks up again in a confident voice directed at Myron, but Leonard inwardly flinches at the possible implications. "Shall we set some ground rules? Fighting a basic avatar like mine with your premium skin would be unfair, don't you think?" Myron smirks and looks down, crossing his arms to mimic Ember's stance. "What? You trying to back out now? We already have half the district watching. Are you saying the ogre conglomeration hires managers who go back on their word once the stakes are high?" He laughs, while Leonard lets out a sigh. Beginning to believe he might just be overly cautious, Ember shakes his head and smirks back. "No, of course not. If anything, this shows that even the 1st-class Vermilion demons are willing to pick on 5th-class basic avatar prey because that's all they're good for. Even their noble Citadel Lord picks on the 2nd and 1st-class lords below him. Surely the other 4 great families don't stoop this low to build their fortunes. He pauses while the crowd gasps at his words but continues as Myron begins to boil with rage. Then again, you're right. I'm just a human. I couldn't have been there when your family was established in this realm. You must have all fought with nobility and pride back then. And now you just pick on the weak for fun. That must be it. Myron erupts with a demonic presence filled with white wisps of ether. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Do not drag our family name with false allegations just because you want to save your own life and company's fortune. Ember shrugs, even his second-class lords fall to their knees around them, and replies while the demon gets close to his face, I never said I wanted to drop out of the duel. I just believe we should fight on more equal footing. It would be a proper duel and prove to all watching that you're not just picking on a weak human with a lower-grade avatar. There are loud dings that echo through the room as the sales workers link the escrow accounts to the dueling room, showing the pool of thousands of worlds and ether floating together. All that's left is for the 2 competitors to scan their status in and choose the duel settings. Ember points to the large holographic sensor in front of the 50-meter-tall dueling room doors. Let's forget about our physical forms. We can just buy new avatars if they're crushed. Reaction speed and physical power are all a matter of how much you can purchase. A true lord's strength is shown through their mind, right? Both demons' eyes widen as they realize what this human is proposing. Myron replies. You want to do a mental pressure duel? No avatar damage allowed? Just when I thought a human couldn't become any dumber. He laughs so loudly, the room feels like it's shaking as he walks over to the scanning panel and continues, deal. Bring it on. Easiest ether I'll ever make, and you'll be lucky if you can recover from this in your entire measly lifetime. The doors open with another ding as Myron selects his challenge details and walks through. Not another word is said in the entire room as Ember walks in after him, standing still while the scanner ripples through him with an intense green divine light. Questions ring in his ears that he mentally answers to confirm all his challenge settings match what his opponent has chosen. Another loud chime echoes through the room as Ember walks forward into the open doors. Duel initiated. Full palace visual access available, echoes through the shopping center's systems, and a crystal-clear holographic display of the massive white room the 2 stand in is now transmitted to the center of every floor of the building. Duels are initiated here a few times a day, usually to settle small price disputes. The option to open up the spectator view is available on every floor, but it usually doesn't draw such a crowd. Avatars in the upper realm are costly, but for wealthy lords, especially those who spend their time in world trade centers like this one, even a premium avatar could be just a fraction of the cost of an entire trade deal. They only cost a few dozen low-quality ether. Even some third-class lords can afford premium avatars if they work for a few decades, or drain enough of their home planet's resources, so, a battle to the death over a few hundred ether is common. After the duel, any damage dealt can be fixed by purchasing another premium avatar. However, mental duels are a taboo that have aged out of style long ago. It is known that this is just a cruel way to torture a weaker opponent and might as well be akin to fighting in the lower realm with such crude tactics. Unlike physical avatar replacements, one can't simply replace a mind that is bound to a soul. Ember stands at the back of his side of the room, still keeping his arms crossed and looking up at the demon about 200 meters away while it speaks to the crowd watching them. This is what you get when you go against the Vermilion family. This human challenged us on behalf of the Ober conglomeration. I've been gracious enough to offer an avatar duel, but he insists on a battle of the mind. Misinformation is not tolerated, and the stupidity of humans will be shown again today. Please, everyone, enjoy the show. While all the lords piling into the shopping center would love to see their oppressors get crushed, they know that won't happen. It is clear as day that the odds are well stacked against this human. Even the distribution of prizes floating above the hologram is clearly unbalanced. Everyone can sift through the planets up for bid and see that anything of value has already been drained from these worlds. It's clear this is a public humiliation, just to rub it in the district's face after their blue ogre leader was beaten badly last week. Yet, no one can look away. The red-haired human watches the demon with indifferent eyes, withstanding its pressure while it rants and flings insults his way. A system's voice rings through the competitor's ears, audible to the entire World Trading Center as well. 60-second duel, unlimited rounds, mental battle. Round 1 will begin in 10, 9, 8. The room erupts into even more conversation, and the demon continues yelling insults. Ignoring the human below him and speaking directly to the crowd, you will all witness what life will be like under our new rule. All of you lower lifeforms believe you're special, outliers in our society of lords. You are merely inferior beings. Just a single-digit number of demons is powerful enough to control billions on this citadel. It laughs louder as Ember stares forward with a bored look, and the counter keeps dropping. Outside the dueling area's doors, Leonard stares at the hologram with a clenched jaw but an outwardly indifferent expression. All his logical senses tell him this will be a blowout. There's no way this human can win. This is just another day in the life, gaining resources and controlling the masses. There is still a fraction of doubt that lingers in his mind, but Myron is a battle-hungry first-class demon. His mental resilience can even stand up against noble demons for a few minutes in practice spars. No matter how strong this human's trump card may be, it won't matter. Even the sales workers know this much ether lost will be a big hit to their company branch. An even bigger hit will be psychological once the public sees their defiance against the Citadel Lord's men. All the workers are sweating, trying to keep the public from going too crazy. The two taking it the worst stand less than 20 meters away from Leonard. Randall and Syl both look so pale, they're almost pink, despite Ember's words about trusting in Torvak's choices. They can't bear to watch the client they've been tasked to protect be mentally tortured in front of their entire company. It will surely damage their reputation as bodyguards, but challenging the demons to stop this is out of the realm of possibilities. 3, 2, 1, 0. At the end of the countdown, the entire shopping center goes quiet, waiting to see how fast this human will fall on his face with a mutilated mind. Round 1 of the duel now begins. You have 60 seconds, this is all the system says before Myron lets out a murderous roar, taking the opportunity to show off by unsealing his first-class bloodline and growing his avatar to over 100 meters in height. His eyes burst with white light, and all the stored ether within his body begins to ripple out in waves. Any physical use of mana, demonic energy, chi, or even divine threads or physical forces that can damage an avatar, pure ether, however, can be limited by using the avatar's system to only target a user's mind and soul. The first to give up or become unable to select yes to move on to the next round will be declared the loser. Waves of ether blast through the room, their physical manifestations displayed holographically so the crowds can visualize what is happening before them. Ember doesn't move. Arms crossed, breathing steady, and eyes locked on the massive demon, he takes the attack head-on, from the depths of his mind. He summons ether that has been lying stagnant, and used for millennia, and not even properly filtered to be used in this body and era of reincarnation. Even so, just trace amounts are more than enough to open storage portals, heal incurable wounds, and brace for mental attacks in the lower realm that shouldn't be possible to block. Some latent essence is summoned to shield his conscious mind from the barrage of pure filtered upper realm ether attacking his psyche. The dense, warm pressure covers his mind and holds his soul tight, while his indifferent expression to the outside world causes the crowds to break their silence and begin erupting with cheers and yells throughout the entire shopping center. After just a few seconds, the fact that the human's eyes haven't glossed over or his avatar fallen to the floor infuriates the demon even more. Not possible. This must be a rigged dueling room, it yells and continues letting out immense amounts of mental pressure, while Leonard watches the hologram show the building pressure inside Ember's head, visualizing for the outside world how much force he is withstanding. Once the pressure readings shift from defense to offense, Leonard's eyes widen further as he realizes his intuition was correct all along. He shouts words, forfeit. Leave the duel now, but they go unheard within the chamber. By the time it's too late, the pressure within Ember erupts in a single focus beam. The instant it collides with the unsealed demon's forehead, it's as if his mind is placed on pause. A mental flash of blinding white light and overwhelming ringing washes over his conscious mind. There isn't even time to react or brace for impact. The demon's mind simply stops processing thoughts, and its avatar falls backward, slamming rigidly against the back wall of the dueling room before tumbling to the floor. As visuals of the demon's aura of mental pressure cease, and Ember's attack proves far too fast for many to track, Ember still doesn't budge. He watches the demon fall to the floor while the timer for the round continues to count down. Chapter 702, less than 10 seconds have passed since the first round's timer began counting down. But an unsealed first-class demon now lies unconscious on the dueling room floor while a human stares forward with an unchanged expression. The entirety of the trading center's uproar and cheers that started when the match began ceases. Just like the tension before this duel began, the unease has returned. It doesn't make any sense. A fifth-class human defeating a first-class demon in one attack, and it being a mental duel. It is common knowledge that demons are the most resilient, both in physical strength and mental fortitude. In the upper realm, unlike other races, who allow anyone capable of ascending to claim their worlds and come to the upper realm, demons are far different. The only way to ascend is to join one of the 5 great families and use their thrones. Demons notoriously hoard high-grade worlds and discard low-grade and drained worlds to everyone else. The same goes for their kin. Only the strongest, the top of their era in the lower realm, are allowed to ascend. With this being said, all demons that ascend are capable of controlling the masses with no equals in their world classes. What has occurred in front of everyone today is an impossible feat, and only a select few scattered among the crowd in the trading palace truly witnessed what happened. The first-class demon, Leonard, is one of these few, as he whispers under his breath, "That technique. I've only seen the family head's avatar use it. How could a human be granted access to a command like that?" And with a basic grade avatar, this demon is shocked, as even their premium grade avatars don't allow them to concentrate their ether so finely, with such speed and accuracy, as he just witnessed. A few very skilled second-class beings in the crowd understand the significance of what just occurred but keep their mouths shut as they haven't seen attacks like that used in tens of thousands of years. The rest of the lords who fill the building are oblivious, and after a few seconds of silence, they start cheering and roaring with excitement again. "No way, the human won. It must have been rigged. The ogre conglomeration wanted payback and set a trap. These dueling rooms are inspected and maintained by the Citadel Lord. There's no way it would be rigged." Then how? You don't think this demon betrayed the Citadel Lord? Maybe this human is just a hidden master and a counterfeit avatar. Yeah, maybe that's it. No way. Look at the dueling room statistics. All of the visual data is here for anyone to scan. He's really a 5th-class human. Then what happened? Are demons not as strong as we thought? Who cares? That was awesome. True, to be honest, humans never come around this district. I haven't seen one in decades. Maybe they're the ones we're underestimating. This might be the only time we can publicly root against the demons. Let's make the best of it. Humans. 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 Everyone begins spewing their theories and showing their anger or excitement in all kinds of ways. The entire shopping center vibrates with the sheer amount of beings hopping about while the timer on the dueling chamber continues counting down. The demon's unsealed greater form shrinks in size back to its base avatar form. All that is left to be seen are the demon's blank eyes and open mouth staring up at the ceiling as the time passes. Randall and Syl are most shocked, as they thought they would have to lie low for a few hundred years before getting any solid employment again, but now things seem to be very different. More lords are still flying in ether orbs from around the district as they hear the news from friends or business partners, but the security outside won't let any more in. They're at maximum capacity. Even if they were let in, all of the action is already over. The timer ticks all the way down to 0, and notifications ring in both duelers' inner ears. Ember doesn't budge but mentally accepts to continue on to the next round, while his opponent is in no state to do so. Another 10-second timer counts down to 0, and a loud ding chimes throughout all the floors of the shopping center. Duel complete. Winner takes all. Visuals of the 3,784 planets and 44,895 low-quality ether are displayed in all their glory. Transferred to the Ogre Conglomeration's business account where the ether was originally taken, both of the demon's palms now show their planet count dip below 19,000, and Ember finally grins while speaking to the crowd watching as he still has their attention. The Ogre Conglomeration is having a flash sale. All planets won in this duel are going for 50% off market price. 3 planets max per lord. Talk to your nearest sales associate to get them before they run out. The crowd's perception of this duel shifts again. While these planets are not of the highest quality, even getting a single 5th-class world at half price can be sold to any neighboring shop for a sizable profit that could last any individual a few years. Not to mention the opportunity to buy 3rd-class worlds. For a business, the planets the demons offered are quite worthless. With over 95% of their mana drained, most of the populations on these planets have dwindled so much that they don't even bother delving into dungeons anymore. It would be near impossible to profit from long-term dungeon contracts, and labyrinths are unable to be formed because of the lack of mana remaining on the planet. To bring a dungeon to the level 1000 breakthrough threshold, mana would need to be brought from off-world. All of the demons in the lower realm that ruled them have left to the next planet, following their lord's orders and leaving the worthless planets to rot or be scavenged by 4th or 5th class lords trying their hands at picking up the breadcrumbs of profit. However, there is another reason some lower class lords buy drained 3rd class planets, and that is for status. Even if the planet is drained, owning a 3rd class world unlocks greater benefits in the avatar ability shops and also gets you access to sections of the city or business meetings that you wouldn't normally have. Even 3rd class lords sometimes buy up a few extra drained 3rd class worlds as a status symbol to show they aren't ordinary 3rd class single planet lords. The 2nd class and Above and the crowd aren't interested in these dead planets, as having even one second-class world under your control is enough to pass down generational wealth. However, there is never an excuse to pass up a great business opportunity when it's in front of their eyes. Scooping up a few fourth-class worlds to resell for a quick doubling of their ether would be illogical to pass up. As the doors of the dueling room open, Leonard runs forward while Ember calmly walks out. The demon yells in a controlled tone as he passes, "You may believe you've won today, but a single lost lord in a demon family will do far more than set a single citadel on fire. You've doomed all of the humans in the upper realm, not only this ogre's conglomeration." Ember shrugs, "Oh, calm down. I went easy on him. Your partner should be awake in a few days." Relief washes over the confused demon, but the internal conflict of emotions is overwhelming. All of his life experiences and learned knowledge with humans conflict with the reality in front of him. Even now, the human says it held back, and there is no doubt in his mind this human is far more dangerous than any opponent he's ever faced before. His unwavering confidence and nonchalant attitude throughout all of their interactions now make crystal clear sense in hindsight. Even the fact that he is the new head of the organization that the Citadel Lord challenged last week didn't make any sense, but the fact that an ancient blue ogre outsmarted him this easily without even being in the building makes him believe there must be even more to this ruse. If he was so wrong initially about one thing, this demon must think things through very carefully and avoid making any more wrong moves. To save his integrity, the demon yells out inside the dueling chamber for all to hear in the center, "I shall honor the duel." However, the Citadel Lord will be hearing of this. You've won a single petty battle, but the demons do not lose wars. This is what you've declared, so prepare yourselves. He grits his teeth and picks up his partner, then turns around to leave the dueling area and find the nearest fast travel port to get out of here before anything else goes wrong. Meanwhile, thousands of worlds that were just won in the duel are added to the World Trade Palace Bank, made available for transfer on any floor by sales reps, and lords nearby flock to them faster than Ember can even make his way out of the dueling room. Thousands of pure profit low-quality ether are deposited into the company account, and with tens of thousands of lords on every floor with nothing else to do but talk with those around them about the display they just saw, business talks and unrelated transactions begin taking place with a large increase in sales volume. All of this simultaneously makes the trading center almost a month's worth of profit in a matter of minutes, while also plastering a massive ad across a large portion of the Volterra district. It silently shouts to all that the ogre conglomeration still has strong allies, and they're willing to fight back against the demons and do business with anyone, even humans, as long as they have something to offer. While this commotion spreads throughout the district, Ember quietly makes his way through the crowds. He ignores all the random lords asking questions, and both Randall and Syl do their job walking beside him to fend off interested parties. However, Ember doesn't even speak back to the two red ogres when they ask him questions. He calmly walks through the empty hall, into the room overlooking the district he was given, and closes the doors behind him. Once alone, a drop of crimson blood leaks from his nose. Instantly, he pulls up his status and sends a voice transmission to Torvak, a few blocks away. "I begun my plan to bring the ogre conglomeration back to its former glory. However, it could end faster than it even started. I need that package taken out from long-term storage in the Grand Citadel as fast as possible. I've grown weaker than I thought. A 2 days wait might be cutting things close." Chapter 703, Beneath the Citadel. My training and mining sessions with Ava carry on. I begin using the same instinctual ether summoning I did to block her attacks, but this time, I cover my fists in the warm white glow. My footwork and movements are slow, and I can't land a single attack on the hobgoblin's body. However, she lets me practice my punches, slowing her movement speed to block with her hammer instead of going fully on offense during our sparring sessions. After 3 hours pass, and 30 more ether stones are collected from 2 other mining pits, it's clear I've improved a lot. I'm able to block all of her attacks, summoning ether extremely quickly to cover the areas on my body where she makes contact. Before, I was lucky to stop 1 out of 10 attacks, but now I can block every single one. I'm even able to imbue my footsteps with warm streams of ether to dodge and counter. However, Ava is able to do the same with much greater efficiency. Using this lower ether setting, our attack power is identical, but every time I have a breakthrough with my speed, she manages to outmaneuver me. She speaks up, breathing heavily after we finish our latest session. "Not bad. Looks like you're getting used to your ether commands. Your natural fighting instincts are extremely sharp, maybe even sharper than mine. It's just that premium avatar of yours. Your level threshold when you ascended must not have been very high. Your speed and strength are similar to the non-ranked up goblins. I think to myself that this is only because I'm being held back by my weight and the constraints of the purple exosuit I'm wearing. Yeah, hopefully, I can overcome this soon. We climb out of the mining pit we're in, as all the surface stones have been taken out, and head further into the green divine fog in the direction of the citadel. After about a kilometer of walking, stopping sporadically to dig out ether stones from the surface, we pick up 9 more in no time. However, as we continue walking forward, I feel an extremely warm sensation pulling at my consciousness, urging me further in the direction we're already heading. It's far hotter than any of the stones we've found so far, but Ava calls out from my side before I even get the time to point it out. We're approaching the outer limit of our mining territory. My exile contract won't let me pass this point. We'll have to turn back and check out some of the other old pits. There are quite a few left. I raise an eyebrow and point in the direction we're heading. Let me check this out first. I can sense a few stones just up ahead, no more than 100 meters. Ava stops in place, looking down at the ground in front of her, then up at me while I keep walking forward. Her eyes widen. You can pass through the borders? But how? Your avatar should have automatically created an exile contract the moment you entered our zone. Her confusion mirrors my own, as I have no idea what border she speaks of or what these exile contracts really are. The burning sensation in my mind only gets hotter the more steps I take, so I reply while continuing forward, right, I don't know. I'll be back in a minute. I run off toward the ether stones, leaving Ava behind to disappear into the green mist. As I move forward, fewer mounds of black rocks pile up around me, and the surface becomes completely flat. It's as if no stones have been moved here by living hands. Everything looks like it has naturally settled, and the bright white glows all around hit my senses. Within 20 meters, I feel over a dozen identical stones to the ones that previously required kilometers of area to sense. However, I don't stop to grab any of them. The burning hot sensation is still ahead, growing stronger. I walk past the dimly glowing white stones littering the area and approach a single, extremely bright glowing white rock. When I bend down to grab it, it feels almost hot. Just from the physical contact. I feel more ether pouring into my body in seconds than I've ever managed in 30 minutes of concentrating on draining the dimmer stones. My head turns slightly to the right as another burning hot sensation floods into my mind. I run toward it without a second thought. Just 100 meters later, I find another extremely saturated stone identical to the one I'm holding. Then, another pops into my senses. They're everywhere. I whisper to myself, running deeper into the fog, closer to the citadel and farther away from Ava. I pass hundreds of dim stones, eventually holding 7 brightly glowing white stones bundled in my arms before turning back. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. This should be good for now. I head straight back in the direction I came. If I wander too far, I might get lost. When I return and see Ava's curvy silhouette in the fog, a wave of relief washes over me, and the worried look on her face vanishes too. You're an odd one. I shrug and walk through the zone border, invisible to my senses, then drop the bright white glowing stones on the floor between us. These are surely rare. I can tell each one is worth more than 10 of those dimmer stones. Ava questions my words, picks one up to scan, and her expression turns to shock as she looks back at me. Are these all 4th-class stones? She uses the same instant absorption technique to drain the white ether into her avatar. Then speaks again. They are 1/10 of a low-quality ether in a single stone. That's a full month's quota for our entire mining squad. My eyebrows raise, not only because of the amount of ether she's stated they contain, but also because of the terminology she's using. A 4th-class stone? What do you mean by that, or actually, what exactly are ether stones? Ava looks at me with a dazed expression, unable to believe what's coming out of my mouth. Then, she smiles and looks up at the sky with a glint of hope in her eyes. Maybe it will be possible to leave this place someday after all. She looks back at me. Ether stones are the remnants of old worlds, of course. Once a world is drained of its resources and no more lords care to claim it in the upper realm, their connection tokens are processed in the Citadel power plants. That's why they all take a similar physical shape here. This is basic knowledge. You are truly oblivious to how things work. She turns around and tosses the now drained black stone onto the ground, pointing at the endless piles and pits of black rocks with open palms. These were all once world tokens. You can try to scan each one. Only the ones with trace amounts of resources remaining will show anything on your status. From billions of years ago until now, it's impossible to know how long some of the severed and drained tokens have been resting here. Worlds aren't usually processed until all life on them has left or ceased. and their original lord has been long forgotten. Ether is interwoven with the very essence of life. All planets that once thrived have some. Even after their deaths, they can be farmed one last time. However, a lord can never claim the worlds again once they're discarded down here. We both stand in silence as I try to grasp the reality of her words. My senses can barely move past a few hundred meters, but I saw how far those endless clouds stretched and visualized the enormous citadel for myself. These mines must be at least that large, then again, they must be more massive than I can even imagine. The depth these black stones go down is completely unknown to me as well. Ava speaks up again. The citadels are built around divine artifacts gifted to this realm by the Overseer. It acts as a power plant, accepting discarded worlds. High amounts of their mana and demonic energy can be siphoned out, and a majority of the ether too, but there are always flickers of life remaining that slip between the cracks. Where there is profit to be made, business will spawn. Many powerful families and organizations help lower-class worlds ascend from the lower realm. In return, the lords keep their world hostage until they fulfill a nearly unattainable mining quota down here in the exile zones. I stare down at the 6 remaining ether stones with newfound awe as Ava's words sink in. Then, I bend down and grab one. Its excess ether seeps into my skin through the purple barrier as I reply, so the lord that controls this zone has your planet and all of your mining squads as well. That's why your world token shows zeros. Ava nods as the gears in my mind spin. So, if I can go outside the border and find enough of these stones, your exile contract will be voided, right? And we could make it back to the citadel. Her eyes widen again. Well, I don't know. Theoretically, it's possible, but I cut her off. Then that's the new plan. I sit down with the white stone in my hand and begin absorbing as much ether as I can from it while murmuring a new offer. We split these and spar again, this time at a higher setting than that minimum you've been holding back with. I need to get stronger, and you want to be free. What do you say? We split what I find until you meet your final quota's needs. She reaches down to grab another 4th-class ether stone, scanning it and then staring down at me in awe for a few seconds before activating the automatic ether drain and replying, "There is no reason to say no." Deal. Over the next hour, I work on draining pure ether from 4 of the stones, bringing them down to about 2/3 of the way drained before it gets harder to pull the remaining amount out, with such an abundant supply of stones within my reach. I feel the most time-efficient approach is to let Ava drain the rest for herself. With a far larger amount of ether being absorbed each time, I can visualize and feel the energy flowing into the stores within my consciousness. An odd filtering sensation washes over me, as though the raw ether being drained from these stones is being altered the instant it falls into my stores. I get the instinctual feeling this isn't normal, and my mind flashes back to a white leaf I touched within the demon's throne. Ember called it a low-quality ether cleansing herb. I have no direct evidence of this, but the ether entering my system feels as though it's being filtered or cleansed in some way before making its way into my mind. When I stand to my feet again, taking a deep breath in and out, I try to summon more energy from my ether stores to cover my fists. It still feels as though I have an endless pool to draw from, but the speed at which my mind gains access to the ether is slightly faster. I look over to Ava, who drained the last remains of my 4th stone. She speaks up, "Even your ether draining technique is weird." "Is that a premium avatar trait too?" I shrug, "Something like that." "It's slower, but I believe it's a superior technique." Then I smirk and put my fists up. "Come on, let's spar. You have more than enough excess ether now to use the power level in our battle when you were trying to kill me." "Right," she raises her hammer and chuckles, "Fine, I'll stop prying." And yeah, one of these stones is more than enough. Then, I watch her hammer glow 10 times brighter than before, just as it did in our first battle. I concentrate and try to layer the ether like I did before in order to block. However, I'm nowhere near fast enough yet, even with the small increase in reaction and summoning speed I believed I had. Before I can even register what's happened, I'm helplessly sent flying backward tens of meters before hitting a pile of black rocks, tingling all over. Ava flies my way, grinning, and ether stepping with every stride. She's begun planning another attack before I can even heal the tingling in my chest from her first hit. "You want to get stronger, right? Now that I don't have to limit my ether usage, I'll go all out." Chapter 704, a burning hot white hammer slams into me, sending me flying into another pile of rocks before I can even heal from our first collision. My body feels as though it's covered with pins and needles, and the third attack is coming my way faster than I can react. Ava's voice rings out as she slams me across the black stone landscape again. "Say the word and I'll take it down a notch, but I can keep this up all day." Half my mind is concentrated on summoning wisps of ether to flood into the impact zones, but I yell back, "Don't hold back. Fight as if you're trying to kill me. We only have 2.5 days until that district lord comes back, right?" I want to be prepared for the worst. Before my words finish, I'm hit with her hammer again. As you wish, there is no direct physical pain or damage to my body. The divine barrier around me absorbs all of the pressure, but massive amounts of ether seep into my being after every hit. Ava's hammer is glowing just as white-hot as in our first battle, but so are her feet. I watch white ether strengthen her hamstrings, quads, and even arms when she swings. Her entire body is glowing hot with ether, and every single time I try to predict her movements and add layers to certain areas of my body, it's far too late. The next hour results in me being bashed around the abandoned mines like a ragdoll, while that's what it looks like from the outside. I am gathering very valuable data and actively trying to improve after every single exchange we have. Over 300 exchanges pass, and all of them end with me being hit in a new place on my body. It's a familiar sensation. In our last spars, I was hit hundreds of times as well, but these hits permeate deep into my being. On the lower setting, these lingering tingles didn't last as long, and I didn't have to summon as much ether to heal myself. Now, I'm using just as much ether to heal as I am to block and throw attacks. While throwing more attacks makes it easier to summon ether faster, healing tingling areas of my body becomes second nature the more I do it. My entire body glows bright white as tens of impact points are being simultaneously healed by the time Ava speaks up after slamming me into another rock structure. Alright, that's time. Let's load up on more ether. I've already burned through 20% of what I just absorbed. I think that's the most ether I've ever used in a single session in my entire life. I'd say you're crazy, but you managed to improve before, so I guess premium avatars just have a learning curve to them. Ava is breathing as heavily as I am, and she's smiling ear to ear. If the 20% number she mentioned is true, and I used the same amount of ether as she did, that's roughly 0.1 gone, maybe more. I remember the throne stating I had about 1.2 ether in my body. Whether that was all from the pill, or some from the herb, I'm not entirely sure. My guess is I managed to pull around 0.3 from the 4 ether stones earlier, but it still feels like I'm pulling from an endless pool. There's no status reading that tells me how much ether I have, I reply, still glowing white all over in my perception. Good idea. If we keep this up, I'll definitely get the hang of it soon. She laughs as I fall on my back, smiling and breathing heavily while I finish healing the remaining tingling wounds all over my body. It takes almost a full minute to rid myself of all the foreign ether damage, but once my body is completely back to its natural state, I feel as though my senses are sharper. We make our way back to the mining zone's border and travel along its edge until another hot sensation hits my senses about 200 meters away from the point where I crossed this invisible border before. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I venture out into the untouched land of black rocks, just like before, powering my footsteps with ether while running this time. My movements feel crisp and exhilarating. I still have to physically think and summon each wisp beneath my feet, but it's beginning to feel more instinctual. While I collect 12 more 4th-class ether stones, I play through the long sparring session I just had in my head, visualizing each of Ava's movements over and over. They were all machine-like, exactly like her ether draining technique. Clearly, these avatars have functions that help newly ascended individuals use this new power source in the upper realm. While this means activation time is faster and there's no room for failure, it feels quite limiting. If there are maximum settings and specific commands that need to be selected, there is no freedom to reach higher heights or create unique techniques. Not to mention, being physically limited to select locations, the instinctual need I acted on to keep my body when moving up realms may have far larger implications than I ever imagined. Whether it will end up making things easier or harder for me in the long run is still a mystery. When I make it back to Ava and drop the ether stones on the ground between us, the bright childlike joy on her face when she scans one is just the same as with the first rock from my last hunt. I take 7 and drain the majority of their ether, giving Ava the rest to drain after she pulls all the energy from 5. It roughly evens out, and this time, when I cover my fists with a layer of white energy to signify I'm ready to spar, I feel a bit of a difference in my ether stores. I can't visualize the full pool, but with more to pull from, I can summon the same amount of ether much faster than before. As it's a smaller percent of the total available to me, my theory is tested for the next 24 hours as we spar over and over while we move along the zone's border. I collect an average of 10 4th-class ether stones each time for us to increase our ether stores. My absorption speed of the stones increases at a similar rate to my summoning speed. Getting battered by Ava's soul hammer for hours on end improves my healing and blocking speed to an immense degree. I've taken thousands of hits, and there's no spot on my body that hasn't been attacked. The instinctual patterns of healing become easy to perform in the background while I focus on powering my footsteps and covering my fists in a hot white glow. It isn't until our 8th sparring session that I finally manage to get the hang of things and block one of her hammer strikes with a coated arm, just like I did in our first battle. Another 4 intense sparring sessions pass after this instance, with sporadic blocks and even a few dodges becoming more common, until I finally outmaneuver Ava. I block her incoming hammer with a single arm while either stepping to the side and punching her in the stomach. I watch a layer of white energy ripple all over the contact point in her avatar. There is an instant shielding summoned, but it isn't fast enough, as her full attention is on the hammer. For once, she's the one sent flying backward, leaving me standing with 2 fists covered in hot ether and a smile across my face. I did it. I whisper as a thud hits a nearby pile of stones. I stare down at my hands, as they continue to burn bright white, allowing even more ether to pour into them, making them brighter and brighter, from the constant ether draining we've been doing between sparring matches. I've been keeping rough track and assume my stores have risen to around 5.0 low-quality ether. However, my punches, movement speed, and healing speed feel like they've increased in strength far more than just 5x. I can feel that this is just the start. Every time I use ether, it's like old knowledge and experience are coming back to me from my subconscious. Memories of Ember explaining how I was processing ether in the depths of my mind for over 900,000 years during the second trial come to mind. I'm unsure if this is the reason for my rapid growth or the fact that I'm not held back by the constraints of an avatar. I come to the conclusion that it's a mixture of both. All my theories are pushed to the back of my mind, and the ether around my fists dissipates into the atmosphere once I hear Ava's voice call out from the distance, "Let's stop there for today." Her words sound like she's in pain. When I walk over and see the wound on her side still radiating with dense white energy and the hobgoblin holding the side of her head with her free hand, my eyes widen. "Are you okay?" She pushes herself up from the ground with her hammer and replies after a light chuckle, "I'm fine." "Your punch sure packs a force." She grits her teeth and holds her head again. "I don't know if you meant to activate a mental attack in that blow, but when we spar again, you should turn it off. My basic avatar doesn't have advanced mental defense commands. If I didn't block the majority of that hit, I could have been knocked out cold." My eyes widen, but I don't reply just yet. I certainly didn't try to send a mental attack, but I pushed as much ether as I could into the force of the blow. This is yet another mystery I'm at a dead end with. She speaks up once she sees my worried face. "Don't worry, I can heal the physical hit with a command in a matter of minutes. The ringing in my head will go away on its own in a few hours. I'd been hit much harder than that by the Lord before, trust me." "I'd know if it was bad." I raise an eyebrow to reply, "In that case, no more sparring." There isn't much time left before the Lord in question arrives. "If you're up to walking, I'd like to continue moving along the borders to absorb as much ether as possible." Chapter 705. We walk the border for hours, stopping to absorb piles of 4th-class ether stones that litter the landscape outside the border of this mining zone. We cover tens of kilometers of ground, curving around the outside of the zone, and with every stone I absorb, the process of pulling in ether gets faster and easier. While collecting stones, I practice activating my footsteps. And occasionally, between absorption sessions, I ask Ava to hit me with her hammer. However, my healing speed and summoning proficiency have grown so drastically over these last 24 hours that her highest power attack just leaves a tingling sensation for fractions of a second. While I estimate my ether stores have grown to about 15.0 low-quality ether, the growth I've shown since we stopped sparring is far more than just 3x. Even though Ava has drained a similar amount of ether as me, her avatar's settings seem to be holding her back from progressing like I am. They're naturally hard-capped. I have no good way to practice further, so I focus on just collecting as much ether as possible. She speaks up after a while. "This is about the time the Lord comes back every month. We should head back to base camp. I have enough to satisfy our squad's mining quota and can pay off 150 years worth of exile contract time with the ether we've managed to gather in just a few weeks. My entire lifetime quota could be filled." I do some quick calculations after her statement but see a smile on her face as she looks up to the sky while I reply, "You were exiled down here to work for over 1,000 years. She sighs and looks back at me. "Yes. My contract has roughly 1,200 years remaining. Even for an ascended, that's basically a full life. But in the end, my world will be safe and free. That is our duty as lords, isn't it? I look down at my palm with a glowing 1, feel the planet floating in a black void in the depths of my mind, and reply, yes, that is our duty. Then, we leave the border and head back into the center of the mining zone, passing abandoned pits left and right. My senses of our surroundings have increased drastically. While my visibility through the green divine fog is the same, 100 to 200 meters at most, my ether senses have increased over tenfold. I can sense the dimly glowing 5th-class ether stones all around us for about a kilometer on all sides. I can feel a grouping of beings with very low ether stores clustered together as we walk for about 20 minutes, paired with Ava speaking up, "All right, we're almost here." I doubt any of them have ever seen a human before, other than in dungeons on their old worlds. So, just don't frighten them. I'll approach first. I chuckle under my breath, trying to imagine what a dungeon with humans as the monsters would look like. But nod and reply while taking a step back, "Sure, take the lead." We walk forward into the mist, and I let Ava move farther and farther ahead until she disappears. All I can hear are her footsteps, and I use my ether sense to tell where she is. Her voice calls out, "I'm back, and there's no need to worry about your contracts expiring. We've met this month's quota just in time." The warm blobs of ether clumped together move toward the hobgoblin holding her hammer over her shoulder. High-pitched and coarse voices, much like the 2 goblins I met by chance before, reply to her. Ms. Ava. We were worried. Troy said you fought a human, Ms. Ava. You're back, really? The quota is really met? We won't be punished again? Ms. Ava. Ms. Ava, more and more voices ring out from roughly 24 goblins less than half Ava's size. I lose track of them all as Ava bends down and greets each one personally. Her reassuring words calm the goblins, but she doesn't mention me at all. So I stop moving forward, standing behind a pile of black rocks less than 300 meters away. As I concentrate, I can vaguely make out green dome-like structures in rows in the fog. There are over 50 of them, all symmetrical, and they resemble the coloring and texture of the Citadel's buildings I glimpsed before falling down here. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. My guess is they are some kind of shelter for the mining workers. But there are far more domes than miners. The group of goblins backs up from Ava, and she turns around in the direction we came. Now, there's a reason we managed to meet our quota this month, and that's because we got some help from. Her words cut off mid-sentence, and at the same time, I feel the ground start to vibrate. Slow crashing sounds echo from the distance, and Ava's tone changes completely. She looks in my direction, her eyes widening. I take it to mean me meeting the goblins is no longer part of the plan. Ava looks back down and speaks firmly. "The Lord is coming. Get in position." I'll do the talking, like usual. The goblins stiffen with fear, but in seconds they scatter. Standing in front of various domes with arms at their sides and eyes staring at the ground, Ava swings her hammer down from her shoulder, letting it thud to the ground by her side. She waits in the center of the base camp as the footsteps grow louder. A burning hot ether source sets off alarms in my psyche as the approaching Lord enters my ether senses. However, I cannot see its makeup. The dense green clouds block any mana perception skills. Coming forward now would only make things worse. I watch from the shadows behind a pile of mind ether stones as the figure gets closer. While the goblins tremble with fear, I am not scared. Instead, I feel curious and excited to see what makes these pounding footsteps and to learn more about these exile mines. Ava stands tall, staring forward as a massive shadow emerges from the fog. I see a white humanoid silhouette with a rounded head, broad shoulders, and thick, muscular arms and legs, standing at least 6 meters tall. The outline of a massive battle axe is visible through the fog, resting on its shoulder. A large, spiked accessory stands out around the Lord's neck. Even when it stops in front of Ava, towering over her at 3 times her height and width, she doesn't budge. But from this distance, it's still tough to make out the Lord's exact appearance. The only additional detail I catch next is the low, resounding voice of the Lord. "Monthly quotas are due. Pay up, or you'll be punished again." The massive figure charges its axe with white energy, blindingly bright in my mind's eye, and swings it down to cleave through the rocks beside Ava. She doesn't flinch, simply extending her right hand with the U0 on her palm. It's all there. We found enough stones this month to hit the 0.1 ether zone quota. A grunt emanates from the massive creature as it puts out its palm to touch Ava's. I watch ether transfer between their avatars. Then, the shadowy Lord speaks again in a low, echoing tone. "Good. To hit that quota in this zone, you must have been working non-stop. As you should. You've learned from your mistakes." It reaches for its axe, but Ava speaks again before it grabs hold. I'd like to make some extra progress toward my exile contract. There was additional ether mined this month. The towering lord halts, grunting again. How much extra? It says, resentfully. Ava doesn't reply for a few seconds but finally musters her words. 15 low-quality ether. The lord's hand, initially meant for the axe, moves toward Ava instead. It tightly grips her neck, lifting her into the air. 15 low-quality ether? I must not have heard you correctly. Please say that number again. 15. Ava chokes out as the massive figure laughs in a menacing, low tone that echoes through the entire zone. A crushing pressure radiates from its being, and while I assume it's mana or divine energy, all I see are wisps of ether flowing out. Many of the goblins collapse, passing out from the oppressive force. The Lord yells again, impossible. In a single month? I could rent this whole zone out for 3 centuries with that much ether. You must have found a secret ether vein to keep for yourself, and have been hoarding resources for years. Its grip around her neck tightens further, choking off any reply. The Lord laughs again. I can find a new struggling world like yours on the unascended market whenever I want. These contracts last your entire lifespan because you're meant to work until you die. Its grip tightens more as it turns to address the terrified goblins. You hear that? Your leader has been hoarding ether from you this whole time. Those I killed last month didn't have to die if you just paid the full month's quota. What do you say? Should I kill her right here and now for not paying out everything she mines, as outlined in our contracts? My eyes widen as the warrior I trained with for days is being strangled before me with such ease. Anger ripples through me as this hobgoblin's kind actions are twisted against her, trapping her in a contract designed to be unfulfillable. If she mines too little, she's punished. If she mines extra, these lords must return the worlds they've stolen early. I make the decision. Charging out from behind the rock pile, I summon ether to coat my fists and feet in burning energy. Sprinting toward the mining zone center, while I could leave the zone and head to the citadel, without Ava, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly in such a short time. Thinking of the way the goblins looked up to her moments ago and recalling the countless sparring sessions and laughs we shared over the last few days, I leap into the air, landing a searing fist into the back of the massive lord as it displays Ava's struggling body to its underlings. Spreading lies, the impact triggers an instant defensive shield, but as with my sparring matches with Ava, it isn't fast enough, and some of the blow connects. A loud grunt turns into a roar as the massive creature's body is sent flying forward about 10 meters. Its grip on Ava loosens, and she drops to the rocky ground between 2 of the green domes, where goblins lie trembling in fear. The monster spins around, yelling, "Who dares strike the Goblin King?" As it turns, I see features unlike any creature I've encountered in dungeons or labyrinths. With a face resembling a goblin's, the muscles of a cyclops, and the stature of an enormous berserker king, I witness what the goblin race can evolve into. Its bulky muscles, veins, and green skin pop with bright vitality as it yells again, "A human? In a zone this close to the citadel? How did you infiltrate this place? Speak now and I'll make your death painless." Its voice rumbles through the zone, knocking out all the remaining conscious goblins with its overwhelming aura. One of its fists instantly becomes covered in bright white light and rockets toward me, but my ether-powered footsteps allow me to dodge just in time. However, as I pivot to counter, I see it lunging for its axe rather than trying to grab me. The Goblin King moves with speed and agility faster than my own. Bright white ether glows throughout its entire avatar, making me believe it definitely could have hit me if I was its intended target. It reveals a 166, glowing bright green on its palm as it flies by and tightly grips the massive soul weapon. Chapter 706, 1 hour ago. Just before the Goblin King arrived in the Hollow District exile zone, Ember watches the World Trading Palace from his top-floor office, just as he has for days, taking in the view of the nearby streets, awaiting a guest after receiving a transmission from Torvak that he finally picked up the package he requested. Randall and Syl's surprised greeting to their employer can be heard as the door automatically opens, and Ember turns from his desk. He finished reading all of the sales reports just over 2 days ago, the night after his victory against the demon. Since then, he has been collecting intel and healing the mental damage he took after sending out an attack far too advanced for his current state. A massive blue ogre walks through the door to greet Ember. The moment it slides closed and they're out of view of the surveillance systems, he opens up an ether storage portal and takes out a black crate with wisps of ether slowly seeping out of it. They still have that place locked down. He walks over and sets the crate down next to Ember. Ember replies, "The demons haven't retaliated yet. It seems even though you're late, the timing has worked out. Hey, it's the best I could do." It can take over a year to get long-term storage contracts broken early. I had to use over half of that average grade ether stone just in bribes to gain access in the time I did. Ember chuckles at the thought, then taps the box with a glowing white finger and its top opens up to reveal 8 corked flasks with a clear substance inside. Torvak continues speaking, and news of what you did basically spread across the entire citadel. Some don't believe it, but the fact that almost 4,000 worlds were sold for half off definitely made an impact regardless. Queries from old partners came in for second-class worlds. We don't move much of those anymore, but I managed to sell 6 of them all over market price. Ember smirks while pulling 3 of the glass flasks from the black box. Profits in the center here are up over 50% the normal daily turnout. The bulk of the profit is mostly dungeon contracts, but the volume of lower-class worlds from 4th and 5th class lords that would normally steer clear of this district has skyrocketed. Ember seals the top of the black crate with its original cover, then throws one of the glasses to Torvak while opening one of the 2 remaining on the table and lifting it to his mouth. As the blue ogre sees the priceless flask flying his way, his eyes widen, but Ember continues speaking. But come on, the small spike in profits isn't what this meeting is about. This low-quality restoration elixir has been aging in the Grand Citadel for almost 20,000 years. I bet it's got quite the kick to it. Ember drinks the whole bottle of clear elixir, and Torvak catches the one thrown to him. A translucent wave of light ripples through Ember, seeping deep into the depths of his consciousness that hasn't been altered in dozens of reincarnations. Activating and cleansing layers of low-quality ether that have been lying stagnant since the last time he was in the upper realm. Ember lets out a satisfying sigh as his entire body ripples with dense waves of energy, and all of the fatigue and built-up stress from his battle with Myron vanishes. Torvak replies in a surprised tone, "Really? Wouldn't it be a waste for me to drink one of these?" Ember laughs, stretching his arms and feeling the rejuvenated dormant power finally flowing through his body, spreading euphoria through his senses. "It's a gift. Drink up. I'm sure after all these years, some of your ether stores that aren't confined by that avatar have grown stagnant. Plus, even the raw ether in this zone can be refined much further. If all goes as planned, I'll never have to use one of those elixirs again, so don't worry about wasting it. It's better if you're in good shape to face a demon if needed. You can't afford to lose to another one now that I've angered them." Ember pauses, "And neither can I. I'm lucky I only ran into a first class." His eyes track down to the last flask still on the desk, and he picks it up and tosses it into his ether stores. Torvak looks curious but has been in business long enough to know not to ask questions. Ember turns to sit back down at his desk and overlook the city, then replies, "If you're curious, it's for a visitor that should be making his way up here soon." "Don't worry about it." Torvak pops off the cork in his flask and replies, "Understood. Thank you." Then, he drinks the whole bottle of clear liquid, and his body ripples with the same translucent light seeping into his consciousness and even vibrating through the ether stores in his avatar. He stares out the wide-open window, and the 2 watch the Volterra district go on as if it is any other day. 10 blocks away, in the center of the citadel, a purple-horned demon finally wakes up from its unconscious state. Leonard has been overseeing a few servants of varying races from 4th and 5th class worlds that come and go from his room, giving him pure ether injections and soaking him in unrefined demonic energy to speed up his natural healing process. The demon wakes up in a daze but slowly comes to realize he's been defeated by a human and publicly humiliated at that. It takes the destruction of 11 servant avatars and a full hour of angry yelling before the demon can come out of his room to follow Leonard to meet their citadel lord. The noble demon paces back and forth, looking deep into the city, staring right at the Volterra district where all of this took place, cursing under his breath. "We should have just forfeited those worlds and sent them off to the exiles. It would have drained enough ether and mana to buy a decent quality second-grade world." Andres Vermilion turns to the back of the room to see Leonard standing at attention with Myron a few steps behind him. "Speak." He nods at the Citadel Lord's words and does so. Myron is awake, and there seems to be no long-term damage to the avatar or his mind. He can give you his side of the report if you wish. Andres shakes his head and uncrosses his arms to make a waving motion. "There is no need for a report. I watched the footage and studied the dueling rooms data. We still control and maintain those rooms. I do not fault you for your actions. It was within reason of what I ordered." He looks back out the window, sighs, and turns back to the 2 first-class demons. "While sentiment in the streets for the ogre conglomeration is growing, this is not a complete loss. It's an opportunity to show those who think they can fight back that they are sorely mistaken." The black-horned demon still has that red-haired human's confident grin stuck in his mind, and the eerie feeling that he was always a step ahead can't be shaken away. However, if a noble demon says he reviewed the fight data and has a plan to deal with this, there is no reason to question his wisdom and power. I have new orders for both of you. I want that human dead, and that blue ogre, Torvak. I want him publicly defeated, and drain all of his companies down to nothing over the next few weeks before Draco arrives. He pauses for a few seconds, thinking to himself, then continues, I don't need to show my face to the public again, that is now above us for millions. We must send the message that a noble demon does not have to stoop down to bother with public affairs anymore. This is because our first-class lords are strong enough to crush anyone who defies us. I've purchased avatar upgrades for both of you. Your mental defenses can now both defend against that ancient mental technique. It used to be available on old avatars before our family was even founded. An arrogant human must have gotten their hands on an illegal copy. Leonard's eyes widen and relief washes over him, as this human's actions finally make sense. He was bluffing all along, and managed to manipulate his hot-headed partner into challenging him in the one duel type he had the advantage in. Andres Vermilion continues, I want you to challenge both of them to an all-out duel, no limitations. The Citadel-wide public surveillance systems just showed the ogre conglomeration's head taking a fast travel orb to the Volterra district. Accept these new avatar upgrades and go down there to spread a final message before this gets out of hand. Do not bother thinking about the negative consequences or foreign gang retaliation, that will be handled. I want them dealt with publicly and brutally before the family head catches wind of this disgrace. It is better that we are perceived as unreasonable rather than weak. Ember and Torvak continue watching the city outside. The rejuvenation process in Torvak's avatar takes far longer than the simple process inside his mind, but Ember patiently waits for it to be over. Once the process ends, Ember speaks up again while peering at the nearest wall of the room that has status screens of surveillance systems all over it. A familiar image of two first-class demons walking into their lobby and customers scattering is shown. Looks like they saw you come to meet me, and that demon I knocked out recovered just fine. Ember's eyes narrow, and the corners of his lips turn up. However, Torvak shivers. They're going to want revenge. Ember gets up and starts walking toward the door. They sure will. Come on, it's time to put on another show. The ogre conglomeration's profits aren't going to stop going up, and maybe if we beat them badly enough I'll manage to get myself a meeting with the Citadel Lord. Chapter 707, the two demons walk into the center of the lobby with their arms crossed, glancing up at the ceiling while frightened sales workers and customers scatter. Neither says a word as they enter the elevator to ascend to the trade center's top floor. A flurry of transmissions ripple throughout the Volterra district, even reaching neighboring lower-class districts. Those on the bottom floor who witnessed their arrival recall the events of days past and understand that whatever is happening now will be even bigger. As the elevator dings, opening to the top floor, a red-haired human and a massive blue ogre stand in front of the dueling rooms at the back of the hall, awaiting their guests. The employees and customers on this floor, however, are not as prepared. The domineering pressure spreading through the room makes even the second-class red ogres queasy from hundreds of meters away. Visiting fourth and third-class lords collapse under the crushing presence of these newly upgraded avatars. The tension escalates when a familiar laugh from a purple-horned demon echoes through the room. Leonard, the black-horned demon, speaks as his partner's cackles continue. So you have realized your fate. It was nothing but a petty attempt at making the demons look bad before your very existence was inevitably erased. The two walk slowly through the massive hall, and everyone holds their breath. Unwilling to shift the focus of this confrontation, Torvak and Ember stand with indifferent expressions, watching the pair approach. Myron yells over his cool-headed partner's words, "That's right. You cheated." Anyone could pull off a cheap shot with an illegal avatar. The two stop directly in front of the human and the ogre. Leonard grins, shifting his gaze toward Ember. You pulled off quite the impressive bluff for a mere human. But I'm sorry to deliver this news personally. Today is the day you die. Red ogres shuffle behind them, preparing two of the dueling rooms. Ember responds in a calm tone, "Is that so?" "I'm bluffing." He cracks a faint smile, just enough for both demons to see. And then shrugs, "Go ahead, give us the rundown." "I know you have orders to follow." Ember makes a provoking motion with his hand, then glances toward the ceiling where general surveillance systems capture all video and audio in public areas. Leonard maintains his composure despite the blatant disrespect, but Myron isn't so level-headed. He yells down at the human, "These aren't mere orders. What I'm doing today is my duty. The public must know the truth and fear the demons in this citadel once and for all." I challenge you to an all-out duel. Mental, physical, no rules, real deaths, and soul damage allowed. His teeth grind as an eerie aura emanates from him, his eyes locked on Ember, who keeps a straight face but inwardly grins. Leonard steps up to the silent blue ogre, meeting the first-class monster eye to eye. Your ogre conglomeration will no longer be a thorn in our side. The Citadel Lord has declared you an enemy worthy of subjugation. You will not leave this trade center until you accept a duel on my terms. Without hesitation, the human and ogre nod, replying in unison, pick your terms. I accept your duel. Let us settle this. Shaking red ogres with escrow account devices approach. All parties involved press their hands onto the devices, inputting 1.0 low-quality ether. Mental commands and terms for the fight rush through the participants' minds, and they agree on no limitation terms before stepping through the dueling room doors. This is clearly not a fight for profit, it's about honor, dominance, and public perception. The doors close, and the two dueling rooms are displayed in crystal clear holograms across all floors of the trading center. The red ogres outside the dueling rooms begin tapping away at the trading center's data displays. Outside the building, enormous 3D models light up, visible from across the street and as far as a block away. The magnitude of the event, paired with the system's voice announcing the duels, triggers far more commotion than the initial transmissions from the bottom floor. Fast travel ether orbs multiply exponentially as tens of thousands of lords arrive per second from all over the Volterra district. Determined not to miss out like last time, many watchers of the first event return, and word spreads rapidly. Half the Citadel is soon aware that a second duel between the human and Vermilion's demon is underway. High above in the Citadel's central tower, Andres calmly observes the public surveillance systems, which broadcast the duels in perfect clarity. Leonard faces off against the blue ogre in a massive white room. He speaks to everyone watching. I'm sure you've all heard rumors of a human besting one of the Vermilion family demons. However, today, you'll understand the consequences of such actions. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. The Blackhorn demon reaches into a green and white system storage portal, pulling out a massive longsword, almost as large as his entire body. He spins it around, ether flowing from his hands, illuminating the 3D holograms for all to see as the weapon glows brighter and brighter. He spins it above his head once more and points the blade's sharp end at Torvak. This here is the mastermind behind that simple ruse, the ogre conglomeration's head. It was nothing but a petty retaliation after our Citadel Lord fairly challenged him to a duel last week and won a prized first-class world. The demon paces back and forth, shaking his head. Our Lord is above such menial tasks now. A noble demon shall never walk the same grounds as you lower life forms again. Your puny minds cannot fathom their power, so you've resorted to such lows. Torvak nods in a professional manner and replies, your words are not fact, but in the upper realm, those who are strong decide reality. I shall face you on your terms. As the ogre conglomeration head, I must uphold my honor. His hand disappears into a pure white ether storage, and a 6-meter-long spiked club emerges, obsidian black with glimmers of blue matching his skin tone deep within it. He pours ether into the soul weapon, using his premium avatar's commands, mixed with excess ether refined out of its dormant state mere minutes ago. Simultaneously, a sight to behold is taking place in the dueling area next door. Myron, brimming with anger at the sight of the human who humiliated him, yells out for all to see in holographic form, that's right. A 5th-class human used an illegal avatar smuggled into our citadel by the ogres. Such deeds will not go unpunished. Today, you will witness what happens when you fail to respect those who hold undeniable power. Today, you die for your stupidity. The demon reaches into green and white storage portals himself and pulls out 2 curved blades, about the length of short swords. His eyes pulse with ether at the same intensity as it courses out of his avatar into the soul weapons. Ember replies, keeping his hands by his sides, all right. If you truly wish to kill me, be prepared to face equal consequences. The demon's laugh echoes throughout the chamber as he sees no proper stance or soul weapons drawn to face him. All his anger and embarrassment fade, replaced by excitement, as the system notice rings outside, showing a 60-second countdown for the first rounds of both matches. The floors of the trading center fill again, and the streets outside become increasingly crowded. 3 eruptions of divine energy and ether burst from the 2 demons in Torvak. As they waste no time entering their highest forms, the 2 demons' avatars grow, nearing 100 meters in height. As they unseal their bloodlines, Torvak's body vibrates, and a green divine energy tethered mana-based greater form rises to match the demon's stature in his dueling room. Ember, however, stands with his arms crossed, still in his base human form. taking the waves of ether-infused intimidation head-on. In response, he tests the waters, sending out an identical highly focused mental attack at the demon's psyche. However, when it strikes, the attack surrounds the demon's head as though the ether is being dispersed like water. It flows down its shoulders and around the outside of his avatar, ejected through the demon's feet. The demon laughs, pointing his two enormous curved soul weapons at Ember. The trick of yours isn't going to cut it anymore. All your schemes will come to light. And my reputation will be restored, Ember whispers under his breath, a full guard avatar. I haven't seen one of those before. I thought they went extinct too. This might not be as simple as I thought. He moves his hands into a fighting position, watching as one of the massive curved blades swings down toward him. Hundreds of possible fighting combinations rush through Ember's mind. However, taking action on any of them would draw too much attention to the possibility of his true identity. While it is better than dying, exposing himself would make navigating the upper realm increasingly difficult if the overseer caught wind of this so soon. Ember takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and summons massive amounts of newly refined ether into his right palm, so much that it shines as brightly as the massive blade in the holograms displayed to the crowds outside. When the two collide, a similar clash occurs between the enormous demonic longsword and Blue Ogre's club in the room beside them. Over 1 million lords are watching this live, some inside the trade center, but most outside, filling the streets in the heart of the Volterra district, with more flashing fast travel orbs zipping in from all over the citadel. Leonard's eyes widen at the fact that the blue ogre he's challenged has somehow blocked his attack. They stand at a stalemate, waves of natural intimidation radiating from both their avatars. However, even though blue ogres are one of the dominant first-class races, a first-class demon should still be leagues above in natural strength. Torvak's buffs are well documented over the millennia, and his overall strength does not increase with additional planets any more than other lords with the standard stat multiplier applied through avatars. This demon has upward of 20 times the planets, with a mix of third and second grade worlds as his base, and a handful of first-class worlds similar. To Torvak's, their strength shouldn't be equal. The demon is meant to have the advantage in every way. Yet, the blue ogre's stoic face stares back at him, bulging blue veins visible beneath his green greater form. The soul weapon in his grasp glows brighter and brighter white, holding off the overwhelming natural strength of the superior demon lord who challenged him. Their evenly matched clash elicits gasps that ripple through blocks of the citadel. Even the noble lord in his tower is surprised by this turn of events. However, the sight in the second dueling room sets his mind at ease. Ember blocks the incoming demon's sword with his palm, but the energy difference is overwhelming. It doesn't break through his flesh, but the rippling impact of the ether pushes Ember back, sending him flying into the back wall of the dueling room. Landing on the center of the wall feet first, he mimics the full guard technique the demon used moments ago. Letting the offensive attack ripple through him and dissipate into the wall, the demon wastes no time and lunges forward, swinging his second curved sword at Ember. The red-haired human remains calm. Mental simulations of the battle's outcomes replay in Ember's mind. While he could block these hits endlessly, it would waste large amounts of cleansed and refined low-quality ether. His body, held together by microscopic silver threads, moves similarly to the purple barrier. Most of his energy is consumed by merely existing. Releasing more power into a dragon form or unleashing his astral form would surely complicate matters further. These are not techniques even an illegal avatar can recreate. As Ember blocks the second sword swing with his left palm, he isn't just sent flying, he's pinned against the back wall of the room, a 20-meter-long curved sword imbued with the demon's ether crashing into him. The demon spams his soul weapon's attack command, sending wave after wave of ether at Ember repeatedly without having to swing again. Ember holds him back with nothing more than his palm and ether-filled feet pressed against the wall. The demon shouts with a crazed smile. You're dead now. No matter what illegal commands you've managed to buy. No matter how strong you think you are. The demons are always stronger. Ellipsia Citadel, I know you're watching. This is what happens when you challenge the Vermilions. You are utterly defeated. Always, Ember lets his arm bend under the immense pressure of the demon's attack. It truly is on a tier of its own among the first-class demon lords. Ember is using his full strength. Even using the 50% shared links of loyalty stat gains from 500 million beings on the human world, he and this demon are nearly equal in power. If this exact duel had taken place 3 days prior, his unrefined dormant ether alone would not have been anywhere near enough to block the attacks. Even now, it seems this unrelenting targeted attack may become hard to fend off or dodge eloquently if it lasts much longer. Ember contemplates ways to win without exposing his silver threads. However, mid-thought, his question is answered by a surprising status message coming from below the citadel in the exile zones. Chapter 708, The Glowing, 166, flashes by my eyes as the Goblin King's hand, almost the size of my entire body, misses me by less than a meter and grabs its massive battle axe resting in the ground of black stones. It shimmers with green divine energy and pulses with white ether once the Lord picks it up and turns my way, yelling again, "Answer me, human! You're not permitted to be in this zone." It shouldn't even be possible. The massive battle axe, with its blade easily twice as tall as myself, is pointed my way as the monster awaits a response. My gaze moves around to see all the goblins knocked out cold by its aura. And even Ava is struggling to stand to her feet about 20 meters away. The Goblin King's axe glows brighter, and it yells out again, "I command you to speak now. A second-class lord has asked you a question. Why are you here?" I stay silent for another full second, remembering how unreasonable this lord was with Ava. I doubt any words I say will diffuse this mess. Instead, I focus on summoning ether around my arms and legs to increase my speed and attack power. My decision is soon proven to be the correct one, as the Goblin King doesn't wait for a response and lunges forward. "You know what? You're dead. Whatever lord sent you here knows the consequences of unauthorized visits. I was in the middle of something here, and you've ruined my fun." Its speed is impressive, just like when it lunged forward to grab its axe before. My eyes can barely catch up, and even as I kick off the ground with ether to dodge, it's clear even my reflexes aren't enough to deal with raw power. Before I even move half a meter off the ground, the white axe collides with my chest, an absurdly loud twang echoes through the zone, and if not for my purple barrier, that attack would have split any human in my place in two. All physical divine energy and mana-infused damage has been deflected, but my entire body shines bright with ether as I'm sent flying backward toward the rock pile I was hiding behind before interfering in this duel. Ava's worried eyes watching me fly, and the angered Goblin King chasing after me, is all I see as my body is overwhelmed by tingling that turns into pins and needles, soon feeling as though my very essence is being boiled in a sea of ether. My whole body vibrates, and it feels as though my very soul is being attacked. After days worth of sparring matches, my instincts kick in to begin the healing process, but it is like trying to build a dam brick by brick while an entire river is flowing through. The boiling sensations all over seem to only get stronger and stronger until my back hits the pile of rocks over 100 meters away. The only thing left that I can feel is a small pocket of space in my mind, shielded with a dense subconscious aura, and it is the only reason I'm able to still feel my body and visualize what's going on. Again, in this moment, I feel as though I'm brought back in time to the mind trial within the tower, and years of experience flow into my mind, remembering how I slowly processed ether for what seemed to be an eternity. I gasp for breath once I fall to the ground in front of the rock pile, and a ripple of understanding washes over me from the epicenter of my unaltered mind. It enhances the healing properties of my body on autopilot, but I still feel as though I've only touched the surface of what lies dormant in my consciousness. The boiling in my body stops getting hotter, but it hasn't begun reversing its effects yet. Through the pain and confusion, I still raise my hands to face the incoming axe striking my side. "Not bad. That avatar of yours is still in one piece. No wonder they let a human exile this close to the citadel. You must be a special one," is all I hear as I'm sent flying in another random direction. The sensation of my body being filled with boiling ether returns, and I didn't believe it would be possible, but it is even worse than the first time. I let out a verbal yell to give myself a false sense of pain relief while slamming into another pile of black stones. The pocket of guarded mental space pulses again, and as I fall to my face on the black rock ground, losing feeling in my body, I feel my ability to heal and summon ether increase drastically again. 001-031, adds by Pub Future. As the heavy footsteps of the Goblin King approach, I lift my head and begin pushing myself out of the ground, laughing as slight feeling in my appendages begins to return. The strength gap between us is unfathomably larger than I thought it would be. However, no matter how hard I'm hit, this monster cannot hurt me. This is what is so funny. Its voice echoes out as I'm hit right in the chest again by its axe with an uppercut swing before I can even fully lift myself off the ground. I feel another wave of boiling hot ether coat through me, and am sent flying up into the air. However, before I even begin my descent, another ripple of understanding is violently rattled out of my subconscious mind, and my arms and legs regain feeling even before I hit the ground back in the center of the Goblin's mining base. I'm already on my feet by the time I see the Goblin King's outline and glowing white axe approaching through the green divine fog. Eva has made her way back to her hammer nearby, and seeing her face again reminds me of something she said to me during our Spars after I managed to land a hit on her, she said that the punch I hit her with was infused with some kind of mental attack. I was completely unaware of what I was doing then, and as I see the Goblin King ready to swing its axe my way again, I feel as though I still don't fully understand it. However, there is certainly something unique happening in the depths of my mind every time I'm hit. Even though I can't fully understand it, I can attempt to tap into it. As the glowing axe comes my way, I don't try to dodge, run, or create a barrier to limit the force of the strike. I use all of my mental capacity to cover my right fist in ether and punch against the sharp side of the axe coming down on me. For a moment, we're stopped in place. Instead of trying to make the hottest and densest sheet of protection, I focus on the small part of my mind that was unaffected by the prior attacks and channel only that unique kind of ether to be released through my knuckles and into the axe. Stolen content warning: this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. I feel it stream from my head, down my arm, and through my hand, yet only a tiny amount of this strange compact ether pushes its way through. I would have been able to push more, but the force of the Goblin King's blow catches up to me, and I'm sent flying across the floor of the mining base. Dozens of green domes fly by on both sides as my body skids across the hard black rocky ground, and another wave of overwhelming, boiling ether floods into my being. As it reaches my mind this time, I feel the barriers hold it back easily, and another outburst of understanding washes over me, but it's far less intense than the last three. The shock of this attack is not as visceral on my senses, and I believe it is not pushing my mind to its limits as before, so I don't get as much understanding back from it. My summon ether begins to attack the foreign energy in my body, and at the same time, I smirk, seeing the Goblin King hesitate to run forward. My feet dig into the rocky ground, bringing me to a halt, and the second-class lord yells out in pain. What have you done to me? There's a thud as it drops its axe, holding both of its hands to its head while letting out an incoherent monstrous roar. I whisper under my breath as all the hot areas of my body sizzle away back to their natural state, and I feel the used up ether dissipate into the atmosphere. Looks like it worked. At the same time, I flood ether into my feet and palms with a density over 10 times as potent as at the start of this battle. I take a deep breath in and out, as finally, my mind and body are clear again, and I can use the new ether I've been storing up for the last day with Ava around the borders of this zone. Let's see how far I can push it, I think, while running forward at the Goblin King, roaring in agony. Its vision is blurred, and a searing hot pain just crushed through its mind. However, it is not entirely blind. As I quickly close the gap between us, its instincts kick in, and it makes use of its clear natural advantage in speed and power. A cheap mental attack. I'll make you and this entire mining zone feel that pain 1,000 times over while I kill you all. I have been a lord of these mines in the Hollow District for over 2,000 years. A cowardly human won't defeat me. It lurches forward, now with wide eyes filled with pure rage, grabbing its axe and running my way. My heartbeat speeds up as we get closer and closer and collide again. This time, the Goblin King sidesteps, using one of the goblins' huts to kick off of and change its trajectory to hit me in the side. I'm sent flying back and don't land my hit, but the greed of this lord takes over, and it follows me in the air even before I land. A downward two-handed axe slam is what it tries to follow through with. But this is the worst mistake it could have made. I block the downward momentum with my right hand again, even though I'm caught beneath its axe. Pinned to the rocky floor upon impact, I manage to send another shockwave of highly condensed ether through my fist into its sole weapon. This time, I have nowhere to be propelled to and spend over 4 times as long in contact with its blade, sending a dangerous surge into its psyche. While my body is flooded with a wave of ether filled with hot, murderous intent, it does feel like I'm being cooked alive, but no physical damage or mental effects take place. The second-class lord, on the other hand, yells out in agony, and I see the last remaining signs of sanity leave his eyes. It's as if madness is coursing into the monster's mind, and the only escape from it is to shut off all conscious thoughts and submit. The massive Goblin King's grip on its axe loosens, and it falls forward, right on top of me. I would move away, but my body is numb again, as the power from its last attack was far greater than any of its previous ones. I can't move or feel my limbs. And another wave of strange dense energy is being unlocked within me as it seems like a barrier is being melted away to allow me to access more locked-away instinctual knowledge. Almost half a minute passes before I hear footsteps running my way, and a familiar womanly voice calling my name, Jay. JJ, are you here? I charge my fists and feet with ether again and push upward to lift the unconscious Goblin King and his now dormant soul weapon off me. I reply, turning to my left to see the hobgoblin with shocked eyes gripping her hammer. Yeah, I'm here. But the job isn't done. My gaze turns to the lord that just tried to kill both of us, and I walk toward it with a fist glowing hotter and hotter with ether. but Ava's words call out and stop me in my tracks. No. You can't kill him. If a zone lord dies, all of their planets will go unclaimed, back into the unascended market. Or, even open and ready for anyone in the lower realm to claim them for their own. Sending messages down is extremely pricey. It would cost more than a fully saturated fourth-class world to do so. It would make our work as exiles meaningless. I look at the Goblin King for a few seconds, remembering him holding Ava by the neck and his ruthless attacks toward me that were each meant to kill. Then, I look back to her, and if I let him live, he'll try to kill you and me again the moment his eyes open. You heard him. The moment he saw the fact that you might be able to pay out your exile contract early, he tried to turn all of your workers against you. It's either I kill him now, or I kill him later when he tries to fight us again. Ava's hands grasp her hammer tighter out of instinct, and it's clear there's no good outcome to all this. So I speak again. I have some strong allies in the lower realm. And I don't believe the cost for contacting them will be an issue. We'll save your world one way or another. Deep down, I have a theory brewing in the back of my mind, but I want to comfort Ava before testing it. She gulps and just nods. Right. I can't protect my world if I'm dead. I can find another way. Then, I grin and walk over to the massive green avatar that lies with eyes wide open and a blank mind. Before thinking any further, I begin punching its chest with everything I've got. My divine energy, demon core, and soul energy core's power is locked away behind my purple barrier that is saving me from the pressure. All I can do is strike this monster with pure ether. Ava looks away as I pummel the Goblin King over and over, sending mental attacks deep into his already fractured psyche, breaking it more and more with every punch. My physical attacks begin causing some damage as well, tearing through the thick, realistic flesh of this monster's avatar and digging deep into its chest to find its green divine true core cycling energy. As I punch against it, loud twines and vibrations of rock moving below us echo out, and I can feel my fist creating microfractures and disruptions in the fully unguarded divine core in front of me. Minutes pass as I massacre this creature, making soup out of its mind and shattering its divine core. The moment I land the final hit, I watch the green threads that have been cycling in its chest move toward me, clump up around my fist, then cover my arm, and eventually surround my entire body. Even the ether within this being starts to flow out of its broken mind and toward me. This isn't stopped by the purple barrier, however, it flows in with ease, making my ether stores fill with far more than I had before. At this feeling, I can tell this being is really dead, and the energy that is surrounding me, exerting extreme pressure on my barrier, is all of the excess divine energy that my true core's absorption ability is trying to consume. In the past, the energy from beings I've killed floods into my core without the need to be processed. It automatically integrates. The only problem will be opening up my barrier. Even if I gain more divine threads, I'm still going to be exposed to this immense pressure. I turn back to Ava, whose eyes are even wider at the sight before her, and I follow her gaze down to the corpse's world token, which now states 0. In the same moment, I mentally trigger my divine barrier to open, and for all of the dense energy around me to force itself in. I feel an overwhelming burst of both satisfying new power entering my core, and also the weight of the green clouds seeping into me again, tearing through my flesh and body instantly, forcing me to fall to my knees. However, I catch a glimpse of my own palm and see 167 in bright green text as a stream of notifications ring in my ears. 2 of which float to the forefront of my mind. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 167/5 worlds claimed. New perk unlocked. World Collector info. All generals may now borrow an additional 1% of stats. Additional one-time daily use permanent buffs for all links of loyalty have been granted. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Powerholder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached. 167 out of 100 worlds claimed. New perk unlocked. Ruler of Worlds info. Worldwide Connectivity System Interface update. All worlds under the Rising Emperor's rule may now access additional perks. All lords that pledge loyalty to the Rising Emperor will become co-owners of all worlds under their control. The Rising Emperor has superiority over the base stats of their citizens. the Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively, both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk if used simultaneously. Chapter 709, more notifications stream into my mind, ranging from a massive MCP absorption option, an upgrade option for my Extreme Strength, Skill 2, Divine Grade, and 166 notifications for the transfer of worlds into my possession. However, there are no level ups. In the deep sea of darkness within my mind, where the third-class human world lies, tons of new planets begin flowing into my consciousness. Billions of links of loyalty, along with a full expansive view of their worlds down to the last mana particle, become visible to me, crystal clear in my mind. While this overstimulation of information is immense, so many more things are happening at the same time. The Goblin King's memories start to flow in. Just like Draco Vermilion's, and my mind temporarily blanks out while thousands of years of information play out as if I'm witnessing them in real time. Vivid images of a small green goblin being born into a village in the mountains rush into my mind. Their leader is an old hobgoblin that holds power over many villages in this isolated mountain range. Many dungeons form all around this wilderness, regulated and maintained by small societies of a few hundred goblins at a time. Their technology is not advanced at all, relying on hunting the local wildlife for sustenance and using weapons found in dungeon drops to level up. It is fascinating to see the early memories of this goblin flash by. As it trains in lower-grade dungeons against human mobs with nothing more than swordsmanship and body hardening as their skills, about a decade passes, and the goblin grows used to this simple life. It becomes stronger, leveling past the mid-200s to 300s, and begins its journey in learning to gather mana and refine its energy control. Not only does it become stronger in being, but in society too, becoming a local leader of a village run by the hobgoblin elder that controls them all. That is, until one fateful day, their peaceful mountain grouping of villages are attacked by a rogue clan for resources. Their army of goblins outnumbers this peaceful village clan 10 to 1, and their front lines are filled with dozens of hobgoblins of varying strengths. Some goblins awaken their hobgoblin forms at level 500, while others achieve this feat at level 1000. Just as with humans and their energy forms and special buffs, it is a culmination of fighting style, life experiences, and some luck of the draw. The goblin's mountainous home is decimated by the overwhelming forces. It manages to fend off some of the lower-leveled goblin hordes, but watching the hobgoblins kill its leader with a single energy slash from kilometers away and decimate over 90% of the goblins on this mountain in minutes makes it realize it is weak. The goblin runs away and never looks back. What it thought was a stable life was swept away from under its feet. Its reality is forever changed. That day, it realized the only way to survive was to become stronger than others. Images of this goblin's long and arduous life flash by as more decades pass. The goblin travels to many mountainous villages like its home, working as a mercenary and seeking out the strongest dungeons while honing its mana control, slow and steady, without a single skill other than extreme strength. Its mana control increases far slower than humans with elemental skills. This is clear as, at age 47, the goblin finally hits level 500 and receives a buff called Heavy Strike. It allows it to pool all of its mana stores into any weapon in its grasp. This increases its growth speed significantly, giving it new hope. Merciless training in the shadows continues, never showing its power to others, replaying the destruction of everything it ever knew and loved from its childhood in the back of its mind. This speeds its travels and ambitions up, never spending more than a few months in any small village, searching for what other goblins and old hobgoblin elders call the Golden City. After 5 years, this goblin finds what it is looking for. A massive civilization surrounds a great lake, with millions of goblins living together in countless dungeons to farm. Their two suns, bright yellow orbs in the sky, rise to reflect off the massive source of water, shining a golden light upon their civilization every morning. Just 13 years later, at the age of 65, the goblin hits level 1000 in a central clan's labyrinth, highly regulated by a council of goblin kings at the heart of the city. The many years that pass go by in a blur as this goblin joins the central army and leads many battles in the world's vast wilderness to subjugate smaller clans that are growing too fast, bringing the dungeon resources and goblin women back to the Golden City for the kings. Countless battles, ruthless killings, and endless training flash by as the hobgoblin carries out the bidding of his kings to gain rewards of access to the labyrinths, slowly leveling up higher and higher, reaching level 10,000 at the age of 173. This Goblin King gains access to the Council of Kings, being granted his Goblin King form from his third rank up, now giving orders to new promising hobgoblins that visit the Golden City. The Council of Kings are the only beings on their known world that cultivate divine energy. They have made agreements not to fight for power, as they already rule their world in harmony. At the age of 411, this Goblin King becomes the first to achieve a true core in the history of their world, now being the oldest king left, welcoming new loyal kings to their council when they are granted access to the ranked-up labyrinths capable of producing level 10,000 monsters to train with. Their greatest labyrinth, only accessible by the kings, has been stalled at 199 floors. It has consumed a large amount of their second-class world's resources to reach this point. The noble bloodline demon and dragon within it are on less than good terms with the Goblin Kings that have been keeping it for centuries. Just one level away from completing its final vetting test, the kings are able to train and bring their levels just below 24,900 max. Another 200 years pass, as the New Age Council of Kings takes over the daily tasks. This Goblin King goes into closed cultivation to attempt reaching a realm above what they believed was the limit, using all of the farmed divine energy from their entire world, as it continues to fly through space and collect more threads from the stars and clusters of divine threads in the unknown. Enough consolidated energy has been trapped for their one true king to use in a final push to ascend past the known limits. Many of the new kings appointed to the Golden City's council have never seen this king in person. They have only heard rumors of his existence, in silence. One day, with only a handful of kings understanding the significance of the rumbling beneath their city, the Goblin King manages to fully saturate its true core and compress it into the next stage, creating green divine energy. Its body is eaten away and destroyed by the pressure, and the shockwave breaks the shielding in the old bunker, creating a sinkhole that destroys a portion of the Golden City. However, system notifications fill this Goblin King's ears, and a green rift opens before him, notifying this lord that he now owns a world and has the option to accept a free basic avatar. More of these memories flash by even faster now, showing the Goblin King arriving in the Ellipsia Citadel, learning of what dungeon contracts really are, and optimizing his world's dungeons for maximum profit. Looking down at the world below him and his world token, images of the battle that destroyed everything he ever knew still plague his mind. The Goblin King trades contracts and invests wisely in other worlds, using the machine learning fighting pods to have his avatar sent out to many other worlds as boss room monsters. However, his efforts do not make him rich. They actually bring far lower than average results despite following the local guides and tactics meticulously. He must face the reality that goblins are a weak race in the upper realm. Even as a second-class lord, 3 times ranked up, with a green true core, he still stands no chance against some ogres, high orcs, wyverns, and berserker kings that come from third-class worlds. Most of all, he fears the demons. There are so few races that this Goblin King can feel superior to: humans, some wolf races, slimes, and the occasional horned boar or other unintelligent awakened beings from 4th and 5th class worlds. Even humans sometimes make this goblin feel insignificant, as their battle IQ and general intelligence range higher than goblins. After 500 years of work on the Citadel, the Goblin King has managed to get nowhere, barely making it by in the upper realm, feeling as though he is merely ordinary. I see vivid imagery of the Goblin King looking up into the endless green sky, with 2 massive towers on either side of him and the divine city run by demons, feeling as though he is nothing but an ant. Feelings of insignificance wash through this king as he realizes this climb for endless power to feel safe will never end. This is when the Goblin King decides to put away its desires for glory and becoming the strongest. He makes a deal with a criminal group of other second-class Goblin Kings and lower-class orcs far in the outer ring of the Citadel. They work in businesses like acquiring illegal avatars and forced exile subjugation for worlds on the unascended market. The most profitable long-term scheme is in renting exile zones beneath the Citadel and buying slaves to do labor with predatory contracts once worlds are forcefully subjugated. Their appointed lords are brought up from the lower realm with minimal knowledge and thrown into the mines. For the pure resources alone, the cost of acquiring an artifact to open a green rift on low-class worlds is not worth it at all, but hundreds of years in the ether mines can make a hefty profit if done right. This Goblin King goes all in, renting a few zone plots far from the Citadel's center. With mostly human and unintelligent beast slaves from 5th-class worlds as his first investment, many of the workers die after a few hundred years, and none ever make it to the end of their exile terms. As designed, the Goblin King profits a few dozen ether and, in turn, gets to live out his twisted fantasy of killing whoever he wishes and forcing labor in the mines. Things begin to dull after some time, as worlds die out, and the king starts renting larger zones closer to the Citadel. Acquiring the occasional 4th and 3rd class worlds to speed up the ether profits, This Goblin King's memories of its home world gradually fade away as 2,000 years pass. The reason it ascended to this realm becomes a mystery. And it lives out the rest of its days bullying and killing lower lifeforms of its own race, surveying its zones, and swinging around its sole weapon that it proudly purchased with its first 1,000 years of profit, that is, until one day, the mindless tasks of surveying its slaves take an unfathomable turn for the worst. A human breaks into its zone. All humans are good for his labor in solving fancy puzzles. None of them can ever defeat a Goblin King in a fight. However, on this day, in mere minutes, thousands of years of domination are brought to an end by a pair of hot fists and a human whose skin can't be pierced, after millennia of mindless agony, inflicting pain on others because it knows it will never reach its ultimate goal. The Goblin King's mental torment is finally burned away, everything goes white, my head sears with the blow-by-blow memories of the mental attack I sent forth on this Goblin King. I let out yells as my physical senses are battered by green divine threads with so much weight and pressure I feel like I too will be crushed into nothingness if I don't act fast in the next few milliseconds. In the vastness of my mind, the 167 planets float before me with all their glory. The Goblin King's home world floats right beside my human world. These two planets have the most prominent and abundant life on them, both have a similar number of awakened, roughly 500 million. However, the strength of the average awakened on this goblin world is over 5 times. Making the average overall level about 250, my inner gaze shifts to the other 7 third-class worlds now floating behind these two. 4 of them have prominent life on them as well, all of them goblin civilizations. They range from 50 to 300 million links of loyalty each. Their average awakened strength is close to the human world I come from, with the average of all awakened being about level 50. 3 of the other third-class worlds are in utter decline, with less than 10 million links each remaining. There are 22 fourth-class worlds, with only half of them having significant life on them, averaging 100 million links each on their thriving worlds, with level 15 average awakened. There are single-digit awakened beings on these planets that ever surpass level 500. Finally, the 5th-class worlds, 136 of them, float behind all of the others. Only 1/3 still have abundant life on them, but their links of loyalty range from 100 to 300 million per planet. The average level on these worlds is about level 5. It is extremely rare to see any beings on these planets surpass level 100. With all this information surging into my mind, and my body rapidly deteriorating, I make the split decision to forcefully use my Rising Emperor's domain and steal 60% of all the stats available to me on these worlds. Chapter 7:10, as green threads assimilate with my core and body. With these newfound stats increasing all of my being, the gravity pressing down around me lessens just slightly. And the process of healing speeds up faster than my deterioration. Simultaneously, high up above in the Citadel, Ember reaps the benefits of my rewards as well. We share levels, stats, and worlds. The green glowing 1 on his palm, blocking the demon's ether-infused blade, ticks up to 167, and his whole body erupts with an aura of mana control and strength far surpassing what it was moments prior. All of the vibrating silver threads holding the body of this dragon together retract even further back closer to his core, and far less ether is needed to conceal them from outsiders. Ember laughs out loud, doing nothing more than pushing his palm forward, and a hand-shaped blast of white light pushes the demon's curved blade back. While the red-haired human slips out of the way, Myron's eyes widen as he's pushed back several dozen meters, only skidding to a halt when he uses his second curved soul sword to press back against the strange palm-shaped ether attack. It yells out and slices forward, cutting through the white hand with an X formation, making it explode and disperse, but in doing so, its attention elsewhere opens up its side for Ember to land a punch. The automatic defensive features activate to block this blow, but the force is too great to absorb entirely. Ripples of ether flow through the demon's premium-grade avatar with the full guard upgrade package. Over 90% of the ether used in this attack is handled properly, spreading out the impact all over the demon's body and dispersing the dangerous energy through its feet. However, the attack was followed through with such precision, and so quickly, that some ether slipped through the barriers, surpassing the limits of first-grade demon's premium avatar commands. Its side grows hot, with a pain that stings like fire, unlike any ether attack it's ever felt before. Next, tingling pain bursts through its left side deep into its avatar, and a demonic roar escapes the monster's toothy mouth while it's sent flying across the dueling room hopelessly, slamming against the back wall. Backup protocols in its full guard avatar activate, and a second shield of mental defenses is placed up once the first barrier is breached. None of Ember's concentrated mental attacks reach the demon's psyche, but that's not to say when it stands back on its feet and stares the puny human down across the room, it doesn't feel embarrassed. It knows the world and its noble Citadel Lord are watching. A furious roar and waves of demonic energy course out from the massive 100-meter-tall unsealed avatar as it activates its supreme-grade demonic energy manipulation and shadow step skills to disappear into thin air. Ember grins, turning to his right as he senses the two demonic blades appear out of nowhere, sending ether-infused demonic crescents his way. The crowds that fill the tower erupt in roars of surprise, fear, and excitement all bundled together. That human, he just landed a hit on that demon, no way. Are there humans that are actually strong? I've never met one, ha. I told you this would be good. Quick, send out more transmissions. The fight isn't going to be over in less than a second like I thought. See? I told you it was going to be good. I was here a few days ago when they first fought. This human is an odd one, just a lucky shot. He's dead in the next move, I'm calling it here. Wanna bet? I think this human's going to last at least a full round. Chatter fills the air, and tens of thousands of transmissions are sent out from the Volterra district, even reaching small human and goblin factions on the far edges of the citadel. Almost every lord is aware of the news, and more fast travel orbs fill the streets. Other local shopping centers tap into the public transmission feed, and Red Ogre sales workers begin licensing out the fight visuals to play in their shops too, as a critical mass for the number of lords in one place is nearing its limit outside the trading palace. In the center of the citadel, Andrus, the only noble bloodline demon around for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, curses at the holograms playing in front of his eyes. From the moment it happened, he's been playing a small section of video on repeat. Zoomed in, it shows Ember's world token shift from 1 to 167 instantly. He has outside help. Who could have transferred him worlds of high enough caliber to make up the difference in strength? They must all be first class to give the avatar that much of a boost all at once. Not even the ogre conglomeration has that many left. The noble demon looks away from his screens and begins pacing about with 3 sleeping dragons behind him in the penthouse suite. As excitement grows for Ember's match, equally interested eyes watch a blackhorn demon's unsealed form clash with the greater energy form of a 3-time ranked up blue ogre. The massive longsword and club of both monsters clash together, sending waves of hot ether to collide against the walls of the room, making Leonard speak up. Impossible. We ran simulations of your max strength during your duel with the Citadel Lord. Where is this power coming from? Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Torvak smirks, channeling large amounts of the newly refined ether from his dormant stores that he hasn't tapped into since he was a Citadel Lord back in the day. The Vermilion family had personally subjugated many of the citadels around the Grand Citadel and appointed strong leaders to each of them. While losing hundreds of first-class worlds over the millennia has weakened the stat gains granted by his avatar, his real power, his ether, faded with time as it wasn't simulated or refined with high-grade elixirs. The strength being shown today is a peek into the past, and even Andrus Vermilion sees the readings in the holographic replays now, showing secretive techniques he has only ever seen the family head use. Leonard is oblivious to this fact, that he is fighting an ancient blue ogre with fighting knowledge far surpassing anything he's ever seen before. To him, he is just a gang leader that their Citadel Lord stole worlds from every once in a while. He activates his divine grade body double skill in response, making 5 copies of his avatar with equal strengths around the blue ogre, yelling through all of them, no matter. You've pulled a few tricks of your own when you see your life is on the line. I will bring you to your knees and make you understand that the Vermilions are not to be messed with. The main body of the demon releases its sword from the standstill they've been locked in and uses the body swapping perk to rotate between all of the doubles now closing in on Torvak from all sides. While this blue ogre can launch very powerful attacks and imbue his soul weapon with enough ether to block this demon's blade, it is still true that his avatar is far weaker than a first-class unsealed demon with over 20x more worlds in its possession. However, Torvak's grin doesn't leave his face. He whispers as all 6 blades get within a meter of piercing his vitals on all sides. That is a very nice technique. It might have worked on me 50,000 years ago. Then, static forms all over the ogre's avatar, and Torvak releases the full power of his supreme-grade lightning summoning, infused with dense green threads of divine energy. At the core of each arc of electricity are dense, compact mental attacks, each capable of melting this demon's mind. The whole dueling room erupts with electricity, and it keeps flowing out with no stop in sight. The bright green arcs of light bounce off the walls, disintegrating the 5 doubles in milliseconds and causing the remaining real avatar of the first-class demon to yell out in agony. Hundreds of miniature ether barriers are formed all over its full guard avatar. sending pulses of ether into the ground to disperse. The first few happen easily, and backup mental walls are formed all over the demon's psyche, managing to keep out the electrically charged compact ether attacks. However, it doesn't stop. A few turn into a few dozen, and that turns into hundreds. In a matter of seconds, over 1,000 highly concentrated lightning strikes collide with this demon, and a single zap finally seeps through the backup mental barrier. This turns its screams into mindless roaring agony, as one attack slipping through opens the floodgates for more. The crowds of lords outside don't stop growing, and words of this exciting second match fill the public discourse. "That's the leader of the ogre conglomeration, isn't it? I didn't know he ever showed his face in this district. I heard he used to be the Citadel Lord. Yeah, no wonder. Did these demons really think they would have stood a chance? He's like a lightning god. That's a really rare affinity, isn't it? So cool, that's our boss. I knew he wouldn't lose to a mere first-class demon. Yeah. Their noble lord got way too cocky to think the ogre conglomeration head would roll over and take it. Ha, everyone begins rooting for the electrified blue ogre, and the fear of the demons in this citadel begins to waver as they feel maybe they've been manipulated into believing these creatures are stronger than they are. These thoughts are even more heavily reinforced when the purple-horned demon facing Ember changes its tone from arrogance to fear. What? What is happening? What did you just do? These words come out just after Ember easily dodges the two incoming demonic slashes cloaked in its shadow step, and the demon feels a horrible burning sensation in its side, right where it was hit moments ago by Ember's fist. Ember doesn't bother to answer, kicking off the wall and spinning to land a kick against the demon's opposite side. This kick sends the demon flying backward again, with eyes full of fear and worry as it catches a glimpse of the nearly translucent flames flickering on Ember's hands and feet. Then, as a resounding thud vibrates through the demon's body when it hits the wall, it looks down at the two wounds on either side of its torso and sees these same barely visible clear flames burning into its body. Plumes of demonic energy and ether healing commands surge into the affected areas, but the demon's heartbeat speeds up and its stomach twists, making it unable to speak. The translucent flames aren't going out, and they're only spreading faster the more it tries to heal them. Ember grins and yells while running toward the terrified demon. What? You thought I didn't have a skill or two of my own? Demons sure are simple-minded creatures. How'd a group of amateurs like you ever take charge of a citadel? The demon attempts to dodge and block as Ember jumps upward, covered in translucent flames. A loud twang echoes through the room as the red-haired human collides with the intersection of Myron's crossed blades. Ember lets his supreme-grade fire summoning, melded with his soul energy and pure ether, loose, spreading the corroding waves of fire over both of the soul weapons tight in the demon's grasp. They melt away, creating an open pathway for Ember to strike the demon directly in the chest, where its divine core and demon lord's core lie. Another shockwave of ether-infused soul energy flames collides with the full guard defenses. The demon attempts to slash at Ember, but its blades are gone down to their handles, and the demon is frightened even more. Its throat is shut with fear, and it tries to run away with its shadow step technique, but Ember follows, sending fists and kicks at the demon to corrode more and more of its upgraded avatar's special defenses. Sometimes being the strongest isn't always a good thing for one's life progression. Being given worlds, nurtured by unbeaten demonic lords, and trained to believe that there are no stronger races than the demons does, in fact, breeds self-confidence to the highest degree. However, the result of this reality being shattered makes it seem as though a veil of lies is being lifted away from this demon's eyes. Its words finally muster out a weak human? Impossible. How are you this strong? You are our slaves, all of you. You're a means to the end goal, where we can make the family head proud, and one day, meet the overseer. It was a lie. Ember's calm expression, with a slight grin, doesn't change at all as he beats this demon senseless. Its broken soul weapons fall to the ground of the dueling room, and patches of its avatar melt away to become defenseless. This is more than enough open space for Ember to send pulses of his compact mental attacks inward, with far more refined ether than their first duel. Sending multiple of these attacks per second does not take the same toll of mental and physical fatigue that it did before. The demon disgraces the Vermilion family name by running from a battle, and its final wall of mental defenses is mercilessly attacked by Ember's onslaught. The full guard avatars are quite strong, gifted to Andros Vermilion by the family head over 10,000 years ago in case of emergencies. However, they are no match for the abuse being put on them now. after over 300 highly targeted mental attacks, finally, one breaks through, and just like Torvak's lightning, this allows a clear path for Ember's next strike. Myron's mind goes white, and Ember does not stop or slow his brutal onslaught for a second. Both of the dueling rooms are lit up by two demons' avatars slowly being torn apart by fire and lightning. The minds of the demons within both, long gone, stare into a white abyss, unable to feel their bodies or know what they even are anymore. Their limbs dissolve, and their soul weapons are melted away by flames and shattered to pieces by thousands of lightning strikes. Nothing remains of the two demons other than a faint green glow of their world tokens, their cores in their chests that are being battered and on the verge of collapse, and the scrambled minds within their skulls. However, at the peak of excitement rolling through all of the nearby districts, and the ear-piercing roars and cheers around the trading palace, an odd action takes place. Both the human and ogre cease their attacks just seconds before killing their opponents. The shattered and fried avatars fall to the dueling room floors, and the obliterated minds of both demons see nothing but white. The crowds watching all go silent, unable to understand why this duel was cut off right before the grand finale. However, the noble demon lord watching from the center of the citadel grits its teeth in anger as it knows exactly why. Chapter 7:11. The five great demon families are bound together in an alliance to rule the upper realm. It is their family loyalty and strict hierarchy that keeps them from betraying one another and focused on advancing for the good of their family branches. To ensure these strict rules and regulations are followed, all demons within the major royal branches have their avatars connected to a central interface monitored by all of the family heads. If any demon dies, all the families will be notified, and the threat will be dealt with swiftly. This is a well-kept secret. Only high-ranking first-class lords, who have dealt with demons in the past, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, back when demons didn't have as much power in certain zones of the upper realm, are aware of it, while the average lord in the crowds of the Volterra district feels as though their show was stopped right before the best part. The human and ogre putting on this display know very well that if they were to end this match by killing these demons, they would be in far more trouble than they can handle right now. In the center of the citadel, Andrus, the noble vermilion demon stationed to watch over the citadel, curses loudly while pacing back and forth even faster. Ember's voice echoes out through the hologram at the front of his massive room, and Andrus hears the words echoed for millions of lords to hear. "Is that all? You demons challenged me. A fifth-class human forced me to accept your terms, and you were beaten this badly just because I purchased a few avatar upgrades." Ember walks closer to the mutilated, melting avatar at the back of the room, shaking his head. Torvak speaks at the same time while stepping a heavy foot onto the remains of the chest of the demon in his room. "Out of respect for the Vermilion family head, we won't kill these runts. For the strong to bully the weak is cowardly. The ogre conglomeration will do business with any race that gives us a deal, and I will gladly challenge anyone who believes we have wronged them. However, this is the last duel I shall accept on such baseless shallow claims." The ogre steps off the avatar and kicks it aside. Looking up to the ceiling of the dueling room, Ember takes a similar stance, as they know exactly who is watching. The Citadel Lord yells out with rage, but he didn't receive this position for his strength alone. Andrus Vermilion is a very intelligent tactical noble demon. He understands that the opponents he is dealing with know knowledge from an era before he was brought to the upper realm just 18,000 years ago to follow the family head. An utter defeat like this is quite an embarrassment, but it can still be salvaged. Their family head has not been notified, so everything that has occurred here is still contained on a local level. Only the Ellipsia Citadel knows of this blunder. The demon opens up a few panels of his status to yell for some of his servants. "Close the Citadel ports. I want all fast travel orbs to and from this skybase halted until this matter is taken care of." As the demon closes his status, he's faced with the fact that even though these two have caused him great trouble and damaged his family name in front of millions of lords, simultaneously, he should be thanking them. If Ember and Torvak had killed both demons then and there, the Vermilion family name would have lessened in stature in the eyes of the other four great families. Even the family head would most likely fire him from his post and replace the Ellipsia Citadel's lord position with a strong first-class demon being nurtured in the Grand Citadel. Or possibly the new noble lord that is said to be arriving soon. While it looks like a declaration of war on the outside, there are many layered meanings to this display. He believes the ogre conglomeration wants to make a deal before they're inevitably squeezed dry of resources. It is better to make a scene and take what they can get while they still have some influence in the city. An interesting tactic. You had a better hand than expected. I guess it's now my turn to make another move. The demon whispers in a room alone as both of the dueling counters for the first round hit zero. and the automatic system declares the human and ogre winners of their duels. The dueling room's life support systems take the two demons in, assessing their shattered avatars and damaged minds, administering the best stabilization treatment they can on site. Their bodies are locked away in private holding rooms within the World Trade Palace. The crowds around the citadel erupt into cheers and chaos, quickly getting over the fact that the demons weren't killed, and crafting their own theories as to why. Public perception of the demons has now been twisted. While they are still the most feared and dominant race, questions about how they even took control of this citadel wander into people's minds. Gossip from old lords who remember when the ogre conglomeration was in power spreads fast, and the narrative of a citadel war on the horizon becomes the main topic of concern. The fact that a human beat a demon still interests some, but it is forgotten quickly as the invisible fire was nowhere near as flashy as the enormous ogre's lightning strikes in greater form. When the two walk out of their dueling pods, neither says a word to the crowds of interested customers as they walk back to the isolated room overlooking the district. Torvak opens up his status as they overlook the streets filled with millions of lords talking about them. Ember stretches his arms and legs, then sits right back down in the chair, throwing his feet up on the empty table. Well, that went better than expected. I didn't have to go all out. Torvak chuckles at Ember's words while reading thousands of transmissions coming in from business partners and high-value customers. I haven't fought like that in quite a while. The mandatory system linking avatars up here really does make the new generation rely on their command tech way too much. I almost feel bad for them. Torvak then stops on two notifications and connects his status to the room's holographic system to show Ember. He replies with a grin. Looks like the High Orcs and Berserker Kings are already interested in reforming the alliance. Torvak nods, continuing to scroll through the incoming messages. Yes, but the Wyverns haven't said a word. They're the cautious types. Torvak's eyes reflexively turn down to Ember's palm, and his expression fills with curiosity, though he doesn't pry. Ember replies, they're loyal but have been on the brink of extinction far too many times to join in matters like this until they're certain of victory. They'll come around after the next phase. Ember's crimson eyes peer down to his palm as well, entertaining Torvak's gaze. This is from the help I said was on the way. Looks like he'll be making his way up here pretty soon. As these events shake the Citadel's culture to its very core, my entire being vibrates and processes copious amounts of divine threads. I'm fighting my own internal battle down below the clouds. I watch the corpse of the Goblin King I just killed dissolve away, as the thick clouds of divine energy in the atmosphere tear through it like it never existed. Without a soul to bind with the matter, the avatar breaks away as if it is just raw mana I'm standing on. However, this is the least of my focus. As my feet hit the hard black rocky ground, the immense amount of green threads within me still tears and churns away at my own flesh. However, I feel much more able to fight back, and within just 10 minutes, I assimilate with all the power granted to me and the excess threads I exposed myself to while absorbing this power. What took over an hour to adapt to while falling through the sky down here now only takes 10 minutes, and I even feel lighter on my feet with far more divine energy in my core. Memories of the Goblin King's ether stores at roughly 400 low-quality ether and a far better understanding of how these avatars really work now flood into my mind. My ether stores have risen by over 25x, and I have a clear-cut path through these exile zones to the Citadel that I've watched the Goblin King travel thousands of times in its life. The ins and outs of many districts within the Citadel become crystal clear, and the knowledge of how dungeon contracts are formed and placed on worlds is the most mind-blowing part that sticks with me. With all this comes the Goblin King's thousands of years of sorrow. When these emotions hit me, I push them to the back of my mind and come back to reality to see Ava's worried gaze staring at me from less than 10 meters away. I look up and speak to her, watching the years that have gone by since the Goblin King bought her on the exile slave market and stole her world replay in the back of my mind. You're free. I guess it's quite odd to look at her now, with far more knowledge of her past and the very realm we stand in. Up until now she's been my guide, teaching me the ways of this strange world, but in an instant the roles have swapped. I smile as her eyes of worry don't cease, but I raise my hand and wave it in front of her face while walking closer. Your world is fine, by the way. I got it right here if you want it back. I stop about a meter in front of her, and she finally replies, how'd you do that? And what are you? Where did you really come from? I shrug. Put your hand out. I already told you everything. I fell from the sky because that citadel wouldn't let me in past their automated defense protocol. She raises her hand with a 0 on it, and I raise mine with 167 to press against her palm. Then I speak again. The only way I'll be able to transfer this is if you swear your loyalty to me. Not as a new exile contract or anything, just as a follower, or better described, a co-lord. We're going to need to rewrite that permanent exile code on your avatar if you ever want to make it out of this zone. Ava's eyes widen, as detailed memories of the Goblin King placing exile contracts on countless lords flash through my mind. It works similarly to mind and body control buffs, like the Curse of the Lich Kings or the Sun God's Curse mark, but is manually registered into each avatar. The only way to break it would be fulfilling the contract and receiving a new avatar, or in this case, I believe rewriting the permanent buff is possible if I replace it with a stronger one. Ava replies, if that is truly possible. I swear my loyalty. As she says these words, I open up my purple barrier again, exposing myself to the pressure outside, and mimic the vivid feelings the Goblin King shared with me when his avatar would transfer worlds through its token to others on the free market high up in the sky. A notification rings in my ears, confirming a new link of loyalty, while the new perk I earned allows me to co-own a world with any lord that swears their loyalty to me. Her palm lights up with 1 as I transfer the third-class world this Goblin King took from her. My palm flickers down to 166 and back to 167. Once the link of loyalty is formed, her eyes widen, and for the brief second that our skin is touching, I feel joy and thankfulness rippling through, but I soon fall to my knees, writhing in agony from exposing myself to the pressure of the outside again. 10 minutes pass, and my mental state becomes clear again after absorbing even more green threads forcefully thrust into my core. Looks like it worked. My head turns back in the direction of the base camp, where many goblins are knocked out cold from the pressure of our fight that ended over 20 minutes ago. Others are starting to wake up and struggle to stand to their feet. Ava looks at me with a concerned expression again, as 2 times now I've fallen unconscious for many minutes in pain, done the impossible by stealing worlds from a lord I killed, used unique avatar commands, and exhibited many other odd tendencies and words that don't add up. She's equally enamored and confused, but I point to the base camp of green domes. I'll explain things later. Come on, let's check on your mining squad then get out of here. We have to move fast before the owner of this exile plot realizes I killed the lord renting 4 of his zones. Chapter 7:12. As we start to walk, my gaze catches the massive black axe stuck in the ground. One that didn't dissolve with the Goblin King's avatar. Many memories of this lord using a system storage rush through my mind, but training to replicate that ability without avatar commands seems far too time-consuming right now. I turn to Ava and yell out, pointing to it, bring that axe along with us. I want to save it for later. With the rapid increase in my adaptation to this environment, I estimate I'll eventually be able to walk around without my purple barrier. When that time comes, I'd like to feed my soul sword every bit of loot I can get my hands on. Ava's confused look makes it clear she doesn't understand why I'd want this worthless chunk of black, dead soul weapon material. But after what she just witnessed, she decides not to question my intentions. However, she has a different concern. My avatar doesn't come preloaded with storage space dash. I reply quickly, as more memories of the Goblin King piece together in my mind. Check your shop function. There should be a small storage feature for 10 ether. I'll pay you back, but we have to go. She opens her mouth to reply but closes it just as fast, opening her system interface and doing as I say. Seconds later, a green and white sliver of space opens up in front of her free hand that doesn't hold her hammer. Then, the axe from this battle falls inside. Quickly, we run to the center of the mining zone to check on the remaining goblins. The majority of them are still out cold, but a handful have managed to stand. 2 in particular I recognize very well. We head straight toward them. Ava confronts Troy and Rain, explaining what happened and convincing them again that they can trust me. I press my palm onto both of the goblins' hands, gaining 2 new links of loyalty with the 2 5th-class goblins. I managed to complete both transfers in a single go, with my barrier open for almost a full second, but it still takes about 10 minutes to recoup feeling in my body. I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart, it's mostly to appease Ava when I tell her I want to leave all these underlings behind. But also, I want to have eyes and a direct telepathy channel down here accessible to me if need be. On the outside, my words and actions may seem cold and cryptic, but I'm taking the simple optimal path that doesn't take much thought while processing a lot of information. My mind is quite scattered and busy conceptualizing the thousands of years of new memories. I've received glimpses of the past via the originator's tomb and Celia's ability before, but those were just slideshows of someone else's life. The memories I received from Draco Vermilion were vivid and overwhelming too. However, it was just a few hundred years, mostly consisting of training and waiting within cultivation rooms and a labyrinth. To add to the simplicity of the demon's memories, I received them once the threat I was facing was defeated. I had all the time I needed to digest and ruminate on their information. Now, I've received vast knowledge of a race on the other side of the galaxy, and his ventures within a realm that trades entire worlds like they're nothing more than gold coins. My perspective of my existence and reality has vastly expanded. The Goblin King's memories were nearly 10 times as long as the demons and packed with hundreds of times more information. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. It's impossible to sift through it all, but very recent memories surface in my mind that happened right before my battle with this lord began. It shows me the path this Goblin King took to get here from the Citadel. Just earlier today, every month, all Lords of Exile plots are allowed to descend from the Citadel and collect profits from their zones. On the underside of the Citadel, a large mountain of black rocks climbs up to almost touch its base. This is where the power plant at its center drops the drained world tokens, and they fall into the endless exile zones for scavengers to mine. This mountain of forgotten worlds loses its steep walls the farther away from the Citadel one travels. So far out here, the ground is basically flat. The zone we're in now is near the outer ring, where only 5th-class ether stones can be found. Many call these zones the Hollow District, as the souls cursed to work in these mines never find anything of profit. It is well known that lords of this status never have lifespans long enough to fulfill their contracts. The middle ring, which I ventured near a few times with Ava watching near the border, is filled with 4th-class ether stones. The central peak, the steep mountain land right below the access point, is where fortunes can be made. It's privately owned land not available for rent, where 3rd-class and above ether stones are said to be mined. Between certain exile zones, there are pathways that are common ground, neutral zones where lords can venture to and from the Citadel access point. The Goblin King took his time making his way over, and this was the last zone it visited. I've wasted a long time healing after the battle. And even if I book it with everything I have, taking the winding neutral path between exile zones isn't going to get me to the access point in time. A blurry map of certain zones in the Hollow District and Middle Ring floats in my mind. Memories of the Goblin King's past pair these random zones with faces of all kinds of illegal avatar dealers, slave traders, and shady lords. Once I recover after granting the 2 goblins their worlds back, I see a clear path I can take to make it to the access point in time if I run now. It isn't exactly going to be a legal route, and it may stir up some chaos in the city above, but I already unknowingly committed to this path when I killed the lord renting this plot. I look up to Ava as I stand to my feet. Alright, the access point to the Citadel is closing. If we don't run now, it's going to take at least another month before we'll get another chance. I look back to the goblins, watching even more of the small green lords hold their heads while standing to their feet behind Rain and Troy. We can't bring them, but I promise we'll come back. In the back of my mind, memories of the Black Market District on the edge of the Citadel flash through my thoughts. I know exactly who owns these plots, and for the right price, any deal can be agreed upon. I just hope I don't meet with them until after I leave this place, as they often come down here to survey their more valuable plots in the middle ring. Ava looks saddened by my words, but my urgency and confidence in my decisions over the last few minutes make her believe every word I've said. Understood. She turns to the 2 and holds their hands, saying a few words to them while I turn my gaze into the green fog, straight in the direction we'll be headed next. After half a minute passes, the goblins scurry away and start helping their fellow lords. Many of them look very injured and fatigued. It makes me wish Abby was here. She could have healed them all in an instant. With this train of thought, another memory floats to the front of my mind. A time the Goblin King entered a shop in a high-end store in the Ashen Blue District, right near the center of the Citadel. This is where he purchased the ability to send a signal down to the lower realm, contacting the kings of the Golden City back on his homeworld. Vague imagery of the possibility of sending and receiving items and energy between realms comes to mind, but I push them back to my subconscious as I focus on the present. Ava and I run forward, powering our footsteps with ether, leaving the mining base behind us, straight toward the barrier we had been walking along for days. As we near it, Ava's face shows hesitation, but her actions don't falter as she runs straight through. Her eyes widen with surprise, and I grin as my theory that my Rising Emperor's buff would override an exile contract is confirmed. In my internal interface, I see her status clearly now. She is level 4521, with a Hobgoblin transformation buff, a Lone Warrior's energy form buff, and a single skill that has never been upgraded called First Instinct. Memories of many other exile zones the Goblin King owns sift through my mind as we run forward. No other zones in the Hollow District's outer ring ever had a third-class lord like her in them. On top of that, none of my new memories, nor my experience sparring with her over the last few days, ever showed me her energy form or skill in use. I believe there is far more to this hobgoblin than I first assumed, but I decide to push off bringing it up once we're not in such a time crunch. I yell out after climbing a large hill of black rocks. Alright, this is the edge of the neutral path separating the Hollow District and the Middle Ring. We can't afford to go around the long way, but the next two zones should be clear. Their lords have most likely already started making their way back to the access point. We can take a shortcut and run right through them. Chapter 7:13, with ether powering our footsteps, Ava and I make great time rushing through the two empty zones that make up the first portion of the Middle Ring. Each plot ranges from 5 to 25 kilometers wide, and the neutral pathways between zones are a few hundred meters thick at most. Within the two zones we cut through, many exiled lords with 0s on their palms show up in my senses as they continue to work, mining out pits of stones just like back in the Hollow District. From my new rush of memories, I can calculate these plot prices and know many of the workers here have exile contracts that need thousands of ether to be fulfilled over similarly long 1,000-plus-year contracts. Many of the workers in these mines come from third-class worlds, just like Ava. She should certainly be placed in a contract like this but was stationed out in the Hollow District for some reason. As we pass by, many don't even look our way. We're using up lots of ether to speed through, and those who do look at us quickly lower their gazes to avoid offending a lord like myself with over 100 worlds. When we get to the next neutral checkpoint in my senses, we follow the curving pathways around a zone that my past memories tell me is always occupied by a strong second-class orc lord. It is far stronger than the Goblin King I just fought, and the pathway we're on is basically a straight shot to the next empty plot in my mind's eye. Ava keeps up with me, as still keeping my barrier closed doesn't allow me to use my divine energy or mana to push myself faster. On top of that, she's now benefiting from the 500% all-stat buffs that linking a third-class world to one's avatar grants. In the Goblin King's memories, I can see that 5th-class worlds granted a 50% buff, 4th granted a 100% buff, and the single 2nd-class world it held granted a 2,500% buff to all stats. There are stacking limits depending on the avatar granted to the lord. Basic avatars can only grant 25 planet buffs per lord, and the high-grade avatar the Goblin King had allowed up to 100 planet buffs. No memories of what first-class worlds grant in stat buffs or the limits of a premium avatar come to mind, but it makes my mind spin with many questions as we continue our travels. I keep quiet, processing all these thoughts, and my mind eventually calms down quite a bit. One thing doesn't add up, and I decide to turn to Ava and ask. I couldn't help but notice, most of the third-class lords we've passed don't have true cores. How did you manage to awaken yours? Words from Ember and the Lich King come to mind, as before I awakened mine, they all said a similar thing, that if I were to compress my core before reaching a green core, it would bring me far more power later on. From what I've seen down here, the only two beings I've seen achieve a true core are Ava and the Goblin King. It took hundreds of years and the cumulative resources of an entire second-class world for it to achieve this, Ava replies as I continue to theorize in my head. Long story short, an ancient Goblin King descended from the upper realm to die on my world in peace, most likely millions of years ago. They left their inheritance deep beneath the crust of our world. My unique skill happened to point me in the direction of its tomb, with enough divine energy for me to almost saturate my true core in less than 30 years. The next strongest hobgoblin on my planet was lucky to awaken their red core in 300 years with the natural divine energy in our star sector. She grins and turns to me with an eyebrow raised. What about you? A third-class human with a true core? There must be something special about your world. There's no reason a demon would waste one of those ascension artifacts on it otherwise. I think about her words carefully and realize I've actually succeeded in a similar way. Celia's pocket world was an inheritance of sorts, as for decades it allowed many humans to extract enough divine energy to compress many true cores. In the end, it actually gave us enough power to stop the world from being taken by demons. I nod and reply, a similar thing happened to me. A higher life form left behind enough divine energy for me to ascend. I pause as we make it to the edge of the next abandoned zone. First instinct, right? That's the name of your skill. What does it do? Ava shrugs, not surprised I know its name at all, and looks off into the green mist in front of us. I still don't know. Sometimes I feel it helps me with battles, boosting my reflexes. Other times, I believe it allows me to seek out high levels of energy, like an improved mana sense. It is always active, like a passive skill, but I can pour mana into it to increase its range. There is never a decisive answer, only a warm instinctual feeling. I look at her with a curious and confused gaze. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. When I look at her skill within my internal interface, there are no details that tell what this skill really does either. I can't confirm or deny anything she's telling me, and this mystery interests me very much as she continues. Look. It's hard to explain. I activate it when I have hard decisions to make, or am in a life or death scenario. It's never proved to lead me astray, she chuckles. Though, I was having my doubts when I chose to willingly be in exile in the Hollow District instead of a 400-year contract in the Middle Ring. Things tend to work out, my gaze tightens with skepticism. A battle instinct or large energy sensory field that helped her find an inheritance tomb makes sense. However, deciding to work until she dies instead of picking a shorter contract term on a whim sounds insane. I decide to look back into the mist in point, not wanting to challenge a string of coincidences I can't prove. If she believes it to be so, that is fine. Come on, let's move. We speed run through 3 more zones, making it 50 kilometers deeper into the Middle Ring, closer to the Citadel. Hundreds of past treks to and from the Citadel of the Goblin King rush through the back of my mind, and its speed doubles mine with ease. If, in our battle, it had decided to only dodge and use its overwhelming strength and speed to its advantage, it could have easily gotten away. Ether alone in my footsteps isn't going to be enough to make it. I stop once we get to the edge of another abandoned zone, closing my eyes and trying to make a mental map. But many of these areas this far away from the Goblin King's plots are unknown to me, mostly unexplored territory. They just appear as black foggy blotches in my mind's mental map. It is impossible to know if running through them will result in the same success as the last 5 empty zones or if there will be waiting lords mad that we're trespassing, like the orcs plot I avoided before. When my eyes open, I shake my head and whisper under my breath, we have to take the risk. I'm not spending another full month down here. I run forward instead of taking the long way around on the neutral path, and Ava follows without any hesitation. Minutes pass, and we make it through, just like any other abandoned zone, and my confidence to do so again rises, so we run straight through the next mystery plot without stopping for a second. Over half an hour passes, and we run though half a dozen more mystery plots with no problem. Many of them I shouldn't even know if the Lord owners are present, as we don't even run into any workers on a few of them. However, I find myself in the dead center of a mystery plot, with no known zones on all sides, and hear a loud resounding yell come from the mist in front of me. What zone do you come from? State your name. Who dares step on my land? The voice is deep and confident, and I sift through all of the new voices that the Goblin King has dealt with down here in the mines and even up above in the Citadel, but none come to mind. This is an unknown lord, with an unknown strength, and I don't know at all if they're territorial or if this is merely one of the exiles that works on this plot. So, I reply in a calm tone, not wanting to cause any more trouble than necessary. We're just off to the access point before it closes, no other reason. We'll leave your plot at once. Before my words even cut off, I see 3 massive crescents of ether-infused energy cutting through the eerie mist in front of us, curving around to close in directly on me. I grit my teeth while channeling ether into my hands, then jump forward to block the 2 crescents as they intersect. A bright explosion of white light, green divine threads, and crystal-clear mana-infused water magic bursts all around me. The brunt of the blow is stopped by my barrier, but the intensity of ether that ripples through me is near the same attacking force as the Goblin King's axe, and it was a long-range attack. I fall back to the ground, landing on my feet, and Ava lifts her hammer in defiance behind me. But I yell out again in a far more stern tone this time, we're seriously not here to fight. I'll transfer you some ether for the trouble if that's what you want. We're going to be late for the access point. I don't want to make an enemy out of you. A loud roar comes back, and a deep yell follows. I do not care for your excuses, and I do not want your ether. This disrespect will not be tolerated. You will die for stepping onto my plot. Thieves. This is followed by echoing footsteps, and the figure of a humanoid creature, over 7 meters tall, comes our way. As its body comes into even more focus, I begin to see a long tail trailing behind it and thick scales covering its body. Despite the green threads vibrating out from it, the shapes all shimmer with a shade of dark blue, and its sharp eyes match this color. My gaze shifts to its hands and feet, which are covered in black armor, same as its middle body covering its vitals. However, as this blue-scaled lizard man lets out another roar, I watch the black armored gauntlet around its right 3-clawed hand glow with ether, mana, and divine energy, telling me this is certainly a soul weapon user we're dealing with. The thick gauntlets cover up its world token, so I can't see how many worlds this being has, if any at all. It charges forward much faster than either Ava or I could run on our way over, so I know I'll have to engage. I charge up my fists, channeling the same mental energy that cooked the Goblin King's mind in seconds, and yell even louder as it lets out another 3 energy blades from its claws. Last chance. Back down, or I'm not holding back. I sense Ava already moving her stance behind me to dodge the impact of these slashes, so I just allow all 3 to hit me across the body point blank. taking the brunt of the blow while focusing on charging my fists with even more compact ether. It feels much easier, faster, and second nature to separate the brighter, tougher physical ether from the compact and compressed translucent ether that comes from deep within my mind. The charging lizard man doesn't seem to register anything I'm doing as it charges up its other gauntlet and lets out another 3 water-based ether blades my way. I allow them to hit my purple barrier, and it does nothing to me but fill my body with a light tingling sensation. As the beast gets within striking distance of me, I shake my head and jump upward. While punching the blue-scaled lizard in the chest, I yell at it again, "I told you to stand down." Then, I release a concentrated mental attack that flows right through its armor and permeates its avatar's instant defenses with ease. The lizard's eyes roll to the back of its head, and it stops its roars and furious charging instantly while falling backward with me standing on its body. My first thought is that this is all a waste of time and energy. While I'm in the wrong for trespassing into its plot, it could have just let us leave. This makes me think twice about killing my partially innocent attacker, though, before I can even decide whether or not to continue running and spare this mindless beast's life, I hear even more rumbling footsteps coming from all around us. My gaze locks eyes with Ava as I jump off the lizard's chest and stand beside her holding her bright white hammer. Then, we stand back to scan the rolling hills and deep mining pits of black stones, preparing for whatever this rhythmic rumbling coming our way is. Very soon after, we find out exactly what these footsteps and growing shadows are. Over 100 identical blue-scaled lizardmen figures emerge from the fog and move in on us from all sides. Chapter 7:14. No more voices ring out, only footsteps and hot ether-imbued auras emerge from the green fog around us. The pull in my ether senses tells me all the approaching lizardmen have ether strength similar to the one I just incapacitated in a single attack. However, it most likely means these are all just minors, and their plot lord is not present. I try to sift through more of the Goblin King's memories as the hordes of lizards come out of the fog in full clarity. Every single one of them has the exact same deep blue scales as the one lying unconscious nearby. However, many of them carry varying soul weapons. I spot swords, shields, clubs, axes, daggers, hammers, and strange weapons I've never seen before. All of them simultaneously glow with a bright white ether radiance, and I draw a blank in my memories. This patch of the middle ring is still a complete mystery to me. The Goblin King always tracked many zones away from this one. All the surrounding zones from here until reaching the central peak, where the land actually slants upward to form a mountain, are unknowns. Even conversations I recall with the merchants and slave traders in the black market never mentioned renting out these plots. They're all certainly privately owned. I snap myself back to reality to deal with the situation at hand. It doesn't matter who owns this plot, I just need to make my way through. I call out again. I'm not here to make a mess. I just want to leave and make it to the access point in time. My gaze scans over everyone, and not a single one of them flinches. I know that no matter how many physical attacks I take, my purple barrier can protect me. However, the tightly gripped hammer in Ava's grasp, less than 10 meters away from me, doesn't put me at ease. There is no way to protect her with enemies coming from all sides, and her avatar limits the amount of ether she can use in a single attack. Even if I gave her half of my stores right now, it wouldn't make a difference. Transferring some of my base stats to her might give her a slight edge, but it would drastically decrease my own fighting ability and healing speed in case I'm injured. Only one possibility comes to mind. I make the split decision to use my internal Rising Emperor's domain interface to share my mythic grade all-seeing eye with her and transmit quick instructions on how to upgrade her skill. It will drastically increase her reflexes and, hopefully, a little luck. There isn't much more I can do other than yell through our link while I run forward, "Stay near their fallen miner." I doubt they'll go all out and risk killing a fellow lizard man. I watch her skill proficiency tick up to special grade, then legendary grade, and finally mythic grade as her eyes widen and she steps backward toward the sleeping lizard man. My fists burn hot with condensed mental ether, and my footsteps trail with bright physical ether streams. Even now, it's become easier to tap into this power than it was moments ago. I just visualize and manifest the same feeling as I did in my last 2 battles and challenge the marching blue-scaled lizards without fear. Their eyes show no fear at all either. And when I run far enough away from their fallen miner, a barrage of energy slashes comes flying my way. I'm hit from every side, but the attacks aren't much more powerful than the ones I received head-on before. Over a dozen energy slashes dissipate, and their ether invades my body. But it is nothing more than hot tingles that are instinctively healed by the time I take my next step. A smile grows on my face as the marching lizardmen send more attacks my way, and they do little to no damage while I quickly close the gap. However, I notice that some of their attacks are not water-based. I sense wind blades striking me, concentrated crescents of fire, and even the rare attack made of mana summon stone. While it's unexpected, it isn't something I need to ponder much, with every attack powered by ether, being the only substance that can penetrate my defensive barrier. The makeup of the mana base doesn't matter to me at all. I jump upward to collide with a dual sword-wielding lizard man and punch its blade, not even aiming for its body. The impact is more than enough to send waves of my condensed ether through its soul weapons. Attacking its psyche with a horrible shock, I gauge their strength to be similar to the Goblin Kings and only send enough deadly ether into their minds to knock them out, not kill them. They are in the right here, protecting their land from a random rogue lord trespassing on their territory. Even if I did kill them, I would make another enemy out of an even stronger lord ruling over all of them. This is my thought process as I turn midair to strike another lizardman's incoming spear while the sword wielder I just clashed with falls backward unconscious, staring blankly. As my fist collides with the spear's tip, another one falls, and I land on the ground, changing my fists to turn toward the next one. I waste no time, running in jagged patterns, using condensed mental attacks one after another on the lizardmen aiming to kill me without fear or remorse. They see their fellow warriors falling left and right, but dive toward me to try and land attacks like loyal soldiers. My proficiency with my attacks grows faster and more concentrated with every punch I throw. I land hits on the sides of some lizard's armor, collide with others' weapons, and strike bare scales on others. Each attack I throw tones down my ether consumption because my proficiency rises. If I punch too hard, I'll easily fry these monsters' minds permanently. Dozens of warriors fall, but from the depths of the fog on the horizon, I begin to see more shadowy outlines of another row of lizardmen joining the battle. While I could fight here all day, that's part of the issue. I want to get past this zone and make it to the central peak, yet I don't know exactly how far I must travel or how many soldiers will appear. At this very thought, while I punch a lizardman out cold and land on my feet, I see its palm tightly grasping its weighted longsword and notice an unexpected one on its world token. I lunge forward, blocking an axe swinging down on me while stopping a dagger user from the other side, both with fists full of condensed mental ether. They fall unconscious the moment they collide with me, and I pay far more attention to their palms. Noticing the same one on each of them, I run forward again, receiving over 50 slashes across my body. Some are strong enough to throw off my footing, but none are strong enough to do any real damage. I knock out another 14 lizardmen. Every single one of them has a 1 on their world token, and I realize things here might not be the same as every other exile plot I've seen before. I look back and spot Ava, standing atop the first lizardman I knocked out. Her glowing white hammer is raised above its head, and about 24 lizardmen surround her with their weapons raised as well. She's using their fellow man's life as insurance, and they're at a standstill, a 1-against-24 standoff. When all of these lords have at least second-class strength, would not have gone in her favor no matter what she tried. Her tactic worked out well to stall, but it won't last forever. However, it seems like the more I fight, the more lizardmen gather around me. The next line of blue-scaled lizards has now emerged from the thick green fog, essentially replacing the fallen soldiers I've taken out over the last minute. Not good. We're going to miss the access point closing at this rate. I whisper under my breath, surrounded by over 100 lizardmen converging on all sides. Even more emerge from the green fog on the other side of the battlefield, and the 24 surrounding Ava double in numbers quickly. With far more troops approaching, every single one of them is a lord with a world of their own, and the odds of both of us making it out in one piece drastically fall. I try to rack my brain for more ideas as the seconds pass and more lizardmen fall around me. When I think things couldn't get any worse, I spot a far larger problem. Above, a few hundred meters in the air, just high enough for my vision to see its shadow, the outline of a massive creature flaps its wings overhead. My eyes widen as the only thing I can see is a glowing 1426 in the sky as it circles above us, watching its underlings overwhelm their prey. Meanwhile, even higher above the clouds in the citadel, a meeting is taking place on the top floor office of the World Trading Palace. Torvak answers 2 calls incoming from his system interface, linking it to the room's conference feature. 2 large holograms stare back at him in amber. One of the holograms has a user tag reading, A6793, and the massive 9-meter-tall high orc below the tag gives a professional smile as he sees his company. Congratulations on your matches. I believe this is a secure channel, correct? Ember recognizes the face of another first-class lord he's done business with in the past, but Torvak replies with a thin smile, it should be secure, but a trip to a central meeting point to discuss real business would be far wiser. In theory, while using linked avatars, any of our conversations can be tapped. The high orc grunts and nods, looking over at the second hologram in the room with the user tag, Zashin 1005. it belongs to a towering 12-meter-tall berserker giant king with terrifying sharpened teeth, green eyes, and two massive longswords in its grip. The swords are raised in the air as it joins the conversation. Oh, come on, who cares if they hear us? You've already basically declared war on the demons. We're going to have to fight them no matter what we say. Ember laughs and speaks. Zesh, you haven't changed a bit. Ember grins with his arms crossed and looks up at the massive hologram. The berserker giant lets out a laugh of his own. No one calls me that, but. His eyes widen as he realizes who this red-haired human really is. No way, you're really back, Ember nods. Indeed. You think Torvak would provoke the demons like this without a plan? And I'm Ember from now on. Ember the human, the berserker giant swings its swords about and even throws one spinning up into the air so high that it disappears from the hologram's view. Asik, the high orc, looks far more serious as he replies, "It's good to see you back. Times have changed up here. I've managed to stay alive and keep a large amount of my first-class worlds safe, but that's only natural for us, the warlords of the Ellipsia Citadel. Many of my lower-class races have had to resort to selling illegal avatars and black market deeds just to get by." Torvak nods slowly and replies, "Yes, I brought Ember up to speed. He has seen my books and knows of the demon's suppression." Zashin catches his sword midair and jumps in. "I've also managed to hold a good amount of my first-class worlds. Most of my newly ascended race does alright too. We make enough in the Grand Citadel's yearly fighting tournaments to get by. And, for a side business, many of the first and second-class demons use us as their sparring puppets until our avatars break. We're the only race strong enough to stand up to their raw strength and speed." Ember nods along and finally replies, "Good. I studied the books and spent a few days in the Volterra district listening in on the general concerns of citizens. While it looks as though the Citadel is still booming on the outside to visitors, all it would take is one more noble demon to show up, and the power balance would tilt entirely in their favor." He pauses, glancing over at Torvak's messages and noticing one still completely left in the dark, continuing his thoughts after a few seconds. "Before I explain what I'd like from you, I have one question. The wyverns. I didn't expect them to call in after a single stunt, and of course, without confirmation that I'm truly here. But I'm curious. Where have they gone? Not a soul spoke their names in the streets these past 3 days. It's as if they've disappeared from the upper realm." Chapter 7:15. The massive shadowy figure flapping its wings in the clouds above continues to circle the battlefield, watching its subordinates surround and overwhelm us. I'm not necessarily in any real danger, however, in my current state, I can't fly to get away from these seemingly endless hordes of blue-scaled lizards. The best I can manage is a few steps into the air, and even then, the monsters surrounding me are far faster, so running wouldn't solve my issues. I'm able to easily knock out every creature I hit, whether that's making contact with their weapons or scales. Every collision adds another fallen lizard man to the ground and simultaneously increases my ether proficiency by a small amount. While none of the hits I'm receiving help me train my healing or make any massive leaps in progress that shock my system, I'm still growing stronger. Yet, out of the corner of my eye, I watch the lizard men surround Ava, and one even throws an attack despite Ava threatening to drop her hammer on their fallen lord's head. It is a surprise attack, a white wind crescent. From a curved blade aimed at her back, the ether within it is strong. But I've come to realize while digesting the Goblin King's memories that my ether senses are quite unique and fine-tuned. Those with normal avatars can't sense the heat coming their way instinctively, so my eyes widen when I see Ava jump up in the air to start the momentum of a backflip, throwing her hammer forward, missing the fallen lizardman's head beneath her by less than a meter. Her aim was not to injure or even scare the lizards around her, it was to create extra momentum to throw herself upward on a gut instinct. The white energy blade from behind schemes under her feet by millimeters, then curves upward to avoid the hordes of lizardmen nearby. While I punch 3 more lizardmen out cold and start running Ava's way, I watch over 3 dozen weapons heat up with ether, divine energy, and mana, preparing their attacks to hit the easy target in the sky. I'm equally shocked at her ability to dodge an attack from a being far stronger and faster than her, but simultaneously spare the lizardman's life below her while jumping up in the air with a smile on her face. My punches speed up, and I take out 10 more enemies, but I'm still over 100 meters away when she reaches the peak of her jump into the air. She is upside down, gracefully finishing her whole flip, rising above the sea of lizardmen from my point of view. The looming 1426, glowing and green circling above us dives downward, and its wings grow larger and larger in my vision, its pointed head, with sharp blue and black eyes, pierces out from the fog, and its wide-scaled blue wings flap again as it swoops down to reveal its enormous body, stretching over double the distance between myself and Ava, covering the entire battlefield with an eerie shadow. Right before the lizardmen below release their attack, its deep and wise-sounding voice echoes through the Sea of Lords, "Halt your attacks!" Ava falls to the rocky ground in the center of all the lizardmen as they grip their weapons but don't follow through on their attacks. Even the lizards around me step back, uncharge their weapons, and lower their heads. The massive creature above flies all the way overhead, and I see its clawed legs and tail trailing behind its body. A blue wyvern. I whisper under my breath, recognizing this creature from a special floor on a labyrinth I farmed long ago. However, this creature that is flying over me now is hundreds of meters long, far larger than any simulated wyverns I've faced. Along with that, no memories from the Goblin King ever mentioned the existence of wyverns at all. As these thoughts race through my mind, it continues to circle around us, and the lizardmen all back away, receding like shadowy outlines in the mist. Some of them remain visible, while others are now just out of sight. I run over to Ava. Through the dozens of lizardmen I knocked out during their attack, she is completely fine. Grabbing her hammer from the ground as I come near, and the massive wyvern circles around again to land in front of us with a resounding thud, its taloned feet grip deep into the loose rocky ground, one of them glowing with its world token. It brings its wings inward, making its body look far smaller once it's settled in. The creature stares down at us with a curious gaze, and a bright orb of white translucent light erupts from its forehead. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. At first, I try to put up defenses, but it expands extremely quickly, far too fast to react to, and by the time I activate my ether defenses, the ball has already washed through the entire battlefield, then dissipates into the air like it was never even there. The wyvern's mouth opens again, and I hear its low and calculated voice speak once more. "Who are you?" "A human with the abilities of an elder lord before this era. It is an impossible feat. Your race cannot even reach a lifespan of 1,000 years in the higher zones." Its sharp eyes shift in focus as if it's looking through me, yet I don't feel any hostility coming off this massive creature. It looks like it wants to ask more questions but waits in silence, ready for me to answer. Seconds pass, and I feel Ava moving closer to me, very confused at this turn of events and far more scared of what will happen next than I am. This is because all of the lizardmen that litter the battlefield around us begin to wake up, stand to their feet in a groggy manner, and then bow to the wyvern. I'm positive the attacks I sent into them should have knocked them out for hours, if not days, yet after being consumed by that pulse of ether from the wyvern, they all are miraculously healed. It reminds me of how Ember sometimes heals, so I don't waste any more time and reply. "I could ask the same thing to you." That was not an avatar ability. In the same moment, I close my eyes, trying not to forget the imagery I just witnessed, and ball up ether that I would normally use to probe my surroundings, focusing it in a small orb within my consciousness. Then, I release it, showing a much smaller ball of white light erupt from my mind and cover the battlefield. It certainly isn't as strong as the wyverns, and is missing the healing properties it infused. However, I managed to send a pulse of ether perception out over 500 meters in all directions, increasing my senses by over 2 times and heightening its depth by a large degree. I sense dozens of 4th-class ether stones in the rocks around and over 250 lizardmen within my immediate perception. Their ether glows hot in my senses as bright as day. However, it is exactly the same in every one of them. Systematic, machine-like, all stored like identical data in the avatars they wear. My senses even pulse through Ava, as she's the closest to me, and I sense all of the ether stores within her avatar. It is hot and strong, yet it is all in its physical base form, like the basic attacking and blocking maneuvers. None of the lizardmen or Ava have any condensed, translucent mental ether within their bodies. In fact, they don't have any ether within their true beings at all. It all floats within this artifact that is here in place of their bodies and isn't even theirs to begin with. It's like a piece of gear they're temporarily using, giving them quick fixes of power but ultimately stunting their long-term growth. My mind is being blown at this realization while simultaneously looking into the massive wyvern's being that glows with an immense amount of both physical and mental ether. It has an avatar, but I can tell there is a great separation between its true mind and the mana and divine energy that tethers it to this physical plane. I can't see too deeply, as I only let out a single pulse of perception, and the feedback I get is far too bright and convoluted. It looks similar to the first time I looked into Ember's body within the throne while using my ether senses for the first time. The wyvern's eyes shift again, and it speaks in the same calm tone. "We both may have secrets to hide, but I must know one thing. Are you aligned with the demons?" My heart rate speeds up at this question, but I reply quite quickly and honestly, considering I had to kill one that was trying to take over my world to get here. And they kicked me out of their citadel before I even stepped foot on it. I'd say we're not on good terms. The wyvern doesn't move, but its gaze stays locked on us as it thinks over my words. We're at quite the stalemate here. Both of us know that this wyvern is stronger physically, but it witnessed me take its underling's attacks head-on without flinching or receiving a scratch, and the probing it did earlier most likely revealed the fact that I have a demon lord's core in my chest. Given the memories from the Goblin King about the demon's overwhelming rule of the citadel above us, I can infer this creature doesn't want to risk offending them even if there is a small chance on one of their servants. However, there is much that I don't know. No memories of these so-called elder lords before this era come to mind, as the Goblin King must not have been old enough to hear of this name. It never even knew wyverns existed. I try to take advantage of this gap in knowledge while respecting its power. We do not want any trouble. I had no knowledge that you owned these plots. My partner and I were just trying to make it to the access point before it closed, and well, that may not be possible now, but we don't want to fight. The wyvern doesn't take as long as it usually does to reply. I thank you for sparing the lives of my subjects. However, I do not believe your words, and I cannot let you leave my land. A human like you with such power logically should not exist. My belief is you are a demon in disguise, and you have violated the terms of our agreement. Its eyes focus more, and I start to see ether glow around its body. It speaks again. I have intel that a new noble demon is arriving this month. It is not impossible that this is a plot to plant the seeds of our extinction once and for all. So, I will ask you to prove you are truly against them, or you shall never leave this plot alive. Simultaneously, above, in the meeting of elder warlords of the Ellipsia Citadel, eyes widen after Ember's question about the wyverns that have gone missing. No one replies for a full 10 seconds. Even Torvak, beside him in the room, starts to sweat. However, as no one else wants to speak, he is the one who breaks the silence. The Vermilion family. 12,000 years ago, its family head made its footing to be declared the fifth great family by exterminating the Wyvern clan. They were the ones with control of the Grand Citadel after all. It's only natural their remaining troops went into hiding. The room goes silent, and Asik, the High Orc, adds to Torvak's point with a saddened nod. I haven't received a transmission from them in over 10,000 years. Last I heard, the last Red Wyvern was publicly executed in the Grand Citadel 6,000 years back. The Berserker Giant King still keeps its battle-hungry grin. But undertones of anger can be heard as it swings its blades in the hologram and replies to Asik, I got to fight a bronze wyvern 8,000 years back in the battle tournament, but yeah, they're as good as gone. I'm sure many are in hiding still, but the Citadel surveillance would surely pick up on their presence the moment they showed themselves in public. Ember stays silent for a moment after this information comes to light, but behind his eyes, an even mix of fury and excitement stirs. Finally, all of the puzzle pieces of this zone of this upper realms fall from its former grace fit together in his mind. Chapter 7:16. The wyvern's gaze doesn't move off of us, and continues to become more skeptical as I try to explain why I'm here. I assure you, I am not aligned with the demons. This agreement you've made with them is not knowledge that I have. The massive, blue-scaled monster stares with an unchanged gaze, but I feel the ether aura around it begin to grow hotter. As it already said, it didn't believe me and wants concrete proof. The ground beneath its taloned feet starts to vibrate, and I think through all the possible ways I could convince this random creature I'm not aligned with the demons. However, its logic is quite sound. From all the knowledge I've already gained from the Goblin King, humans cannot grow much further than goblins. Even the king would have trouble facing one of the scaled lizards I was facing with ease moments ago. The dense demon's core in my chest doesn't help my position at all, but I reply with the truth, the noble demon you speak of. The Vermilion family's next lord, right? I killed him to protect my world. I fell down to the exile zones by accident. It is merely a coincidence we've met. I trespass to try and make it up to the Citadel. The wyvern's gaze finally changes, but it is not in the way I would have hoped. Its growing ether aura increases in intensity, and it yells back, a human, killing a noble demon. Do you take me as a fool? The ground shakes, and many piles of black rocks all around us begin toppling over. The massive monster doesn't move, it still sits in place staring down at us, waiting for an explanation. However, there is none to give. I contemplate opening up a telepathy channel with Ember, but the distance from here to the Citadel is still thousands of kilometers. I need to defuse this situation myself. I'll prove it by killing the Vermilion family head. Memories from Draco's life rush through my mind, and I see the two conversations he had with the family head on the demon's homeworld in the lower realm. it was stated that once he made it to the upper realm, clear instructions on his family duties, and the opportunity to meet the royal family head would become available. It is safe to say the demons that attempted to enslave my homeworld are a common enemy to this blue wyvern. So the claim I yell isn't out of the realm of possibilities. Its eyes widen, and the shaking ground paired with the expansion of its aura stops all of a sudden. It is possible you're serious. Would a spy sent down here even dare to say such a thing? Its tone turns to ponder my words, and I stare up at the massive being for over 10 seconds as it thinks. The tension in the air doesn't break until the wyvern stretches out its wings, and a thin smile appears on its long face. I do not believe your words, but I do think your reason for being here is far more complicated than I've made it out to be. I have a test for you. Complete it, and you'll make it out of here alive while simultaneously getting to the access point before it closes. A rush of relief washes through me as the wyvern flaps its wings, then turns its body to whip its long blue tail around, moving hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye before crashing down in front of me. The movement was so fast I couldn't even see it until it already finished. It covered its scales in dense white ether that feels searing hot just looking at it for too long. The shielding that covers its scales moves up its tail and covers its entire back as it speaks again. Both of you, climb on. I will take you to the central peak. If you are truly enemies of the demons, and have such ambitions to kill the Vermilion family head, then taking out the exile guardian first shouldn't be a problem. Right? Eva is frozen in confusion. Everything that has happened in the last few minutes makes no sense at all, considering she has little knowledge of the Citadel other than the basic rules and regulations transmitted from avatars and her brief stay above the clouds when being processed before her contract date began. I am in a similar state. While the Goblin King has seen the Guardian before, it was in the neutral zones and always from a great distance. Plus, with no ether senses active, all I know is its race. The imagery of a shadowy cyclops figure that roams the large mountain of ether stones below the power plant comes to mind, but I don't know anything other than that. It doesn't trust me, and its words make it sound like it doesn't believe my story about killing a noble demon. However, from its shift in tone, it sounds like it is trying to make the best out of a strange situation. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. While I'm certain it's trying to take advantage of me in some way, in some ways, I'm trying to do the same. So, I reply, very well, point me to the enemy, and I will pass your test. I look at the curved tail that leads to the wyvern's back and hesitate. I might be quite heavy. Its gaze tightens again as the bright white shielding covers its entire body. Then another pulse of ether comes out from its forehead. Rippling through both of us, focused solely on perception, then, its eyes widen. Your existence defies reality once again. Another wave of white ether wraps its body again, and it nods. Your unique avatar should not be a problem. My eyes widen back, as I can't tell if it sees my true form or if it really thinks I have a special avatar. This being has unfathomable strength and wisdom. I decide not to question its words any further. I just nod and take a few steps forward, but stop right before the edge of the wyvern's tail and turn back to put out a hand to Ava. Come on, let's pass this test. If he wanted to kill us, we would already be dead. I feel the activation of Ava's skill ripple through my Rising Emperor's domain interface. And a second later, she steps forward with full confidence to grab my hand. Both of us turn and step onto the wyvern's tail and walk up it while the monster stretches its wings, preparing to fly. As my footsteps move up its scales, concentrated ether moves to match my movements, and it lifts its tail upward. Withstanding the immense mass I carry with ease, we make it to the middle of the monster's back, and it flaps its wings hard enough to bring us off the ground, trailing thick streams of divine energy, mana, and ether behind as we begin moving in the same direction we were traveling before, flying right above the surface of the exile mines, less than 300 meters off the ground. I can still sense faint signatures of lizardmen and hundreds of fourth-class ether stones flying by beneath us. I try to visualize and pinpoint where we are heading in relation to the crude mental map I've pieced together from the Goblin King's memories, but this entire area of land in the exile zones is a complete unknown to me. The only memories I have are of taking a long winding path around these zones, and my curiosity only grows the further in we fly. Minutes pass, and our speed only increases, making me believe the stalling I've done fighting these past hours will probably be overcome. Entire plots of exile zones fly by beneath us, as Ava continues updating me through our internal telepathy link every time we pass through a barrier that is impossible for me to see. The wyvern stays silent, just flapping its wings and cycling dense ether through its body, using up more stores with every flap of its wings than I've ever used up in my entire life. I can't get a proper read on this mystical creature at all. As confused as it is about my existence, I'm equally confused about his. The wise, resounding voice breaks me out of my pondering after over half an hour passes. We should be nearing the edge of my claim soon. It borders the edge of the middle ring and the bottom of the central peak. My current avatar contract forbids me from leaving, so I must watch you complete my test from the sidelines. I raise an eyebrow at its words, and simultaneously, the wyvern's body tilts upward with its next wing flap, reacting to the shift in the ground's tilt. Instead of flat mines with occasional pits, now we're flying up a steep incline that looks like it will never end. Sounds of large amounts of stone moving hit my ears, along with the echoing vibrations of teeth grinding. Loud thuds of footsteps fill my senses as well, along with grunts and screeches that vibrate through the air for all to hear. An eerie cold, demonic presence radiates from in front of us, but it doesn't feel like it's coming from a single point. The wyvern keeps flying upward, and a bright light shines through the dense green fog far away, high in the sky. Soon after it appears, the wyvern's flight path shifts to begin flying in circles rather than moving forward. We're on the backside of the mountain. While you could pass through the zone barrier and leave my claim without ever fulfilling my test, you will have the wyverns as an eternal ally if you do. Your appearance has been the first that has truly piqued my interest since the fall of the Grand Citadel. It pauses as my mind fills in the imagery of what my imagination hears. An enormous mountain of ether stones and dead, drained black rocks is before us. It is thousands of kilometers wide. The bright, glowing white light in the fog is the underside of the power plant. Once a month, many lords dump their worlds into the incineration artifact, and many dead stones are dropped down here. It stays open for many hours, and a black market business formed to create opportunities for lords to use this as an access point to and from the citadel, while a gang of orcs mostly runs the exile contract business and covers the logistics of renting out plots to lower-class lords, like the Goblin King for example. The true owners of this citadel are still the demons, and they want to be in control and get a piece of every profitable avenue they can. The central peak, a wide mountain ridge with third-class ether stones and above, is now covered in green cord ascended demonic beasts. I've only seen similar creatures once before in my life. That was within the abyss that surrounded the throne on my homeworld. However, memories of a long-lost past of Draco Vermilion, on his homeworld when he was a young fledgling demon, come to mind. He fought off ascended demonic beasts that covered his planet. The Goblin King has seen what covers this country-sized mountain, and I can instantly visualize the enormous demonic sandworms churning through the rocks at the base of the mountain. They are surrounding it to make sure no illegal intruders come from unauthorized zones, making these grinding sounds ring through the air. The heavy thuds, grunts, and screeches are the demonic orcs and ogres that circle the higher, well-carved-out paths of the mountain near the middle area. They overlook and guard the areas above where the demonic sandworms make their nests, circling the peak and making sure all approaching lords take the single neutral path on the opposite side of the mountain that we're on to make it to the access point. Lastly, right beneath the blinding white light, standing at the top of the peak, a 250-meter-tall ascended demonic cyclops holds a soul weapon with a ball on a chain, overlooking the entire peak as its guardian. Creatures like this are mindless and feral, infected by darkness and only good for war and destruction. The demons often only use demonic beasts for training in the lower realm. However, exceptionally strong ones are forcefully ascended to the upper realm. As there is always a use for tools like this, as this visual comes to life in my mind, the wyvern descends and slows its circling until it comes to a thud on the ground right in front of the final zone barrier between its land and the demon-owned central peak. This is your test. If you are truly an enemy of the demons, and have killed the Vermilion family demon as you claimed, I want you to fight your way to the top of this peak. Surely, killing another noble demonic being shouldn't be a problem for you. Chapter 717, Another Noble Demonic Being? I reply as the slope of the wyvern's back makes it easy for Ava and me to slide down, coming to a thud on the slanted rocky ground beside the large monster. It replies while looking up at the bright white light, that's right. The guardian of the exile zones comes from a noble grade world. No one but the noble demons can control it. Perfect to keep lords that indulge in illegal business in line down here. I consider its words and compare them to the knowledge I already have. As far as the Goblin King was aware, second and first-class lords rule the business world in the citadel above. On top of that, certain races live longer and have far higher innate talent and strength. Long-lasting power in the upper realm leads to greater family backing as well, which can lead to the inheritance of higher-grade worlds to stack the buffs within one's avatar. For the average lords, having a few third-class worlds is enough for most of the citadel to show respect. However, once a lord steps into the limelight of having even one second-class world, the true pinnacle of power becomes far clearer. The ogres, high orcs, and berserker giants are the highest private holders of second and first class worlds in the Citadel, their leaders being the only ones allowed to hold the first class worlds. The Goblin King's memories contain no knowledge of noble grade worlds ever being traded on any market. However, whispers of the Demon Citadel Lord coming from a noble world did pass by whenever its subordinates roamed the streets. My memories of Draco Vermilion coming from a noble grade world are quite foggy. It was only a fledgling demon for a few short years before it was taken from that hellscape. However, if this wyvern says the demonic Cyclops guardian atop this peak comes from a noble world, it must be a similar strength as noble demons. As I stare off into the green fog, I know there is a neutral zone between the middle ring and central peak. If Ava and I ran forward right now, we could walk around the mountain's base and attempt to go through the access point the legal way. However, the wyvern's ancient and wise gaze burns through my back. If the Goblin King had no knowledge of what noble worlds even were, and also had never heard of wyverns, my guess is this being that has brought me here could certainly be a powerful ally if I accept its test. On top of that, the many thuds of footsteps and churning teeth sound like more power just waiting to be absorbed in my ears. If this wyvern hadn't saved us all this travel time by flying, I'd be disappointed to not have the chance to fight the demonic beasts before me. From its confidence and its tone, it sounds as though it wants to leave this zone and even challenge the exile guardian itself, but it cannot for some reason. I speak while taking a step forward. Very well. Noble or not, I'll kill that Cyclops if it means you'll be an ally. Enjoy the show. Before my words even finish, I walk right through the zone barrier, and Ava follows behind with wide nervous eyes. I stop walking about 24 steps in, bend down, and pick up an ether stone glowing with far more hot light than any I've seen before. I throw it to my side, where Ava follows. I owe you 10 ether, right? How much is in that? Her eyebrows raise, and she scans the stone before the mechanical instant drainage command pulls all of the ether from it. 2.09. There was over 2 ether in that, a third-class ether stone. I've never seen one before. I smirk while moving higher up the inclined slope across the neutral zone, looking left and right to see the ground littered with 5th and 4th class stones. Every few dozen meters, another third class pops up, and I throw it to Ava. By the time we cross the kilometer-wide neutral zone, and the movement of rocks and grinding of demonic sandworms' teeth gets extremely close, I've thrown Ava over 20 third-class ether stones. They range from 1 to 3 low-quality ether in each one, far surpassing the amount I owed her for buying that storage command. There. You're paid back, with interest. You'll need it, she replies with a thanks, but finishes her words by telling me to stop. As I'm less than 10 meters away from the invisible zone barrier that restricts demon-owned land from the central peak, I wait a few seconds for her to catch up. While doing so, I replicate the pulse of perception the wyvern showed me when we first met and send it out into the unknown to get a better feel for the sheer intensity of the ether flowing through a sandworm rumbling by underground. I can't see it, but I can feel its power, certainly stronger than the lizardmen in the plots we just left by a long shot. Its ether is consolidated in its avatar, so I'm quite confident that given enough time, I could defeat it. It doesn't have advanced ether properties to be wary of. Carefully placed mental attacks would most likely be enough to take them out if I fight them solo. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. However, the vibrations and echoing sounds that fill the air reinforce the fact that there is far more than just one opponent before me, and many of their capabilities are still a mystery to me. I speak up as Ava walks up beside me. You know what you told me when I first landed here that stuck with me? We're lords. We fight to protect our home worlds no matter the cost. Right, the hobgoblin's grip on her hammer is tight, and the nervous gaze she had when we stepped into this neutral zone has grown even more. Though, she resolutely stares forward, following my lead. Of course, I stare up at the peak and continue as the ground shakes. A sandworm churning through the rocks extremely close by. We're granted abilities because they're meant to be used. She nods, keeping a straight face, while I picture her jumping above the lizardmen far stronger than herself with no fear, then again, facing the Goblin King to save her fellow mining squad mates despite its overwhelming power. Right, while I open up my Rising Emperor's domain interface in my mind, I recall the days of training we went through, helping me assimilate to this foreign land when she was far stronger than me but helped me surpass her with ease. I grant Ava a slot as my 5th general and reply, well, we have a long fight ahead of us. We might as well start off giving everything we've got. Her eyes widen as a notification rings in her inner ear, and a new function of the buff on her status shifts to allow her to pull a maximum of 3% of the stats available on all of the residents of my many worlds. I watch her avatar burst with a bright green light and see the divine energy around us curving toward her. she only pulls a small fraction of the stats available. Without opening up my purple barrier, I can't feel the true extent of the power increase these stats she's taken has translated to. They are merely numbers on a screen, and to test out the power I've granted her, she's pulled less than 0.1%. No words come back as a reply, but her face is now filled with awe and excitement instead of worry and unease. Come on, I wouldn't have accepted this test if I didn't think we had a chance of passing it. Let's kill some demonic beasts, I say while walking forward through the zone barrier into the territory of the central peak. Ava doesn't hesitate to walk by my side, glowing brighter and brighter with a visible green aura. Once we both pass through, the constant grinding of teeth and moving stones halts. I feel many presences shift and stop what they're doing, then hot ether signatures begin rushing our way from above. In response, Ava's brightly glowing avatar rushes forward so fast it's hard for my eyes to track. Trailing green light is left behind, and I follow upward while powering my footsteps with ether. Readying my fists with layers of condensed mental infused attacks, the upward slope has flat ledges and deep ravines, pits where worms must have traveled before. I wrap my way around them, making sure not to fall in the deep holes scattered about, and hear a guttural screech as streaks of flashing green light fills my foggy vision. Ava's figure stepping through the air, flying while holding her bright white hammer, is all I see at first. But as soon as my vision catches up with my ether senses, I see an enormous demonic sandworm emerge from the fog, bursting out from the rocky ground. It's covered in green divine energy and infused with dark purple demonic energy. Its teeth churn massive amounts of black stone, spinning in circles, with countless rows of them stacking back into its demonic maw. It looks to be easily 25 meters wide, and it's impossible to tell how long just by sight, but my ether senses track its avatar back hundreds of meters. Ava tests out her new, absurd rise in stats, jumping back and forth through the air while the demonic beast attempts to track her movements. But its speed falls short. Her white hammer, filled with ether, slams down on the monster's tough flesh all around its head as it emerges from the ground. However, automatic avatar shielding appears in bright white blotches wherever it's hit. Despite her increased speed, the system's reaction time protects this beast from injury. Though, her boost in raw power still packs a blow, sending the monster's body flying backward from the pure force of the mana-imbued attack. This is the result of the screech I hear, though it only makes the beast angry. Ava flies forward, charging her hammer again, trying to get a feel for this new increase in stats. I run along the ground, following as the earth shifts, erupting upward as more of the worm's body is pulled from the ground, creating avalanches down the side of the mountain. When I see the demonic worm attacking back, Ava easily dodges mid-air. But two more enormous heads of demonic sandworms emerge from the sides of the mountain to our left and right as well. I can't even sense where their bodies end, nor can I pinpoint their world tokens. The dense fog still hides many mysteries. Flashes of green light fill my vision as the two heads of the monsters dive down to get a piece of the action, attacking Ava. But she becomes faster and faster, pulling more stats as her senses and instincts grow more used to the shared power. I run upward toward the scene, jumping onto large areas of stone that slide down the mountain behind me while I ether step upward, until I finally jump straight into the fight. The rightmost sandworm senses me coming and plunges its open demonic maw right in my direction. While I'm not quick enough to dodge, Ava is fast and strong enough to hit it across the side, making its flight path miss me and plunge into the rocks beside me. It gives me enough space to concentrate and land a punch on its hard outer layer of skin. I get blowback from even touching its hide, as the automatic physical ether defenses send shockwaves of pins and needles through my hand and up my arm. Additionally, I'm sent flying back into the air, but a grin is plastered across my face as I feel the mental attack leave my right fist and seep straight through its automated defenses, moving right toward its psyche. I take advantage of being thrown in the air, twisting my body around as another enormous sandworm dives down my way. Ava slams its neck with her hammer and gives me a shot at punching it with all the stored potential in my left fist, releasing another mental attack straight through its avatar to attack its true mind. Physically, again, I'm far weaker and am sent flying backward with vibrations of sharp physical ether attacking my wrists, arms, and shoulders. It feels far more intense than the direct blow I received from the Goblin King in the chest, shocking my physical senses and making both of my fists, which I used for these attacks, go completely numb with pins and needles as I flood the impacted areas with more ether. To heal them, I'm sent hurtling into the hard mountainside while two of the worms let out ear-piercing, ground-shaking roars of agony as their minds are taken over by foreign ether attacks with unique deadly properties they've never felt before. Ava contends with the middle worm, pushing it back into the fog even further away from my senses. I push myself up out of the crater I've been thrown into and raise my fists to create identical attacks. While the sharp tingles in my arms fade away, the two dark purple sandworm heads wave back my way. Their minds may be burning with hot, searing pain, but as mindless war beasts, their fighting instincts still allow them to battle even now. With fractured psyches, I run forward. Looks like these worms are pretty durable. Just one hit won't be enough. The wyvern, watching from the base of the peak, doesn't change its expression. The ancient dark blue eyes stare up and reflect the white light of the power plant. Behind its gaze, it is reminiscing a past battle involving hundreds of its fellow noble wyvern that died in the Grand Citadel's clan war many years ago. Chapter 7:18. The two massive demonic sandworms dive down toward me, and my fists glow with bright white light behind their heads. Zigzag patterns of flashing green mana and divine energy fill the sky as Ava slams the worm that followed her down to the ground while coming back to throw off the course of the worms heading my way. The stats she's pulling from my many worlds are steadily rising as her avatar acclimates to the new power. This is clear to see because instead of just changing the worm's general direction by a few meters like her first hits, they get pushed around helplessly, slamming into the slope side of the mountain while screeching as they don't understand where or how they've been hit. Their ether defenses block the physical damage, but Ava is moving too fast for them to see. This disorientation gives me enough time to land two punches filled with condensed mental ether into one of the worms and use the force of the blowback of the automatic defenses to send me flying into the side of the other worm to land my first mental ether-infused kick. While I'm sent flying again, I feel Ava pull even more power, creating a dense gravitational field around her, and channeling it all into her soul weapon to strike it across the side of the head as it tries to get up and strike us down the middle. While I land on the ground with sharp ether pains all over my body, my eyes widen at the sight of Ava's hammer's impact. Her ether imbued into the strike is quite basic, not greater than the amount she used in sparring with me. However, the surrounding glow of dense green power is so great, it blows all of the dark black and purple demonic energy shielding away from the worm's tough hide, and the brutal impact force of this blow tears the entire worm out from the ground. Hundreds of meters of black stone fly into the air along with the worm's entire body, and deep green cracks in its avatar vibrate outward from where it was hit. The raw force of this attack is too overwhelming for mere automatic ether defenses to fully contain. On top of this development, the two sandworms I've struck with more high-powered mental attacks try to screech, but their minds give out before either of them can let out their entire cries. Their heads go limp, twitching and shaking the ground, unable to even support their battle instincts. In seconds, they've been overpowered. Even though victory seems imminent, I don't hesitate to go back in with just as much vigor as my first strike. The knocked-out head of the sandworm slowly slides down the mountainside while I ether step on top of it and continue pummeling away at its thick hide. The first 24 punches are filled with mental attacks to make sure it's not waking up anytime soon, and the next 24 are to break through its automatic defenses. There is some blowback at first, sending more sharp pains through my arms, but after a portion of its avatar is shattered, I'm tearing through its inner flesh and aiming straight for its divine core. Violent waves of demonic energy and divine energy surge out from its body, but my purple barrier makes it feel like a warm breeze while I shatter its core. I only have to keep my barrier open for a fraction of a second for all of its energy to flow in. I don't even stop what I'm doing, repeating the same ruthless process with the second down sandworm, shattering its core and absorbing its power, while I jump out from the second worm and look up toward the top of the peak. I watch Ava zipping through the sky, slowly shattering the avatar of the final worm. It puts up a far greater and primal fight, as its mind is still intact while Ava battles it to the death. My own mind begins to receive two pairs of memories as my divine core fills up with far more green threads. My demon lord's core drains all of the strange black and purple energy from these beasts. My ether stores increase by over twice as much, surpassing 1,000 according to my rough calculations, and on top of it all, system notifications ring in my ears. 2 new dark planets float in my mind's eye, and hundreds of years of mindless battles and killings flash by on both of these worlds as I watch the lives of these sandworms play out. With tilde, they're both small worlds, with a few 100,000 demonic beasts on each of them. However, the pure boost in base stats per demonic beast that these new links of loyalty have activated is similar to the average citizen on the Goblin King's world. This is roughly equivalent to level 250 on average. Stolen story, please report. These were 2 second-class demonic sandworms. More and more memories flash by, as these worms lived quite similar lives in the desert regions of their worlds that were shrouded in the darkness of demonic energy. Similar to living within the abyss, all of the monsters that show up as links of loyalty now in my system have their names tinted purple. and a complicated conversion of stat points takes place. Some of the beasts on these worlds have never wielded mana, yet the buff they're forcefully acquiring is a mana-based one, and their strength and demonic energy is being automatically converted to a mana leveling based system before my eyes. I cannot tell if this is a normal system feature that has to do with the world token, or if I'm actively mutating monsters and their systems as they come into contact with me. I've never looked into the status interfaces of demonic beasts before, nor have I ever had one swear loyalty to me. Demons themselves are linked to the mana systems because they make contracts with dragons to use labyrinths. It is quite unclear to me whether their ability to level up was always an underlying ability, or if tapping into the mana-based system is not naturally possible without external help. Sifting through the worm's memories doesn't give me any additional information on these ideas either. No intelligent thoughts from these mindless war beasts are transferred to me, so it is quite easy for me to digest these memories and push them to the back of my mind. I watch a bright 169 in green text glow on my palm while witnessing Ava deal an incredible finishing blow on the worm before me. Its avatar is shattered in half, and Ava crushes its divine core with a single hammer swing before landing on the ground. She raises her hammer in victory, and at the same time, I fall to my knees in order to fully process the new threads that have entered my body in the few fractions of a second I've opened my barrier. The remains of all three worms dissolve away, leaving deep tunnels in the mountainside that cave in while Ava flies back down my way. It only takes 2 minutes for me to fully heal and feel ready for another battle. The blue wyvern's eyes below the mountain do not change their solemn state, but they do track Ava and me as we zigzag up the mountain to clear out as many sandworms as we can get our hands on. My ether steps become far more powerful as I drain more and more ether from these worms, and my punches and kicks increase in strength as well. By the time we've traveled almost 50 kilometers up the mountainside, my fists don't even feel pain as I strike the tough outer hide of these demonic creatures. What took minutes of waiting for me to heal and process the divine threads in between battles before has now turned into seconds. I even open up small amounts of my barrier between fights to expose myself to more threads willingly in order to adapt faster. Imbuing mana and divine energy into my strikes gives me even more damage than Ava's hits, shattering their avatars in half from the pure raw force, but I'm not able to maintain these attacks for long. Doing so mid-battle, and having to adapt to the influx of threads from opening my barrier leaves me open to more attacks. I stick with the basic ether-infused attacks for now. A bright 203 shines on my hand as I've collected another 34 second-class demonic sandworm worlds with nearly identical pasts. I can piece the memories of these sandworms together and find that many of them are watched by demons, waiting for large-scale battles to break out on small planets with high demonic energy signatures. Second class worlds of this size are not great places to nurture demons, but usually, there are monsters that show dominance over their worlds given enough time. Green rifts are placed before their planet's strongest warriors, and they're all brought here to guard this mountain. None of the sandworms are more than 1,000 years old. They must not have lifespans that last very long. Some are even younger than 200 years. The churn rate on these guardian beasts must be fairly quick. Every new world I gain, hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts have their systems mutated, converting their stored demonic energy into an equivalent level, even granting some of them new skills and mana-based buffs and forms they've never had before. I, however, have not received any unique benefits like this yet. Though, that does not mean I haven't gained significant strength. I have over 10,000 low-quality ether now, a hot green true core, a saturated demon lord's core, and now enough strength to withstand the pressure outside for a few seconds at a time if need be. As we approach the middle portion of the mountain, I sporadically open up my barrier to send out long-range pulses of perception. The demonic orcs and cyclopes that roam the walkways spiraling up to the top of the peak walk about in far more order. I hope that I can gain more insightful details of their existence and system interfaces than the mindless worms. They give off far stronger ether signatures too, and some of their palms have more than just one planet on them. Ava floats down from the sky after killing a final stray sandworm and makes a comment as we step onto a ledge of flat ground. We've entered the middle zone of the central peak. I received an avatar notification of our entry. Once these words leave her lips, many of the nearby marching orcs and cyclopes turn our way as they've received notifications of illegal entry into their zone. While processing the information from the last pulse of perception, I find that not all of these guards are solely demonic beasts. Some of them come back with levels and mana-based skills, a few of them with levels even higher than my own, putting a smile on my face as I reply, well, get ready for another fight. Maybe you'll reap some rewards this time as well. Kill a few orcs, and you'll rank up. In the back of my mind, I still try to process the noble guardian's levels at the top of the mountain, but it wears thick black armor, and its avatar gives off extremely strange blocked readings. I can scan many of the lords circling the peaks with ease, but my inspect and appraisal skills are useless when I try to examine the Guardian. It is hard to tell if it is just that we are too far away, and the divine energy in the air is too thick for me to send a proper scan out that far, or possibly our strength gap is really that wide. The latter may be the case. I come to this conclusion because the only reading I can get a decent feel for is its ether stores, and it has a similar overwhelming bright white intensity as the wyvern at the base of this mountain. Chapter 719, High above the green clouds, a meeting between four elder warlords plays out. Now, with all of the pieces of the past lining up, Ember begins outlining a plan for them to follow through with in order to take back control of this citadel. Torvak's eyes are wide as Ember finishes his last words. Genius, the demons will never see it coming. Zacian, the Berserker King, starts swinging its blades about, and can't stand still, moving in and out of the hologram's view. Oh, I can't wait. It's always a good time when you come back. Asik, the High Orc, nods and keeps a straight face as he replies in a calm tone. Very well, I will notify my men of what's to come. Quite an interesting plan. Many will be fooled, but it will be for the greater good. At this, Ember's gaze shifts over to a surveillance system and sees the main elevator bringing up 6 strange-looking avatars to the top floor where the duel between the demons and warlords played out just a few hours ago. Since then, the entire inner portion of the citadel has been extremely busy. Many lords that have been in hiding for thousands of years have decided to show their faces in support of the ogre conglomeration to celebrate their victory against the 2 first-class demons. Some are old business partners that want to genuinely congratulate Torvak on his win by making a few trades and adding to the Volterra district economy. While others are cockroach lords that want to stay in the know and contribute to any forces that show hints of rising power. In addition to this, more 4th and 5th class customers take the risk and come to the Volterra district because of the sight of a human being publicly accepted by a first-class ogre. This scuffle even inadvertently boosted the business of the High Orcs trading district 2 blocks away and has many new calls rolling into the Berserker Kings, wondering when they'll host more fighting tournaments or show up in the Grand Citadel next so they can place their bets or contribute extra worlds to their favorite fighters in return for ether dividends indefinitely. Throughout this commotion and the long meeting taking place, scheming, the Citadel Lord has been taking in the scene of the public's perception and has crafted a plan of his own. As the 6 strange avatars walk out into the middle floor, Ember speaks up. It looks like they've made their move. The servants are here to collect their demons. Let the second phase begin. He looks back at the holograms, and the 2 lords reply, understood, we will meet you there. Are their last words as the holograms deactivate. Ember gets up from his seat and moves toward the door, and his world token ticks up from 167 to 169. The exact cause of this being the death of the first 2 demonic sandworms below the citadel is unknown to him, but a grin shows on his face as he walks toward the door. Grab 2 more elixirs for Asik and Zash, they're going to need it, Ember tells Torvak as he walks out the private room's doors and down the hall toward their visitors. A few Red Ogre sales associates greet the incoming 6 avatars, but Ember and Torvak burst out from the back rooms before their conversation starts. Their figures resemble demons, about 5 meters tall, but they are merely servants of the Vermilion family. A large V logo is on each of the strange avatars' backs, and their entire being is glowing a bright green. No real skin or defining facial features are shown on these avatars, and each of them has 25 worlds on their world token, as this is the maximum needed for custom basic avatars like these. Each of them is a lesser lord from 4th and 5th class worlds that the demons have contracted into slave contracts and given branded avatars to wear and do their bidding. Inside the minds of these identical green demonic forms, one of many races could be at its core. It could be a human, a goblin, an orc, ogre, kobold, wolf beastman, lizardman, really anything. Even their voices are all the same, using a default demonic avatar voice, so it is truly impossible to know. One of them up front is asking for Torvak, as they want their 2 warriors back and have an urgent message to convey. The blue ogre and red-haired human walk over in a calm manner, and the sales associates step aside while the faceless demonic servant opens up its system interface. Torvak opens his in return to share a secure link for the servant to relay this message. Simultaneously, he sends out requests for the 2 demons to be brought out of their containment rooms and shares the secure message with Ember for him to read as well. Both of them read its content with straight faces, but inwardly excitement builds. Torvak sends Ember a private chat. I don't know how you predicted it, but this is exactly right. Ember nods and closes his status while his world token continues slowly ticking up as more battles continue in the mines below. Indeed, we're going to the center of the citadel. It's time to visit the Lord at the Vermilion Tower. A civil exchange for this invite to the Vermilion Tower and the return of the shattered avatars and melted minds of the 2 first-class demons is followed through. The 6 servants take a fast travel orb away as soon as they've received what they wanted, and not long after, for more white orbs of light travel from major districts to land themselves in front of the largest and tallest tower on the entire Ellipsia Citadel. An enormous glowing V, kilometers tall and wide, shines bright on the building's entrance above an archway that opens up automatically as 4 flashes of white light arrive. The inside of the central tower shines a bright white light as it opens, illuminating the High Orc, Berserker Giant King, Blue Ogre, and Human that stand before it. As the vibrance of the white light fades, rows and rows of lined-up demonic servants line the walls of the entrance with a clear walkway in the middle. It is clear the Citadel Lord wants them to walk forward and follow the designated path. All 4 of them do exactly that, walking into the bright archway and into the central tower. The semicircle doorway closes behind them, and in front of them a few kilometers ahead, the 6 servants holding the large containment cases with the first-class demon avatars walk as well. The white floor moves forward on its own in the center of the room, making each step forward they take tens of times faster than it really feels. In just a few minutes, they've traveled a few dozen kilometers into the tower and left the welcome displays of guards behind. It is truly a massive tower. It's clear they're nowhere near done walking. Despite knowing there is heavy surveillance in this tower, Torvak does as Ember says and tosses both of the first-class lords the elixirs from the black box he pulled from storage earlier, and both drink them in an instant upon realizing what they are. Another 10 minutes or so go by as another 100 kilometers pass walking forward into a seemingly white void of an empty room, and the Orc and Berserker allow the clear liquid they just drank to seep into parts of their minds that haven't been used in over 10,000 years. Eventually, the 6 servants disappear in a flash of light, disappearing from their vision entirely. None of the lords react, and about 2 minutes later, they too disappear in a flash of white light as they hit a transport zone within the tower and are brought up a few floors into another room that was programmed to welcome guests. As a new massive room with walls and ceilings surpassing hundreds of kilometers in height and width comes into view, near the center of the tower, those within it appear too. The 6 servants they've been following appear a few hundred meters in front. As the walkway beneath them is no longer moving on this floor, the 2 damaged avatars are being inspected by a tall shadowy figure. 3 black and purple demonic dragons flap their wings and fly about in the open air of the white room. The servants disappear in flashes of white light again, and 2 of the demonic dragons flying high above dive down, spewing dark black and purple energy from their mouths directed at the remains of the avatars that have been brought back. The dragons grab their soul-bonded pairs with their front claws and swoop back up into the air, through the clouds of demonic energy. However, Andres Vermilion walks out with a jaded expression on his face to stand before the 4 warlords. The majority of his avatar stays concealed by a growing dark cloud of demonic energy that seeps out from his being. None of them speak for a full 30 seconds, nor do they make a move. All that can be heard is the slow flapping wings of the largest demonic dragon in the air. However, the noble demon breaks the silence. The human and the ogre I certainly expected to accept my duel, but to have all of the Citadel's troublemakers in one place. Andres takes another step forward, and the cloud of darkness shrouding his figure follows while he looks each of the warlords up and down. You lower lifeforms who believe you can challenge the demons will finally know your place. This Citadel power struggle will be over far faster than expected. The family head will certainly look past my minor blunder once I relay the news of your deaths. Chapter 720, for black horns jut out from the demon's forehead, with a purple glossy glint that shimmers when he steps forward. 2 of the horns are far larger and curve upward and over the sides of his head as a natural layer of defense, while the other 2 are centered on his forehead as smaller studs that, from a distance, look like another set of eyes. His height reaches about 10 meters naturally, but the plumes of dark demonic energy following and surrounding him make his stature seem even greater than the Berserker Kings that stand at over 12 meters in height. His jaded eyes look unfazed, but underneath, hatred and excitement burn. The hatred comes from these lower lifeforms not understanding the difference between them and a noble lord. Just as Andres Vermilion was making a name for himself, and was tasked by the family head himself to welcome another noble lord into the Citadel, all of this chaos ensued, threatening his good name. The Ellipsia Citadel is one of 4 major citadels in the green zone of the Upper Realm, and the furthest away from the Grand Citadel. It will be officially owned and dominated by the demons once their next lord arrives. So this is where the demons' excitement comes into play as well. It stops walking forward about 20 meters in front of the line of 4 warlords and looks them up and down. Asik, Zashin, Torvak, and its gaze stops on the tiny, long red-haired human at the end of the line and remembers watching the playbacks of the dueling matches many times over the last few hours. Along with the initial duel that started this whole conflict days ago, a human, as these words leave his mouth, the world token on Ember's wrist that has been ticking upward on their whole travel over changes again and hits 203. Andras watches these numbers change, but his eyes turn to Torvak, supplying a lesser race with first-class worlds. Then he looks at the High Orc, and giving him an illegal avatar to publicly humiliate my men. His eyes pass over the Berserker King with disgust, and he settles back on Torvak. Did our match last week not knock some sense into you? I've been doing you a favor, prolonging your life for thousands of years instead of wiping you off the face of this citadel. The dark cloud of mist surrounding him grows larger, and the demon opens up his system interface in front of him, and the entire room shifts once he presses it. It's like the walls are singing a high-pitched tone, hundreds of kilometers away. The temperature inside even heats up as dense green divine threads flood out from the microspacing in the white walls, floor, and ceiling. Simultaneously, the two demonic dragons holding the injured avatars of the first-class demons swoop upward, and two small kilometer-long rectangles of ceiling open up to allow the demonic creatures to leave this enormous room. The segmented area of ceiling is open long enough for one's natural perception to reveal the many floors above this one that are not connected to the instant transportation systems. It is solely controlled by the Citadel Lord, many private training rooms, rejuvenation rooms, and, most importantly, the penthouse suites at the top of the tower overlooking the city are above. As the two small rectangles in the ceiling close, every bit of this enormous white room has been coated in a layer of dense green divine energy. Andras opens up his system interface again but speaks to the warlords before him in a condescending tone while he activates a unique feature. Over the years, your minds must have deteriorated too much to still comprehend the true power gap between us. Lower life forms were never meant to rule anything in the upper realm. You may believe your little stunt has ruined my reputation, but you have merely given me the perfect chance to show this citadel how ruthless the Vermilion family really is. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. A pulse of divine energy comes out from Andras' system as it disappears in front of him, vibrating through the entire room in seconds. At the same time, on the side of every tower that owns a public projection device, a perfectly clear holographic image of this massive dueling room can now be seen. Many shop owners panic at first, as they believe their surveillance and announcement systems are being hacked. However, the sight before their eyes once they look closer fills them with awe. Every avatar in the city receives a notification and a free mandatory fast travel trip to the nearest playing of this live recording. The entire citadel stops what they're doing to watch an enormous demonic dragon flap its wings and swoop down to land right behind the shadowy Vermilion Lord they have all lived under in fear their entire lives. Torvak takes advantage of this moment to answer the demon's earlier question. You're the one that has forced our hand. You say you are sparing our lives, but I say this is no way to live. If you truly seek to overpower us once and for all, try and kill me where I stand. He pulls his massive black soul weapon club from his storage, and it lights up with white and green light, crackling with static electricity. Sashin follows his display by pulling his long swords, almost as long as his entire body, out from his storage and swinging them about. White mist begins to cover his being, and cool wind starts to blow around in the room as his elemental abilities automatically activate upon channeling energy into his blades. The sharp eyes of the Berserker Giant King lock onto the demon as he points his blades in the same direction. We're being suppressed here in Ellipsia, we're being cheated and abused in the Grand Citadel too. The Berserker Giants are a strong fighting race. We either stand by the side of our allies or declare war out loud and fight to the death with our enemies. This slow torture cannot go on any longer. I shall stand by the ogre conglomeration as an ally. If you wish to seek his death, then you seek mine. The High Orc on the far left side of the lineup nods, pulling a dual-bladed axe from his storage. An earthy smell of iron permeates through the room as he lets it hit the floor with a thud, staring forward with an unchanged face. We, the High Orcs, shall fulfill the duties of our ancient alliance. Even if our past leaders, the noble Wyvern clan, have been killed by your family head, there is still a power that came before and guided them. The demons may be strong, but history often repeats itself. There is always someone stronger. You shall lose in the end. And I will gladly help to teach you this lesson. Ember smiles inwardly, as these words are nothing but nonsense to many that watch. However, in the growing crowds of lords that line the streets and public places all over the Citadel, a handful of older second-class lords that survived the war understand that all of the odd events in the city recently have not been mere small scuffles and coincidences. The red-haired human just keeps his arms crossed and doesn't take out anything from storage like the others. He just speaks with a confident tone in the direction of the demon, indeed. There truly is hope for those of you watching. Even a 5th-class human can stand in the same room as 1st-class higher race lords. This noble demon even looks me in the eyes. This will be a historic event. Time shall change, the room is filled with silence, and tens of millions of lords within the citadel begin sending more transmissions back and forth than ever before. It's that human. And that blue ogre. The ones that fought those 1st-class demons in the Volterra district earlier. I told you it was too good to be true. The Citadel Lord is already taking care of them. This is what happens when the little guys like us mess with the business of nobles, but they look so confident. Maybe they could win, huh? You're kidding. This is a noble demon. They are true gods of this realm. Numbered grade worlds can't even make one bleed. That's what I heard, it's true. I've seen the fights in the Grand Citadel. They don't allow them to fight outside their world class. They say the gap between a 1st grade and noble world is the same as a 5th to 1st. It's impossible, hey. Speaking of the Grand Citadel. I just tried to send a transmission out there, but my messages are blocked, me too. Even the fast travel orbs off of Ellipsia are paused. What's going on? We're cut off from the rest of the realm. Is this battle really so important? Of course it is. These are the warlords, the last remaining 1st-class lords with enough high-grade worlds to hold some influence. It's a battle to the death. We're watching a duel to the death for the citadel itself. Then, who is that human? I don't know. Many more private conversations spiral out of control as the seriousness of the hologram they're watching sinks into more and more lords. Meanwhile, Andres grins and looks up in the air, making those watching shiver, while he replies to the warlords who have pulled out their weapons but is truly speaking to the entire citadel. You have all lived your lives far too freely. With powerful entities running large portions of the citadel, it seems you have all forgotten that the Vermilion family rules this entire green zone of the upper realm. Today, I will remind you why noble demons are feared by all. A system storage portal opens beside the demon. And out of it, a 3-pronged spear materializes. Its base is jet black, and the 2 sharpened blades at its tip share that same glossy dark coloring. The middle point is an enormous white stone, carved to perfection, nearly the size of an entire human, sharpened to a deadly point. The demon's hand glows with energy, and the spear vibrates while plumes of demonic energy, divine threads, and pure ether flood into it. The crystal at its tip changes its shade to match the eerie aura of the dangerous black cloud surrounding him, and the demon points it forward at the line of warlords. A bright 79,550 glows on his world token beneath the grip of his spear, and his eyes flash with a white light as he prepares to unseal his noble bloodline. You have brought this upon yourselves. In the name of the Vermilion family, I declare an all-out duel. None of you shall leave this room alive, and the entire citadel shall watch your end. In a sense, it is their end as well. This will finally silence the lingering whispers of your dying glory era. Chapter 721, the enormous demonic dragon, flapping its wings above in the cubic dueling room, swoops down, dark demonic energy trailing behind it. None of the warlords move a muscle, and the noble demon closes its eyes, digging deep within its mind to unlock its noble bloodline transformation. It is the only technique on its status that doesn't use a system command. It has to be unsealed naturally. This is what sets many noble bloodlines apart from all the other lords in the upper realm. As its eyes open, waves of dense ether and demonic energy imbued with natural intimidation ripple through the room, causing the gravity to increase by dozens of times. Ember gives a slight nod, releasing the relaxed, crossed-arm grip he held before to take up a fighting stance. The 3 first-class lords to his left take this cue to release their full power and continue the plan they've agreed upon. Torvak immediately bursts with thick bolts of lightning surging all over his body and soul weapon. He jumps upward as his greater form grows around him, increasing his range and size by over 10 times. Around Asik, the air starts to smell sour, like blood. Dark red, almost brown crystalline structures begin to form around his being, and sharp fragments of this dark rock summon from thin air to cover his dual-bladed axe. A dark energy form grows around the high orc, creating the imagery of a dark knight's armor. He jumps upward as well, right beside Torvak. The demon still on ground level doesn't even bat an eye as the 2 massive, growing figures soar over him, on a direct course for the demonic dragon swooping down their way. Zashin, the berserker giant king, on the other hand, lets out a sadistic laugh and begins spinning while twirling his blades, while his movements look chaotic and emotional. The extremely sharp eyes of this killer never leave his target despite the show of excitement he's putting on. The gray-skinned, green-eyed, sharp-toothed creature summons more and more wind magic around his being as he spins, and his figure begins to glow with a sharp white light. It's equally imbued with pure mana-based wind magic, fortified by newly refined ether coming straight from the depths of its mind, where it has been lying dormant for over 10,000 years, as Zacian grows in size and the swirling wind around him increases in strength, while he waves his white glowing longswords. The noble demon's body begins to grow as well. The black and purple demonic mist expands to keep up with the demon's bulging muscles, growing horns, and expanding flesh. Ember has seen a transformation like this very recently, within the throne back in the human world, when another noble demon began unsealing its bloodline. The end result of that was a monstrous form nearing 2 kilometers in height. Every demon's bloodline transformation is unique. However, for everything to go as planned, he's going to have to step in and use far more power than he did in the fight against the first-class demons. While exposing his silver threads in full dragon form would make this fight a blowout, that would have far worse long-lasting consequences that outweigh the immediate needs of this public stunt. If any lord of the 5 great families' demons die, all of the family heads are notified, no matter the cause, even a natural death of old age. Whatever happens here will be thoroughly investigated after the fact. Even though the citadel is locked down, surveillance is still being recorded, and public records are continuously shared between all 4 of the citadels once a month in the green zone of the upper realm. Ember is aware of this fact, thinking to himself, this will do. It is an unlikely feat for a human, but I have first-hand experience seeing it is, in fact, possible. While he grins and closes his eyes, as Zacian grows to over 200 meters in size, showing off a deadly wind form that seems to still be growing. Andres Vermilion yells out as his body grows in size at a rapid rate too, and his custom avatar adapts to these changes. You puny lesser beings, your energy forms are laughable. A first-class lord could never understand what a noble bloodline transformation really does to one's soul. This will show you how hopeless fighting back really is. A breakthrough after breakthrough makes the room fill with the noble demon's strange aura, pushing outward to the walls almost instantly, hundreds of kilometers away. In less than a second, the demon's size matches Zacian, but he continues to grow past the 200-meter mark like it's not even an obstacle. The demon's face still shows no signs of emotion. As if it is merely taking out the trash, it grows past 500 meters while pointing its 3-pronged spear forward at the growing Berserker King. The sharpened gem on the end grows in size and luminosity at the same rate as the demon, and without hesitating at all, the demon lets out a beam of energy from its strange soul weapon. While Zacian is a battle-hungry warrior, he does not mindlessly throw himself in the way of attacks he has not fully analyzed. His greater wind form appears to be slowing down in growth at around 300 meters, and Zacian lets out a massive release of wind magic to boost himself upward, flying into the air to avoid the deadly beam of black energy. The black beam hits the floor where he stood just moments ago, and it tears through many layers of the green divine protection before slamming against the white outer lining of the room, making the entire battlefield shake. The demon's eyes track upward as the wind-covered berserker giant sends 2 dense white crescents of wind and ether straight toward it, bending around in curved trajectories on course to hit it from both sides. However, the demon ignores these attacks while its greater form continues to grow and focuses its sights on the human that stands beside the black hole in the ground with its eyes closed. The end of its spear shifts toward Ember, and it begins channeling even more of its demonic energy into it to release another strange beam. The 2 wind crescents disappear into the strange black fog that surrounds this noble demon, and at the same time, Ember opens his eyes to release a powerful green aura, activating his astral form. Meanwhile, inside the central tower on the lower floors, many of the servant guards get to work on tasks they've been programmed to do. Many of them leave the tower in organized batches to control the crowds, as they know when the Vermilion Lord kills the owners of the 3 largest businesses in this city, there will be outliers attempting to cause riots. To cement this victory in stone, they have been ordered to eliminate anyone who dares speak against the Vermilion name, making this a silent and powerful victory that destroys hope in all citizens of the Ellipsia Citadel. Others use fast travel orbs to reinforce the guard positions at the entry and exit points of the Citadel, ensuring no one attempts to override the travel ban or manually leave without authorization. In addition, many teams within the tower monitor citywide surveillance, reporting crimes that need real-time instant solutions. Another team sends a transmission to a privately owned facility on the edge of the Citadel, controlled by the demons but operated day-to-day by many lower-class black market lords. We're closing your operation early today. We cannot have any weak points on this Citadel until the event is over. A team of anonymous servants within the central tower overrides the exile facility's Citadel power plant functions and begins closing the access point early. Everyone working in the citadel, even the lords within the black market, have already left their posts, swept into the streets by mandatory fast travel orbs to the nearest projection site to watch the duel. This ripple effect of events quickly reaches the exile zones below the floating city, a loud rhythmic twang, followed by an eruption of bright white light, green divine energy, and the metallic scraping of the 1,000-kilometer-wide access point doors shifting, echoes throughout the entire mountain below. It's hard to see through the thick fog, but the outer edges of the white circular light in the sky begin to shrink very slowly. Memories of the Goblin King's countless treks through these lands remind me that Ava and I should have more time. There have only been a single-digit number of times the doors were shut early, and the timing makes me assume this could be the result of Ember in the citadel above. Even if this is a coincidence, and the doors are closing because of a criminal lord being locked in, or to protect visiting demons from other citadels, it doesn't change the fact that I want to get through those doors before they close. I'm still in the same exact position as before, high-level hordes of triple-ranked up demonic orcs and cyclopes are running toward me and Ava as we've trespassed in their zones. I yell out to Ava while taking a risk in opening my item storage long enough to grab the handle of my soul sword. Come on, pull all of the stats you can so we can get rid of these small fry and head straight for the Guardian. My eyes gaze forward, past the 6 shadowy figures that emerge from the fog, staring toward the real enemy that swings its ball on a chain at the top of this peak. Chapter 722. The moment my blade leaves my storage, I feel the core within it instantly sync with my own. Excess threads from the atmosphere fall in all around me, filling my body with a surge of power and extreme pain. At the same time, I feel my entire being exposed to the merciless pressure of the upper realm in all of its glory. My flesh continually deteriorates and heals, and even my soul sword breaks apart with millions of fractures the second it's exposed to the open air. It too adapts and heals as I airstep forward using mana, divine energy, and ether to power my footsteps. In the last few battles, I've tested out my limits and found I'm able to withstand the pressure for a few seconds at a time, and this is all I really need for the monsters before me. My all-seeing eye pulses outward, getting me a perfect view of the entire mountain, and my foresight instantly replays the thousands of best options I can take before me, with Ava's mana signature rising to large degrees, zigzagging in front of me trailing with green light. I activate one of my newest skills, Shadow Step, paired with the divine flames that are magnified to their greatest strength with my soul sword, and lock onto all the targets directly in my line of sight. I grin and feel shifting transport points all over the flat portion of the mountainside we're on. They move around based on where the light source above us blacks out the ground beside the demonic orcs and cyclops. Memories of Draco Vermilion using this technique during his decades of training on the demon's world fill my subconscious senses, and the pairing divine skill with my divine core creates a unique ability, allowing me to seemingly disappear from everyone's senses, and reappear less than 5 meters away from the closest demonic cyclops that holds its dual axes high in the air, trying to intimidate me from afar. It doesn't even realize I've come into its striking range, yet my soul sword erupts with red flames with white ether being channeled through their core, and it cleaves the demonic beast's avatar in half, shattering its cores. The natural aura of intimidation that erupts from my being makes all of the guardians on this mountain, even hundreds of kilometers away, turn their heads even without having the system tell them an intruder is near. The automatic ether defenses on this second class Cyclops high-grade avatar fully activate, but my power is too overwhelming. Notifications ring in my ear, notifying me of its death while I use the small time I have remaining with my barrier up to teleport through the shadows to the demonic orc less than 100 meters away. In a single slash, the orc's avatar is sliced in two as well. Shockwaves of condensed mental ether permeate through my hands that both grip my blade, and as the monster's physical form is being shattered, so does its mind. I disappear, and reappear another 80 meters away to shove my flaming blade into another demonic beast's back, instantly killing another cyclops and melting its mind. From the outside looking in, when I saw the shadow step technique being used, I always assumed it was similar to Luminite transport crystals, or an instant position swap technique like Dungeon Walker or the body double perk. However, it's actually a high-speed movement technique combined with a strange stealth ability similar to Raven's invisible pocket dimension. I can only transport into areas that are visible to my eyes, and those areas must be in the absence of light. My entire being enters a strange stealth-like state, within my own shadow, and allows me to move far faster than usual. However, I'm unable to interact with the physical realm while using this movement technique. Though, it is quite instant, similar to the speed of a dungeon walk. With full use of my body and powers, this new technique will be unstoppable. However, after this third kill, far too many threads have been absorbed through my body and sword, and with the influx of 3 full divine cores and new ether, I'm forced to put my barrier back up and brace for the impact of notifications. memories, and my body tearing itself to pieces and growing back, I do so, and the outside world goes blank for about 2 seconds. Unauthorized duplication, this narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings, level up, X875, level up, X642, level up, X397, use absorption, skill, body hardening, upgrade, divine grade, yes, I feel a new skill upgrade add to my status, and the ability melds with my true self, and my levels surge upward to LV 27016. However, my mind is more focused on the thousands of years of memories being imprinted on my mind. These two cyclops come from their own demonic worlds, similar to the sandworms I fought at the base of this mountain. I even watch it defeat tens of thousands of those beasts on its home world before a visiting noble demon from the upper realm conquered its world and made it bow down, forcefully creating a guardian contract for it to work in these mines. Unlike the mindless sandworms, these two beasts both lived about 3,000 years, and went through training with visiting first-class demons from the citadel above. They also trained amongst themselves, with the orcs as sparring partners as well. They are on various working shifts, measured in decades. Sometimes they patrol the borders like they're doing now, to make sure no rogue lords break into the central peak. While at other times they work as miners near the highest peak of this mountain, sorting through the newly drained stones, picking out the highest quality third and second class ether stones for the demons who own this plot. The demonic orc's memories in its later life are very similar, however, its early years are very insightful. I watched this orc grow up on a similar mana-based world as the Goblin King. Its world's technology was rudimentary, and they lived in small villages with local leaders all over the world. With dungeons swarming about, many cultures would never keep them hidden, nor try to limit others from exploration. This world believed a god gave them these gifts of strength, and a quite peaceful world prospered for millennia. Orcs are quite family and tribe-oriented, and look to broker deals rather than fight to the death. Not many wars broke out during this orc's lifetime, however, it never traveled the entire world, so it's hard to tell with the small sample available to me. Its entire world was taken over by a demon using a throne, and a similar image of spreading darkness like the abyss filled the lands of everything this orc ever knew within a peaceful mountainous village. From that day forward, many demonic beasts this orc had never seen before appeared from the endless dark abyss that surrounded him, and his peaceful life was over. His friends and family were slaughtered by a strange black and purple energy, and every time it tried to fight back with the pure mana control it had, dangerous sparks tore away at his flesh. He saw many others die such a painful end, and decided to never use mana again. In order to keep on living, days of hiding away turned to weeks, and those weeks turned to months and years, until the darkness that seeped through this world drained every drop of mana left on it, and stagnant demonic energy was all that remained. In the process of striking for food, and relying on its pure strength to fend off attacking demonic beasts, over the years, trace amounts of demonic energy entered this orc's body. Those years turned into decades, and the dark energy seeping into its being started making it stronger. Eventually, it became strong enough to fend off against every monster that attacked the remains of the village it once called home. And it made an ultimate goal to find the source of this darkness. Another 2 decades passed, as this orc's system began to mutate, adapting to its environment, allowing it to wield demonic energy like mana. The blue text in its status shifted to purple, reminding me of Ari and Luna's status alterations after they spent time training in the abyss. The monster still had levels, but its strength grew the more monsters it killed and demonic energy it absorbed. By the time it made it across the world to find the throne, the lord of this world had already been watching it for many years. It, and hundreds of other orcs that managed to survive the long hardships of its plundered world. These strong warriors who survived were taken off-world, and transplanted into other nearby third and second class worlds with weaker natives, and forced exile contracts just like the Cyclopes' memories play out, leading to thousands of years patrolling and mining this central peak below the citadel. When my eyes open wide again, and I take a deep breath of air, I see 3 more second-grade worlds floating in the darkness of my mind, and my world token ticks up to 206. In addition to this, my soul sword craves the soul weapons of the fallen lords I just killed. As my gaze turns around, I see the green streaks of the aftermath of Ava zipping through the air, and the 3 shattered avatars of the other orcs and cyclops that were running toward us. I smirk and look up at the mountain's peak, opening up my barrier again, and walking from corpse to corpse, letting my sword devour many more soul weapons. Ava watches from afar, and after 5 full seconds without my barrier passes, and less than 1 second is necessary for me to adapt to the atmosphere afterward, she floats down next to me and pulls out the axe from the Goblin King. I assume this is why you wanted me to bring this here. Her face still shows shock and awe. Plus, when my barrier was down, I could better feel the excitement, confusion, and even fear of the power she's capable of wielding. I nod, opening up my barrier again to let my sword devour this soul weapon too. Yes, my sword has quite the appetite. I can even feel it slightly vibrating with excitement, as it's waiting patiently for a good fight to activate the new powers it's gained for reaching level 2 of its evolution. A rumbling comes from the distance, as after I released my initial aura, many surrounding Zone Orc and Cyclops guardians have run to kill the intruders. From my new memories, I know that there is a ranking system for these guardians. Some that are closer to the top of this peak even hold more than one world, as they are naturally strong, and the avatar boosts are well deserved. While it wouldn't be a problem for me to cut them all down given enough time, my only goal is getting to the top of this mountain. And facing the true guardian, the two massive doors shutting the oval-shaped hole in the sky have already closed a visible amount. My feet begin to glow with air magic, as I'm about to just fly over these new hordes of beasts charging my way, but Ava speaks again while looking down at her status. Is this real? Already. I've hit level 10,000. I can rank up. Chapter 723, Ava surpassed level 10,000 after killing the 3 other demonic guards that were attacking us. I send out a pulse of perception, watching for more nearby zones full of guards on duty coming our way, and even further out, transmissions from guard posts further up and around the mountain are being sent out, alerting every demonic beast within a 3,000-kilometer radius that there are intruders in our exact zone. Rank up. I'll hold off the attackers while you're out. You're going to need the extra strength. In my head, I think to myself that I need every bit of extra power I can get too. My wave of perception imbued with my full mana and divine energy still doesn't penetrate the true guardian status at the top of the mountain. Killing a few more demonic beasts may limit me in time, but it seems like the best option. I have to adapt to the pressure down here further, Ava responds while the rock paths to our left and right begin to rumble lightly, as more troops from the neighboring surveillance zones start to come in. Alright. I trust you, protect me while I'm out. I turn around, and we both lock eyes and nod while she sits on the cold ground and presses rank up in her status. Her entire avatar starts to glow with bright white light, but I turn my head away once the two groups of Cyclops and Orcs begin running at a far faster pace with their soul weapons raised, even crescents of demonic energy. In the shape of arrows and claw marks, come flying out from the green fog. I activate Shadow Step, imbue ether and divine flames into my blade, and go on the attack. Level up, X311, level up, X270, level up, X205, level up, X162, level up, X143, level up, X112, use absorption, skill, swordsmanship, upgrade, divine grade, yes, and oh. In less than 4 seconds, I zip through the entire lineup of Orcs and Cyclops to my right side. The majority of standard defense and strength buffs, but one of their members is a very strong high orc that carries a long sword. When I kill it, I get the option to accept a divine swordsmanship skill. All of their memories are quite similar to the 3 demonic beasts I killed moments ago. And it takes me less than a second to fully contain and adapt to the pressure of divine energy outside and 6 new demonic worlds full of stats added to my status. I turn and shadow step over a kilometer to my left with 2 simple strides, using Ava's shadow as a bounce point, reappearing in front of her and disappearing to appear right within the second horde of beasts. With my foresight and swordsmanship creating a synchronicity of unique true core traits, I see perfect threads where my blade can travel in my vision. They are constantly shifting, as fractions of seconds pass, but everything feels so fluid and natural. Level up, X101, level up, X94, level up, X82, level up, X81. Level up, X77, level up, X75, use absorption, skill, combat magic, earth summoning, upgrade, supreme grade, yes, and oh, one of the high orcs was slightly larger than the others again. It had an earth summoning skill, but it wasn't even able to use it before I killed it instantly. Less than 3 seconds pass before this next horde of 6 demonic beasts lies dead on the floor. Their memories surge into me, but I don't even lose focus on the outside world as I close my barrier and restabilize my physical flesh with the pressure. I can feel it's only a matter of time before I'll be able to fight and heal simultaneously, and the excitement in my heart grows as I let out a laugh and turn my head up the mountain where I see another horde of 6 demonic beasts charging my way. As I shadow step forward, I enjoy every single slash and movement I make, realizing these past few days how limited my power really was in that exile zone when I first landed down here. Level up, X74, level up, X72, level up, X70, level up, X69, level up, X67, level up, X62. This entire horde falls dead, with no unique skills to upgrade mine this time around, but it doesn't stop me from celebrating outwardly as I turn around again and shadow step toward the new group of demonic guards. Coming up the mountain's backside behind Ava, while slicing through more beasts, I wonder if that sacrifice earlier will truly pay off with greater rewards in the end. All of the memories I've absorbed so far have given me no insight into what avatars really are, and why they allow ether commands but limit their users to not use the substance to its true potential. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. These thoughts race through my mind as I cut through this demonic beast guard grouping, and 2 more groups of 6 each that follow up again from all over the mountain. Level up, X629. After killing these 18 demonic beasts, my level rises to LV 29,772, and my world token rises to 242, granting me many more second-class demonic worlds. In addition to pure stat increases, my divine core burns far hotter, and I estimate my low-quality ether stores have increased by at least another 10,000 points. On the new worlds that float within the darkness of my mind, I feel all of the forced links within them mutate. Every citizen that is now under my rule, intelligent or not, is now capable of using a mana-based level system to grow stronger, even though many of their worlds are drained completely of this substance and overrun by pure demonic energy. By now, I'm only gaining 20 to 30 levels per kill, and many transmissions around the mountain have reported their teams being slaughtered, so from a pulse of perception, I find that many orcs and cyclops are grouping up into larger, more structured lines far away, and are preparing for a more strategic attack, from the memories I've absorbed. This formation seems very familiar, so I'm prepared for what's to come. I can stay with my barrier down for up to 10 seconds, and it takes less than half a second now to acclimate afterward. Even then, I'm still able to do basic maneuvers while processing the excess threads and pressure. Even so, as I look up to the mountain's top, I see the 2 massive doors have closed the access point even further. It's been about a minute since it started closing at most, and almost 25% of the surface area where white light was emerging from has been covered up. There isn't much time left. I whisper to myself while I feel more hordes of demonic guards marching my way in a far more organized fashion. At the same time, Ava's avatar glows brighter and brighter white in the back of my vision. This glow is what I've been battling around this whole time, and now it's hit its brightest point. I wait a few more seconds, gripping my blade and preparing to take on the groups of dozens of demonic beasts soon at once. However, as they emerge from the fog, Ava's avatar flashes brightly for a final time, then goes completely dark. A bright flash of white and green light flashes by me, and I see a large green figure, easily 6 or 7 meters tall, a similar height to the Goblin King. However, it is far more slim, muscular, and curvy, streaking through the air with a hammer that has grown over 3 times in size as well. Without fully focusing on the Goblin Queen with my all-seeing eye and foresight, I would miss the astonishing display of a mana and ether-imbued hammer shattering multiple demonic avatars with every swing. A full 3% of the stats from many worlds flows through her veins, and it's clear as gravity bends light around her while demonic monsters triple her level or squashed like flies. My eyes linger on the skin-tight obsidian armor that has grown and evolved with her avatar, though my deep gaze focuses more within her avatar as a whole rather than the features on the outside. I can see through her, and every single demonic beast on this mountain. My powerful ether senses, trained with over 900,000 years of subconscious practice, are the reason I'm able to sense ether stones and feel enemies from afar with such accuracy. Similar to the wyvern's scanning technique, I can do the same, and until now, the only outliers in my eyes on this entire exile plot were the wyvern watching us below, and the guardian at the top of this mountain. Now, it's as though a series of strange fractures have been formed in Ava's avatar. The fractures allow her true mind and being to peek through the avatar that once completely shielded her from reality. I don't know if it's because of her unique skill, or the fact that she's ranked up while using an avatar, or that far more than the natural limit of stats is surging through her system. However, I do know what I see is real. Physical ether is leaking from her avatar, and being subconsciously channeled through her attacks to make them even stronger, competing with the overwhelming amount of mana and divine energy being used. I just watch with my eyes widened as she kills over 20 demonic beasts in seconds, and only her louder, far more confident voice breaks me out of my trance. Thanks for the spot. Now it's my turn to hold these beasts off. You head for the guardian before time runs out. She turns around with a grin while smashing through an orc's head, shattering its entire body to pieces from the overwhelming pressure and infusion of physical ether. I kick off the ground with wind magic. Then reply, good. Collect those soul weapons once you're done here, it'd be a waste to leave them all behind. Then disappear into the shadows. Another loud crash is heard behind me as I reappear 100 meters away, and she kills another demonic beast with a single strike. Got it. I tip my sword's blade down to the ground and let it absorb one of the fallen beast's soul weapons from earlier that I hadn't collected yet. and do the same with about a dozen more before I get out of range and focus solely on climbing the peak. Ava and the demonic beasts are nearly equal in size, but it's a total slaughter. There is nothing to worry about anymore, she'll handle herself just fine. My footsteps are silent up the foggy peak, using the shadows of patrolling guards to speed up my movements and stay completely concealed. I don't kill any more of them, as there is a network that alerts surrounding zones if avatars are killed and ones nearby. I merely use them as a quick means for transportation. In just about half a minute, traveling up to 500 meters per step, I make it all the way through the middle of the peak with all kinds of twisting pathways, mining pits, small bases with green structures for guards to rest, and even passing a few of the higher-tiered guards with more than just one world. While some look extremely interesting to fight, the greatest opponent of all is right in front of me. I make my last shadow step, and no more guards are up this high on the peak. The final few kilometers up the mountain are traveled by air-stepping my way up until reaching the edge where there is a semi-flat area of land. It is about 50 kilometers wide, with a few small hills and pits. These are mainly caused by the mass dumping of drained worlds from the citadel above. They fall directly onto the top of this peak, and the Guardian continuously pushes them off its flattened area it calls home. This allows for new resources to fall down the mountainsides, and for miners to collect newly dropped ether stones, while also keeping the peak from growing too high, if left on its own. Within just a few years, the pile would be far too large, and touch the bottom of the citadel. It is at the perfect height, and this is one of the many reasons this enormous beast and the exile mining zones work in a perfect symbiotic relationship. As I step onto a portion of flat ground, unknown to me, I've just passed through the invisible final zone barrier. It sends a barrage of system alert notifications into the mind of the 150-meter-tall shadowy Guardian whose back is turned toward me. Chapter 724. It turns its entire black heavily armored body faster than I've ever seen any monster move before. An enormous single white eye with a jet black pupil locks onto me, and its spiked ball on a chain spins around its head a single time before it lunges forward. A streak of red and white light is left behind, and my divine foresight skill begins tracking the many multiplying options I have before me. Its speed is absurd, and a shockwave of aura is bursting out from its being, but it's already acted and begun to run my way before the aura has even hit me. Once it does, every bone in my body vibrates with unease. It is the natural intimidation, far stronger than a demon's. The red mana within its aura triggers a feeling I know very well. It is some kind of berserker skill, enhancing all of its stats. Knowing what is about to hit me won't do very much, as every option I see in my foresight ends poorly. I can see the hundreds of links within its chain connected to the thick ball and chained down to the handle in its grip. With a bright 1000 on its world token, while the number of worlds is one thing to be enamored with, the way every single chain link moves with purpose catches my attention even more. It's as if the soul weapon has many minds of its own. All of the foresight predictions streaming through my mind recalculate thousands of possibilities per chain movement, quickly forcing me to use more and more mana to predict hundreds of thousands of movements instead of just a fluid and predictable path. Not to mention, it's closed the gap between us, dozens of kilometers, before I've even realized it's attacked. I have no possibility of dodging. Within a fraction of a second of entering its zone, I've accepted that this opponent is truly an overwhelming adversary. I have no way of fighting back, nor even time to dodge in this form. There is no time to do anything else, so I retract my aura entirely, forcefully put up my purple barrier, and brace for impact. A heavy thud makes the entire mountain shake. The massive spiked ball creates an impact crater over 15 meters deep into the compacted black rock with me beneath it. An ear-shattering, horrific roar echoes throughout the entire central peak, middle ring, and even the hollow district thousands of kilometers away. I would be in awe of this monstrous battle cry if my mind and body weren't in a whiteout of shock from being hit straight on by a noble demonic beast's attack in its divine berserker state. From a physical standpoint, my body is fine. The mana, divine energy, and demonic energy imbued in the monster's strike are all completely blocked by my protective barrier. Even the force of the blow feels like nothing more than a light tap. The shockwave of physical and mental ether that enters my being, on the other hand, is far more dangerous. It is so intense that for a fraction of a second, all of my internal functions shut down from shock. It feels similar to the streaks of pain I felt while punching the Goblin King for the first time, when sharp pins of physical ether attack my being from the force. But this is happening all over my body, and so many times simultaneously. that I can't even conceptualize where I'm being hit. It feels like every cell of my body is being attacked a million times over, so my bodily senses just shut down to deal with the overload. My mind, on the other hand, senses that a similar condensed version of ether, not found in avatars, seeps through my barrier and heads straight for my consciousness. In the past, when ether attempted to seep in this far, it was always stopped by an invisible subconscious force, one that I trained for 900,000 years while in a simulated abyss within the Demon Lord's trial. Now, I feel these layers of understanding and focus that have been trained being broken through by a much sharper and more refined ether base of knowledge. While my defenses are far more vast, the demonic Cyclops' attack is more focused and refined, and for the first time, I feel fragments of a mental attack break through my defenses. It feels hot, searing pain in my consciousness, slowing down my thought processes against my will and allowing me to comprehend the true vicious nature of the monster before me. I'm not invincible. After defeating a noble demon, I assumed strolling into a fight against an opponent like this would be even easier. Now, as I momentarily lose consciousness and am pushed over 15 meters deep into the ground beneath an exile guardian that has been overseeing hundreds of millions of drained, dead worlds beneath its feet, I realize what it means to be in the upper realm. I'm not just fighting against strong humans on a small third-class world anymore. I am quite literally at the bottom of the entire realm, and must open my mind even further to the heights one's power can climb if I want to survive. As the shockwave of aura from this divine-grade berserker skill's crimson energy radiates through the exile zones, and the hideous roar and shaking mountain follow, a blue wyvern at the base of the mountain looks up at the closing access point with the same unchanging, saddened gaze. It thinks to itself about the many escaped exiles or illegal miners that wandered onto its privately owned plot of land. It has never once prematurely killed anyone for wrongdoing in its plot. It always gives the intruders a simple challenge: kill the exile guardian, and the wyverns will be an eternal ally. However, it has sent thousands of lords to their deaths in this very fashion. Many fifth, fourth, and third-class escaped slaves try their luck and are usually killed by the sandworms before they can even see the top of the peak with their own eyes. A few second-class fugitives with illegal avatars on the run, trying to steal ether stones from rich plots to pay off debts or prepare extra for a duels, have even taken up this wyvern's offer. Some of them are quite rich in worlds, with hundreds themselves, and high-grade avatars that can boost their stats enough to make it past the middle walkways. However, after 12,000 years, every time that crimson light flashes, the wyvern's hopes of ever leaving these mines, trapped in its own deal of the forgotten past, dwindle away more and more. Its gaze moves down from the peak and watches a green flash of light zip around the middle of the mountain. The wyvern had a sliver of hope that maybe this time would be different, as it has never seen such a powerful buff and rank up improvement before today. A goblin, only slightly more proficient in natural strength and combat than humans, even if it was born on a second-class world, shouldn't be able to make it up this peak so far. The strange buff this goblin queen is using is making its innate talent increase drastically. On top of that, the strength and amount of mana being exerted shouldn't be possible with a basic grade avatar like this. Even a high grade avatar maxed out to its limit with 100 first grade worlds would have trouble giving such unfathomable boosts and strength readings. The abilities shown here make the wyvern reminisce about times tens, even hundreds, of thousands of years ago, when monsters weren't all limited by avatars here in the upper realm. A pulse of perception through the whole mountain makes it very clear that this absurd expression of mana is exceeding the natural limits of this avatar's contract. And part of Ava's true being is leaking through, sensing true reality around her. While the wyvern has lost hope of escaping its prison today, it is still very intrigued by what it's watching. More physical ether than usual is leaking out from every one of Ava's strikes as she kills dozens upon dozens of second-class guardians with ease. The wyvern loses interest quite quickly. While it recognizes and is intrigued by the one-in-a-million rare talent, it knows this ability has been wasted. Chance is just playing its same mind games with him again. If a rise in power like this were granted to a higher race, like the Blue Ogres or possibly the Berserker Giants, maybe they'd be able to break the chains put on them by the system. But it is just a lucky goblin. And that human must have stumbled upon an elixir to fast-track his ether senses. The fact that he had an artifact on his finger from one of the higher zones proves it must have found an old inheritance. The strange travelers are a pair of cruel jokes on this wyvern's existence. Lower races given gifts to even stand a chance against demonic beasts, just to be faced by brutal reality in the end. No matter how broken the power is, the higher races will always rule. It sighs and returns its gaze back to the access point that continues to close. It is a ritual now. Every month, it looks up toward the sky where it cannot travel. Then, as the Cyclops atop this peak lifts its massive spiked club, Another eerie pulse of light and an aura of overwhelming power erupts from the top of the central peak. It's coming from below the Guardian's spiked soul weapon underground. The activation of an astral form can be felt as all of the divine energy in the atmosphere quivers and bends to its wielder's will. Chapter 725. From the moment I'm struck, my body shuts down to allow my mind to deal with the mental attack rather than focus on the overwhelming sharp pain assaulting every one of my cells. However, the day's worth of training, turning my ether healing into an automatic intuitive habit, still treats this brutal barrage the same as any other attack. On top of that, from my past training, every time an ether-imbued strike pushed my being past its limits, the reaction afterward only made me stronger. As the Cyclops Guardian begins to lift its spiked ball from being lodged deep into the rocky ground, the worst of the mental attack has passed, and I can finally think clearly again after a momentary whiteout. Although its compressed mental pressure is far more vicious, refined, and focused, my experience is so vast from the simulated years of training within the tower that it manages to absorb the brunt of the blow before it fully collides with my pure mind. In addition, an odd phenomenon occurs that I've never felt before in any of my other battles. The thousands of years of memories from sandworms and demonic guards on this mountain meld together to add to this base. While it isn't nearly as much as the experience I already had, the countless training sessions, using ether commands, and being exposed to the aura of mental attacks every few decades when the Guardian atop the tower would face a strong opponent, all add up. They've somehow added to my base of experience in both physical and mental ether aptitudes. Once the spiked ball is lifted off of me, I know exactly what I must do next. My mind is active, but my body is still at the whims of my intuition. I feel sync pathways in my nerves and ligaments healing, and muscle fibers twitching, ready to be used the moment the soul weapon stops making contact with my barrier. No time is wasted, and I activate my greater form and astral form to pull the maximum power possible in order to counter when this beast least expects it. Instantly, my rate of healing rapidly increases, and so does my control and perception of my surroundings. It's like my mind is connected to the fabric of reality, moving along the tightly packed green threads in the clouds surrounding us. In an instant, I can feel everything. Over 10,000 kilometers in every direction, the exile zones and all of their inhabitants become crystal clear in my mind. Power rushes into me, growing my energy form just as fast as the Cyclops' spiked ball is pulled upward. More pathways in my body flow with energy and life again. My green divine energy form's outline grows from the crater, jumping upward while wielding a red soul sword growing in size at the same rate. The tingling in my muscles and sharp pains in my bones wash away, and the fluidity of ether being summoned feels as though I'm using multiple times more ether for the same amount of effort. My efficiency, after bouncing back from this deadly blow, has increased yet again, awakening the forgotten knowledge locked behind my mental training in the tower's simulated abyss. With ether flooding through my being, my mana and divine energy form begins to adapt, allowing it to flow through its pathways too, lighting up my astral form with shimmers of hot white light beneath it. In fractions of a second, I grow past 10 meters, then 25 meters, and reach 100 meters in height, zipping past the ball and chain that appears to be moving in slow motion now relative to my perception before I was hit. The divine threads in the air bend to my will, allowing me to grow faster and faster, reaching a staggering 300 meters in height by the time I close the gap and collide sword to chest plate with the Guardian Cyclops. I look straight at mine, as a thick white mana and ether-imbued aura forms beneath its red berserker radiation. I know this feeling too. It's a divine body hardening skill, but combined with automatic premium avatar commands, demonic energy, and a strange soul armor. My eyes widen as my flaming sword collides with the armor and sends out a twang and a shockwave as though it's slamming against a solid metal wall. I see the spiked ball I passed moving on its own, coming to hit me in the back at a speed even faster than before. Venomous rage burns in the Cyclops' single eye as it starts to mutate, shifting to a slight purple shade, and becoming darker and darker on its way to black, activating some strange demonic form. As I grow in strength, pulling energy from all around the central peak, my all-seeing eye senses the Cyclops already trying to do the same, just fractions of a second after I've failed my surprise attack. All of the images in my foresight skill show this hot spiked ball colliding with me, disrupting my full astral form awakening no matter what I do while standing face to face with the Cyclops. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. So, I activate Shadow Step and move to its back, growing up to nearly 1 kilometer in height, attempting to plunge my sword down into the beast before it uses whatever this new move might be. As I thrust my growing blade forward, I can feel it vibrating with lust for blood as it finally feels a worthy opponent. The sharp tip of my astral soul sword collides with the Cyclops' back, and I shiver at the feeling of stabbing a solid wall once again. My concept of overwhelming power still has not reached the heights it must to even pierce this creature's armor in its base form. This momentarily enters my mind while I watch the ball and chain continue to rise upward, as if it has a mind of its own, attempting to attack me before the Cyclops even turns around. Though, my sword's hunger for battle only increases at this predicament, and I feel it glowing hotter and hotter in my hand. On the base of its handle, I finally witness what it's gained after reaching level 2 of its evolution. A blood red eye rises to the surface of my sword, opening wide to illuminate its entire being with a bright crimson aura. I feel it burning my hands just trying to hold on. But I don't stop thrusting it forward at all. It feels like my entire astral form is invigorated by this awakening, and red tendrils of its energy seep through my massive green energy form. The immovable black wall of defense cracks, and I thrust my blade through the Cyclops' armor. I let out a yell as I feel the tip of my blade pierce the Guardian's skin as well, and the Cyclops lets out a roar of rage. The darkness that enveloped its eye surrounds its entire being. The red light from its berserker form intertwines with this darkness, and the spiked ball that was coming my way plunges downward to hit the ground. The hundreds of chain links that seemingly have minds of their own twist, pull, and move away from me. I'm astonished to watch the soul weapon become enveloped in the same darkness and yank the Cyclops forward, pulling it away from my sword just before I can reach its cores. I lunge forward again, attempting a second swing, but the Cyclops closes its dark eye, and a familiar aura of energy and hundreds of thousands of foresight images showing my death halt me from moving forward any further, despite doubling in size again, reaching a similar 2 kilometers in height where my astral form peaked. In my last battle, while holding a flaming red sword larger than most skyscrapers, I jump back when the data from my inspect and appraisal skills, now that I've pierced its skin, confirm exactly what my senses are telling me. LV 51827 is the first number that burns into my mind's eye, followed by Berserker, Body Hardening, and Perfect Strike in its skill slots, all with Divine Grade glowing next to them. There are 2 buffs on its status as well, Divine Guardian's Area of Domination and a Noble Bloodline Transformation. It turns around to face me and opens its single eye again, and a power unlike anything I ever believed imaginable erupts from its being. I watch its muscles bulge, and its armor grows with it. A beam of black, white, and red light glows from its being as its body grows in size, matching my height in fractions of a second, while a dark purple-red dome forms around the entire top of the central peak. Its ball on a chain grows in size to match its new stature, and from the foresight readings I get now, no matter where in the peak this Cyclops moves, its soul weapon can move with a mind of its own to collide with a target anywhere. No matter what, these visions come true as the spiked ball comes flying my way without the demonic guardian even moving its hand. I shadow step to the opposite side of the peak, but the ball follows with ease, predicting my next shadow step seemingly before I even make it. I use heavy hand, attempting to push the spiked weapon down to the ground before it hits me, but it doesn't even react and stays moving on a steady path. Even blocking with my sword is impossible. Wherever I swing, the hundreds of chains with minds of their own turn the ball's flight path around my sword, and when I'm hit in the side of my astral form, I feel why its skill is called Perfect Strike. This is the first time I've ever been hit without my barrier up since arriving in the upper realm, and it is far more painful than just being attacked with ether. However, I expected this result, as millions of calculations of foresight have moved by in my mind, and this is the least lethal option I've come to. While sharp pains invade my body and I brace for impact against the mental attacks again, I can't help but smile while I swing my blade down, seemingly through thin air. In reality, I'm aiming for the chain connecting this spiked ball to its wielder, as my astral form receives a demonic purple stain on its side and a spiked ball lodges into it. My crimson sword breaks through a link of the chain guiding it, separating the soul weapon from its wielder. I disappear again using shadow step, leaving the disconnected spiked ball to fall to the ground where it hits me. Then, I summon vast amounts of supreme-grade earth magic around the Cyclops' legs, attempting to hold it in place for a finishing move now that it cannot defend or attack. To confuse it even further, assuring my victory with everything I have, I activate my divine-grade body double skill, creating 2 identical astral forms on both of my sides. It would be more, but the other 3 are still busy on the human world. Confusion, intimidation, and every bit of stunning aura I have to throw at this monster, I do, and thrust my soul sword straight toward its chest while my doubles aim for its neck and back. Wherever the Cyclops dodges to, I am ready to instantly swap places with one of my forms and perform the perfect kill. Avalanches form all over the mountain beneath the access doors that are now over halfway closed. Ava thrives in the chaos, flying through the air, making laps around the mountain's midsection and slaughtering demonic guards that come her way. All of their soul weapons fall into her system storage the moment they're killed, and her level rises higher and higher, nearing 30,000. which is the average of these second-grade demonic guards, below the mountain's peak. The wyvern's gaze still does not bother to look upward. It peacefully watches Ava continue to tear through the demonic guards. It is amused to think of what the Citadel Lord's reaction will be after hearing it's wasted this many resources on a single goblin. Even the noble bloodline transformation doesn't even make it flinch. It's felt transformations like this many times before, and the result is always the same. In the upper realm, nobles are gods. Nothing comes close to their unfathomable power. The wyvern's peripherals watch the broken chain of the guardian's soul weapon discard its single lost link and reform back together with ease to become the same weapon it was before. A massive red flaming soul sword collides with the chestplate of the Cyclops as well. Though, it is stopped like it is hitting a solid immovable wall, not even showing signs of a scratch. 2 copies of the human's astral form are shattered to pieces by a spiked ball, and the human's true astral form is hit again, pinning it to the center of the peak with the spiked soul weapon on its chest. The dark demonic stain grows to infect more of the bright green astral form, while white physical and mental ether attacks pulse brightly at the core of this guardian's ruthless strike. The Cyclops walks forward in its fully awakened noble form and prepares to finish its job squashing this overgrown bug. Then go back to overseeing the mountain for millennia to come. Chapter 726. An unfathomable weight presses down on my chest. In the same amount of time it took for me to break this monster's chain and gain the advantage for a split second, it turned the tables on me and has shown the absurd strength that was sealed within. Every moment that passes, I feel more and more power leaking out from the demonic one-eyed figure, with a stoic expression. From kilometers away, it holds me down with its ranged weapon like this is a menial task. I can feel my astral form cracking apart, and the immense pressure of the atmosphere is seeping into my real body once again. While I'm able to release this power in bursts, I'm still not fully acclimated to the upper realm's air density. And I only have so much time before I need to fall back into my base form and put my purple barrier back up. Considering the Guardian knows I'm a dangerous opponent, I doubt I'll only get hit one time if I retreat now. Taking advantage of its momentary lapse in judgment has passed, though. I did manage to at least find one small weakness. As the dark demonic stain grows in my astral form, cracking and fracturing it further as it spreads, I pay it no mind and follow a single thread of my divine swordsmanship skill, sifting through the hundreds of thousands of foresight futures until one matches up with my desired result. The crimson eye of my hungry blade sends pulses of red fiery energy through the threads of mana. And I swing my blade again while being pressed into the ground. A single weak chain link from the monster's soul weapon is broken again, and the connection of the spiked ball to the wielder is severed for a fraction of a second. Unlike before, I know that this link will be discarded, and a fresh chain will reling. So, despite the pain, ringing in my ears, and suffocating pressure mixed with the mental ether imbued in that last attack, I push myself off the ground and shadow step to the opposite side of the mountain's peak. Clear memories of the unbreakable barrier of armor repeat in my mind from my last attempt, and now even my swordsmanship and foresight skill show no possibilities of even landing a hit. A very strange vibration can be sensed all over this beast's bare skin and the black armor that is fused with it. It's almost impossible to describe. An invisible eerie humming, similar to the instinctual dangerous sensation I felt the first time I laid eyes upon Draco Vermilion. It may just be my mind filling in the gaps, attempting to comprehend a powerful source of power beyond my mental comprehension. But something tells me there is more to it. I can feel the same vibrating radiation coming off of the spiked ball, its handle, and the Cyclops itself. Each individual chain link in its soul weapon doesn't have this overwhelming power source to it, so, instead of attempting to get in close range for a futile strike that will only end in my blade bouncing off like before, I attack where I know my hit will make a difference. Before the chain even fully reforms to link back together, I swing down on it again. The glowing spiked ball falls to the central peak's base. I'm expecting some kind of roar or angered reaction from the Guardian, but it just watches from afar while pushing more and more energy into its soul weapon. Using shadow steps, my astral form disappears and reappears all over the small battlefield, and my mind is entirely focused on the single task before me. From an outside view, dozens of shockwaves per second ripple through the entire exile zone, and the peak of the mountain is a red, black, purple, green, and white blur of colliding forces. Every shockwave signifies a chain link being broken, and the soul weapon's range shortening more and more. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. The shockwaves stop momentarily when there is nowhere to dodge, and the only way for me to strike another chain link is to be hit by the spiked ball. 3 more times, I'm pinned to the ground, and more spots of my astral form crack and receive blotches of demonic energy that grow in size as time passes. My ears ringing gets louder too. And the pressure builds up more and more from the threads I'm taking in from my astral form with a large rise in surface area. Even the access point above me continues to close, leaving only a small sliver, less than a third of the remaining open white oval that showed before. Nevertheless, I continue breaking through the chains until the range of this monster's weapon is no longer than my own. Before, the 50-kilometer wide dome was a death trap anywhere I moved, but now it is only when I come within a 5-meter range of the Cyclops that all of my foresight paths show my demise. It gives me time to think, but also makes the reality of this creature's monstrous power sink in even more. Its noble body is the same size as my trump card, my entire astral form. From the looks of it, I only have a few seconds left in this form before I'll be forced to retreat back into my purple barrier. My promise to the wyvern will be broken. I'll miss getting to the access point in time and be stuck down here for another month, and if I'm unconscious for too long, I won't be able to protect Ava from this monstrosity. All these thoughts race through my mind while I take a step back instead of ruthlessly attacking the single-digit number of chain links left, and try to reassess the situation. This momentary break in my precise attacks gives the Cyclops its cue to finally move, similar to an annoying bee flying around a hiker. Finally, as it backs off for a moment, he can continue on with what he was doing. The demonic guardian raises its right arm holding the soul weapon, and instead of throwing it forward or marching toward me, it places the remaining chains into its mouth and bites down. A crunch radiates through my senses, and all of the remaining chains are severed as the monster chews the soul weapon's metal like they're a soft delicacy. My heart drops even further while I watch the long handle in its grasp point down to the ground while it takes a step forward. The spiked ball reconnects to the long black rod in its hand, turning its soul weapon into a close-range mace. As it takes another step forward, there isn't a single point on its body or soul weapon now that isn't vibrating with a strange frequency. Every single outcome in my mind ends with my soul sword being stopped by its armor, or even its skin. And the result of stepping too close to the Cyclops gets me struck by its impenetrable soul weapon. One more hit with that spiked ball and my astral form will shatter. I'm certain of it. It takes another step forward, and this time, its speed rises drastically and a streak of red-stained demonic aura trails behind it. My fading mind can't exactly comprehend how fast it is really going, but I'm sure even at the peak of this battle before I was hit, I'd have no hope of matching its speed. I grit my teeth, understanding now why noble demons act so arrogant. These bloodline transformations truly do put them on a pedestal high above all of the other races. As this thought sets in, I activate a new buff I obtained from Draco Vermilion. One that I haven't activated yet and have no idea at all how it will react with my body and current abilities. However, taking this risk, activating my noble bloodline transformation, seems a far better option than being at the whims of this monstrous creature, even if I do have an artifact that should theoretically protect me. The wyvern's gaze below the mountain finally moves away from Ava as she massacres the demonic beasts that aren't suffocated by the sliding black stone avalanches of drain worlds being thrown around as two titans clash. It is quite surprised a human has lasted this long. An astral form is incredibly rare, even for many first-class worlds and higher races. But possible in this old monster's eyes, as if one trains with divine energy long enough before they hit the third rank-up stage, and have chosen a path on their world where they are truly more worthy to lead their race than everyone else, the system may grant them a power like this, a human and a goblin. Causing this much havoc is a sight to behold. Even the fact that the battle has gone on for a few seconds is impressive, but that is not what lifts the wyvern's gaze and makes its eyes open wide. Within the depths of the massive cracked and deteriorating astral form, the human's true body begins to give off a familiar vibration and change in form. The human's muscles grow larger, and they harden to be as dense and unbreakable as diamonds. His skin becomes smooth and almost glossy, infused with all of the energy flowing through it, becoming a perfect conductor. The human's eyes glow with a bright white light, and an ethereal feeling pulses outward, making the entire red and black dome created by the guardian around them shatter in an instant from the aura alone. The being that traveled here from a third-class world grows in size, to make his true human flesh stand at just over 20 meters tall. All of the blood-bonded armor, gear, soul sword, and cores bonded to its being grow in size with him. His dark hair, facial features, and every hardened muscle fiber grow with him. A sublime white light bursts upward to create a pillar, and at the same time, the astral form grows in size to adjust to its new reference. With a clean and precise downward swing, a flaming white and red soul sword shatters a small spiked ball within the guardian's grasp, and follows through to collide with the Cyclops' eye. With no resistance at all, its head is sliced in two, and the sword continues downward. The wyvern speaks out loud to itself in awe, as it witnesses a sight it cannot believe: a noble human. This should not be possible. Chapter 727. The moment I activate my new buff, the noble bloodline transformation, the strange vibrations I can barely sense around the exile guardian become magnified. And the same frequency begins to radiate from my own body. It creates a strange resonance, and everything happens extremely quick. I close and open my eyes to unseal this power, and it floods outward, not from a single source, but from within every cell in my being. It feels like I'm viewing the world around me from a higher frequency of understanding that I didn't even realize existed before. All of the ringing in my ears stops, the foggy mind, being attacked by the guardian's mental attacks, clears to a peaceful silence. Best of all, my vision and perception of the world around me becomes crystal clear, and everything slows down by what feels like 1,000 times. I don't even have to use my all-seeing eye or ether senses to see. It is all just crystal clear. My muscles fill with newfound elasticity and strength, hardening and strengthening the actual physical muscle fibers, and my skin becomes glossy and glows like jade as energy flows through it, amplifying every bit of power that ripples through me. I feel my body grow to 10 times its size, and take a deep breath as if it's the first true breath I've ever taken. My body glows with an ethereal white energy as the ether within my body expands and reacts with this sudden change. The frail dome of demonic energy surrounding me shatters from this release of power, and the excess white ethereal shimmering light bursts upward in a pillar. I feel my astral form expanding multiple times its size as well, making the guardian, whom moments ago I thought of as an indestructible, immovable monstrous force, now look like a small helpless animal. Without hesitating at all, I swing my sword downward in a fluid and graceful motion. Its spiked soul weapon shatters, its eye is split in two, and the hot red and white blade slices through the 2-kilometer-tall noble demonic cyclops guardian like butter, shattering its cores and making contact with the ground beneath its feet as if it isn't even there. The shockwave of this destructive slice creates a 5-kilometer deep and 50-kilometer wide ravine in the center of the central peak, and completely obliterates the guardian, leaving only fragments of its armor and flesh behind. The dark blotches of demonic energy and cracks on my astral form completely disappear the instant the white ethereal glow ripples through them, though, as fast as my enemy is killed, I deactivate my astral form in the same moment. My thought process has become crisp and calculated, making no room for errors or confusion, keeping this massive 15-kilometer-tall form activated. That is changing the air pressure and gravity for tens of thousands of kilometers in all directions, is no longer necessary. It bursts in a shimmering white and green glow the moment the job is done, leaving just my noble human form behind, hovering over the ravine I've created, that has split the top of the mountain in two. My body glows white, and the sword in my hand contrasts my being with a bright crimson glow, while swirling energy forms around me in green, white, red, purple, and black wisps. The exile guardian's being is absorbed into me, and its soul weapons remains flow into my sword as I float still in the air. Level up, X3417, use absorption, skill, Berserker, upgrade, divine grade, yes, no, use absorption, skill, perfect strike, divine grade, yes, no, congratulations. Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached, 1242/1000 worlds claimed, new perk unlocked, authority among worlds, info, new update to the worldwide connectivity system, granted solely to the Rising Emperor. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively. Both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the Ruler of Worlds perk, World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Powerholder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk. If used simultaneously, these notifications echo in my mind while the green light on my bright white hand glows with a 1242, and my level hits LV 33,189. I feel extremely high-grade worlds boosting my stats, stronger than any of the second-grade worlds I've managed to acquire so far, and my total available pull rise to 65% of all the beings on them. But my mind is whisked away to relive the Guardian's long life of memories before I get a close look. The start of its journey feels very familiar. Just like Draco Vermilion, born into chaos, on a world densely packed with demonic energy, and extremely vast, unlike the demon's memories I vividly remember, this monster's life flashes by extremely quickly. It's only defining moments where time seems to slow down or during immense battles, where it becomes very injured or wins by extremely small margins. It roams these dark lands as a mindless beast for thousands of years, so long it is impossible to keep count. I guesstimate it is anywhere from 7 to 10,000 years, roaming alone on a noble grade world, killing and battling to the death with every monster it deems a threat. A strange phenomenon happens the day a demon visits its world. Clearly, it is not a noble demon, but it has a true yellow core, so must be at least second or first class. The demonic Cyclops stands its ground against it, fighting the longest battle of its life, and ultimately killing even this intruder, spreading divine threads throughout its world despite there not being large spatial deposits in this sector of the galaxy. Its battered body slowly absorbs the raw yellow threads scattered around its world, and eventually awakens its own yellow core. Meanwhile, more demons from the 4 great families were sent out here again to do prospecting, and every time, no one ever made it back from this demonic world alive. Every new demon it killed, the more raw divine threads spread throughout the world, and the stronger it became, eventually compressing its true core and slowly reaching the saturation point. That is, until one day, a strange shadowy figure with long horns entered this Cyclops' life. The memories associated with this day only tell of immense fear, sorrow, and defeat, for some reason. Within this Cyclops' mind, all that is left in place of this 10-year gap in its memories is a dark demonic veil of mystery. The memories give off a vibration, similar to that of a noble resonance, but as more memories flow by, it's hard to see and feel exactly what is already past. The next thing I see is this demonic beast in the upper realm, on a strange dark citadel. It has a true green core awakened, and from the looks of it, in the time its memories were erased, it awakened a mana-based system with levels and skills. It holds a spiked soul weapon too. Another 5 to 8,000 years pass. The Cyclops lives alone in this dark citadel, but as years pass, more visitors come by. 2 of which stand out to me a lot. There are 2 noble demons. One named Andres, and another named Cisco. Endless days of sparring turn into weeks, months, years, and centuries. New avatar changes and upgrades are granted by a voice in the Cyclops' head, and it accepts without question. Weaker first-class demons watch the sparring matches in awe, and the Cyclops even watches other demons spar within this citadel made of thousands of large training cubes. It is soon named the Fortress, and the Cyclops overhears demons talking of the Ellipsia Citadel, the Mensa Citadel, each of them where the 2 noble demons come from, and word of a grand citadel as well, where strong demons can leave the fortress and try to impress the family heads. While this beast isn't an intellectual, it grasps the concepts of what others say, and after thousands of years of repetition, it definitely understands, though, every time it gets into a rhythm of life, there is always a disruption in its memories. Once, the first time it was shipped off to the Grand Citadel, a 50-year block is missing, and again, a few thousand years later when a shadowy horned figure came to visit the fortress, all that remains in the dead guardian's mind is pure terror and a mere shadow of this being. The last 10 to 12,000 years of its life are quite simple, and fly by the fastest. All of its training, and years of fear and loyalty that have been instilled into it, are consolidated into a single task. Not much is explained to the beast, as it just receives new avatar commands, and is limited to only staying within a 50-kilometer radius above this peak in order to shovel worlds off above a certain height and kill all intruders. However, from the words of many escaped exiles, and lords roaming the mountains below for millennia as this guardian watched, I can tell this is the result of a new leader in charge. Every few hundred years, a family sparring partner stops by, Andres Vermilion, to check up on the zones and see how the Guardian is doing with a quick spar atop the peak to make sure it's not growing old and weak. However, other than that, there are no lords that ever come close to its immense power. As the many years of solitude move by, the fear and imagery of a shadowy horned figure never leave this monster's mind. Even in its final moments, as a human slices it in half, the Guardian still fears something else far more. This rush of knowledge flows into me, and I can feel its home world now glowing with dark purple energy in the forefront of my mind. A strange sensation washes over me as all of the beings on it link to my system. While it's a chaotic world, there are still over 20 million strong noble Cyclopes on it, and their average level once converted to mana is over 1500. Some are even above level 10,000. And there isn't a single labyrinth on this world at all. Their levels are purely from killing each other and absorbing the ambient demonic energy in the atmosphere. Many other worlds float behind this one in my mind, 80 of them being first-class worlds, each with tens of millions of citizens, ranging from level 700 to 1000 on average. Another 921 worlds are identical second-class worlds like the demonic guards I fought below the central peak. With this immense rise in borrowed power, and the noble bloodline transformation I've gone through myself, my perception seeps upward, through the clouds with ease, and I can feel every single being within the Ellipsia Citadel. A large tower in the center of the citadel gives off strong radiation. As I see a familiar demon battling 4 lords alongside his demonic dragon. One of those lords is Ember, and for some reason, he's fighting in his human form. My bright white body and ethereal eyes move downward until I spot Ava among the rubble. She's stopped her ruthless attacks on the demonic guards, and her mouth is open and her eyes are glued to me as I give off a warm light. Then, my gaze moves down the mountain, and I slowly rotate my body until my eyes meet the blue wyverns. As soon as they do, I look up at the access point that is almost entirely shut, leaving less than 10% of the power plant's underside exposed. A series of angled shimmering lights shine downward on me in far brighter concentrated rays. When they hit my skin, I glow even brighter. My mind takes in all of the facts of the situation, and I can't help but grin as I come up with the perfect plan. A long-range telepathy channel is formed, and I beam a message down to the Goblin Queen. Come on, we're going up to the Citadel. Let's move before we're too late. Then, I turn to the Wyvern and activate my conceal skill, changing my appearance while I send it a message too. I passed your test. Now, I need a favor in return before those doors shut. Chapter 728. Moments earlier, thousands of kilometers above in the Citadel, Ember still only has a 203 on his palm as he faces the noble demon, sending a beam of strange black energy his way. The long red-haired human activates his astral form. While it is a limited version of the truly massive display he could show off in his dragon form, a dense green divine light expands outward to grow Ember's energy body to over 100 meters tall. Dense waves of ether flow into the astral form, and he lifts both of his hands in a resolute stance to block the black demonic beam coming out from the unique soul weapon. On contact, translucent waves of fire burst out from Ember's palms, and 2 walls of energy erupt from the collision point. One is dark black where the beam disperses, while the other is made of transparent fire. Both are of similar strength, and they make the entire dueling room's divine air pressure quiver. Andres continues to awaken the full form of his noble bloodline transformation, growing larger, and the beam of eerie vibrating black energy becomes stronger and stronger as he reaches a staggering 3 kilometers in height. The numbers on Ember's palm begin to tick upward, 3 at a time, then 6 at a time, slowly granting him more power, but the noble demon's transformation is far faster. His feet, planted into the ground of the dueling room, lose grip, and he begins sliding backward as the demon yells out for the entire Citadel to hear. The upper realm is not meant for bugs like you. The strongest warlords of the Ellipsia Citadel have grown senile enough to call for a human to help? It's that imitation of an astral form that keeps you alive in my presence. Too bad the peak of lower realm evolution cannot stand up against a noble demon. You lower races and lower class worlds, bow before us. Know that we allow you to live. Fighting back now only sets your entire race's demise in stone. I will personally kill them all to set a precedent once I'm done with you. As the red-haired human, who was the voice of hope for the lower races, is now pushed back, millions of lords watching the display of pure power on the holograms all around the city begin to second-guess what they saw before in the past duels. They begin to listen to the demon's words, now shivering in fear, though Zashin, who watches this take place up close, knows this is his cue to strike. The first-class Berserker Giant's first 2 wind blades fell into the growing black fog that surrounded this demon, and they disappeared without any damage or trace. Now that the dual-bladed warrior is in its fully awakened wind form, it activates its divine-grade Berserker skill and a special buff called Divine Form of the True Berserker King. From within his blades and the depths of his core, dense red light starts to swirl within his being, reinforcing this crimson aura or dense white. Plumes of ether it has not used since the war over 12,000 years ago. Andres senses its surge in power but recognizes this monster's aura to match the demonic Cyclops Guardian below the Citadel. He has fought this beast many times before and has already gauged this berserker's power from the measly attacks it absorbed with its demonic cloud. The noble demon keeps all its focus on crushing the human before him to make a point. An explosion of red aura and a shift in the berserker's eye color from green to red grows its body 3 times in size, breaking a full kilometer in height as its blades cut through the air with dense wind-powered magic. A crescent of red and white light slices through the black beam of energy at its midpoint, disrupting the spear's flow, creating another massive explosion, while the berserker attacks from behind, sending a second full-powered slash at the demon's back. It slices through the black fog, pushing it aside, and colliding with the demonic glossy armor. The red aura that erupts from the clash makes the demon shiver with fear, as it's never felt such strength come out of a mere first-class being. It hasn't even felt this kind of force from their elite first-class demons. As it attempts to turn, a crack in its armor forms, and a searing hot pain in a long line erupts on its back. It realizes it's been hit, and real damage is being done. From the corner of its eye, it watches the human's astral form speed through the air as well. charging its hands with translucent fireballs and firing them off on the opposite side of its body from where the berserker attacked. Some of the flames touch its demonic cloud, and it witnesses the darkness start to melt away while the berserker's attack slices deeper into its skin. The world token of the human continues to tick upward, and the noble demon grits its teeth, activating Shadow Step to disappear and reappear in a demonic cloud of darkness dozens of kilometers away using its dragon's shadow as a bounce point. Zacian grins ear to ear, showing off his hundreds of sharpened teeth while trailing with a red streak of light behind him, and Ember follows behind in graceful footsteps, examining the damage done to the dueling room floor and analyzing the situation for what it is. Andra's attack was strong, but he knows noble demons are far more formidable than what he's seeing here, so Ember stays cautious as lightning strikes and unique earth magic is summoned in the skies above. Torvak lights up the sky with thousands of powerful lightning bolts, all aimed at the demonic dragon that flaps its wings and descends toward the battle. A menacing attack forms within its mouth, building with power, draining divine energy from the air, and pulling darkness from its demonic core. Did you know this? Story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. The attack is aimed directly at Torvak, as the waves of electricity speed through the air far faster than anything, striking the monstrous beast before it can even open its mouth. At the same rate as the demon below, its body grows in size, reaching a wingspan of 3 kilometers, but its growth is slowed by the static that runs through and over its being in the process. Portions of demonic energy covering its body are zapped away, and the density of the refined ether within Torvak's attacks is stronger than the automatic defenses in singular areas on this scaled creature. However, with Torvak's attacks spread so thin, once they make it through its demonic energy and ether defenses, the only real damage being done to the monster's insides feels like a light tingling shock. To show its superiority, the demonic dragon releases a wave of black and purple energy from its mouth, sent directly down at the blue ogre that is limiting its growth and full output of demonic energy. If Torvak tries to block or move out of the way, this dragon will use the energy it's conserving to deliver a deadly blow into the fight with Zacian and Ember, with double its current output. Torvak grins and doesn't even attempt to block the incoming strike, using his full focus to continue shocking every one of the monster's scales with an all-out lightning attack. Asik finishes unleashing his greater form, which makes him appear as a dark, bloody knight. His silent, dark figure flies upward faster than Torvak, straight toward the blast of demonic energy. He summons a wall of dark brown stone infused with the blood of many fallen enemies he's killed over the millennia in both the lower and upper realms. The massive shield looks like a boulder, growing larger and larger, clearly draining ether and unrestorable power from the high orc. The blood boulder grows to over a kilometer in diameter, and the demonic dragon lets out a battle roar as its wave of energy collides with the stone. The citadel outside watches in awe as an explosion of rock and demonic energy fills the entire top half of the dueling room, demolishing the high orc's defensive technique. Both Torvak and Asik grin, still moving forward with resolute stares. As this is exactly what they had planned, thousands of shards of bloodstone move upward, all infused with dense mental and physical ether, refined within the high orc's consciousness, waiting to be used for tens of thousands of years, along with the life force of his enemies. All these smaller sharpened shards of stone separated by the dragon's attack travel upward, controlled by Asik's spear, and surround the dragon that used its demonic energy on an attack meant to obliterate these first-class bugs in its way in a single strike. It should have worked, and the dragon's defenses should be enough to even block a full-on beam from its noble demon's spear, but the culmination of the seemingly random last few moves have put it in a hopeless situation. Torvak's constant, full-powered lightning strikes may seem harmless, but thousands of shards of bloodstone pierce the dragon's defenses with ease, stabbing through the chinks in its scales and bypassing the ether defenses that have been nullified by the high-powered electric shockwaves. Another loud, agony-filled roar echoes through the air as the dragon becomes paralyzed in the sky and starts to fall toward the dueling room floor. While this occurs, the noble demon retreats beneath its dragon's shadow. Confusion races through its mind as it feels the intensity of the berserker's attack seeping into its avatar and the dense mental waves pounding against its custom premium avatar's defenses. The triple-layered mind and body shielding put in place comes straight from the family head, and with over 1 million low-quality ether stored in its avatar bank, there should be enough volume of defenses to withstand hundreds of full-on attacks even from the demonic guardian below in the exile zones. It is an upgraded version of the full guard model, made to battle other nobles with power that transcends the premium avatars. As sharp pain pierces into its mind, the noble demon recalls a single warrior who continued to fight in the Grand Citadel even after the Blue Wyverns were defeated by the family head. It was a rogue berserker giant, a warlord who stood above all other berserker giants and held power in the upper realm long before he or even the family head arrived. But one day, he disappeared, and as centuries and millennia passed, many believed he was accidentally killed by a demon in one of the tournament matches. The red-eyed monster yells, "Don't get too comfortable, Andres. Just because your little guardian has a berserker skill doesn't mean it's anything close to the real deal. That beast is a pale imitation of my true rage." Andres remembers this blood-red form and looks up into the air to see a lightning-covered blue ogre and a massive dark knight. The family had conquered the citadel and always warned against dealing with the old warlords until they were drained of all their resources. Many of them once held over 100,000 high-grade worlds each, and their followers used to be tens of times larger in numbers and strength. He thought they were certainly weak enough to battle now, even testing their strength from time to time as the millennia passed. Yet, it must have all been a ruse. The power they're showing now is overwhelming, making the Citadel Lord shiver with fear when looking at the human who throws two new translucent fireballs his way. He wonders if this mystery man is a being from the past that he doesn't recognize either. Their confidence in arriving today was not just for show. Twisting between the fireballs, two red crescents of wind and ether travel toward him as well. The demon grits its teeth and grasps its staff, charging it to full power and waving it across its body to clash with the four attacks. An explosion of energy sends the demon skidding backward, but its strange crystal staff disperses the attacks. At the same moment, however, the paralyzed body of its soul-bonded dragon hits the floor behind it with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through the entire dueling room. The bright red berserker comes up behind him again, but this time Andres fears its attack, rotating his body gracefully to block both of its incoming blades with the hot crystal in his spear. Another shockwave erupts from the clash, as demonic energy heals the cracks in the demon's armor. And an equal force sends the two fighters back. Ember sends another two soul energy and ether-imbued fireballs the demon's way, but it has stopped being arrogant and now takes every attack sent at it seriously. The momentum from the exchange with Zacian is used to twist its body again and block the two incoming fireballs, exploding them with a beam of black light. Ember dodges the excess radiation from the explosion and flies to find a new angle while Zacian circles in on the other side, charging up his blades again. The High Orc and Blue Ogre come flying down from above. Torvak charges up his lightning attacks again, and Asik takes the rear, preparing a new attack within his axe, but is quite worn out already from using his ultimate move to melt the dragon's mind and body from the inside. The two would go in for the kill, but that is not part of Ember's plan, so they do as he instructed and leave the dragon alive. The four warlords surround the noble demon, and the entire citadel watches as a being they feared as a god for thousands of years is somehow overwhelmed. Andres knows this fact. Even if he wins now, the recordings and memories of this disgrace will live on. "You've made me do this," the demon whispers while lifting its spear into the air. Black mist from its aura trails around the spear's tip, making what looks like a black halo above its head. Then, it holds its spear tight in both hands, grasp and slams the butt of its sole weapon against the floor of the dueling room. The black mist surrounding the demon expands quickly, and a strange noble vibration emerges from the demon's glowing light purple eyes. It is allowing its true noble form to leak out from its avatar's constraints, a technique forbidden even among noble demons, but one that must be done to save this demon's life and continue controlling the citadel. The crystal on its spear glows dark black and purple, and the black mist surrounding its body pulses outward so fast that none of the warlords can track it with their eyes. In an instant, the entire 500-kilometer-wide dueling room becomes dark. The strange vibrations carry strong natural intimidation waves that grow stronger and stronger. All of the holographic live recordings turn completely black as well, not even sensing ether signatures anymore. From within the darkness of this noble demon's domain, only a pair of purple demonic eyes can see. Chapter 729, the Citadel-wide holograms go dark, and confusion spreads through the tens of millions of lords that were forcefully pulled from their daily lives by a mandatory avatar command to watch. Where'd they go? What happened? Did they turn off the broadcast? The demon won, that must be it. No way. You saw the ogre conglomeration head and High Orc leader take out the dragon in a single attack. They couldn't have lost, yeah. Berserkers don't go down so easily either. That warrior in the human dodged the Citadel Lord's attack, and even landed an attack back, but this is a noble, he's probably just toying with them. We've all seen the public matches before. True. Maybe it really is over. Is he really going to kill all of the remaining lords left in their races? Are the humans, ogres, orcs, and berserker giants done for? I don't know. All we can do is wait and see. Even the demon servants in lower floors of the tower become confused at the darkness before them. Not a single reading shows up in their surveillance systems or dueling room high-tech monitors. Only a small group of servants that have followed Andres since back before he was given this position as Citadel Lord understand what is going on. He's using that move again. I thought the family had forbid it. Yeah, but if you look at the ether readings before our systems went dark, it looks like this was his only choice. Those warlords are stronger than. Don't finish that sentence. There are no lower lifeforms stronger than a noble demon. Why, you're right. This is merely a part of Andres' plan. He must be concealing his power so he can torture them beyond what the public should see. While these servants discuss, the consensus inside the dueling room is completely different. Torvak and Asik still fall down from the sky, but their senses are far too honed with recently refined mental ether that has been waiting to be used to its maximum potential. Translucent white orbs of energy expand from their minds and cover the entirety of the dueling room. Identical pulses of perception pulse out from Ember and Zashin, who zero in on the noble demon from both sides. This demonic domain of darkness loses its efficacy almost instantly, as everyone in the room now appears as perfect white outlines in the vision of the four warlords. Two blades of wind magic are the first attacks to come within range of the demon, while lightning and shards of bloodstone rain from the sky. Ember charges up balls of fire in his fists, but watches closely for an opening. As he knows sending attacks off from this distance and this power level is quite useless, his thoughts become reality as the three-pronged spear in the demon's hand is spun around, making the dark crystal collide with both of the wind crescents coming his way. They collide and explode, but no sound can be heard within the abyss. The only tell that Zashin's attacks have been blocked is the dispersing ether energy that trails behind the demon as it points its spear at the berserker and lets out a beam of dark energy. The berserker's first instincts are to dodge, but it seems the demon's speed and power has increased by at least 3 times since the lights went out. The kilometer-tall berserker giant only has time to block with both of its blades. Crossed in front of its head, Zashin lets out a battle cry while he is pushed back, but none of the other warlords can hear him, only see their strongest close-range fighter be sent flying back dozens of kilometers by a ruthless beam. At the same time, the noble demon uses its shadow step skill to move around in this darkness without any limitation. No bounce points are necessary. All it has to do is pick a place in the dueling room it desires, and it is there before anyone can blink again. It shows this off by disappearing and reappearing in between the thousands of lightning and stone attacks coming down upon it. The ether-infused outline of this monster blips all over the room, impossible for even the warlords. Advanced ether senses to track within this strange abyss. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. The lightning and earth wielders narrow and tighten their attacks inward as the demon approaches. But its teleportation speed is too fast to adjust fully, and it's only hit by a single-digit number of stray attacks before the demon is right between the two of them. Unlike the dragon who took the entire force of Torvak's lightning to probe a point, Andres still has the entire strength of his custom premium-grade defenses active. The bloodstone shards that collide with his weak points are eaten away by the demonic cloud that surrounds him before any of the mental attacks can make their way into his true being. Still, both warlords swing their soul weapons with no fear, yet it doesn't do much at all. Asik's two-sided axe is stopped by the tip of the demon's crystal spear, while Torvak's club is stopped by the butt end of the staff on the other end. Shockwaves of ether erupt from their clash, and the demon is struck by hundreds of lightning bolts and stone shards, but the culmination of these wounds only cracks his armor just slightly, nowhere near as destructive as the attack Zashin pulled off at the start of their fight. A black beam of light comes out from the spear's tip, and Asik is forced to go on the defensive, rotating his axe to block and fill it with physical ether. He's sent flying backward, just as fast as Zashin, and once far enough, the demon rotates his spear upward. The beam of black magic tears through the lining in the ceiling as it leaves Asik's axe and comes down to hit Torvak in his other side with the same blast. His spiked club glows hot with all of the ether he can put into it and is pushed back in the same fashion. A visual of the demon raising his spear, with his mouth open, shows all the warlords that it is laughing at them for believing they could face a being with his level of power. From below, Zashin comes at him again, and all the demon has to do is point his spear downward to aim another deadly attack his way. The glowing red berserker spins around the black beam, only growing stronger. When faced up against a superior opponent, and catches the demon off guard again, 2 crescents of ether-infused attacks get within his close-range aura, one colliding with his chestplate and slicing through. making that familiar searing sensation return of his skin actually breaking. While the second crescent aims for his neck, the demon's shadow steps away before it can be hit again, right behind the berserker with the tip of his spear against his back, and lets out a black beam that sends the berserker flying across the abyss of darkness within this room again. If not for the eerie silence, the roar of agony could be heard from the red-eyed swordsman as a deadly black mark is burned into its back. Though, it doesn't burn through all the way because two more forces curve in to counter, the high orc and blue ogre from above that want more. Ember watches as the three of them collide over and over in the air, sending waves of ether out as they clash on semi-even ground. The demon has the technical advantage, and clearly overpowers these first-class lords, heavily damaging them every exchange they make. Zacian gets right back into the fight with more blood-red rage flowing into his veins. The near-fatal blow only invigorates him more. Over 3 dozen exchanges pass in the blink of an eye, and the world token on Ember's palm rises all the way up to 242. Both Asik and Torvak get hit a few times, but Zacian takes the brunt of that black beam more than any of them. They're all badly injured and certainly can't keep this up for much longer, but the demon is quite injured too. The lightning and shards of stone may only be pinpricks, but getting pricked in the same place all over 1,000 times tends to get one sore. Zacian also opens up portions of the demon's armor for more of these long-range projectile attacks to land. Even sharp strands of mental attacks make it through the triple barrier of defenses on his mind, making the noble demon's ears ring. It has incredibly fast healing, and none of the attacks it has taken are fatal at all, but the fact that it is being injured makes it mad and shameful beyond any physical injury it could ever take. Mere first-class beings making a noble demon bleed chips away at its confidence and ego. For the warlords, being able to finally put their false ruler in his place after millennia of suppression means far more than any wounds they may receive during this battle. While being beaten to a pulp, they're having the times of their lives. Plus, all is going according to Ember's plan. Even the fact that their movements are slowing down, and the demon is still energetic enough to face them all like the battle just began, was predicted by Ember hours ago in their meeting over holographic devices in the Volterra district. The demonic dragon, unconscious at the back of the room, remains untouched. It would be an easy victory to kill its soul-bonded pair. However, even Andrus Vermilion knows that these warlords cannot do such a thing. To kill even a single demon, noble or not, will incur the wrath of the 5 great families. This is what is truly terrifying about the demons. Even if by chance, a 1 in a trillion prodigy makes their way up from the lower realm and bests a first-class demon, they will be used as a mortar by the family heads that watch from even higher zones of this realm. This is what makes even those with the strength to do so unable to kill a demon, that is, unless the one with that strength does not fear the 5 great families. As the 3 warlords' attacks begin to slow, and the advantage of Andrus Vermilion becomes overwhelming, Ember finally makes his move. Zacian, Asik, and Torvak all halt once they're thrown to the back of the dueling room in separate directions, standing with their soul weapons ready, but this time do not jump back into the fight. The demon floats above them all, in the center of the room, aiming its dark spear downward, now showing the outline of a mad demon laughing as its prey gives it time to heal. There are hundreds of cracks in its armor, and hot red scars in its flesh, pricked by thousands of shards of earth, tingling with electricity. They all dissipate as thick waves of demonic energy restore its flesh and armor, while the upgraded full guard avatar filters out all of the lingering mental and physical ether attack residue. Andrus floats before the warlords as good as new, now with newfound rage and reason for them to be erased from existence and never see the light of day to spread the word of this noble's disgrace. However, on the 4th side of the room, the human in its astral form has not thrown a single attack since this stage of the battle began. While this demon thinks the human must be blinded by its dark power, and hasn't jumped in because it can't see, reality is quite the opposite. Ember begins taking steps forward and his astral form grows. All that can be seen are his hands growing into sharp claws and a long pointed tail emerging from his back as he activates his hybrid dragon form. Chapter 730. Ember's astral form adapts to his hybrid form being activated, and he grows close to a kilometer tall. His sharp-clawed hands and feet glow hot with white physical and mental ether, and his long, pointed tail waves behind him, showing everyone in the room that he is clearly not a human. Outlines of ether-infused fire flicker all over his being, and the demon's purple eyes widen in fear. Andrus completely forgets about the warlords he's fended off and moves his spear forward, letting out a beam of dark energy at the new largest threat in the room. A white outline of indented scales forms all over Ember's arms, legs, and vital areas, and a toothy grin is visible on his face as he raises one of his clawed hands to block the beam of darkness. The palm-making impact glows with far more fire than the rest of his being, and when the two forces collide, the black beam disintegrates into nothing as it falls into the intensity of the flames. The demon's heart drops, as it doesn't understand what it's seeing right now. All it thinks to do is go on full attack mode and kill the enemy before him before it can do any harm. So, Andres disappears in a shadow step and appears right behind Ember with his spear pointing right into his back. However, just as fast as the demon travels through space, Ember rotates his body and moves his free hand in front of the black crystal to intercept the blast. Another burst of ether is visible in the abyss of darkness as translucent fire is summoned to completely disintegrate the entirety of this dark blast. The demon shadow steps again, appearing above Ember, aiming his beam directly down on his head. But Ember moves his clawed hand, bursting with fire in the way again. The noble demon's yells of frustration are drowned out in the darkness as he disappears and reappears dozens of times all around the hybrid dragon, aiming for fatal blows. But Ember predicts his moves with impossible precision. What the demon does not know is that the moment he used this demonic domain and allowed his true form to leak out from his avatar, a strange vibration only found in noble beings began leaking out from his body. Advanced mental ether senses are enough to pinpoint his location the moment he appears back in the physical world, making the 3 first-class warlords that fought Andres earlier more capable than most. They have honed their perception for tens of thousands of years and can see through a divine-grade perception impairing technique like this, even if their avatar strengths are weaker. However, Ember can see a step further. The vibrations of a noble being once awakened cannot be hidden with normal means. Those who have tapped into this wavelength even once before can never unsee its power. Even as the noble demon slips away into a shadow form, moving as pure energy rather than interacting with the physical world, Ember's senses can still track his location and predict where he will reappear to strike. Andres yells into the void, filled with rage. His mind replays his demonic dragon being taken down in front of the entire citadel, and his own disgrace within the darkness of first-class lower lifeforms actually making him bleed. Now, a strange human with an odd monster transformation can predict the movement of his ultimate ability and disrupt his custom soul weapon granted to him from the family head himself like it is easy. Another dozen attacks go by, and when it's clear the demon's movements are getting sloppier and more desperate, Ember strikes back. He perfectly predicts the appearance point of Andres' next attack. And just as the 3-pronged spear materializes, Ember's tail acts as an extra limb for the first time in this battle, and the spike point at the end slams against the middle of the demon's spear. It creates its own shockwave of force, nearly equal in strength, but overpowering him isn't the goal. It is merely a distraction so he can twist around the demon's body while it's occupied and use the fiery clawed fist meant to block the black beam and instead thrust it into the side of the demon's dark black armor. There is still a dense area of strange protective black mist-like aura around the demon, but the flames covering Ember's body burn it away. A second shockwave of ether ripples through the room on contact. The demon's spear is pushed to release its full strike at the ceiling, pointlessly wasting energy, while deep fiery claw marks rip into the demon's side, crushing through its armor and tearing out flesh. From the energy released, both fighters are blasted backward, but only one is badly injured. Trails of white fire are left on the demon's side as it roars into the void and its eyes turn darker and darker purple. At the edge of the dueling room, Zacian lights up with amazement, as this kind of battle is what he lives for. The Berserker King is covered in dark burns with leftover demonic energy all over him, but adrenaline is surging through his body as he's never been able to fight so long with a noble demon before, and it was everything he's ever hoped it'd be. Now, he gets to see a great leader from his past take down the lord of this citadel that has been suppressing his people for over 10,000 years. Torvak and Asik watch the battle with more stoic expressions, as they're quite spent and have used over half of the refined ether available to them in order to take out that dragon and face off against Andres for a while. Deep down, they too feel quite the rush, as that very demon has been publicly humiliating them every few years, taking 2 ND and first-class worlds away to damage their public image and drain their wealth. After this first successful hit, Ember does not hold back one bit. He too feels a rush, as he hasn't had the opportunity to use low-quality ether to this extent in almost 20,000 years. The demon tries to flood the area of damage with demonic energy, but the white flames left behind disintegrate everything they touch like acid. The edges of the armor that are broken cannot heal, and the deep gashes in the demon's skin burn hotter than anything it's ever felt before. A white flash of fiery ether in the shape of claws, scales, and a long tail comes zipping his way through the air. The demon shadow steps to safety, but Ember's eyes and flight path follow him. A game of cat and mouse ensues, and every shadow step to safety this demon takes hurts his pride more and more. Ember yells into the void, "A noble demon! Running away? They should send you back to the lower realm for disgracing the 5 great families in such a manner. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere." No one can hear him, but the demon's acute senses within its own domain can read his lips and find truth in Ember's words. It hesitates to run, delaying its next shadow step by a few fractions of a second, and this is enough for Ember to leave another deep claw mark in the demon's back. More of its glossy black armor is shattered, and its avatar's simulated flesh is torn out and burned away. More and more ether and demonic energy flood in to automatically heal with avatar commands, but it's no use. The demon's white bones are exposed in its back, and the purple and green cores within it are much closer to the surface. It lets out a cry of agony, shadow stepping to a far side of the room and attempting to turn its body and send a beam of darkness Ember's way. But Ember is already many steps ahead. The hybrid dragon waves his hand across his body, and out of his claws, many crescents of white ether-imbued fire burst out. They hit the black beam coming his way head-on and split it evenly into pieces, traveling all the way down the beam of darkness and colliding with the crystal. An immaculate burst of fire and demonic energy covers the entire back wall of the dueling room as the crystal at the end of his spear shatters and explodes. The shockwave from the blast pushes the demon up against the green wall with so much force that Ember has enough time to fly forward and land another point-blank attack with his other clawed hand across the demon's chest. It tears the remaining armor from his upper body and exposes his cores now from both the front and back. The demon's shadow steps hundreds of kilometers across the room to safety. Now, as his body burns with white flames, unable to heal himself and unable to defend or attack without a weapon, the noble demon now understands defeat. It watches the imagery of a clawed creature coming his way and knows even if he tries to run again, he will lose this battle in the next few moments no matter what he does. His avatar and mind will end up like the two first-class demons they brought in earlier, and the family head will surely relieve him from his post. Most likely, he'll be sentenced to a few thousand years of re-education training in the fortress citadel. And the noble demon that is meant to come within the next few weeks will take over Ellipsia. All this races through his mind as the sharp, fiery claws of his opponent draw near, but the pure killing intent on its being doesn't stop. Andres believes that maybe in this veil of darkness, whoever this mutated human is, believes if he kills a demon and no one sees it, he can shift the blame to someone else. Possibly, there really is a threat of dying today. This momentary thought makes the demon's shadow step away, down to the center of the dueling room, and make a rash decision. Enduring shame for the family is better than a noble needlessly losing their life, is what he whispers as the vibrations of his noble being retract back inside his avatar. And the black void filling the dueling room disappears in an instant. Ember notices this and grins even wider as he deactivates his hybrid form right before the lack of darkness exposes what he really is. A loud thud ripples through the room as he shrinks back down to his human form, just over 100 meters tall, standing before the 3-kilometer-tall demon in the center of the room that is without a weapon and covered in white, fiery claw marks. The demon's eyes widen, and hope drips back into his heart as he realizes this mutant hasn't gone in for the kill. I was right, you won't kill me, he mutters to himself, then looks up at the ceiling that is covered in black burns and white fire from the spear's beam and Ember's attack residue. Then, he begins to laugh, making the room shudder. You won't kill me? Ha! That's right. You cannot kill me, he yells in between laughs as demonic energy grows around him but is clearly still being burned away in his injured areas. Shock moves through the crowds outside too, as the scene before them is not what they imagined there would be once the blackout pause in the broadcast ended. Did the human do that? No way, it must have been the berserker. He was the only one that could pierce the demon's skin. How is this possible? I thought noble demons were invincible. They are. You hear what he's saying? If any of them kills him, the family head will burn this citadel to the ground and extinguish the race that killed him in both the lower and upper realm. So what? They have to surrender now. Even though they won, they're the demons. They took over this zone of the upper realm. Their rules are law. I wish I got to see what happened when the broadcast went out. I just don't see how a noble could lose. You're right, me neither, against a human too. It's just absurd. Maybe it's a test. Maybe they're listening to us, to see if we're still loyal even when the Citadel Lord seems to be outmatched. Why? You could be right. In that case, I think Andres can still win. Yeah, this is nothing. The demons are the strongest race in the upper realm. This is just a scratch, as the public reacts, and the servants below this dueling room scramble to figure out what is happening. Ember wastes no time and continues the show. He sends balls of translucent white fire from his fists at the noble demon, which are nowhere near as strong as the attacks he sent moments ago. The demon is able to dodge these with ease, and even summon enough demonic energy within his own fists to block and neutralize some of the attacks when he isn't fast enough to dodge. Streaks of white, green, and black energy move around the center of the dueling room as the two continue their fight, both significantly less powerful than their true forms. A series of familiar vibrations ripple tens of thousands of kilometers below the citadel, vibrations that cannot be felt by anyone but Ember and Andres. This cues Ember to send telepathy waves to the other three warlords to follow through with the final stage of his plan. Andres knows one of the vibrations quite well, and as he's battling for his life and reputation right now, he brushes it off as probably just another robe lord being crushed by the exile guardian below them. Come on. Give up. All of you. Look what you've done. This display is enough to get all of your races completely erased. There is no reason to continue on. Surrender, it is impossible to kill me. I am a noble demon. This is what Andres yells as he watches the three warlords begin to creep in from the other corners of the room with their soul weapons glowing bright white. Ember's eyes look sharp, nothing like a man who has given up or has any plans to surrender. This is clear to Andres, but he knows these recordings will be shown over and over again, and he believes he must preserve the little face he has left. He grits his teeth and blocks a powerful fiery punch from Ember. The rotation of his avatar exposes his ribcage and a bright green view of his true core. Torvak's voice echoes out from the side of the room as static energy grows around him and his massive club. Now that doesn't make much sense, does it? You say we've done enough already to doom our races? Yet we should spare your life. Zacian grins ear to ear as his red eyes glow and he scrapes his swords together. At the rate you're suppressing every race in this zone of the upper realm, aren't we all doomed anyway if we don't fight back? Might as well go down fighting. Asik slowly walks forward with shards of bloodstone forming like walls of spikes behind him. You have taken everything from us, and believe we should bow our heads and thank you. A surge of energy erupts from Ember's being, giving off highly increased mana radiation, and the ambient divine energy in the air pulls inward toward him more too. The world token on his palm ticks upward again, showing 1242 worlds. The next punch he throws is not so easily blocked. The pure force of it sends Andres skidding backward, and the fire imbued in his fist spreads over the demon's armored hands that blocked it. His glossy gauntlets begin melting away before his eyes while he uses his other hand to block another attack. The flashing lights and shockwaves of impacts become faster and faster, melting away all of this demon's protective armor, and its dignity with it as tens of millions watch. Andres tries to fight back, but the overpowered blows of this human are too strong and fast to block or even see coming. He relies on instincts alone to survive for the few remaining seconds he believes he has. But yells out with rage, "The Vermilion family will curse you all. You have no idea what you have done, lower lifeforms. The royal family head will show you true despair. If you dare kill me, you shall all soon wish you died here with me today. Once you understand your new fate." Ember flies through the air with even faster speed and kicks the demon in the back of the leg. Andres falls to his knees as Ember yells back, "A noble demon has admitted his defeat? You cannot stand your ground against a human and 3 first-class lords? What a shame, the demons have grown quite weak." The entire central building starts to rumble at these words, and Ember uses both hands to create a white fireball and send it flying toward the kneeling demon's chest. It tries to block with crossed hands, but the force of the attack shatters his battered bones, setting his hands into a white fiery mess in the air while the remainder of the attack hits his chest and sends the demon flying backward to the floor. Lightning bolts and bloodstone rain down from the air, pinning the defeated demon to the green dueling room floor. A high orc and a blue ogre land beside the demon with thuds, pressing their axe and club down onto the demon's shoulders, making their hot ether burn against the demon's face. Zacian lands with a thud between the demon's legs and stabs both of his red glowing blades into his thighs, shattering the last remaining pieces of armor left on this noble, and a weak cry escapes the demon's lips. Ember floats above with his arms crossed, counting down the milliseconds left before the end. The entire central tower shakes more and more, and that, in turn, makes the live broadcast vibrate too. Yet, no one inside the dueling room is the root cause of the shaking. When it looks like the 4 warlords are about to kill this noble demon and directly challenge the 5 great families, something not a single lord on the citadel could have predicted happens. The floor of the dueling room cracks open, and a massive purple and black soul sword with an eye on its base plunges upward through the noble demon's chest. Chapter 731. I can see, feel, hear, smell, and fully comprehend everything simultaneously that is happening around me for over 100,000 kilometers in every direction. The ends of the exile zones, where little to no ether is left in the dead worlds, pile up even further than my vision. The memories of other citadels are vivid in my mind, but it seems even they are further away than my senses can travel as well. The upper realm is truly vast, however, the citadel above me is clear in perfect clarity. The conversation between Ember and the Citadel Lord is fresh in my ears, and the damage covering the walls of that dueling room paints a perfect picture of what happened, showing me exactly what I must do next. My conceal skill activates, and I begin changing my appearance. I continue speaking to the blue wyvern that watches me float above the split mountain, giving off an ethereal glow as I am showered in the rays of light from the power plant above. The guardian of your prison has been killed. Now you may roam freely again. I'm correct, aren't I? He replies through the telepathy link I've created, without hesitating any further. That is true, but you showed no signs of nobility before you fought. Is it possible to awaken this path without being born into it? This could change everything. I look up at the closing doors and back down to the wyvern again. You can ask all the questions you'd like when this is over. I need you to help me now before those doors shut. While I speak these words, my conceal skill continues changing my pristine, white, glistening true noble human form. 3 horns grow from my forehead, and I allow my demon lord's core to flood the outside of my body with dark purple demonic energy. I even coat my crimson soul sword with the darkness, making it glow black and purple. I activate my greater form, imbuing it with demonic energy instead of pure mana to grow, simulating the exact consistency I watched the demons back on my homeworld use. The wyvern's eyes widen even more, as its vision is sharp, but the more ether and demonic energy I pour into this disguise, the more it becomes unsure of what it is seeing. This is a real noble bloodline transformation. The demonic energy and demon lord's core are genuine as well. However, there is a mana-based soul energy core that dominates my body, and the beautiful form and awakening it just witnessed would be impossible for a demon to achieve. It is simply not in their nature. While the wyvern tries to wrap its mind around what it has just witnessed, it still jumps into action, flapping its wings and flying through a zone barrier that has been deactivated from its guardian's death. At the same time, I send another telepathy message to Ava, as I have a job for her to do too if I want to pull this off without leaving any loose ends. She instantly agrees. With no questions asked, opening up her system storage and zipping around the mountain collecting the soul weapons and corpses of dozens of fallen demonic guards, in the next few seconds, the wyvern flaps its wings fewer than 5 times, curving upward all the way up the mountain hundreds of kilometers high. It feels a rush of energy as many of the ether stones it flies over at close range are drained. A white aura of the ancient monster's ether expands as it feels the invisible cage it has been living in lifted by a mystery man. The wyvern's energy form grows in size even larger than my demonic greater form. Green light flashes as Ava circles the mountain, getting closer and closer to the top. Then, all 3 of us collide atop the mountain, and the wyvern doesn't stop its upward momentum. I stand on the wyvern's back, and Ava stands on its tail. Demonic energy floods out from my core more and more, surrounding the wyvern's thick ether aura and creating a pseudo-greater form that I can bend to my will. As we fly upward into the shimmering white light, the blue wyvern appears to be turning into a demonic dragon that looks exactly like the one Draco Vermilion bonded with, the same dragon Ember killed back on the human world. The final touch to my disguise is shifting the numbers on my palm to A1, and doing the same for the wyvern. I share my stealth skill with Ava, and she disappears from sight, using 3% of the stats from over 1,000 worlds to hide her being. The 3 of us fly through the closing doors into the bright white reactor's light, and the doors shut with a massive echoing thud. Moments later, the entire central peak goes silent and dark once we leave, with only a small number of demonic guards remaining, struggling to pull themselves out from the rubble and avalanches that destroyed the mountain of dead worlds. The wyvern's speed grows faster and faster as we begin spinning and tearing through the maintenance walkways and inner workings of the hot white, green, and silver reactor that connects the central tower down to the exile zones. Crystal clear images of the battle within the tower coming to its end are all I see above, the demon being pinned down by 3 incredibly strong monsters with similar refined ether auras surpassing the limits of their avatars, glow bright as Ember hovers above them, listening to the demon warn them about their race's demise if they kill him. From the memories I've absorbed, the words of this demon, and conversations among the lords all over the citadel that I filter through, I understand the implications of this situation very clearly. If anyone kills a demon, the wrath of their family head will exterminate their entire race. These monsters may have the strength to do so, but there are greater powers and complicated politics involved. Ember would have ended this battle far sooner if it was easy to do so. Therefore, the only way to get away with such a feat would be if their own flesh and blood killed their own, and for good reason. This demon race is obsessed with power and the perception of control, so I'll play their game and give them exactly what they want. A demonic grin spreads across my face, showing off my sharp teeth and features as I channel dense ether and demonic energy into my soul sword and prepare for Impact: the wyvern slams into the underside of the citadel's base without any hesitation or fear, using hot, sharpened ether on its pointed head to tear through the green structure. We plunge upward through an empty room with moving floor mechanisms, and the impact makes the entire structure of the building shake. Milliseconds later, we fly hundreds of kilometers upward, crashing through the next floor. This room houses strange avatars in the shape of demons with other monster souls powering them, trapped in some kind of mind control spell. All of these servants look frantic and stressed at first, but this is soon waved away as the shockwave of our entry blows them all to the walls of the room, knocking them out cold from our natural intimidation. More and more floors are broken through, quicker and quicker as the wyvern flaps its wings through the green divine structure, breaking multi-kilometer wide holes into it as if it's just flapping through thick air. Some are storage rooms, others have more servants watching surveillance systems, and a few are empty rooms similar to the first floor. I hold on, charging my blade, and prepare for the final floor where my target sits, pinned down and helpless. I activate, screech, simulating the sounds of a demon and dragon letting out a horrific battle roar as we break through the floor. I leap upward with my sword leading, piercing, and shattering the noble demon's divine and demonic core in a single strike as more and more of the floor dividing us breaks apart. Ember watches from above as this occurs, sending waves of telepathy to the other warlords. And they all leap backward once the room begins to flood with waves of demonic energy far stronger than anything Andres produced during their fight. A massive shockwave of ether and divine energy is released as the Citadel Lord's avatar is shattered, and he is killed in front of tens of millions of lords watching live. A truly demonic sight unfolds as the corpse of this noble demon, Andres Vermilion, is lifted into the air on a glowing purple blade. A black-horned demon riding a monstrous demonic dragon radiates more ether within the holographic interface than any of the other fighters in the ring. Strange readings show all the excess ether, demonic energy, and divine energy from Andres being drained into this overwhelmingly powerful demon sword and flooding into its body. The whole citadel shakes in fear as they both let out roars again, and the dueling room goes black. The citadel goes silent at the sight of this darkness, but moments later, questions immediately erupt among its residents. What happened? It's blacked out again? Why, another demon came in to kill the Citadel Lord. That human did say he was dishonoring the Vermilion family name by admitting defeat. Could this be another test? No, it couldn't be. What's going to happen to the ogre conglomeration now? Yeah, we're not going to be exterminated now, right? I mean, it was a demon that killed him. When the darkness fades, only two living beings remain in the dueling room for the public to see. A demon and a dragon, slowly flying around the top half of the room. Below them, many corpses covered in dense demonic energy lie, dissolving as their shattered avatars return to the atmosphere. This includes the remains of the noble demon Andres Vermilion and his soul-bonded dragon. Beside them, a dual-sided axe lies dormant in black, a spiked club near it as well, and two long blades crossed, all left where the warlords were last seen. Their remains are unrecognizable, like melted piles of flesh covered in the same demonic energy that trails behind this mystery demon. Even a small pile of demonic energy covered remains, glowing with flickers of white fire, sits on the dueling room floor where the human was last seen. Given the darkness, it is impossible to know what truly happened from the public's perspective. All they know is that it was gruesome and not even close. This demon completely overwhelmed them. The demon that crashed the show speaks in a cool and calculated voice, its wise eyes sending shivers down spines as the holographic live feed zooms in on its face. The Vermilion family name is not one to be thrown around lightly or used to win petty duels. Do not compare true noble demons to the weak, showing this false lord, Andres Vermilion, has made you believe is the pinnacle of power. There are far greater forces above that you must fear. The strange demon's eyes glisten with dark purple energy, shining with an ethereal white glow from deep within. Then it grins, letting out an aura of intimidation so strong the entire dueling room's walls begin to shake and crack before the public's eyes. As the walls splinter, waves of that intimidation leak out from the central tower, and tens of millions of lords feel its full strength, even thousands of kilometers away. The demon speaks again, raising its purple sword, which bears an eye at its base that looks even more malicious. I, Draco Vermilion, declare myself the new lord of the Ellipsia. Citadel, Chapter 732, Level Up, X5016, Use Absorption, Skill, Dark Mist, Upgrade, Divine Grade, yes, and oh, congratulations. Rising Emperor's Domain Milestone reached. 80-792/50000 Worlds claimed, New perk unlocked, Path to Domination, Info, Generals may now borrow an additional 1% each of total borrowed stats. Fast Travel, is now available for all generals. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. The caster may only borrow or share exclusively, both actions cannot be performed simultaneously. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. This buff stacks with the Authority Among Worlds perk, Ruler of Worlds perk, World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Powerholder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk. If used simultaneously, the moment I kill Andres Vermilion, a burst of notifications rushes into my mind. Over 1 million additional low-quality ether flows into my stores, a large amount of levels bring me to LV 38,205, and dense divine and demonic energy enters my body. One strong noble grade world now floats beside the Exile Guardian's world. Behind it, 999 new first-class worlds float as well. There are 2,841 second-class worlds, and 75,709 third-class worlds that enter the dark void within my mind too. Half of all these worlds are drained completely of their mana and life, and were just being used for stats bonuses. However, many worlds still house hundreds of millions of awakened, and this rise in links makes the amount of borrowed stats available to me skyrocket by over 10 times in an instant. This was expected. My main focus is now the Dark Mist skill upgrade I receive and the new true core attribute that comes with it. From below, I can read this demon's status and see it using this divine grade skill, but the domain of darkness that fills the room has a far different aura rippling through it. It feels like a unique true core attribute, but the vibrations of a noble being make it distinct and far more powerful. This ability flows into me along with all the demon's energy, and activating the domain in an identical fashion becomes second nature. I see as though it is as bright as day in perfect clarity as the darkness shrouds the room again, and I send waves of telepathy into everyone within the room as the wyvern and I fully burst through the floor. The instant the darkness hits, Ava leaps into action, using a shared image of the room through my eyes via the spectate perk in my Rising Emperor's domain to navigate even while she is blind. I jump off the wyvern's back, and it dives down while I soar upward. Ember steps through the air closer to me, activating his hybrid dragon form, then fully transforming into his full black and red dragon appearance. As the wyvern and true dragon pass each other in the darkness, they recognize one another by their energy signatures. You've returned. The wyvern whispers in the darkness, follow the others and trust in my plan. The Grand Citadel will be reclaimed, but we must be patient, Ember replies, sending a strong wave of telepathy piercing through the darkness. Demonic energy envelopes his being, and I share my concealment skill with Ember to let him alter his appearance to match the demonic dragon disguise I flew in with. Ava's speed increases even more as she's granted an additional 1% of borrowed stats, and she darts around the room in darkness, setting the stage. The many corpses of demonic orcs and Cyclops guardians in her system storage are perfect for the deception. The Goblin Queen takes out soul weapons nearly identical to the warlords and places fallen beasts in their positions. 2 large guards are used for Zacian, and the massive longswords of spear-wielding guards are crossed to replicate his image. Leftover avatar flesh still dissolving from many of Ava's kills is placed beneath where Ember once stood. I send waves of demonic energy from my palms down at the displays, and Ember adds to the effect, casting a small amount of white fire down where his corpse should be. The warlords watch as the demonic dragon they witnessed crash their duel transforms into the dense ether signatures of an old forgotten friend. Without hesitation, they all climb onto the wyvern's back, including Ava, and dive into the hole created in the center of the room. The moment they disappear out of sight, the dark mist covering the room lifts. I follow through with my plan to simultaneously get away with killing a demon publicly while bolstering the Vermilion family's prestige. The entire Citadel watches as I release an overwhelming aura of intimidation while acclimating to this immense rise in power and yell my declaration. I, Draco Vermilion, declare myself the new lord of the Ellipsia Citadel. In the same instance, the memories of this noble demon I just killed flood into my mind. Just like the other 2 noble beings I've killed in the past, the memories of this demon start off in a monster-infested world of darkness. It began as a fledgling demon, just like Draco Vermilion. However, I watch it fend for itself for far longer than expected. Over a full century of mindless violence passes, and the similarities between this noble demon and my past memories of one are striking. Its raw strength and power overwhelm all other beasts on this world. Like it is born to be a king, it grows in stature with every kill, draining demonic energy from its enemies and the atmosphere itself. I watch the demon rank up, growing into a greater demon, then an archdemon, dominating this world and slaying triple ranked up demonic beasts that would normally be far beyond its limits. While these memories flash by, a phrase the wyvern spoke to me before we entered the Citadel comes to mind. He asked if it was truly possible to awaken nobility if not born into it. This thought resurfaces when I feel the first unsealing of a noble bloodline within this demon's memories, and the total authority and domination it wields over its homeworld once it does so. It makes me question why other beings on that world hadn't awakened their noble bloodlines too, as they were all born onto a noble great world with enough energy to do so. As more time passes on this dark planet, the demon begins cultivating red divine threads, as the sector of the galaxy this planet resides in is dense with natural divine energy. Much closer to the source than most worlds I've seen in other memories. In just a few years, it forms its own red core, and a decade later, manages to awaken its orange. Other beings on this planet achieve similar feats, taking longer. But even when this demon had no divine energy to pull from, it could kill its stronger divine core adversaries easily with its noble bloodline transformation and natural strength. It takes this demon another half-century to move through the sector of space and absorb more of the ambient divine energy its planet flies through before awakening its yellow core. Another full century passes, but not much changes in that time. There is enough demonic energy for the demon to continue strengthening its dark core. But at the rate the divine clouds in space drop threads into this world, the demon knows it will surely die of natural causes thousands of years in the future before reaching the next stage. It is merely an unlucky draw. This demon has conquered its world but gazes up into the star-filled sky through the thick clouds of darkness shrouding its world, lonely, wishing for more. It has never faced an opponent that truly gave it trouble. This demon was naturally gifted and found its limits far too young, never able to push its true potential, that is, until one fateful day, as it stares up into the endless starry sky, a shadowy horned figure descends to its world, a bright green core burns fiercely in its chest. And a cloud of divine energy so strong that even this noble demon struggles to breathe and remain conscious under its pressure. The entire world feels as though it's shaking as a being, simply too powerful for this realm, visits and makes this lonely demon an offer it cannot refuse. We who have been born into the path of nobility look down on worlds, not up at the stars. I will show you true power and give you a reason to become stronger. I shall form the fifth great family, and you shall serve as a noble demon of the Vermilion bloodline in a kingdom called the Upper Realm. These are the only words I recall from this shadowy figure, as a block of memory is carved out from that demon's consciousness. Just the same as the exile guardian who faced the same strange demon, the fact that a green core showed up in physical form in the lower realm is confusing enough, but the overwhelming horror, fear, and submission rippling through my mind once this demon regains consciousness are even more intriguing. The same total loyalty to the family head is wired into this demon as I relive its time training within the fortress citadel, battling countless demonic beasts and sparring with another noble demon, handpicked from the lower realm at a similar time, named Cisco. The two of them trained together for over 5,000 years. In the meantime, every few centuries, a new second or first-class demon is brought into their ranks. Many of these demons remain within the fortress citadel to continue their training and education. Eventually, after a large disturbance throughout the entire green zone of the upper realm, the family head grants the two noble demons ownership of their own smaller citadels to manage and strengthen the family's influence. During this grand event, another lapse in this demon's memories is shrouded by the family head's dominance. It is impossible to get a good look at this figure, or know his true plans. The memories left in this noble demon's mind are hardly a step above the exile guardian's, at least regarding the information I'm looking for. Another 12,000 years pass, and every few hundred years, another strange disturbance appears in the demon's memories, obscured by the shadowy figure of a large horned demon I've grown to accept as the family head's appearance. Each time, a stronger sense of fear and loss of hope, disintegrating individuality, and unquestioning loyalty is left behind. However, some interesting knowledge is sprinkled within. It is not all useless. Hundreds of business meetings flash before my eyes, a growing panel of Vermilion family demons strategizing to acquire planets from stronger races and legacy businesses that surpass them in wealth across various citadels. These long, meticulous plans unfold over millennia. Tens of thousands of duels and sparring sessions against first-class lords who dare to challenge the demons, as well as the overseeing of the exile guardian under the citadel, play out in vivid detail. The memories of this noble demon looking out from the top floor of the central tower, gazing down at the city, are interspersed with its memories from its home world, gazing up at the sky. It is torn between the knowledge that it is no longer the strongest, though it holds power over millions, and the simplicity of its past life, believing itself the strongest but confined to a small world. This very thought races through its mind during its final duel. Saddened by the fact that it was defeated by first-class lords, it remembers a time when its natural greed for power was not suppressed by the family head. Maybe if it trained on its own, and grew according to its own rules, it could have beat these lower life forms. The demon reflects on how it became dull and submissive, a pawn in someone else's game. A strange, blissful release echoes in my mind. Even as it curses those who opposed it, Andres Vermilion is strangely content in his final moments as I crush its core, knowing that whoever killed him is following a path he never could. Many more intricacies of long-term plans and numerous commands for avatars to trigger certain actions within this citadel rush into my mind as I circle the empty room on Ember's back, filled with the fake corpses of warlords below me. The central tower continues to tremble. The walls of the dueling room I stand and crack more and more as my aura spreads, and the servants on the lower floors of the tower forcefully shut down the citadel-wide broadcast once they realize their ruler has been killed in such a manner. Instead of the holograms across the city going dark as before, they all completely shut off, signaling the duel's end and confirming the chaotic display is truly over. The crowds throughout the citadel erupt with mixed reactions. What just happened? One of the earlier broadcasts in the Volterra district announced another noble demon was going to arrive here. Was this planned? No, how could they plan such a thing? Maybe he was just watching and decided to kill a demon that betrayed their values. This Draco Vermilion looks much stronger than the last Citadel Lord. You're right. He only had a single world on his palm, and he killed all those fighters and the Citadel Lord with raw strength alone. He seems even more ruthless than Andres. Now all the powerful organization leaders who protected us from the demons taking over have been killed. Is it really over? I don't know. What's going on? Yeah, this is all too weird. Are the humans, ogres, orcs, and berserkers being exterminated or not? I don't know. But the citadel is still completely locked down. We can't leave or send any messages for help, so we're at the whims of this demon. He can kill us all in a heartbeat if he wishes. Maybe he's a rank above a noble demon? How else could he achieve such a domineering victory? No way. What if he set all of this up, and he'll turn us into servants, not just the races that offended the demons? We'll just have to wait for an announcement. There's nothing else to do. We're truly powerless. The citadel is his now. The awe and tension from this duel between the lower races and the demons ends in a manner no one could have anticipated. The Vermilion family has demonstrated its dominance by killing all who opposed them, along with the noble demon that failed to uphold its family's honor. The new ruler's intimidating presence ripples through the minds of every lord for tens of thousands of kilometers to the edges of the citadel. Even after the broadcast cuts off, not a single soul outside this isolated citadel knows what has transpired. Monthly surveillance transfers are sent to the Grand Citadel every 30 days, so it is not unusual for there to be no news for long periods. The Grand Citadel is millions of kilometers away. What is unusual, however, is receiving an emergency system message signifying a demon from one of the 5 great families has died. This is what rings in the Vermilion family head system. Interface as an automated series of notifications are sent out the instant Andres is killed, simultaneously. For more automated notifications ping in the systems of other family heads, lighting up system messages across all of the higher colored zones of the upper realm. Chapter 733, Memories of Citadel commands only available to Andres Vermilion are fresh in my mind, plus, the repercussions of killing a demon contracted with the 5 great families in the upper realm are clear as day as well. I'm positive at the very least, the family head is already aware that an event has happened here today in this citadel. So it is best to be ahead of the curve and make him aware of exactly what happened myself. My eyes close, and I retract my waves of intimidation inward. To allow the citizens of the Ellipsia Citadel to breathe, while focusing my energy only within the central tower, over 10,000 years worth of avatar commands from the Citadel Lord are fresh in my mind. And it is merely an automated transaction of ether and divine energy in very specific movements within this tower. It is like a massive machine that controls the Citadel, and the prior lord's avatar linked directly into it, making his thoughts turn into actions. I for one don't have complete control over the citadel functions like Andres did, however. I can easily replicate the energy flows to do tasks I remember this noble demon doing, recreating the ether and divine energy flows to get the result I wish. I grin and send a concentrated shockwave through the tower, and in turn, vibrations of mirrored shockwaves ripple throughout the citadel. The vibrant green glow that surrounds every building goes dark, spreading from the center of this massive city and spreading outward like a virus. In a matter of seconds, there is a total blackout for tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction. All of the surveillance systems, fast travel orbs, and system commands linked to avatars go dark. At the same time, a blue wyvern bursts out from the bottom of the central tower with warlords and a goblin queen on its back, and flies through the dark towers at incredible speeds. They make their way away from the center of the city, and aim for the High Orc's private tower near the edge of the citadel. In the meantime, the servants of the last citadel lord go into a panic. Half of them are injured from the shockwaves and intimidation from the surprise intruders, while others have just had their loyalty commands broken after millennia of slavery and mind control and have no idea what to do with themselves. They're technically free, but an even more sinister citadel lord is now their ruler. I keep up my disguise while standing on Ember's back as he slowly flies in circles around the top of the dueling room, and feel a tingle of telepathy enter my mind. I knew you would show up, but I can't say I expected such an incredible display. Congrats on unsealing your nobility, and officially, welcome to the upper realm. I inwardly smile and reply, oh, there's no time for congratulations yet, we just kicked the bee's nest. While it was quite the genius play, you're the one that forced my hand to do it. I would have come up here in far more simple terms if you did not challenge a noble demon to a deathmatch impossible to win. All I get back is a grin that matches mine, but I let out my aura of intimidation again and continue my words. For this next phase of your scheme, reclaiming the Grand Citadel, I'll be the one constructing the plan. Now, I have a far better understanding of the upper realm. Ember flaps his wings and circles the room a few more times. Oh, I'm aware, and the warlords are eager to meet you as well. The stage is all yours. As I sense these warlords and the geopoint of Ava disappear into a private tower, I send a new pulse of ether and divine energy surging through the citadel. From the center, it's as if the central tower is a stone rippling in a pond, relighting the green glow of hundreds of massive skyscrapers and reactivating tens of millions of avatars' commands. In the same surge, the servants working below the tower receive a telepathic command, mimicking what a normal order from their past lord would sound like. Unlike in the past, their minds and bodies do not move on their own, they have autonomy to do so or not, but none of them question the terrifying voice in their ears of the demon that just massacred all of the most powerful beings on the citadel. It is telling them to send out a full surveillance update to the Grand Citadel, and to reopen all of the transportation and transmission ports to and from Ellipsia as if this never happened. In the same instance, large rectangular holes in the damaged dueling rooms ceiling open wide and Ember flies us up through them, taking us to the private lounges where the Citadel Lord and his two first-class henchmen once lived. We fly upward past many private training rooms and rejuvenation rooms, two of which are occupied by these two demons whose minds are still melted from earlier duels. Vague memories from Andras show me Ember and Torvak's duels that started this whole conflict. We both inwardly grin while flying further up the tower, through opening and closing trapdoors triggered by my ether and divine energy. Simulated commands, until we finally make it to the top where a massive penthouse suite stands. We touch down in front of a large business table, a hologram transmission setup, and a one-way window overlooking all of the Ellipsia Citadel that I've declared ownership of. I chuckle to myself, and speak out loud while my gaze looks past the thousands of towers and off into the endless green clouds. This place looks a lot nicer from above. At the same time, over 10 million kilometers away, a longhorned demon with shadows surrounding its being floats in a dark chamber at the center of the Grand Citadel. Its eyes are closed, but opening them wouldn't help him see any better in the mental chamber it rests in now. Around its being, a bright green glow heats up the air and bends space toward him, but gravity and space itself work in strange ways where he floats. If he were to move his head upward to look up at the black abyss for a sky, he would not see a thing. However, in the depths of this longhorned demon's mind, it knows a bright cyan cord being watches him from a zone above. It is impossible for this green cord demon to travel there without approval, but this chamber links every zone within the family head's minds to communicate in a very unique fashion. A string of notifications echoes in this green cord demon's inner mind. First, it makes him aware that a member of his Vermilion family has died. Then, no more than a minute later, a full holographic display of the duel that took place today in the Ellipsia Citadel is delivered in crystal clear quality by the killer himself, before it can formulate thoughts of its own on the matter. The cyan light above speaks, vibrating in his mind. Impossible to resist. Your first family member has died, and it was one walking the path of nobility. You have not been established long enough for this to be of old age. What has happened? An explanation is necessary for the higher family heads. Muriel, the Longhorn family head, cannot see, nor directly communicate back to this being, but he can speak into the void of the chamber, and those who wish to listen can hear. He sends the data of the full duel into the void, and speaks in a steady and unbothered tone. This was within my expectations. I've summoned a new noble demon to my ranks from the lower realm. It seems he has very strong convictions and wishes to keep the Vermilion family name untarnished. I see nothing wrong with his actions. It is a complicated matter, Please take a look for yourself, as Muriel Vermillion's words fade away into the abyss, and the surveillance recordings disappear as well. All that is returned is silence. The cyan light fades to black, and the longhorn demon continues to sit and wait within the void for a response or for other family heads to question him. A long silence follows. However, just as gravity and space work in strange ways within this chamber, this results in time flowing in odd ways as well. Just a single second could pass in the mind of the waiter, but years in perceived time may pass for those above. The opposite can be true. Depending on who decides to enter the chamber, and how much power they decide to use, Muriel knows to take his time in the chamber as a mental vacation, as little to no time passes in the outside realm while in here, so, he is awoken from his stare into the darkness by laughter above. The cyan chord voice vibrates into his mind again. Draco Vermillion, huh? I like him. He reminds me of you when I first summoned you into the Morvale family. Rebellious, but he has loyalty to the demons, and I can see it in his eyes. He truly seeks to climb. Tame him early, and nurture him. This may be your ticket upward. I will check in on your progress in another 1,000 years, Muriel smiles. But the chamber does not convey such emotions. He respectfully replies, thank you for your words. I'm glad we're in agreement. Muriel prepares to sit in darkness for another few years of perceived time in case another response comes back, but almost instantly after he's thanked the Morvale family head, another resounding soul-shaking voice enters the longhorn demon's mind. A dark blue gravitational field presses downward throughout the entire chamber, affecting everyone below, piercing into both the Vermillion and Morvale family heads' minds. The Vanguard family does not approve. Eliminate the threat. As soon as it comes, the dark blue soul-crushing gravity fades away. And Muriel Vermillion exits the chamber instantly while emitting a dark menacing aura in reaction to these words. He knows if a family head this far up sends such a direct statement, no other messages will be sent. His time in the chamber following this would be a waste of mental capacity. This unexpected response has turned this exciting surprise into an event that has made the Vermillion family head extremely angry. Muriel has been searching for a perfect candidate like Draco since the day he was accepted as the 5th royal family head. At times over the years, many of his subordinates have been taken by the Morvale and Vanguards in exchange for higher quality ether that cannot easily be found in this zone of the upper realm. However, the incredible display of power shown in those video replays is something that only comes around once every 100,000 years at least. This family head knows he has something special. He had an inkling from the fragments of data he was sent from the lower realm over the last few centuries, but seeing him in action confirms his theory that his gut feeling was right. The Vanguards are a very cautious family, as they have ruled for far longer than the Vermillion or Morvale family can even comprehend. However, Muriel believes they are just trying to suppress his talented new summon, and make him pay his dues for longer than necessary because they weren't as lucky as him. He yells out at the top of his lungs in a private room where no one can see or hear him, "Curse you Vanguards! You're not limiting my progress anymore. It's been long enough. Draco could be 1,000 times more powerful. With all the first great worlds in the green zone for all I care, I can still tame him. I'll show you it's not luck. I'll show you all. Even the Overseer will fear my power. None of you understand the true depths of my ability." While he yells these words at the ceiling to vent, black and purple darkness seeps through the lining of the massive room he stands in, like mold, growing and spreading deep within the structure, even decaying the green divine threads tethering this building to reality. Chapter 734. Days ago, in the lower realm, in the center of the dark continent, a final surge of energy pulses out from the throne before it goes silent, and strings of notifications ring through every single awakened human's inner ear. You have gained access to the worldwide connectivity system. This is what happens once the mysterious ruler of this human world shuts off his spectate feed and walks through the final doors at the top of the throne to ascend to the upper realm. The 3 body doubles of the Flame Emperor lose their live memory feedback as the crystallized purple barrier limits all system-based energy from moving in or out of it. However, being in contact with the main body of the ruler of this world is the least of the concerns right now. The real urgent matter at hand is that over 500 million awakened all around the world have witnessed this event, and the world has begun to descend into chaos as the final surge from the throne has caused over half of the dungeons around the world to break again. There is quite sufficient infrastructure in place thanks to the association's network already, and just for being a link of loyalty, many lower-level hunters have received buffs and access to skills that allow them to fight at a much higher level than usual. the echoing words of the four generals, Maria, Abby, Raven, and Ari, ring in the public's ears as they use a shared skill of the Rising Emperor to dungeon walk and clear breaks with the commanders and Crimson Army all over the Dark Continent. 8 great regions, and Central City. In less than half an hour, the final surge of breaks is easily subdued, and the world can concentrate on the hundreds of new messages appearing in their minds, which aren't just combat-focused. During this surge, the skill-sharing interface was implemented by the generals to grant any specialized skill necessary to millions upon request. However, there is so much more than just this feature available, and the public scrolls through these new databases within their systems to learn for themselves. There are worldwide marketplaces where a system user can place any item they wish into a pseudo-storage system, and it appears for the world to see with a bid option and an instant buy price. Almost instantly, members logging into this marketplace test it out and begin trading gear, food, and items for specified bronze, silver, and gold amounts. Private trading channels are created as well to barter trade items for other items rather than just pure currency, and many specialized marketplaces are formed. Some are divided up to only sell element-imbued gear, while others focus solely on shields and armor. A few digital marketplaces have begun to form and only allow sellers in certain towns, regions, and countries where certain items are only found in these places. Outsiders can search for them to buy selective rare items. Chat rooms can be formed beneath every transaction, and the system user can decide whether to remain anonymous or display their full name. The only ones capable of seeing the back end of this marketplace and user logs are the generals and the Rising Emperor himself. Local forums are created in small cliques, towns, and even styles of fighters. Dagger user chats are formed, sword wielders have their own message boards, and heavy tanks find their specialized groups too. Large general chats are formed, healer-based message boards, and even non-dungeon-related groups begin forming and conversating. 003-031, the worldwide connectivity system, works as fast as the user's mind will let it. Searching for what they wish is as easy as dreaming for it, like reaching into a void and always pulling out the perfect search result of what they've wished for. Of course, there isn't much data or interaction at first, but in merely a few minutes, with 500 million minds working at once, a perfectly efficient and connective system is formed. Leaderboards for overall levels, mana control, dungeon clears, and even skill upgrade proficiency are ranked by age, location, and many other factors. All of the connected message boards allow for text, audio, and even 3D holographic live visuals to communicate with other system users one-on-one or in large groups. The world is instantly consumed and in awe of this upgrade to their systems. Even the generals, commanders, and knights of the Crimson Army are momentarily infatuated by its complexity. Though the Rising Emperor has gone silent, the generals are the highest authority within this system as administrators, and it only makes the messages to the public they're sending out easier to make clear. Hired help from Earth mages, architects, and city designers fill the message boards and are handpicked to build new infrastructure in the Dark Continent for the millions who say they would like to migrate here to see the throne for themselves and meet the generals in person. At first, things seemed quite chaotic, but by the time night falls for the first time since the throne was claimed, many are used to the new system upgrade, and much of the world has fallen back into their old ways. Over 75% of the world's population does not live in the 8 great regions, Central City, or Dark Continent. After all, while some wish to travel and see their saviors, many have work in the morning and wish to go on with their normal human lives. Even a large portion of the hunter population does not wish to be swept away in the chaos of competing to grow in strength and risking their lives in high-level dungeons. Most just want to farm a few mana crystals in the low-level E-class dungeons. And now that is even safer than it was before. There is only a small percent, roughly 5 to 7% of the world's population, that this new system upgrade truly benefits, and that is for those who wish to climb the ladder and become the strongest. On their own journeys in this world, Bree and Rodrigo catch on to this phenomenon the instant it takes place. They have been intertwined in the association and brutal business world for their entire lives, and quickly use all of the resources available to the Rising Emperor to declare dominance in the marketplaces, housing almost all of the world's gold and mana. It is an easy feat to regulate prices and keep their finger on the pulse of the world economy. Bree even contacts many of the association leaders on the opposite side of the world within the first hour of this update and gifts them newly created teleport platforms to connect the entire world and build great relations. There is one large region on the opposite side of the globe named the Silverbrook Valley. It houses over 20 million citizens, and it is a large nation between 2 mountain ranges. Scattered among these mountains, there are many more cities and towns. This is where the most serious hunters on that side of the world live, as the highest concentration of dungeons is here. There is a strong association branch in this city, but the strongest hunter hasn't surpassed level 3000. In addition to this fact, there are a single-digit number of red divine cores and 0 orange or above. Over the next 3 days, the human world goes through a very interesting series of changes. The Crimson City is built up to house over 100,000 people, with a far higher percent of the population being strong hunters, as they're drawn here from the forum postings of powerful and rare dungeons within the canyon being open to the public and lightly regulated. Tens of millions of humans dive into their first dungeons to kill a monster for the first time and become awakened as their neighbors and family members talk highly of the perks. They cannot miss out any longer on the growing technology in the new era of this world. The forest region west of the 8 great regions continues to be built up, housing some new visitors. However, the majority stay in the Apex, Viridian, and Vice regions, as their cities are the largest with enough pre-built infrastructure to withstand millions coming in. A large number of these visitors come from the central city, the man-made mountain guarded by divine flames. Maria is able to suppress these flames after days of pushing her icy soul energy to the limit. Using up a large portion of the mana stores left over in the artificial mountain, Abby and the 3 Rising Emperor's body doubles lead teams of powerful earth mages to create roads connecting the entire world together. Not only can trade be done through the new system upgrades, but visiting other nations via long-range high-speed trains is being tested and is in the beginning stages of production. While wealthy leaders can afford teleport crystals made by Bree, Luminite is a rare resource, and the cost needs to remain high, or it'll be used up far too fast. Each of the 36 Crimson Army members is ordered by their commanders to guard sectors of land all over the world, thanks to Bree and Rodrigo. Each of them is given units of over 100 C to B-class hunters to help maintain order. Nothing new or out of the ordinary is pushed upon the public, but it is necessary to have the strong watch over them. Just because all awakened have sworn their loyalty to the Rising Emperor, the euphoria of a mystery man saving them wears off after a while, no matter how much it's reinforced. Petty crime and the abuse of new powers granted to certain system users will be inevitable. The chance of innocents getting hurt is the cost of free will. However, having the knights and commanders watch over the largely populated cities will lower this risk and ensure a lookout for any rogues that wish to cause unnecessary violence. A new routine ripples through the world as many return to their daily lives, integrating this new system upgrade as if it's normal. The spectacle they witness through their own eyes, senses, and the portrayed feelings of the Rising Emperor killing a noble demon and claiming this world, slowly fades away. Humans have their own self-centered lives to worry about. Many that study history will remember, but in just a few weeks or months, if not given a constant reminder, this entire event will be forgotten by the masses. However, the generals have a far different outlook on their new lives. With 50% of their power still being borrowed even days later, many wonder what is happening that requires this much power. Guesses of constant battles, more trials, and many other scenarios are thrown out, but it makes the 4 of them collectively decide they need to get stronger on their own. They cannot solely rely on borrowing power. They need to gain it for themselves. With the help of Bree and Rodrigo, they gain access to the central city labyrinth. This is where Raven trained years ago to rank up a 3rd time, and where all of the order leaders trained in private. In between helping to bring the world together and securing their place as leaders in this new and shifting society, all of the generals surpass level 20,000. This is enough to awaken their 3rd ranked buffs and also use the shared, all-seeing eye, skill to upgrade their base skills to Divine and Supreme grade. The 4 generals float above the world, looking down on the Crimson City that has exponentially grown in the last few days, with the dormant Black Tower still looming far off in the desert. Some small civilizations have been formed around the tower, but it is being built far slower than the larger cities. Their day's shifts of necessary work are done, and today, they all finished their leveling training. Any more is useless, as the majority of their power comes from mana control and divine energy. However, this is part of the problem. Maria is the first to speak up, breaking the silence and looking up into the starry sky. Where do you think Jay went? He said he'd see us soon. Her heartbeat sounds in her ears as she takes a deep breath in and out, letting an icy aura surround her while trying to make another telepathy connection with the Rising Emperor, but it comes up short again. Ari is the first to reply. He gave me time to explore, and it worked out. I never forgot about you all, and I'm positive Jay won't either. He grins while playing with a small ball of demonic energy in his right palm, while a white ball of mana mixed with a strange chi-based substance spins in his left. Abby nods next, her body shimmering with a green luster. Even though none of her skills or buffs are active, he wouldn't be borrowing this many stats if he didn't need it. We just have to be patient and protect this world while we wait. Abby looks up to the sky in the direction Maria looks and continues. I do want to try out my new buff though. Releasing it here would not be safe. Maria's lips curl upward. I want to try out mine too. Raven hovers over all of them, still the only general with a true core among them, and speaks of her past knowledge. Where he's gone, there is no easy way of coming back. If we want to be useful, we'll need to get much stronger and follow him. But there is not enough divine energy left on this planet for even one of us to ascend. After watching Jay's final moments, fully saturating his true core, and the words of that noble demon, it's clear there is still a lot we don't know. After Raven's words, the conversation comes to a standstill, and the four generals enjoy the cool breeze of the desert night. However, this calm silence is interrupted with a new system upgrade in their ears, along with an additional 1% of power available to them. The names of billions of new system users under their administration come rushing into their minds. These new links of loyalty come from over 100 new planets, and their citizens are automatically added to the instant trading forums and leaderboards. Chapter 735. Strange system users begin popping up all over the message boards, and dungeon loot never seen before on this world becomes abundant in the digital marketplace. The massive general chats grow over 100 times in size, but many other specialized chats naturally emerge for races, user strengths, and types of worlds. In the fortress within a mountain in the Apex region, Bree sees these messages flood into her mind too. She takes this information in the fastest out of everyone, and just as she established dominance in the human world's marketplace, she sets out to do the same here before anyone else figures out what is happening first. Bulk messages to high spenders are sent out in rapid succession to any and every world that will accept her offers, creating trade relations with all of the high rollers on every one of the third, fourth, and fifth class worlds before they even get used to their new systems. Bree sends telepathic messages to the four generals with admin permissions and ensures all of her trade offers and custom forums she creates are always pushed to the front of every new organic search. In return, she takes a special request from the generals to look for a rare item. As the minutes pass, the entire world goes through another massive shift, without a live recorded explanation like the first time. As the rising emperor has gone silent, the four generals create their own custom spectate feeds, available on the home page of everyone's systems to watch, showing them as realistic 3D holograms speaking to the masses. Raven is the first to give a proper explanation. She was the first to explain the history of the wars and struggle for power that has ended after the throne was claimed. So many humans trust her words. There are other planets just like us, connected to the system, and the man who saved this world has claimed even more. We are connected, and if this pattern continues, there shall be many more. Millions of questions and theories rush in through the general channels, and they're sorted by commanders, knights, and the thousands of association hunters that follow below them. For the next few hours, questions are answered, and contact from other worlds begins, with goblins, hobgoblins, and goblin kings entering the chat rooms just as confused. They have a similar intelligence and processing speed as many humans, while at first the appearance of monsters in their minds is overwhelming. The constant stream of information soon makes things quite normal, and the hype dies down. The generals turn off their live holograms, and the moment they do, Bree asks them to come to the Apex region headquarters for an urgent matter. For teleport crystals are crushed instantly, and they appear on a lower floor where Bree requested they visit. She is surrounded with piles of priceless gear, piles of gold, and massive containment cases full of pure compacted mana, just from the natural senses of the generals. They can feel hundreds of craftsmen and workers, solely employed by this woman above and below her on private floors of the Apex region's base that were used in the past for hotel stays and training rooms. 003-031, ads by Pub Future. However, she's commandeered them for extra help to take advantage of this new system upgrade to corner the markets, find planets that are low in certain resources while others are abundant, and begin acting as a middleman while marking up the prices before their rulers can even conceptualize how to use this marketplace. As a result, in mere hours, she's multiplied the planet's wealth and set her sights on one world that seems to have far more capable system users and high-level hunters than this world. The main reason she is still managing to churn an abnormally high profit through them is the interference in the search algorithms she requested from the generals earlier. When Bree senses they've all arrived, she pulls her widened eyes from her system screen and looks up while holding a single translucent containment case with a glowing yellow fragment in it. That request you made, to acquire divine fragments at any cost? It looks like I found a dealer. There is only one world that has these yellow ones so far, but from the profits I'm making from the initial surge in hype, I'll be able to secure much more without even dipping into this planet's base resources. Raven walks over first and replies with a smile, excellent. We're going to need a few thousand more of these. At least, her gaze turns back to Ari, and she speaks again, get a few hundred red and orange fragments too. I doubt they'll be anywhere close to as expensive, Ari nods, as this is true. He still needs to start from scratch. While he's absorbed the essence of many demonic beasts and grown stronger on this path, it's clear he'll be limited in growth now that the abyss has dried up. Over the last few hours, a few dozen new planets have been added to the system user base, but none have any intelligent life that have entered the forums or marketplaces. He adds to Raven's request, demonic energy, and concentrated essence. I need these to grow stronger as well. Bree raises an eyebrow. Demonic energy I can do. These new planets coming in are growing with strength every time. The sandworms are too simple-minded. They'll never join the marketplace. These demonic orc and cyclops planets look hopeful, though. I'll keep sending messages to their strongest until I get a hit, but... Concentrated essence? I'm not sure I've heard of this before. Ori raises his left hand, and a white energy swirls above it. Bits of purple and black light glow within it too, but Ari tries to filter it out as best he can, making it pure. I killed an extremely powerful demonic beast during my training within the abyss and managed to adapt its essence into my system. It has a base of chi, and since killing that first ascended, I've managed to cultivate it from almost every demonic beast I kill, in very small amounts from their fresh corpses. It is compressed and refined in their bodies and minds over hundreds, possibly thousands of years. This is a rudimentary form. The chi I use from crystals helps keep it in its physical form for me to wield it properly, but pure crystals dilute its refinement. I need real essence from demonic beasts. Bree taps her system while listening to Aries' words, but nothing shows up at all. She just nods and replies, nothing yet, but I sent a query out to all of my craftsmen. They'll be on the lookout too. Her gaze moves to Abby next, and she just crosses her arms, shimmering in a strange green light while replying, just yellow fragments for me, no special requests. Well, I guess if there are any healers on other worlds with unique items or skills similar to mine, I'd like you to forward me their system contacts. I'm looking for information. She pauses and thinks for a moment, looking up at the ceiling. My only clues to what my immortal form really is has gone dark. The new buff I received isn't helping to make things any more clear. If anything, I'm even further from the truth again. Bree nods, and at the same time, a rush of notifications streams into all of their minds again as 1,000 new worlds are added to the system, over 900 of which are unintelligent demonic worlds. However, a small amount of the incoming first-class worlds have triple-ranked-up beasts that are capable of complex thought. The single noble grade world has thousands of intelligent system users as well. Bree is completely absorbed with this time-sensitive matter, and looks away from everyone, diving deep into her consciousness and making contact with these strange new worlds to try and strike deals before anyone else can. Her entire team of workers is on it too. Maria's eyes light up at this news as well. Initially, it is not because of the possibilities of profits, but because whatever strange barrier was limiting all contact from the rising emperor for days has now been completely lifted. As the display of his levels and available skills just rose, it's clear he is in the middle of deadly battles. This is reinforced by a second influx of 79,550 worlds to the system interface just moments later. Trillions of new links of loyalty instantly join into the chaos of the worldwide connectivity system, and all of the generals are granted a new strange perk called fast travel, along with an additional 1% of borrowed stats. The absurd amount of new links of loyalty makes the possibility of pulling a large percent from this pool of power no longer an option. Doing so would create a well of gravity and aura too dangerous for this small world to withstand. This intrinsic knowledge becomes clear in all of the generals, commanders, and knights of the Crimson Army. The generals tend to their duties, dropping their trains of thought, and carrying out the same welcome speech for new system users. An explanation of why and how they've been connected to this system to the many new worlds is necessary for order. While a lot of the initial surge of planets were unintelligent demonic wastelands, a large amount of the higher-grade worlds that haven't been drained completely of their resources by the noble demon as their past ruler are actually full of intelligent life just like humans, ogres, trolls, kobolds, griffins, berserkers, variations of humans, goblins, lizardmen, yetis, golems, elementals, elves, werewolves, giants, trolls, and countless other races fill the message boards with their homeworld's languages all melding into a common tongue translated seamlessly by the system. This influx of worlds is far greater than any in the past, all of which have equal or greater resources than the human world. Over half an hour passes before the public messages to and from the generals wind down. New links are satisfied with the explanation and wish to explore the system themselves. In this time, Bree has multiplied the world's resources again, all sitting within her system and the walls of the Apex region, and secured many new supply lines for divine fragments. Plus, she has even found a few leads on this strange, concentrated essence Ari asked for. Her full mind is occupied, and she has begun formulating a plan to sell teleport platforms to other worlds. However, she has had the generals make transferring any items containing luminite through the system a blocked transaction for all worlds until the logistics are fully figured out, allowing thousands of noble-grade demonic beasts the potential to teleport onto a world that isn't ready for that infrastructure could cause mass war and a collapse of the system before it has even started. The generals see the truth in this potential and patiently wait, as the craftsmen work beneath a growing pile of wealth while single-handedly holding together tens of thousands of worlds from destroying each other with too much freedom. At the same time, Maria logs off her live feed to the world, and still feels the telepathy link with the rising emperor hot and ready to be opened. But just as before, she doesn't want to forcefully open it just yet because he just felled another monster, hence the new skills and levels. However, to her surprise, the link is open from the other side, and a voice comes through audible only to her ears. Getting to a safe place to call took longer than expected, but I made it. How are you? And what's the general status update of things back on our world? Chapter 736. I look out the massive one-way glass window, overlooking the entire Ellipsia Citadel. The view stretches far into the endless green clouds beyond the edges of this floating city in the sky. A familiar warm tingling sensation pulls at the back of my consciousness, connected to the strongest link of loyalty I have back on my home world. Instead of waiting any longer, I open the half-created telepathy channel and speak directly into Maria's inner ear. Getting to a safe place to call took longer than expected, but I made it. How are you? And what's the general status update of things back on our world? Her voice returns immediately. I'm fine, better than fine. We're all okay. We won our battles. But, Jay, you went dark for days. Where'd the throne take you? A warm feeling rushes through me hearing this, and it certainly isn't any new system upgrade or extra power. I let out a long breath I didn't even know I was holding in. A weight of worry is lifted off my shoulders as I deactivate my conceal skill, making the horns and facial features of Draco Vermilion fade away. My pristine ethereal noble human form lights up the room now, still representative of my true face. I activate a two-way, spectate, feed while I reply. I made it to a place called the Upper Realm. This is the Ellipsia Citadel. Our reach among the stars will become far greater than we ever imagined possible. The same mind-blowing visual of thousands of towers, endless clouds, and an in-depth perception through my noble eyes for over 100,000 kilometers in every direction is projected into Maria's mind. In return, I receive a visual feed of everything within her senses too and see a strange sight of the other generals and massive piles of wealth-filling rooms all throughout the Apex region's base. While this is intriguing, my vision stays fixed on Maria's core. It looks even darker blue, and a large amount of her active strength and stats right now is working on full power to contain this soul energy within the confines of her body. There is a massive amount of mana and she acting as if it has an insatiable hunger. Even with my eyes as they are now, the true depths of this core are a strange mystery to me. It's like it simultaneously wants to devour all of the energy around her, while also wishes to release an overwhelming amount of power from within. It feels like the deeper I look, the harder it is to sense, as if the royal blue light is turning black. It makes me wonder if it's because I'm trying to look through a simulated hologram, and if I were there with her on the human world, I could make sense of things better. I continue talking, as all I get back from sharing my view is silence. You've grown much stronger. Her eyes widen, and she reflexively gasps at the enormity of the sight before her. She replies to me through our link, you have grown too, much stronger. Heads turn in the room within the Apex region headquarters, and Maria whispers her next words aloud for all of them to hear. Jay has made contact. He's safe. Ari, Abby, and Raven all stop sifting through their system messages and message boards to request access to the telepathy channel we're on. New faces pop up one by one, and everyone linked to my senses is able to see the same mind-blowing sight of a city many times larger than the entire world they stand on. Beside me, Ember shrinks in size, halting his hybrid dragon form to stand at a similar height of 20 meters next to me. He enters the telepathy channel and is the first to speak again. Breaking the silence, what a surprise. You can really contact the lower realm. Within a pseudo-holographic chamber within the system, the six of us on this call can all feel each other's presence and see the full imagery of our bodies floating in a void. Ember's eyes sweep over everyone on the call, but his gaze stops on Abby. You managed to awaken that ability already. Ember grins while Abby's eyebrows raise. What ability? What do you mean already? She responds after shaking herself out of the overwhelming display of the citadel I just showed her. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. His eyes move up and down the others, but he doesn't care much for what he sees. The hybrid dragon with sharp claws, red and black scales, and a long pointed tail rests his gaze back on the sparkling green healer. It's what I was trying to beat out of you before the throne awakened. Looks like the immortal healer really has returned. I'd warn against trying to awaken that power any further, at least, on a world you'd like to keep in one piece. As Ember refuses to tell anymore until she sees him in person, Abby stares at him with a partially frustrated glare. I, however, look my other teammates up and down. Ari stands out to me next. There is hardly any divine energy in his body. Only some leftover threads he absorbed after cleaning up the corpses of the demon's forces after the war days ago. However, his body is strong. The chi that reinforces his demonic soul energy feels even stronger. A familiar warm sensation glows within his being. It's like I'm feeling a watered-down version of ether flowing through him. It's far less potent than the low-quality ether I've absorbed over the last few days, but it certainly has the same properties. It's seamlessly infused with chi as its base, bonding his soul energy together as one. I make a comment on it out of curiosity. That energy you wield, there is something similar to it here. In the upper realm, Ari shakes himself out of the magnificent display of shimmering green towers, endless rolling clouds, and billions of dead worlds in the exile zones. Really? There is concentrated essence up there. I tighten my gaze and nod. Yes, I believe so, but it goes by a different name, and it's far more refined. I have quite a bit of it up here. Maybe I can send you some. The memories of many demons and other lords sending and receiving pure ether through their systems are clear in my mind, but I don't have an avatar to mimic the transaction. However, there may be something different that will work the same way. I pause for a moment, as the scene of the whole Apex region continues to play out in my mind, and I figure there's only one thing that could keep Bree so fixated rather than joining the conversation: money. It's clear it has to do with this worldwide connectivity system that keeps showing up in my notifications during milestone updates. So I decide to open it up. Instantly, hundreds of trillions of messages flood into my mind. As the system operator, I have even more control over this interface than the generals, although, unlike them, my name doesn't show up in any of the databases. I'm like a ghost, with godlike power. I feel the ability to manipulate the leaderboards as I wish, shut down or view any and all private or public message boards, even the items and money within the system. If I wanted to, I could pull it all out into my own system storage right now with a single thought. My eyes widen, and I sift through the data of every single transaction that has passed within the last few days, gaining a complete understanding of what Bree has achieved while I was away. I just grin and close the interface. The small, harmless manipulation they're doing now to keep order among worlds is more than enough to maintain peace and profit in the meantime. I will remain a ghost and not interfere in the worldwide connectivity marketplace. It should remain a tool for the planets of the lower realm to compete, trade, communicate, and thrive. Yes, I do believe it will be possible to transfer materials between realms. I will look into it further later, but it looks like Bree has already secured you a means to grow stronger. Focusing on compressing your true cores should be the priority, as our perception is linked. Ember and these 4 generals all witnessed my peek into the system, but none of them comment on it. Ember is not surprised, while the others are still taking in the awe-inspiring upper realm. A look into a deeper level of the system interface they are already accustomed to isn't that surprising either. Raven speaks up next. Yes, many of the Order's rules and rituals make far more sense to me now. My duty is to help them compress their true cores. Then, we will fully saturate them. However, all of the texts I've read only allow a single entity per world to ascend via normal means. I open up a panel in my system labeled Fast Travel for all of the generals to see, and Raven stops talking mid-sentence as she reads one of the lines below the information on this perk. Any one of the Rising Emperor's 5 generals may use this fast travel perk one time every 24 hours. This ability allows the users to take the fastest route of travel from their current position to a mutually agreed upon position within 100 meters of the Rising Emperor. Choose travel type. 1. Deposit mana, default pre-activated. 2. Create demonic energy. Travel type, admin activation necessary for general use. 3. Create ether. Travel type, admin activation necessary for general use. When my gaze hovers over the mana deposit button, an astronomical amount of energy is necessary to travel. It constantly shifts up and down, hundreds of quintillions of MP every second that passes. Visualizing that the planet they're on is moving in a strange direction compared to the position I'm standing in here in the upper realm, it seems a single fast travel will cost a high single-digit % of all of the mana on a third-class world like this. With Bree's business ability, acquiring more mana won't be an issue. However, it's an extremely high amount. This much MP could easily bring a labyrinth from 1 to 100 floors in an instant. This deposit button is grayed out in my system, as the generals are the ones that must pay the fee. However, hundreds of plots of land all around me within a 100-meter radius light up in my mind where I'm able to select a travel point. I allow these panels to fade from my vision and look back up at Raven. Getting you up here won't be as tough as it seems. I open up my storage and allow a slab of leftover S-grade mana shielding to fall out. In the lower realm, it can easily contain the full-powered blows of true yellow core hunters. Here, I allow this slab, one of the strongest substances on the human realm, to be crushed into dust from the gravity and pressure of the air before it even touches the floor of this suite. Surviving the pressure up here is a far greater challenge. You saw how hard I fought to keep my body within the throne, right? That doesn't even compare to the normal conditions, walking about in the open air. Your goals are to compress, then fully saturate your cores. Afterward, we'll work on a travel plan. I smirk as their faces light up with awe again. At the same time, Ember's presence fades from the call slightly as he privately checks a system message sent to him from Torvak. On the other side of the Citadel, he looks at me within the private suite and speaks out loud. They made it to the high orc space without any problems. The warlords wish to open a secure line and speak to you, the new leader of their citadel. I look out the window in their direction, and even with my advanced perception, I can't see through the tower I watch them enter. I reply with a slow nod, activating my mana manipulation's true core ability to form shimmering green replicas of Abby. Maria, Ari, and Raven within this room. Very well, connect us. We'll take the call together. Chapter 737. As green divine energy holograms of my teammates form around me, my shared vision with them allows them to feel as though they're in the room with me. Ember waves his clawed hand, and a system message expands to connect with the demon's communication setup in front of the long table used for business meetings. Facing the glass wall, Ember, Abby, Maria, Ari, Raven, and I look forward at the city. Looking back, in between us and the citadel, Torvak, Asik, Zashin, the Blue Wyvern, and Ava look back. Torvak initiated the connection, so he is the first to speak. This is more faces than I expected. The massive blue ogre, speaking, turns its gaze across everyone in the room, but surprisingly, my noble human form is larger than this first-class monster. Even the dark-armored high orc, goblin queen, and massive berserker giant, all of them stand at heights shorter than my own. The only exception to this is the enormous blue wyvern, whose natural form dwarfs all of us. The blue ogre's gaze sweeps across all of us, lingering on Ember the longest out of everyone, but stops on me when he speaks. So, Seraphel was telling the truth. There really is such a thing as a noble human. I cannot verify these claims with my experience alone, but you certainly are no normal man. His head turns to the wyvern, and he nods back, speaking in the deep tone I heard in the exile zones. There is no doubt in my mind, it is true. Even if it is meant to be impossible, this is the first noble human I've seen in all of my years alive. The wyvern's gaze scans us just like the blue ogre, but it is more interested in the 4 generals I've created holograms of. And who are these guests? More humans, using a strange, unique transmission device local to your system. Its eyes shift back to mine, waiting for an answer to its question. I inwardly grin and let my guests do the talking. Maria is the first to talk back. Yes, we're humans, and you're a real wyvern. I make real-time adjustments to her expressions but leave out the intricacies of her core. The same goes for the others. All that is being projected is a detailed outline using green divine threads. Abby speaks next, more focused on the point with her arms crossed. We're from the lower realm. Ari and Raven are both awestruck by the figures they see before them. Having tens of thousands of worlds connect to their system with other intelligent races to interact with is one thing, but standing in a room with other lords like the Rising Emperor, with a backdrop of an enormous kingdom in the sky, is rightfully mind-blowing. Despite this fact, the humans that look up at the massive monstrous lords are not the ones with the most surprised looks on their faces. Asik, the high orc, commonly holding a stoic and unchanging expression even in the heat of deadly battle, shows surprise and interjects the moment Abby reveals where they're from. The lower realm? What are you saying? That right now, we're having a live conversation with beings not here with us in the upper realm? I thought one of the Overseer's artifacts was necessary for a feat like that. I smirk and start shifting my mana manipulation skill. combining the conceal aspect to it to paint a more realistic picture. Yes, it's true, yellow divine cores and the coloring of flesh appear before the warlord's eyes. I leave out soul energy, ether, and demonic energy in these visuals for simplicity again. But this is more than enough to even shock the wyvern. Impossible. Zashin's initial reaction is shock, but now he just lets out a laugh. Ember told me this would be entertaining. But I never could have guessed it'd be something like this. He laughs again, and a flash of the red I witnessed during his battle pulses in his eyes, but he keeps his composure while Torvak speaks next. Yes, as expected, our leader of the past would only return prepared. It would need to be an outlier that defies the rules of the upper realm to soul bond with a human. His gaze locks with mine. So, you've caused quite the political event. You must have a plan, right? We have 3 weeks at most until the automated surveillance footage of Ellipsia reaches the Grand Citadel. I speak again, looking past all of the warlords, out into the endless green clouds past the edge of the Citadel. I've already sent the footage of our duel directly to the Grand Citadel Lord. My face shifts to a demon's, and horns grow off from my forehead, then disappear and shift back to show my noble human form again. He was expecting me, after all. What is a better way to infiltrate this demon's home than to be invited in? Upon saying these words, the memories of Andrus Vermilion resurface. There is a very clear pattern that occurs every time a new demon is brought up from the lower realm, the usual citadels that the fast travel systems bring them to are Ellipsia or Mensa. And the Vermilion family servants escort them to the central towers to be processed by the noble in charge. Andrus processed many of these new demons and sent them off to the fortress citadel for training. On rare occasions, usually when the new incoming demons were very strong first-class warriors, they were sent directly to the Grand Citadel at the end of every monthly processing cycle in order to participate in a fighting tournament to show their skills to the family head. After both of these processes, the demons that were sent off always came back very different, and usually, it took decades for them to return. With these thoughts in mind, and many memories of both the Mensa Citadel and Fortress clear in my consciousness, I continue speaking to the warlords. There is nothing to fear. I wouldn't have made contact if it wasn't part of the plan. In the eyes of the Vermilion family head, you're all dead. On your flight through the Citadel, all systems went dark. You're now ghosts. I've shut down the surveillance within this central tower completely as well. Nothing we're saying now will ever be recorded by the Citadel surveillance. Zashin's eyes glow even brighter red, and he butts in. So when do we get to fight? I've heard there's another noble demon in the Mensa Citadel. Come on, I need another battle like that. I haven't felt so alive since the war. I grin as memories of the fortress surface in my mind. Patience. There are demonic forces you'll have the pleasure of killing soon. We have many preparations to get to beforehand. My gaze leaves his and sweeps across everyone in the room. All of the warlords look at me with a combination of awe, respect, unease, and loyalty, all for different reasons. Ember just watches me speak with a mysterious look on his face, letting me take the reins now that he's managed to bring us all together. I speak to my 4 human generals first. As discussed earlier, you know what you must do, and as fast as possible. Then, I turn to Ava. You were not seen during the dueling recording, so technically, you're just a freed exile in the eyes of the Citadel. I have a special job for you, and it involves leading other freed exiles below that may be in chaos now that the Guardian was killed. Everyone patiently waits for a few minutes while I outline her job, then I turn back to the warlords, tightening my gaze on Asik next. And you? I've heard the orcs can create quite intricate illegal avatars, right? He nods but doesn't respond, so I continue. Now that you're all dead, I want you to create new avatars without any limiters whatsoever. The central tower, including all of the funds this demon left behind, are available to you if needed. Ask for resources and you will receive, and do not think of the consequences of being caught. Because we will make the rules of this zone of the upper realm soon. I want all of the benefits of the premium and custom avatars, but no downsides. I look at each of the warlords one by one. For each of them, Asig nods and speaks up. Understood. With enough time and resources, what you ask for can be done. I will need Torvak's help to source and create the perfect soul weapons. We have materials in long-term storage that cannot compare to what is available on this citadel. Torvak nods. It is true. I've warned the higher-ups in the over-conglomeration of my absence hours ago when Ember first formulated this plan. They are loyal. A secure message will be sent after this meeting. But it will take a few days to retrieve the materials. Good, I reply before turning my gaze to the berserker giant and continuing. Zacian, I believe you have enough raw power to kill a noble. My head turns to Ember, and he nods. Yes, I believe all of the berserkers would be able to do some serious damage if trained right. I will come to your base and personally train them. I turn to the blue wyvern, who has gone silent, still looking at me with curious eyes full of wisdom. You had a question for me before we came up here, if the path of nobility could be followed without being born into it. I pause for a moment. Apparently, the answer is yes. The eyes of this creature show shock again. As my words infer that I was not always like this, however, my next words make its hopeful expression fade. I don't know how to replicate it on anyone else. There is still a lot for me to learn. After our meeting here, I'd like to learn what this path of nobility really means, especially from one that walks this same path. My senses focus on the vibrations I feel even through this holographic feed. They are not an energy source and cannot be suppressed. My curiosity for this sensation has been growing since the moment I unsealed my noble form. Seraphel, the blue wyvern, replies, feeling my same vibrations through the hologram as well. It is forbidden knowledge, but an old noble to a new. It is only right I teach you what I know. I nod, then turn to everyone else in the room. Great. I'm waiting for one last piece to fall into place, then I will be sending out the finer details of attack strategy and a timeline for. I stop speaking mid-sentence, as another incoming call shows up on the transmission device in the central tower's top floor. I go silent, and the other warlords aren't sure why. The human generals see what I see, but are not fully filled in on the events of today to understand the weight of the message popping up before me. Ember takes a step back from Zacian's hologram and immediately turns his hybrid body into a full-size dragon, flapping his wings and enveloping his body in dense demonic energy without saying a word. I speak up while preparing to close out contact and deactivate my mana manipulation skill. It looks like I'll be able to send you that information faster than I thought. The Lord of the Grand Citadel is calling. I shift my face and complete body appearance back into the noble demon I killed on the human world and speak again. It appears he's taken the bait. I'm going to speak with the Vermilion family head, chapter 738. At these words, the holograms of the warlords dissipate, and I make the divine energy manifestations of my generals evaporate too, though I do keep them on the call. A fifth general pops up in the void within our linked consciousnesses, and Ava looks through my eyes. She turns to the other four human minds watching, but I tune out of everything said after her words of, "Nice to meet you all. I just finish activating my concealment technique and use real demonic energy from my core to cover my body." Ember flaps his wings and slowly glides around the back of the room, leaving trails of demonic energy behind. I take a deep breath in and out, then press the accept button to allow the foreign call to connect to the Ellipsia Citadel's central tower. The room goes silent, and I retract my aura inward, using the full extent of my power to conceal my true being and replicate a believable disguise of the first noble demon I killed. My mind is calm as I feel prepared for anything. But curiosity and caution still cloud my outer senses. The residual fear and loyalty of the memories from the Exile Guardian and Andres Vermilion surface in my mind. They are not my own memories. But when the holographic call connects, and I see a towering shadowy figure appear with two long horns, there is no mistaking this domineering being. The first thing I feel is cold air washing through the room, and extremely strong vibrations of a noble bloodline shake the space. I don't flinch, as no physical or mental attack is being sent out. It feels like some kind of illusion. There is no face on this figure that stands over double my noble form's stature, and as the call connects, all I hear from it is a low growling sound. To keep up appearances, I place both arms behind my back and do not dare speak until spoken to. However, I decide not to bow in the family head's presence. While this is common courtesy for a newly ascended in the presence of their king, I have different plans. The room grows colder the longer I wait, looking directly into the dark, black shadowy void where the demon's face should be. Its low growl ceases, and we wait in silence even longer, until the demon's raspy throat, as if it just screamed for hours, begins to turn to a slow chuckle. The massive hologram leans forward. Draco Vermilion. Quite bold of you to directly send me proof of you breaking one of the sacred family rules, to never kill a fellow demon. Wisps of dark black energy drain behind the hologram as it leans closer. The wisps that leave its body dissolve into threads of green divine energy, then dissipate into the atmosphere once out of range from the transmission device. It reminds me that we're not actually in the same room, but the vibrations and cold feeling I get just from looking at this massive demon make me second-guess myself. So, I stay on guard while answering. I was taking out the trash. If you expect me to work alongside a cowardly demon that cannot stare death in the eyes with a smile, then this family is not what I came to the upper realm to serve. I stare up at the shadowy horned hologram without a hint of fear in my eyes. And the cold presence of the family head returns, though its vibrations speed up and become stronger. Your resolve is what all true noble demons should have. To act without care for the consequences, for the only goal is progress, strength, and prestige for the demon race. There are no races stronger than us. Your infractions will be permitted just this once. It pauses, standing up straight again while the room returns to its normal temperature and its vibrations calm down to a steady state. You may call me Lord Muriel Vermilion. As one that walks the path of nobility, I will honor you with knowing my true name. Though, in the presence of lesser bloodlines, you must address me as the Vermilion family head. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. The room fills with silence, and I nod once, allowing this demon to speak again. The Ellipsia Citadel is yours. However, in order to learn the proper commands to control all of its properties, specialized training and avatar upgrades must be carried out in a place we call a fortress. My gaze sharpens, and I reply back, I refuse. I cross my arms and stare up at the outline of the shadowy demon, speaking again as the aura around him vibrates and the room grows cold. No amount of avatar upgrades or specialized commands could satiate my hunger. Sitting atop this citadel as its lord is no less boring than taking over that puny third-class human world you tasked me with. I've had no match since leaving my home world. Give me a true challenge now that I've made it to the land of the gods. The vibrations and cold sensation don't stop growing more intense this time around, as the family head seems to have initially thought my rebellious nature was enticing, but I've hit its limit. I hold my resolve, but plan to tone it down after this demon's next words. A loud roaring voice that makes my whole body reflexively shiver and tense up echoes through the room. Be careful, young one. Aiming for the top is admirable, but do not mistake a superior being when they are right in front of you. I am the royal Vermilion family head for a reason. The cold aura grows and grows. So much so that I feel the energy coursing through my veins begin to slow down. My senses are dulled, and I have to work many times harder to keep my disguise up. The noble vibrations rippling through this video call feel extremely eerie, almost the same sensation I felt while facing the exile guardian in the first half of our battle, when I hadn't awakened my noble form yet. There is something deeper happening here, but I cannot sense it at all. This strikes genuine shock through me, especially the fact that this being is accomplishing all of this through a hologram from millions of kilometers away. My head starts to spin, my mind grows foggy, and my sharp concentration wavers. But the cold, intense vibrations retract the moment I grit my teeth. You will come directly to the Grand Citadel instead. If you truly wish for a challenge, I will give you one. There is a monthly fighting event held here. The next event is in 22 days, using Grand Citadel time. That is in order. There is no room for negotiation. The room falls back to completely normal, and I nod once to agree with his words with widened eyes. This time, I'm not playing a character. Muriel speaks again. I have high hopes for you, Draco Vermilion. Continue pushing the boundaries, but do not disappoint me. A flicker of coldness comes through these words, and he waves one of his hands. I will have a servant from here in the Grand Citadel sent over beforehand. There was an issue calibrating and linking your avatar. It will be fixed before the monthly cycle begins again. I look forward to watching your performance. Again, Draco Vermilion, welcome to the upper realm. His hand finishes waving, and the connection between us severs, allowing his hologram to fully vanish. I let out a long sigh. My eyes are still wide open as I stare out the window, replaying that cold aura and strange vibration over and over in my head. Ember circles down to ground level, then shifts back into his hybrid form while touching down. He makes a comment while showing a grin and reaching into his ether storage. Looks like ASIC was right. Just about 3 weeks to prepare. Well, a little more. He walks up beside me and pulls out a glass bottle filled with a translucent liquid, then tosses it in my direction. My gaze shifts, and I use a small amount of telekinesis and divine threads to stop it from falling through the air and move it to my palm, which still has a bright 1 on it. While I allow the demonic energy all over my body to flow back into my core and let my ethereal white noble human form be exposed. I turn my head to Ember. Doctors, stop bladder leaks in 3 minutes. What is this? He's already turned around, borrowing my concealment skill, and shrinking into his smallest 2-meter-tall form while using a random human appearance as a false identity. It's an ether refinement elixir. Considering your race's lifespan, it's safe to say you can only use a low-quality elixir like this one time. So, I would wait until you've gathered as much ether as possible before using it. He waves while tapping on his system, connecting a new member to the transmission device in the room, and opening up a hatch in the floor. Just hold it in case of an emergency. Considering the strength of that demon you just pissed off, you'll need it. He chuckles and jumps down the hatch. I'm off to train with Sashin. You have an important lesson on nobility to attend. His eyes point back to the transmission system, which now shows Seraphel, the blue wyvern. Pending and ready to talk, I take a deep breath, toss the elixir up and down in my hand a few times, then open a storage portal below it to let it fall inside. Next, I send out a message to the 5 generals still in my consciousness. 22 days. Think you can manage that? Raven is the first to answer. It should be impossible, but we can try. Maria's voice sounds out next. Nothing is impossible. We'll figure out a way. Abby follows. Those black trees are still in the desert. The artifacts you brought back from the divine construct, we can use that to cycle energy faster. Ari comments last. We'll keep you updated. The 4 of them exit the mental link. And Ava stands alone in my mind. I speak to her first. Tell the others with you what you saw. After my talk with Seraphel, I'll have a real battle strategy figured out. Understood, she says, and I'm left alone in the room. Then, I accept the next incoming call and watch a massive visual of the noble wyvern appear in front of the glass separating me from the green city in the sky. Chapter 739. The familiar vibrations of a noble being ripple through me when the wyvern appears, but after feeling the violent aura that came off of the Vermilion family head, I'm now certain there was something more to that display I couldn't perceive. So, you spoke with the Grand Citadel's lord? It seems that the conversation was brief. Have we been exposed? I shake my head slowly, my questions about the upper realm growing more and more in my mind as I reply, no, my identity is secure for now. And as far as the family head is concerned, you are all still dead. Ava will be able to catch you up on what happened soon. We have over 3 weeks to prepare. The wyvern's expression doesn't change at all. And its body stays still. However, by now, I'm used to its unchanging demeanor. Thousands of years of solitude must change one's psyche to not react to small issues like this with urgency. It replies, impressive. I have moved to a private room in the High Orc's tower, so no one can hear us. Ember's words of your ambitions do not disappoint, but if you truly wish to challenge the Vermilion family head, you will need more knowledge of nobility than what you have shown me. The moment Seraphel's words cease, his entire holographic structure begins to vibrate with more intensity than it did before. Instead of feeling insidious and cold, the aura coming off this noble being is warm and inviting. My eyes widen, as if I'm lost in a trance while the blue wyvern brings its vibration intensity up to its maximum. It feels as though I'm resonating perfectly, not a single wave from its being is lost from my perception, and in turn, my own ethereal noble form vibrates and shines brighter, giving off the same radiation back. I feel no energy being produced or lost. We are just existing and recognizing each other on the same frequency of noble wavelengths. It brings on no fatigue at all. If anything, it feels slightly invigorating. Even the room around me seems warmer and brighter, but all of my true bodily senses tell me that nothing at all in this room has changed. It is a self-induced illusion. The wyvern speaks up again. You say you've managed to awaken a noble bloodline without being born into it. Please explain to me how this was achieved. At first instinct, I'm repelled by the thought of telling anyone how exactly my true core's main ability, paired with my absorption skill, works. Even back on the human world, I was always very hesitant to share this information. Even now, I haven't told anyone about my new ability to take memories from the beings I kill. It still feels natural to keep my cards as close to my chest as I can. Even if all of the surveillance in this tower has been blocked, it's always possible that an enemy of higher ability is listening. However, this being is allied with Ember and has far more valuable information to share with me, so a portion of the truth won't hurt leaking. My true core's ability gives me a chance of obtaining traits from enemies I kill. I was lucky enough to have this activated in the battle with a noble demon that tried to take over my home world. My appearance shifts to the demon's disguise and back to my natural noble form. The wyvern pauses for a few seconds, but replies, that is less interesting than expected. I was hoping for an inheritance tomb, something to do with that ring on your finger, or a unique bloodline transfusion technique that masks your true bloodline until its use is worn out. The wyvern pauses again and whispers under its breath, but it seems it is a unique skill. Like that goblin you came with. The past always repeats itself, lower lifeforms given just enough luck, only to have their dreams crushed once they're able to see the truth. I cut him off with a stern look in my eyes. Who cares if I'm born into it or not? What can you tell me about it? Why is this transformation I have referred to as a path, and what are these vibrations? It feels real, but I'm certain their effects are an illusion. The wyvern's eyes sharpen as well, blocking out its memories of the past and stopping its cynical rambles to answer. Well, it is considered a path because once you take a step into the world of nobility, there is always somewhere higher you seek to climb. The simple transformation you're showing now may just be the surface of your power. All that unseal this bloodline have different potential. It hesitates and shows a look of curiosity and wonder again, though, if what you say is true, you stole nobility from a demon. I do not know if the end of your path is where the demon would have landed, or if the humans now have a unique noble bloodline of their own. I raise an eyebrow, and the wyvern sees that I am quite confused by its words still. Allow me to explain further. The world classifications, 5th to 1st class, then, of course, the noble grade worlds, they are given these classifications to signify the density of mana or demonic energy present on each world. However, this isn't the only metric used for the true grading scale. My attention is caught. What other metric could there be? Reflexively, I begin sifting through tens of thousands of worlds in my mind, attempting to see the difference. However, upon first glance, the density of their energy is the only thing I really see. I never thought to look at worlds in any other metric other than their mana or demonic energy contents. The average level of the beasts or intelligent life on them correlates almost exactly with these ranges, even in solar systems where divine threads are available in greater concentrations. Usually only the strongest beings on those worlds wield them, so the total averages hardly change at all. My initial thoughts were that mana and demonic energy are the baseline of everything. However, this wyvern has planted a seed in my mind, and I can't stop looking deeper. It speaks as I continue to search curiously for myself. The amount of abundant ether, of course. I raise an eyebrow. There is ether in the lower realm, even now, sifting through thousands of civilizations with the advanced perception as if I'm standing on each world. I don't sense a thing, however. Something Ari mentioned before lingers in my mind, the concentrated essence he spoke of, and the fact that when I scanned his being, it felt faintly like a rudimentary form of ether. I had brushed it aside as being some unique form of chi mixed with his unique spirit archer skill. Seraphel replies, of course there is. There is ether in every living being, even on a 5th-class world, far enough from the source that isn't yet connected to the system. Though, once ether is left dormant, either unused in one's psyche or body, it grows stale and tends to change its form. Even worse if it is left to deteriorate on a dead world. I raise an eyebrow as something starts to click. Of course, with living organisms using its base form, it can be revitalized and eventually traded here in the upper realm as low-quality ether. However, even now in the form we use it, it is certainly not fully refined. My mind completely wanders away from Seraphel and focuses on the strange outlier worlds in my consciousness. All the outlier worlds that have average levels over 10% higher than their class's average have an abundant amount of chi on their planet's surface. Large portions of the population in 2nd class and above worlds have cultivated some variation of soul energy. Most interesting of all, many of the high-density 1st-class demonic worlds carry the highest percentage of outliers in individual levels. Those that outperform the masses commonly wield this concentrated essence that Ari spoke of. It is not low-quality ether, that is for sure. However, it uses chi as its conductor, and deep within the psyche and bones of its wielders, I can see it being slowly churned into a more refined source every second it resides inside a living being. It subtly reminds me of the feeling locked away in my subconscious, when I slowly refined a small amount of ether for over 900,000 years in a simulated abyss. The stagnant chi in the air and the formation of crystals in the tombs of fallen great warriors of the past show this bright white material in its base form, ready to be refined on thousands of worlds. I'm having a mind-blowing epiphany, but still have so many questions unanswered. What does this have to do with nobility then? What's so special about these noble grade worlds? I don't have a large sample to study. The only 2 noble grade worlds in my possession look extremely similar. At closer inspection, they really just look like 1st-class demonic worlds. With slightly more demonic energy on them, even when looking extremely closely, there are no other beings on these 2 worlds that have the noble bloodline transformation buff on their status. These strange vibrations that resonate between myself and Seraphel aren't present on any of these worlds either. These vibrations still don't give off any real energy signatures, making their relation to ether even more confusing. The blue wyvern replies, well, to answer that, I'll need to explain the history of nobility. Let us start with the fact that the demons did not always rule the upper realm. Chapter 740, who ruled the upper realm before? The wyvern nods slowly, looking upward. Away from where the holographic transmission device can see, there have been many rulers. This upper realm is separated into many zones, just as vast and different as the lower realm is to the green zone you stand in now. Seraphel pauses as I consider the weight of his words. A grand citadel sits at the center of every zone, from green, to cyan, to dark blue, and even colors higher than this. They are what connect the zones of the upper realm together and give us the ability to send messages both up to members of our race in higher zones, while also contacting the lower realm from another plane of existence up here. My mind wanders, as the surprise that the other warlords showed when I said my generals were from the lower realm makes sense. Even now, as I sift through the tens of thousands of worlds in my consciousness, they all do feel as though they're somewhere else. I can't pinpoint an exact direction as to where or how I'm viewing each of them. The easiest way to describe the place where I look at them is from above, but in reality, it is from a direction my brain cannot comprehend. The wyvern continues in my confusion. Of course, there are higher zones. This is how the overseer controls all of the realms below, I reply quickly, as this name is thrown out one too many times for me to continue not knowing its significance. The overseer. It's an immortal, right? A divine beast. The wyvern's pupils dilate slightly. But it returns to its stoic gaze once it responds. Yes, those are names that are thrown about in old legends. It's said that once you make it to the peak of the upper realm, the system blesses you with the opportunity to admire your work for eternity. Though, who can really live forever? The rules of reality often change depending on who is in charge. That is, after all, why the demons have taken over the upper realm in the first place. This is where nobility blossoms. I raise an eyebrow, as in response to my simple question I get another convoluted response like every other being I ask about the overseer. As the wyvern continues to speak, I begin to accept that maybe the answer really isn't as simple as I wish it to be. You've witnessed the system mutate and bend to the will of the user, correct? Many ranked-up buffs on the mana-based systems act in this way, changing and evolving based on the journey of the organism that wields them. A system user's true core awakening is another great example of the external worlds will affecting the system's rules. My attention is grasped again, as I personally have two very distinct cases of this happening. The first being my unique skill, absorption. It has shifted and adapted to every environment and body change throughout my journey here, certainly a mutation of the system and its general use. Secondly, my first ranked up buff, the Rising Emperor's Domain. A buff that has adapted to my growing push for power. Or maybe, my growing need for power has accelerated as a result of it. Whatever the case may be, it is a buff that constantly changes and leads me down a path. The same goes for many powerful leaders I've killed back on the human world, all with strong wills, and the drive to rule. They all had similar mutations in their systems, and buffs that pushed them toward an inevitable end. However, my path was paved over theirs to reach my own goals. This reminds me that no matter how powerful I may seem, others may have fates with even more grand finish lines lurking in the dark. The wyvern's next words echo the sentiment I'm thinking to myself. Many races have similar skills, similar buffs, and similar destined strengths. This is why it is common for certain races like goblins or humans to only spawn on third-class and lower-graded worlds. While there are outliers, and occasional unique skills, the patterns of fate are not changed easily. I raise an eyebrow at the wyvern's last line, as in many of its past comments, it is just said that no matter how hard lower races try, they will always fail. So you're saying these patterns can be changed? I'm saying they constantly are changing, but not as fast as you might think. In my 240,000 years alive, the upper realm was always ruled by the demons. Though, I had ancestors that spoke of a time when wyverns ruled all of the zones of the upper realm. Considering we had control of the green and cyan zones when I was born, I believe it to be true. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. My eyes widen as Seraphel continues. It was just 150,000 years ago that we lost the cyan zone, and 12,000 years ago that we finally lost control of the green zone, and well, as a result, the demons hunted every last wyvern to extinction. I'd been kept alive as a prize, but was soon forgotten by a majority of the upper realm. Memories from the Exile Guardian and Andras Vermilion surface in my mind, of a large-scale event that occurred right before both of them were granted posts in the Ellipsia Citadel. From the wyvern's somber tone, I decide not to pry and let it continue. Before the wyverns, it's rumored we fought off an elven race to take the overseer's position, and before that, a multi-headed Hydra race ruled the upper realm. Past rulers have their entire race killed off before their first rebirth can occur, and well, considering you're even asking these questions, it's clear there are restrictions and gaps in knowledge from past rulers. Your travel partner, Ember, in his many visits, has never been a talkative one. Many visits? I reply with a surprised expression, but the wyvern just nods at my words and changes the subject. Now, why do races fight for control of the upper realm? Because if a race is in power for long enough, the system recognizes this pattern as reality. The demons have ruled long enough to be granted high base stats, raw strength, and most importantly, the path of nobility. The room grows silent as the wyvern lets me take this in, and continues, just like any mutation, it takes into account time, effort, repeatability, and perceived destiny. When a ruling race is in power, the chances of nobility traits popping up in their strongest warriors significantly increase. Those that lose power and control of higher zones will lose the momentum of destiny on their side. Less and less of their youth throughout the galaxy will be born with this path ingrained in their beings. As millennia pass, their races will degrade from nobles back to first-grade worlds only, and eventually fall all the way down the cycle to fifth as new races climb to obtain the peak of power. My mind pieces everything together as Seraphel keeps speaking. So, this is why I call what you and the goblin have a sprinkle of luck in the face of the overwhelming truth. Even if we climb to the top, with your race's lifespans, you cannot dream to affect the pattern of eternity. I sharpen my gaze and shake my head. But look at me, isn't my noble form enough proof that I can? Your years under the citadel have made you quite timid and cynical, don't you think? I crack a smile and start walking around the open room while peering over the wyvern's wings to get a look at the enormous world-sized city in the sky. Then continue speaking. This time, in a partially sarcastic tone. So what you're saying is the demons won. They systematically take over second and first-class mana-based worlds in the lower realm to ensure no strong races can form any hints of nobility, and they've secured the central citadels in every zone of the upper realm, destroying the wyverns once and for all to begin their reign. All who oppose them die, just like your ancestors, I assume? Then, history repeats itself, and you believe even the strongest from third-class and below worlds like myself have no chance. Destiny itself laughs in our face. The wyvern is surprised at my blatant remarks but nods. Well, yes, exactly that. I let out a long sigh while looking past the wyvern, deep into the endless green clouds. Makes sense. But, given the amount of time we have to prepare, I've been up against far worse odds. There is silence in the room again, but the wyvern speaks in a solemn tone. There is one more thing you must know. The vibrations around the wyvern grow stronger, and the heat in the room rises. However, the warmth invigorates me. It is not uncomfortable at all. There are different ranks of nobility. The form I witnessed you use against that guardian, the form you have active now, is the lowest rank. A noble. I raise an eyebrow while the heat in the room rises more, and I resonate with every single vibration sent my way. As if I'm subconsciously riding the wave Seraphel is sending into me, I am a high noble, the second step of the lowest rank. It is why the vibrations you feel are invigorating rather than foreign and cold. My guess is with enough training, you will be able to reach this stage naturally. However, reaching the rank of the demon's royal family heads will be impossible. Those with higher ranks give off vibrations that feel cold, and can suppress the will of any being below them. It will slow your thoughts and ability to access ether. If the gap is wide enough, the system itself may not summon itself to help you in the presence of higher nobility. This is why, even with a divine beast by your side, I feel our actions are hopeless in the face of true legacy power. Don't think we haven't tried similar things before. Even more questions surface, especially with the word royal now being mentioned, as every time the Vermilion family head is brought up, this word is too. But the wyvern turns its head upward again and back to me. I believe I've given you enough information to understand the inner workings of the upper realm, and how the demons are far more dangerous and powerful than you once believed. However, if you truly still wish to challenge them, come to the High Orc's Tower. I'd be happy to show you how to properly heighten your noble vibrations. Your ether senses and base control are almost as refined as mine. So teaching you should be possible. It stays silent for a few seconds after stopping, and I consider the information I've just taken in. This upper realm really is far more intricate than I initially thought. Even the system itself has become more complicated, as the patterns of history seem to shape its broader functions. This noble bloodline is another strange system mutation, and it has something to do with ether. The more mind-bending fact I've just learned is that chi and soul energy in the lower realm is linked to ether as well. In addition to this fact, there are far more moving parts shifting around in my mind. Plans of how to siphon more worlds out of this citadel's citizens while maintaining order is at the top of my list. While doing so, I'd like to generate as much ether as possible and profit to add to my stores before drinking that elixir Ember gifted me. Lastly, theories of how I'll assimilate my generals to this pressure without risk of them losing their bodies begin to surface in my mind as well, though, externally, I just nod and reply to the wyvern while preparing to close the transmission feed. Yes, I believe training with you will be helpful. I'll be over later today. Chapter 741, later today? Seraphel replies, I nod. Yes. I have a few tasks I must finish first, then I will come to train right away. Very well, I look forward to it. The transmission feed to the High Orc's tower cuts off. After mutually ending the connection, while Seraphel dropped an overwhelming amount of knowledge about reality itself on me these last few minutes, my mind feels more clear than ever. I know exactly what to do next. It is certainly a result of having my noble form activated for this long. My thought processes and depth of understanding of my environment have drastically increased. No fatigue is building up at all. It feels as though I can stay using this ability forever. I'm not quite sure what my body's reaction will be if I decide to deactivate this form, but I have too many things to do in the meantime to worry about that just yet. I turn around while letting my conceal skill change my appearance and cover my body in demonic energy while activating ether commands to open up a hatch in the floor just like Ember did moments before my call. In the same moment, I send waves of telepathy through the tower directed solely into the control rooms housing thousands of demonic servants. All of you that have witnessed today's events and wish to serve your new Citadel Lord, report to the first floor lobby. I have an announcement to make. Instantaneously, teleportation arrays light up all over the tower. Directly following Andres Vermillion's death, all of the demonic servants had their slave contracts severed. Many were unable to think or move for themselves, as they are lords of many different races trapped in the avatars of demons to do their mindless labor on the Citadel. Though, even with these chains lifted, none of them dare defy the will of the new noble demon that killed their past leader. If anything, they are in a worse position than they were in before. Yet, teleporting to the lobby to receive new contracts is better than giving up and dying. So, in a matter of seconds, all servants within the tower do as they're told. Once I manually float down through all of the many training rooms, empty offices, storage rooms, housing suites, and control rooms of the central tower, I make it to the large white lobby where the warlords entered from the main road earlier today. A sight of 8,942 demonic servants lined up in rows is what I see as I enter the room from the ceiling. I allow my purple barrier to suppress my mana control and divine aura to a manageable amount. My ether control is also possible for me to mentally suppress. But the noble vibrations coming off me are impossible to keep from radiating outward. No one in the room below can comprehend it, or understand what is happening, but a natural state of suppression vibrates through all of the lower races below me and they instinctively bend down on one knee. I assume this is common courtesy to their Citadel Lord, but there are many intricacies at play here when I open my mouth to speak using Screech to fill the room with Draco Vermillion's noble voice. The Ellipsia Citadel is now under my control, but my rules of management will be different than your previous lord. My gaze sweeps over all of their palms to see varying amounts of worlds. A select few that are specialized for guard patrols and lord management in high-risk zones have anywhere from 25 to 100 worlds in their possession. Others, who just work in the control rooms within this tower, have 0 worlds. A majority, who survey the weaker districts in the outer ring of the Citadel, but mostly work inside the tower, have 1 to 5 worlds. It's impossible to tell at first glance what class worlds they possess, and if they've been granted the nicety of owning their old homeworlds, as I still cannot see directly into the avatar's systems, but I can easily change this with a single statement. You will all swear loyalty to me, and learn a great secret of this new Citadel's lord. If you maintain the silence of this secret, and help me achieve my goals, I will give you all the chance of true freedom, with new avatars to fit your original bodies, and will do my best to locate your homeworlds if you do not yet have ownership of them. Stolen content warning: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Many of the kneeling demon avatars' eyes widen, as they never would have expected this offer from the ruthless demon they witnessed kill their old lord for merely admitting defeat to first-class warlords. If anything, they expected their new lives to be even worse. Instantly, I feel hundreds of links popping up all throughout the neat lines of kneeling servants who still don't dare raise their heads. I float down further, to be right above them, less than 300 meters up in the air as more and more links surge into me. Surprisingly, when they do, I can see the true souls and original races of the beings within these avatars. Their diversity is just as vast as the many worlds I absorbed from Andres when I killed him. Dozens of varying species from 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd grade worlds rush into my status, and their thousands of worlds do as well. None of the new worlds are particularly strong. Only a handful of the elite guards hold 2nd grade worlds. The majority of the demonic servants hold dead 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade worlds to serve just as the avatar's stat buff perk. Every new servant that joins also gains access to the worldwide connectivity system. But I make sure to give them limited access, only to trade and communicate amongst those in the upper realm, as to not interfere with the delicate balance still being stabilized below. The small percent of worlds that still have life, however, are added to the lower realm's connectivity system, and they are given the same opportunity as any new world would. I float with my arms crossed for a full 3 minutes as many servants explore the features available to them and begin communicating with each other telepathically. Some even begin to whisper out loud and look side to side. I allow them to do as they wish and not punish them for stepping out of line, because in doing so, it builds trust with the servants on edge about pledging themselves. Once the waves of servant links coming in reach over 90% of them, trickles of more begin to slow down, and I call out again, last chance. Swear your loyalty, or I will not allow you to leave this tower with the knowledge of my offer that you've already witnessed. A second surge of links pours in, but it soon dies down just as before, leaving a few hundred servants still on the edge. One in particular stands up from where he kneels and yells out, "Lord Andrus will always be our leader, you cannot." Before he's finished speaking, I've pointed a single finger toward him, and let a beam of concentrated demonic energy shoot downward, covering the servant's avatar and melting its core and mind to nothingness instantly. All that is left is a black spot on the floor as I scan the crowd for others that still wish to serve this old lord. About half a dozen stand up, and I can feel their evil intent even before words leave their mouths. All I do is point a finger their way and they're disintegrated too, leaving black spots on the room's floor. Shimmering divine threads and ether flow through the air to where they once stood and flow into me as I absorb their worlds and energy. When the room fills with silence again, and no more speak against me, I use my telekinesis skill to lift the few hundred that have still not sworn loyalty to me in the air, and use earth magic imbued with dense divine threads and ether to create a prison they cannot escape no matter what they try. With no effort other than a flick of the wrist, I throw the kilometer-long floating prison to the back of the lobby and nod to myself as I will check on them later and give them a second chance. For now, I look down at the 8,451 servants that have obeyed with a smile. They have granted me access to 24,870 new worlds to bring the token concealed under the V1 on my palm up to 105,662. While the majority of these worlds do not even compare to my home world, and over half are dead without a single sign of life on them, the high quantity of those that do still gives me a subtle boost in borrowed stats that is noticeable. I sift through Andrus' old memories and address my new loyal subjects with their first orders. Continue your work as usual, aggressively collect taxes from all businesses in Ellipsia. If all they have to offer are worlds without life, collect ether instead. Dead worlds are of no use to me. Carry on business as it was before. I do not want citizens believing their lives will be any different just yet. All of the remaining servants keep their heads down after what they just witnessed. I use ether commands to open the front door of the central tower leading to the street. Go on. Guards and enforcers, get back to work. Almost half of them that have worlds on their palms leave the tower in an orderly fashion. The other half stays with their heads down as I close the door and point to the ceiling. Those of you that work on surveillance and world quality control, I have another task for you. I want this entire tower, except the top floor, stripped down to its bare bones. All of the dueling rooms, suites, and servant facilities, I want them broken down and raw materials placed in your storage systems. From the Citadel's ground floor here, up thousands of kilometers to the base of the private floor where the first-class demons rest, I want it empty to the walls. I need room to craft a new device when I return. All of the remaining servants' eyes widen, and many reflexively look up at me and past the ceiling. Then, at remembering the fate of those in the prison at the back of the room, they shiver and look back down. Don't worry, as long as you keep this project a secret, and maintain your loyalty toward me, your small actions are inconsequential. Though, betray me and you will end up nothing but a stain on the floor. I nod a single time, then float over to the opening exit of the central tower and leave them to follow out the strange project I've given them. Once I float out into the street, I activate a new ether command, similar to the one I used to temporarily shut off the entire Citadel's power, but only use it to do so in the areas I fly through. Many blocks of the city go dark, as I wish to not be seen on the automated surveillance systems that will send images to the Grand Citadel every month. Blocking out these portions of the city that I float through might be even more suspicious, so I have a countermeasure for this too. All over the citadel, I randomly turn off portions of the surveillance feeds, making untraceable patterns seem like random flashing power outages. My direct pathway to the outer ring of the citadel, en route to a small 5th-class human district, cannot be tracked. Chapter 742. Although the surveillance systems are shut down wherever I travel, I make no effort to conceal my presence as I float down the middle of the enormous streets. While I could use my stealth skill, or fly higher or faster to go unseen, I take my time, leaving trails of demonic energy in my wake to fly through the citizens of the Ellipsia Citadel's home districts like a victory lap. The ominous power outages wherever I travel make my presence even more intimidating. I feel some strong lords share hints of killing intent, but no one dares to outwardly show it with their actions or facial expressions. Those that cannot mask their feelings toward the demons, I feel moving away from my path once they see me in their district. With it, faint outlines of mana, divine threads, and ether streams are visible to my noble eyes as they adjust to my environment even more. What I witness are avatars' private transmissions being sent all over the citadel gossiping about my actions. More cautious and frightened lords stop all business and personal matters at once to kneel, floating in the air, or even by fast travel orbs to get down to ground level to show their respect. Many shiver with fear even thousands of kilometers away. Although I'm suppressing most of my aura, the noble vibrations can be instinctually felt by all lower races. The further I travel from the center of the citadel, the weaker the average lords are. While near the central tower, there were many second-class lords, with a large amount holding over 100 worlds. As I move even 10 blocks away, many more 4th and 3rd-class lords with a single-digit amount of worlds become the norm. Many second-class lords opt to run away from my path, but the lower-class lords do not have this privilege. They're all frozen in fear. When I enter their district, all business ceases, and not a single one misses the opportunity to get down on their knees and worship the god their instincts are screaming at them to praise. Some even pass out, or grow cold and shiver, losing touch with reality. Even though I fully seal my mana control and divine pressure from seeping out. The noble vibrations alone are intense enough to make 4th and 5th class lords go brain dead in my presence, losing sight and hearing until I completely pass their district by a few hundred kilometers. It is extremely strange, even more so that they are unaffected by the attack once I leave their general vicinity. It's as if an illusion has passed, no mental or physical damage remains after the fact. Many weaker lords don't even remember or understand what has just happened. It makes what I was hoping to do both much harder and easier than expected. This is because the outer ring of the citadel is where I sense the presence of humans all the way from inside the central tower. It is a small grouping of buildings right on the edge of the circular city in the sky, called the Maple District, with only 4 small towers housing this lower race. Well, it is small by the standards of the Ellipsia Citadel. Each of the buildings is still multiple kilometers wide and tall. However, they are just barely larger than some of the most massive towers back on the human world. From the scans I make, I sense roughly 60,000 humans total on this citadel. One of their towers is strictly made for housing, with large suites for long-term stays. Another 2 towers are trading grounds where worlds, mana, ether, and dungeon contracts are bought and sold. Many of these trading hubs have empty rooms and small businesses used for socializing. Lastly, there is a tower filled with training and dueling rooms. However, the transactions that are processed in such facilities for an entire year would not amount to the profits generated on a single floor in the Ogre Conglomeration's trade palace in a single day. From what I managed to scan from the center of the citadel, almost every single lord in this small district is between level 250 and 750. The average lord has 0 worlds, while some of the business owners manage to have high single-digit amounts. All of the neighboring districts this far out basically follow the same patterns. They have a few towers each and conduct small-scale business. The goblin districts, slime towers, wolfmen training facilities, trolls, kobolds, and countless other 4th and 5th class races line the outer ring with only the green clouds beyond, while here and there, a random 2nd or 3rd class lord is sprinkled in among them. It's clear these are anomalies, exceptions to the rules. It reminds me of the memories I absorbed from the Goblin King. Even though it came from a 2nd class world, it was held back by its inferior race and was forced to live in the outer rings of the citadel in small districts like this, getting by on small-scale deals with other lords that sometimes never see a full 1.0 low-quality ether in their avatar's bank in their entire lives. A large number of the races here on the outer ring have higher populations down in the exile zones than they do up here on the citadel itself. Though, this opportunity for cheap labor isn't what brought me all the way out here. My attention is split between the top floor within one of the trading towers in the human district, and one of the lower floors of one of the training rooms. There are 4 human lords present on this citadel with the craftsmanship skill I intended to pay a hefty sum in order to upgrade my own skill up to divine grade and save some proficiency points. However, when I walk into their small block, not a single human stays conscious. My towering 20-meter-tall noble demonic form floats through their streets, and it's as if the humans in this district are blacking out with the citadel itself. Their eyes gloss over, and many fall to the floor or freeze in place. So, I forcefully activate the ether commands to open their buildings and invite myself in. From the reactions of the other districts I've walked through, as their lords wake up completely fine, I decide it won't harm these 3 craftsmen either if I'm this close to them. They all have default basic grade avatars. A short freckled man with bright red hair, a tall bald and lanky man with a gray mustache, and a middle-aged woman with blonde hair slicked back like she's in the military all sit at work desks with unfinished soul weapons and dungeon contracts in front of them. These 3 are anomalies in this district, from third-class worlds, with levels between 1500 and 4000. They have mythic grade versions of the craftsmanship skill that allows them to do this intricate work and provide resources for pretty much the entire Maple district. Their exact age, history for how they got here, and reason for not working for one of the higher races deeper into the citadel is unknown at first glance. My best guess is they feel loyal to their homeworld's race and wish to keep the economy moving and provide jobs. None of the memories from any lord I've absorbed yet have ever encountered them in the past. All 3, however, are slumped over, with lost control of their bodies, and when I scan their status again to double-check I've found the correct lords. A few old memories come back to me from my home world. Their systems seem to be hiding, like the blue text is hidden behind a black void. It reminds me of a reaction my own system had long ago when I touched a strange black stone that was able to store large amounts of chi. Once when I was betrayed by the association for the first time, and a second when introduced to chi inside Monk's Temple in Sector 1's Valor City. The reaction it initially had with me was that all mana-based system commands were grayed out and foreign to my mind. The sensation happening now is slightly different, as I'm not making direct contact with them, but it is strangely identical when looking at it from the outside view. My noble vibrations are acting just like originator artifacts, shutting down use of the system to those it comes in contact with. While I could easily bring one of them down below the 5% HP threshold and steal a skill orb right now, it seems these 3 are some of the greatest profit bringers of this entire district. No one else is capable of interacting with dungeon contracts or the delicate creation of soul weapons. It's safe to say if I were to selfishly take one of their skills, the human population in the upper realm would dwindle even more. So, instead, I used the same concentrated black beam from my fingertip to leave a message on the floor between them, leaving them unharmed. Once I'm able to safely deactivate my noble form, I'd like to make contact with them and learn more about how they ascended as lords. I leave this room and fly to the training tower right beside it. A muscular man tightly holds a heavily used soul sword, with markings on its status that make me certain that one of the 3 craftsmen from the building beside him made it. He lies unconscious on the floor with flickering training holograms all around him. He too holds a craftsmanship skill, but the man's level is below 500, and his skill isn't even upgraded once. It's clear that it is not of much use to him here in the upper realm. I witnessed him training relentlessly when I put out a scan of the citadel. And from the 0 on his palm, and the relative strength of him versus other 5th-class lords around these parts, I make my assumptions. In a single movement, I use a very precise application of equivalent exchange, and use my absorption skills perk to drain this skill from his status. The familiar orb that is created is now tinted green as I pull it from his being. Then, I carefully use my purple barrier to allow an orb with mythic grade swordsmanship imbued within it out. Then, I leave the orb on the floor beside him, covered in a protective layer of green divine threads that will dissipate upon consumption. Lastly, I write another message into the floor for him to see as well. I waste no time activating my stealth skill and shadow step through the citadel back to the central tower in fractions of a second now that I've gathered what I need. My first action once I step back inside the tower is opening up the prison of non-compliant servants and pulling the first one out that yells a hateful word. Instead of killing it on the spot, I forcefully feed it the skill orb I've commandeered, then shatter its mind and core once I watch its system update. Use absorption. Skill, craftsmanship, upgrade, divine grade, yes, and oh. Upon choosing yes, a new rush of notifications and panels add to the already complex mythic grade interface I was using before. Not only have I gained the upgraded version of this skill, but my true core has created a unique ability out of it as well. This makes it impossible to hold back a smile, though, outwardly, it looks like the noble demon lord that has taken over the citadel is grinning and looking down into the dark prison, searching for its next victim. This prompts a few dozen more servants to surrender and kneel, but I have more on my mind than just this. The blueprints for a machine to assimilate beings from the lower to upper realm were merely a theory in my mind before. Now, with a whole new perspective on what's possible to craft, it's just a matter of time and gathering the materials. Chapter 743, instead of a simple, mythic grade interface where I can input mana-based materials and a finite number of options for their uses and applications pop up. The new, divine grade interface growing before my mind is completely different. It's as though all of the standard limits of crafting have been lifted, and the items I can create have far wider use cases than just killing monsters within dungeons or being equipped to one's status. The thought of inputting items doesn't automatically give me prompts of what output the system can craft. Instead, it opens up new pathways of thought, unveiling millions of new hints for more materials that I could add to the craft. It's as if my intuition has taken over, and whatever end result I crave in my mind, unlimited options for how I can get there are processed as fast as my brain can handle it. I feel these interfaces shifting with the slightest alterations in my thoughts. It connects directly to the very core of my system and perfectly integrates into my true core. This flawless output and capability of crafting with divine threads themselves as units within the interface must be a result of my absorption perk making all new divine grade skills a unique divine ability, though, there is another strange aspect that fluidly connects everything. It is the noble vibrations coming off my being. Without this enhanced crystal clear view of the world around me, the processing speed would never be this quick and concise. Without deactivating my noble form, it's hard to tell if this is a byproduct of having this form activated, or if upgrading this skill and bonding it with my divine core while in this form has altered the ability. Whatever the case may be, as I look up from my system and around the massive room, my eyes widen as if I'd been walking around with a blindfold this entire time I've been in the upper realm. The faint wisps of ether and divine energy I managed to glance at while walking through the lesser districts now look as bright as day. Even the prison full of servants below me looks completely different. I can see the seams of their avatars and the hundreds of pre-written commands in their beings that are connected to their minds, waiting for the signals to activate. The floor and walls of this building all look completely different to me now too. While before I was producing ether commands from instinct, replicating the memories of Andres Vermilion to send the right amount of energy to trigger the Citadel's commands, now I can see these billions of pathways all over every single structure in the city. The servants below me begin to whisper to themselves and plot ideas of escape as I'm taking multiple seconds to spin around and take in the beauty of this masterclass work of art that someone, or something, built. Every single tower in the city is made up of hundreds of thousands, some even millions, of ether and divine energy imbued pathways each, creating a perfectly symmetrical circuit that continuously lets the city function as one massive machine. There are incredibly thin invisible arrays that can be walked through, layering the citadel as well, and they expand outward for over 70,000 kilometers from every side of the middle of the central tower, creating layered surveillance and automated protection systems. All of the fast travel routes from anywhere and everywhere are pre-calculated and laid out within this enormous, beautiful system. A few hundred invisible white streams of ether, so thin I couldn't detect them before, leave this citadel and go off into the dense green divine fog farther than my senses can see. My guess is they're off to other citadels or complex machines like this one, though my final attention lies beneath my feet. Down below me, covered in an enormous amount of ether, there is a machine that Ava and Seraphel called the power plant. However, its core is wrapped in an impenetrable veil of silver threads. It is clear that a being not from this zone of the upper realm created it. Unlike everything else in my senses, my divine craftsmanship skill cannot select or manipulate anything close to or connected to the power plant. It is somehow too intricate and strange for me to understand. Even looking at it for more than 1/100th of a second makes my head start to hurt, so I look away and let out a laugh that shakes the central tower. All of the servants that thought about leaving or conspiring immediately stop, as they believe this is another brutal performance of my power. But, in reality, I'm just amused by the truth. Everything that seems fantastical and the work of beings beyond logic on the surface always has a simple answer underneath. Whatever this realm is, something built it, and it has a purpose. That purpose is being masked extremely well. While Seraphel's words of destiny, patterns, and strings of fate may have kept his mind intact beneath the clouds, I can see there is a master manipulator making things seem as though this is the case. Maybe, even the common base rules of the system itself are an illusion too, when I look down at the shaking and frightened prisoner servants. I let out a sigh and lift up the few dozen more that have sworn loyalty to me out of fear, then close the temporary prison and throw it back to the floor. Get back to your usual posts. I'm glad you've come to your senses. Some fly upward to help with the dismantling of the inside of the central tower, while others leave out the front door that I open with my mind using less than 1% of the resources and effort I had to before. Doing so is a simple task now that I can directly comprehend and manipulate my environment, rather than blindly mimicking inefficient ancient ether commands. Then, I follow them out the door and use stealth and shadow step through the city, to find myself at the opposite side of the citadel from where I raided the human district before. On my quick flight over, I send new orders to a large number of the servants out collecting taxes, as well as a new task for Bree down in the lower realm. There are many resources I can collect on my own here, but to build the contraption I want to welcome my generals here safely, I'm going to need to build a masterpiece of my own. Once all the messages are sent, there is nothing more I can do but wait and train for now, so I find myself in front of the High Orc Tower. It stands about 5 times the width and height of the average lower-class towers in this district, mostly made of 4th and 5th class lords. Its walls, a dark black material, stand out from many of the other buildings in the district. I see intricate patterns and command prompts all over them as well, but they're an entirely different style than the rest of the citadel. Clearly, a different craftsman built this tower than the one who made Ellipsia itself. As the front doors open, I see a familiar pair of blue eyes staring forward at me from the middle of the lobby of the dark building. Strong hot noble vibrations resonate with mine as a wave of telepathy hits me. We have a lot of work to do. I nod and float forward, still dissecting reality before my eyes to try and make out what is real and what is an illusion. Yes, we do. Meanwhile, a very important meeting within the worldwide connectivity interface is taking place. Bree, the spokesperson for a new trade commission on a third-class human world, sits in a holographic dark room manifested by the linked system interface with 26 other strong trading partners from second and first-class worlds all throughout the galaxy. While over 100,000 worlds connected to the interface may seem like a lot of planets, compared to the hundreds of billions of solar systems floating between them, this is merely a drop in the ocean of potential. Those on civilized worlds that have already predicted the pattern taking place know that this is the beginning of how massive this strange trading system can and will be. A berserker king from a first-class world does not hide his identity and stands proud before the others. Another white-scaled serpent race from a first-class world allows their hologram through too. A blue ogre, a floating beholder with dozens of eyes, an enormous slug with clear viscous liquid surrounding the lower half of its body, a high orc, a metal golem, and a few other monsters from first and second-class worlds share images of their true bodies. Many others only appear as dark shadows, as they do not wish to reveal their identities yet. Listening as Bree begins their meeting. I'm glad you've all made it. Today will be the beginning of history in the making. The entire lower realm will soon be connected as one, and I wish to offer those of you that have already established great power in your star sectors to think even bigger. As Bree smiles, she doesn't hold back the fact that she doesn't have a divine core, nor is her level significant compared to any of the strong monsters she talks to. Every single one of them has at the very least a true core and is ranked up 3 times. Many of these planets do not know the existence of an upper realm, as their lords left thousands of years ago and the opportunity to claim their worlds has been lost in history. However, those that have reached this peak of power know that a being powerful enough to effortlessly connect planets and star sectors this far apart in the galaxy so easily and efficiently must be a power impossible to compete with. Those that know of the upper realm are certain a green cord being or above is responsible for this incredible feat. Bree looks upward, and many of the monsters in the meeting follow her gaze to see 4 generals watching them. Ari, Abby, Maria, and Raven don't wish to interject, but Bree invited them to make sure the guests she's brought together know she's serious. While the 4 humans that stand above them in this floating room don't seem abnormally strong on the surface to these first-class monsters, they are administrators within the worldwide connectivity system. Within this virtual meeting, anyone that interacts with them or lays eyes on their beings instinctively knows that they are all-powerful here. Just a glance within this holographic construct sends an artificial energy wave into their real bodies. With the aura of the rising emperor that is the ruler of their worlds, the 4 human figures above them immediately register as entities far above their plane of existence, and their human forms are merely visuals for their inferior races to easily comprehend. While it isn't the full truth, it isn't far from it. All doubts of loyalty in any of the world trade leaders' minds wash away without having to say another word, and a few more of the shadowy anonymous figures show themselves to the rest. As Bree speaks up again, today's first topic will be the safe transfer of divine fragments to lower-class worlds. Then, second, I will offer you the opportunity to purchase transport platforms to connect planets from myself, the only dealer in the system permitted to sell such highly regulated goods. Lastly, you will be able to ask me anything you wish about the new worldwide connectivity system you've been granted access to. We shall be working together, so no questions are off limits, but you will soon know that some answers are. Bree smiles and sweeps her gaze across the room, and the first Galactic Trade Commission meeting begins. Chapter 744. I walk forward into the dark black tower, and the massive doors shut behind me with an echoing thud. I can still see millions of ether, divine energy, and mana pathways flowing through the inside of the structure. I have the ability to manipulate them at will. Just like the rest of the Citadel, but when the doors close, I feel the presence of outside forces completely cut off. Now that I think of it, before the doors opened, I didn't sense the hot vibrations coming off Seraphel from inside this tower. Even from the center of the Citadel, linked to the surveillance system, nothing could phase through these strange black walls. I feel the same sensation of losing direct access to telepathy with my links in the lower realm, but I know this is necessary. Whatever training this noble wyvern, who has lived almost 250,000 years, has in store for me shouldn't be broadcast to the outside. Seraphel speaks again. Deactivate all of your mana and demonic energy-based skills and buffs. To achieve stability and raise your vibrations, we'll need to start with the basics. Without question, I let the dark black energy seep back into my demon core and slowly decrease the amount of stats I'm borrowing from the trillions of links of loyalty available to me. I brace myself, ready for my body to begin tearing to shreds again while I put up my purple barrier. However, this does not happen. As my borrowed stats fall below 50%, I don't even feel a change at all. Even when it drops below 40%, my mind is ready to cover my entire being in the hard crystal-like purple barrier again, but nothing happens. The same sensation and mental battle with myself happens at 30%, then 20%, and even 10%. I'm standing in the pressure of the upper realm with nothing but my noble human form activated as my borrowed stats fall into the single-digit percentages. I only begin to feel the dense pressure of the air once it falls below 3%. Even then, it feels like a heavy-weighted blanket wrapping around me. At below 2%, my skin just feels hot. Once my borrowed stats fall below 1%, my ethereal noble form feels as though it's being stretched and tested like steel cables on a bridge. Waves of raw dense green threads flow into me, but a steady stream of vibrations continuously ripple through me from no traceable energy source. It's as if my will itself is holding the fibers of my being together. They do not deteriorate my flesh like they did before. My body is much tougher now. I take a deep breath in and out, dropping below 0.5%, then 0.25%, and eventually to 0%. The tone of the vibrations becomes deeper, and they slow down to become more focused and not completely automatic. On instinct alone, the insurmountable pressure and deadly divine threads pushing down on me from every side are being held back with no external help. I can't move my body at all, as it feels like I've been plunged to the bottom of an ocean. My ears take in no sound as if I'm in a vacuum, and not even my eyes can move. My breath stops, and even my blood stops pumping. I'm certain I could summon my purple barrier right now and survive. Just like I did when I fell beneath the clouds surrounding this citadel. However, out of pride, something deep within from the source of these noble vibrations keeping my being together tells me that backing down from this challenge now would do more harm than good. It's impossible to tell if the silent and still wyvern looking down on me is truly just watching and no longer sending vibrations my way, or if my mental capacities have sped up so much that I'm able to produce complex thoughts in between each individual noble vibration, the only power I'm using right now is what's available to me in my real body alone. Now that my body has taken the worst of the pressure head-on without imploding, I must adapt and endure. Then, Seraphel's rail training can begin. Meanwhile, a wave of system users all throughout the lower realm reclaim access to the stats and mana control I was borrowing. A select grouping of individuals in the first Galactic Trade Commission meeting are the most surprised at this fact, as many assumed that this was a permanent debuff they had to bear in order to have access to the worldwide connectivity system. Many were content with this. So much so that it never came up at all through the first two parts of the meeting. Bree has managed to create a proper new and private portal paired with a message board for the strongest 2ND and first-class worlds to sell their divine fragments at reasonable prices to lower-class worlds that she approves of. Many other planets not present in this meeting that fit the requirements are given invites and access to this, as divine energy is not exactly a rare or unstable resource. Most third-grade worlds have a few red cores and occasionally an orange. There are even 4th and 5th class worlds that happen to have their solar systems drifting through the remnants of old divine thread deposits, which have more fragments than their population can even handle. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. Anomalies do occur, but on average, this new system will safely regulate the transfer of wealth from higher class worlds to lower ones. That is, as long as they have resources worth trading. The strong will tend to stay strong, but now there is a fair opportunity for lower-class worlds to have access to such resources. The second half of the meeting, where Bree links the 26 leaders present to a new private channel where they can buy teleport platforms and crystals from her, is now available. She has set up options for members of each race to be nominated and reviewed by the generals to approve access to travel between worlds. This will allow rich 3rd and second-class worlds access to first-class world labyrinths with higher levels. Of course, to meet other planets' leaders in person will strengthen the bond of allies, and regulated tourism is in the future once all the kinks are worked out in this first trial round. Each world has monthly limits for buying Luminite-related items, and the timers set on all system-related matters are calculated by the human world's standard clock. Certain star sectors and planets move at different speeds in orbit around varying massive energy deposits. The relative rate of time passing varies from world to world. To some, this ticking down clock looks faster, and to others, it looks slower. This is the set standard, and system communication is instantaneous. For some, hours go by every minute. At the same time, some races with higher brain processing speeds have an edge. These are just the unfair rules of nature. These are things we will have to deal with and get used to. Being connected to civilizations across the stars won't be as simple as connecting countries across a world, Bree states once all members at the holographic table are content with the pricing of the first round of teleport platforms. However, the towering figure of a high orc speaks up for the first time during their meeting. This is a normal occurrence. The Solar Trade Commission I run here has 7 planets under its control. Bree raises an eyebrow as she rechecks the High Orc's file and requests advanced access from the generals. Yet, as much as she looks, there is only one planet linked to the Rising Emperor's domain anywhere near where this monster's home world is. The floating beholder with too many eyes to count adds to the confusion. It speaks while blinking with about 10 of its front eyes. Yes, a central clock is quite normal in my sector. I am the handler of 25 worlds. Bree looks up this first-class being's file as well, and strangely, only finds one world connected to it. Others join the conversation. Only 3 other members here have large colonies of worlds they watch over. The majority believe they were the only world with life near them. Before today, they had no idea other races truly existed. They thought monsters in dungeons were just artificial manifestations. Meanwhile, a massive yellow slug in a floating pool of its own viscous slime simply watches as lower races enlighten each other and make deals. Once this conversation starts, Bree decides to check everyone's files, and the generals even grant her access to the anonymous members in today's meeting. Even though she is conversing with the round table as the open question portion of the meeting naturally unfolds, part of her mind lingers on this strange slug that has 6 first-class planets under its reign within the same solar system. They're all connected to the Rising Emperor's domain. However, the fact it has said nothing makes it unclear if this is the entirety of what it oversees, or if this is just the tip of the iceberg. It only applied for one of its worlds to be granted access to the teleport platform trade program and has offered to directly trade red, orange, and yellow fragments to any world that needs them, as they seem to be a very abundant resource. As the meeting winds down, Bree compiles notes of everything that has happened today and sends them to those who partook, already scheduling another meeting for next week to move on to Phase 2. However, one of the anonymous figures in the back that hasn't spoken a word the entire time finally speaks up, making all of the monsters with good moods in the virtual room turn their heads in confusion. What if this is all a trick? You're telling me a being from a third-class world managed to put this all together? I've never heard of a green core anyway. If that was real, don't you think one of the higher races here would have done this first? Bree slowly nods as if she expected this and looks up, and the gaze of all the monsters at the table follows. They expect one of the 4 generals silently watching to prove the shadowy figure wrong. However, instead of speaking, they look up too. The outline of a massive green monster holding a glowing white hammer appears high in the black void of the simulation everyone sits in. A domineering pressure presses down on all their beings as the visualization of a green true core comes to light. Although this is a virtual simulation, and no one can be heard within this construct, it feels like Ava is truly there. The room becomes suffocating, and her voice echoes through everyone's minds. Bodies and souls below, the Rising Emperor has granted you access to a system that can make you all rich and powerful beyond anything you ever imagined. The massive depiction of the Goblin Queen seems to grow as the densely packed green threads making up her being prove far too intricate for a lower realm manifestation to properly project. She looks upward. With doubts like that, you will never see the pinnacle of power for yourself. She looks back down, singling out the shadowy, anonymous figure. then dispersing her link to the chat before her hologram can be fully comprehended. The Goblin Queen smiles to herself as she continues zipping through the exile zones beneath the Ellipsia Citadel. Far out into the minds of dead worlds to follow the orders given to her, this display leaves the room silent again. Bree speaks to the baffled crowd. Yes, indeed, we have access to far more than just what is available to you today. Let us finish our first deals, and I'll be happy to open your eyes wider to the truth in time. Thank you all for coming, and your future cooperation. We will stay in contact. She ends the meeting, and all 26 members sever their connections, now floating in their own separate blacked-out artificial voids. Many wonder if this third-class world is just a ruse to seem more approachable to the lower-class worlds and underestimated by the higher ones. It's possible whoever made this system for them is even more powerful than a first-class world. The few who make guesses about what ascension past the yellow core is, and the very few who know of the upper realm, are even more shocked by this display, as direct contact with beings like that should be, and has always been, impossible. Some search for clues in the worldwide connectivity system public message boards, but this only confuses them further and makes them believe there is something far larger at play. The only comments found are rumors about a human killing a city-sized demon on a third-class world that supposedly created this system. Many retellings of this event are exaggerations and so over the top they seem absurdly far from what is possible for even first-class monsters with fully saturated cores. There is no recorded evidence of this feat, and the recollection of the day's events keep changing as the story is twisted and passed through millions of users' hands. Bree finally looks up from her system, back into reality, and begins pulling hundreds of divine fragments and all kinds of containment cases out from her storage. She turns around in the room deep within the Apex region's base and looks toward the 4 generals that helped her with this meeting. Well, I believe that went well. Getting you all enough divine fragments now should be easy. She stops pulling the fragments out after a while and pauses while looking at one case full of red fragments. Maybe I should start too. I'll get to it right after I fulfill Jay's order. She smirks, lets the containment case drop into the massive pile, and dives back into her system interface to continue brokering deals. Chapter 745. As all the members of the First Galactic Trade Commission's meeting disconnect from the simulated chat room Bree created, 2 individuals in particular are affected most by the discoveries today. A bright yellow slug on the surface of a vast ocean on a world with its surface being 99% water opens up a telepathy channel that has been established with a neighboring star sector for millennia. The Rising Emperor's new connectivity system is not necessary for it to make contact with one of its well-respected allies. What a pleasant surprise to see a familiar face in today's meeting. The slug sends a wave of emotion through the telepathy link, showing that it is amused and quite happy about the events that occurred today. Even with the hologram transmitted across star sectors, this being has no defining features other than a small mouth and 4 retractable feelers where the majority of its mental energy is leaking out, a rust-colored beholder with dozens of ice floats above a black mountain, with thousands of identical peaks as far as its divine-grade all-seeing eyes can see. Alvaron, it was more of a surprise to see you. I'm glad you seem to be doing well, even after the last demonic wave. The slug vibrates at these words, glowing yellow with the full power of its saturated true core, and charges up transmission crystals deep within its ocean that resonate with all the worlds it controls. Not only can it see the 6 first-class worlds where over 3 billion total citizens have been connected to a strange connectivity system far more advanced than its own, but it also overlooks its empire stretching across 41 star systems with 219 planets holding advanced life. This number was closer to double before the war roughly 20,000 years back, as the beholder's voice reminds it, yet the transmission crystals on the dark, lost worlds are still sending back signals into its mind. Many of these worlds are devoid of life, covered in dense clouds of demonic energy. They have been drained of all usable resources and abandoned. Still, some search parties venture into these portions of the lost sectors to collect ambient divine energy deposits as well as ancient artifacts left behind on these worlds. The telepathic slug replies to the beholder again. Matrek, I am glad you're alive and well too. Down to 25 worlds? That last wave must have been a big hit to your forces too. Matrek blinks with all of his eyes and responds, yes, we made it out all right. Lost a large amount of our high-grade worlds, but not the ones I was expecting to lose. These New Age demons are quite strange. Alvaron scans his lost worlds and sees the progress many of his scouts have made over the last few centuries to mentally tally how many artifacts they have lost, then replies, well, it's not all about pure mana and divine energy deposits. Their actions are not as random as they may seem. There is a silence between the two, but Matrek makes a comment back. So what do you think of this new powerhouse that has made contact? Do you believe their intentions are pure? They are giving us so much benefit, but have not yet taken from us or ordered control of our worlds. Another pause follows, but then Alvaron resonates back with a strict and fearful emotion that surprises the beholder, as it has never seen this slug show weakness like this, even against over a dozen first-class demonic worlds challenging its forces, with the resources to transfer visuals, aura, and live communication from the upper realm just to prove a point. No amount of worlds we offer could be of benefit to the creator of that system. Just the fact that we are connected means we are already theirs. The 6 worlds that were connected were previously taken by a noble demon, and I no longer feel the pressure of its dominance in my psyche. Either there has been a peaceful shift in power to a new great family, or a new galactic tyrant is being born in the upper realm. Neither of them speaks, but the emotions of the yellow slug continue to transmit through their link. All of the beholder's eyes widen as it conceptualizes the words of the being, but Alvaron continues before it all sinks in. I cannot sense any malice in the administrators either, and that woman who brought us together is favored by the creator of the system for some reason. It would be best to appease them no matter the demand. And in return, our riches and influence will grow by magnitudes like no other era before. The slug's connection dims, and it stops sending emotions through after this. The beholder replies in a resolute tone, understood. Back on the human world in the Apex region, Bree continues to bring worlds together and profit within the margins of every currency and culture conversion that clashes and eventually equalizes. Some planets have abundant sources of divine threads, while others have too much mana to know what to do with. There are endless profitable deals to be made. Many human worlds have far more advanced craftsmanship and can fulfill custom orders for worlds that have always relied on dungeon loot alone for their gear. With no additional modifications, some higher races offer virtual training classes where mental spars can be simulated within the worldwide connectivity system, so users can test out their new items and borrowed skills from the Rising Emperor that they now have available to them. Those who dreamed of using swords or sending fireballs from their palms but were stuck with common skills on their worlds now have infinite opportunities at their fingertips and trillions of options to find the best prices. Over the next few hours, Bree sets up the first advanced message portal for strong system users above level 10,000 to apply for instant multi-world travel between the 26 worlds that were present in the meeting. The 4 generals delegate the one-on-one interviews of each of the applicants down to the Crimson Army. No one from the human world is permitted to leave the planet or accept other races here just yet, as Bree decides it's best not to allow any higher races access to this third-class world until proper infrastructure is put in place. However, many first-class worlds are already built up for multi-planetary travel, and some even have teleport platforms connecting their worlds within solar systems. Adding another platform to connect their highest-class worlds to star sectors so far away they would never have had the option to travel there in the first place is an opportunity everyone wants to jump on. The integration and regulation are very straightforward. Bree handles the majority of the heavy lifting while the generals are tasked with a more important set of orders to prepare for their ascension. In the time these trade deals have been set up, thousands of containment cases full of divine fragments of varying strengths begin to pile up in the Apex region, far more than enough for them all to cultivate to the next level of strength necessary. Raven helps sort everything out, dividing the yellow fragments up evenly between the 4 of them, and giving piles of red and orange fragments to Ari. This will be more than enough. They all borrow the item storage skill from the Rising Emperor and let these fragments fall into small white portals. Then crush teleport crystals to disappear and leave Bree alone in a room full of treasure. She just sits on the floor with a smile as the piles of divine fragments around her begin to build up again along with other items. She starts mentally checking off tasks on the recent shopping list from the Rising Emperor. As a few more hours pass, the influx of new worlds stops coming in, and all system users begin getting used to their new reality once again. The shiny new options before them become more dull, and everyone naturally finds their cliques within the message boards instead of having massive general chats overstimulating everyone. A select few, in particular, that still haven't found what they want, however, are in Sector 1 of the Dark Continent near a large trade center better known as Valor City. Monk scrolls through his connectivity system and reports his findings while his old master, the Yellowcord Grand Elder known as the Saint, curiously asks questions, as he and many of his followers up in the northern icy region have lost access to the system and merely exist in their pure chi forms. The old man is fascinated by the possibility of learning more about originators and other techniques like his own, Monk scans through thousands of messages a minute and even puts out requests for other system users that have come across stones that suppress the system and cheat techniques similar to his or his master's. He finds many threads and private message boards about this subject, and a majority of third-class and above worlds all use some kind of soul energy to bond chi to mana in order to become stronger and elites of their races. It seems to be a common and necessary step to strengthen one's mana control and withstand the overwhelming pressure of higher stages of divine threads. While some red cores manage to stay stable without chi, almost no orange and yellow cores live for long without the support of soul energy in their foundations. Though, with this abundant knowledge, Monk becomes rather concerned at the fact that not a single search result has found anything to do with originator stones. Not a single user from tens of thousands of lively worlds has commented back on the message groups he's made about them either. It's like he is the only one in the entire system with this knowledge. His old master and the saint are quite concerned and confused too. Copies of some of the recording crystals of the saint walking through their storage room of ancient texts and artifacts are uploaded to see if anyone recognizes them or has similar treasures to share the knowledge. However, despite this, not a single world has artifacts in the same language or capable of strange properties like suppressing systems. Many of the texts they have studied their entire lives, which speak of ascending to a higher plane and being unified with an uncountable number of believers, are seemingly non-existent on all of these planets. Some of the newer followers of their teachings listening in begin to have doubts, wondering if this is just some ancient religion here on the human world that has been over-exaggerated and interpreted the wrong way. However, after many hours of silence, one system user sees Monk's calls into the void. It's a yellow slug floating in an enormous ocean. Its mental processing speed is thousands of times faster than the most intelligent humans. So it sifts through information in its system, absorbing new races' cultures and joining small private group chats under anonymous names to pass the time. Doing so hardly diminishes any of its daily life functions. So it is happy to use 1% of its mental capacity to communicate with hundreds of worlds at once, though it stops all of its fun once it comes across a post with zero comments or engagement at all. Curiously, it opens its contents, and as the video plays, the entire sea for hundreds of kilometers around it warms up with excitement. It recognizes these texts very well from dead worlds it's prematurely reclaimed from first-class demons in the past. A message is sent privately to the post's creator. It would be wise to delete all of your prior system messages about the originators before the wrong eyes see them. What you have is far more dangerous than you seem to understand. If you would like to learn more, I would be happy to enlighten you. Chapter 746, The Simple Man in Orange Robes, sitting in Valor City where he has lived all his life, fighting monsters and humans to support his followers and continue the teachings of his predecessors, looks at the private message he's received with wide open eyes. This is because when he opens the private messaging chat, an automatic visual feed is shared, and Alvaron, the millennia-old monster ruling over hundreds of worlds, doesn't hold back. He allows Monk to see the enormity of his empire, and this instantly brings legitimacy to his urgent message. Monk deletes all of his messages sent into the system and even contacts other commanders and members of the Crimson Army to try and make sure they're gone. The generals seem to be busy, as they have all begun closed-door divine fragment cultivation, but this message influx alerts Bree that something interesting is happening. The yellow slug watches as all the public messages disappear, and once they're all gone, it hears a human's voice reply through the instant link of the system. Please do enlighten me. What do you know of the originators? And why do you say that this knowledge is dangerous? As soon as these words leave his lips, a reply seems to come back within fractions of a second with a speed that cannot even be fully appreciated in Monk's mind. My intention is to safely tell you everything you need to know and become a great ally. So, I will start with the most simple underlying secret. These ruins and artifacts are not naturally occurring, and in the grand scheme of things, they are not even rare. Though, to the worlds that still have not been tainted by the demons, there is a reason they do not know of the originators. For if they did, their planets would not last long. That makes my curiosity grow as to how a third-class world managed to ward off an invasion. Please do, answer me this and I'd be happy to tell you more. Silently, a ping goes off on Bree's system as Monk was instructed to inform her about any sensitive information being traded, and from this statement alone, he's aware whatever this being is on the other side of the system is very serious. Seconds later, a request pops up on both Alvaron's and Monk's systems requesting to add a new member to their call. The yellow slug vibrates in his vast ocean with excitement, as seeing the favored system user from earlier take interest is the best response to its message it could have gotten. The craftswoman joins and makes herself heard instantly. Proceed. There are already millions of users in the system spreading the story. Confirming it with a future trade ally is the least we can provide in exchange for more information on this topic. Bree looks at the slug, unable to read its emotions based on appearance alone, but her memory of this being in the trade meeting hours ago is clear in her mind. And it cannot be solely a coincidence it has made contact like this now. Monk lets out a relieved sigh, thankful that he hasn't run into another dead end. Then, he begins telling an abridged version of the failed invasion from his point of view outside the tower in the Dark Continent just a few days prior. The yellow slug floats on its back, gazing up at 3 bright suns in the sky while visualizing Monk's retelling of humans facing off against a third, second, and first-class demon along with an army of over 100 Redcord knights and a dozen commanders, without a single casualty to the human troops. Monk's retelling of the trials within the tower is very similar to some of the message boards and posts the slug read over the last few hours. It corrects the inconsistencies, exaggerations, and twisted retellings that make this Flame Emperor seem like a god who obliterated the demonic forces and freed this world with a snap of his finger. Then again, as Monk confirms that the demon in the final battle really was kilometers tall and that a human alone defeated him, it begins to believe these godlike depictions may not be that far off. Only so much can be conceptualized over retelling in mere words alone. Plus, the visual feeds during this event went in and out, so no one in the world truly knows the full story. However, the slimy yellow being is satisfied with this offer of information and replies back with a payment of its own. As promised, there is a constant struggle for power within this galaxy we mortals live in. Having power over one world is never enough, not even 100, or 1,000,000, or the billions that surround the source. Even if one can hold them all, through the river of time, there is always another ruler. Though rulers often shift the rules of reality within the system. Even if they are overthrown, their changes still echo through the past and hold their structural patterns to continue altering the future, even if their era is long lost and forgotten. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. The slug stares off past the 3 suns in its sky and into the vastness of space, allowing its abstract words to set the tone for these lower lifeforms as it attempts to explain a concept not meant for their slower information processing minds. There are many variations of originator artifacts, but the ones you have shown me are by far the oldest I've ever seen. They have been overlooked for many system updates. They are valuable, as lost techniques and written history remain. Many of the artifact-rich worlds I've dug up have been from just the era before this, but the demons will send all of the weapons they have to stop mana-based lifeforms from learning the truth. Monk recognizes phrases in this slug's words, but both his and Bree's facial expressions show that they are equally confused as they are intrigued. The slug instantly picks up on their emotions and shifts its tone and lessens its depth even further in its next response. As the humans still lack this knowledge and have been tinkering around with a time bomb with catastrophic consequences, yet have no idea, every large artifact left behind is imbued with portions of an originator's soul. It is the only way for them to pass down wealth to their races through the generations. Originators are just the blanket name we give to the ruling race. The last era was of the Wyverns, and some of the most ancient relics I've found are of an elven race that battled a hydra over control of the system before that. This era is owned by the demons. This is why they have infected the system and created mutations like labyrinths to plant seeds on every world the new wave of the system touches. The originators on your world are further back than this, so far that I have never seen texts from the race that has left them. Monk responds now, as these words are starting to make more sense to him and his master's teachings. So Chi is a fragment of our ancestors' souls? Like an inheritance? You say the demons are the ruling race, and me putting out messages to trillions of minds is like putting a bigger bullseye on our world. The slug vibrates with satisfaction again, as it has found common ground and an intelligence level to speak on without being misunderstood. Yes, it is the greatest inheritance a race can find. Worlds can move up entire classes when finding the right tomb of artifacts and deposits of this chi, as you call it. Many have their own names for this essence, but to those that study the gap between realms, we call it ether. For it can never be created nor destroyed, only strengthened and refined by the complexity of life itself. Whatever lived on your world before has left a great gift of their ether, now degraded back to its original unstimulated form. But with the knowledge it's left, untold secrets can be uncovered. Some artifacts even retain their creator's wills. If one from your world has held on through this many eras, its potential would eclipse anything I've ever found. possibilities of this so-called flame emperor rivaling a noble demon repeat in the slug's mind, as it wonders if he found a legacy tomb to be granted this much power or if there are even more unknowns at play that it cannot see. Meanwhile, Monk's eyes are wide, and he can't hold back his smiles, as so many of his questions over the years are being both answered and confirmed. He dares not interrupt this powerful being as it enlightens him as promised, though. This wise creature has read the emotions of many races and knows how to pull the strings of the mind quite well, even if it wishes to become allies with these humans and give them what they desire. It is in its nature to ask for more when its audience is captivated. I have access to quite a few worlds that were taken over by demons in the last few millennia. They were of third to first grade strength, so many of my elite forces were tasked with fighting them off. All of their mana has been drained dry, and a majority of their more refined ether, but I'm certain there are still artifacts left behind from the Wyvern era if you're interested in prospecting them yourself. There are still many ancient infected demonic beasts of strengths that certainly rival your world's greatest forces that roam these worlds. I couldn't help but see one of your administrators was searching for concentrated essence. This would be an excellent hunting ground for him to build up his unrefined ether stores. All I ask in return are visuals of any texts you find, and a single meeting with the creator of this system. The Rising Emperor, as you call him. Monk's eyes widen even more at the thought of many worlds worth of artifacts to continue studying, but Bree has stayed level-headed and knows this is another stop in the real conversation where negotiations begin. Knowing that the last message received from the upper realm said she would lose contact for an unknown number of days until some special training was finished and a list of things needed when it's over, she replies to Alvaron, the creator is not always available. He is very busy in the upper realm. I cannot promise a timeline, but I'm sure a meeting can be arranged. That is, in exchange for access to these artifact hunting grounds and assistance in fulfilling a large list of unique item orders. Bree summons a hologram showing a list of items that would be difficult to procure even if the resources of 100 normal first-class worlds were drained dry. Alvaron's virtual gaze scans the list and tries to determine what this could possibly be for, but it replies after a full second. This is the longest it has waited to respond yet. After attempting to make simulated crafts in its mind hundreds of thousands of times using all of the listed items, it finally stops without coming up with a solution to what these items are going to be used for. It has not found a puzzle it cannot solve in longer than it can remember. The entire ocean on its world glows yellow with excitement as it replies, if that is for the creator, then I am looking forward to meeting him even more. We can certainly work out a deal. Chapter 747, as a negotiation between Bree, Alvaron, and Monk begins, many moving parts are shifting into place in the upper realm as well. Millions of kilometers from the Ellipsia Citadel, two red ogres stand in a translucent fast-travel orb flying above a sea of endless green clouds. Syl, the slightly smaller bodyguard hired by Torvak to watch over Ember days ago, turns to Randall with a nervous expression. Everything turned out just like the boss said. He really faked his own death, or, at least I hope that his words are the truth. Randall nods, staring forward at the clouds on the horizon that haven't changed much for hours as they've been traveling at maximum speed for quite a while. He holds a small black access card in his right hand that appears older than anything from the citadel they just left, other than a few old structures remaining from before the Vermilion family took charge. In his ether storage, a piece of an ether crystal has been separated into half a dozen parts. Torvak split the remaining medium-quality ether crystal Ember gifted him upon arrival, as they're going to need every bit of it to bribe their way into the place they're heading. Randall tightens his grip on the access card as the dark outline of strange, seemingly random cubes appears on the horizon of clouds. It's as if planet-sized black and green cubes have been stacked on top of one another, varying from hundreds of kilometers wide to tens of thousands, jutting out in strange and unpredictable patterns. It almost looks like a cubic crystal structure that has grown out of control. However, a light layer of invisible ether surrounds every centimeter of this structure and keeps it floating, elevated above the clouds. As the front-facing portion comes into view, more dark shadows emerge from the green clouds behind it, making the monstrous size of whatever this structure is unfathomable. From a glance, it is easily tens of times larger than Ellipsia, but its true size is still hidden behind the clouds. A strange, cool sensation vibrates through the two red ogres once they pass through the first wall of an invisible thin ether orb security surveillance system surrounding the entire floating structure. Notifications even ring in their ears welcoming them to the fortress citadel as they continue to fly closer. Randall reflexively gulps and replies to Syl's last comment, I hope so too. I've never actually been to the fortress. I hope we have enough to make our way into the long-term storage rooms. Syl takes a deep breath in and out. Whatever wave of cold just hit her dulled her senses for a moment. Her mind double-checks to ensure the small containment case with unknown items inside is still there. Torvak's order was to leave it behind in the same storage unit they are retrieving his crafting items from. Feeling reassured when she feels it, she shivers and nods. I hope this goes smoothly too. Back on the Ellipsia Citadel, there are a few old standing structures from similar eras as these cubes, that have not been demolished and rebuilt by Andrus Vermilion in the last 12,000 years. Roughly 4,000 kilometers closer to the central tower than the High Orc's tower, there are 10 large ancient buildings on a block of the city full of second and third class berserker giants, within the oldest of these structures. With a similar cloaking mechanism that blocks those inside from interfering with the outside realm, Ember and Zacian have begun training. Ember is only in his hybrid dragon form, though his entire body is glowing bright with white ether as he radiates concentrated mental attacks from the center of a massive training room. Zacian, surprisingly, has none of his offensive skills or buffs activated. He just sits in the center of the room with his swords by his sides, meditating, concentrating. Every single drop of newly refined ether into creating mental barriers to block the ruthless rain of attacks falling down on him. Every few seconds, entire mental barriers are shattered, and more of Ember's full-force attacks collide with his psyche, sending millions of sharp tendrils of ether into his mind. But every time, Zacian digs deep and forms another barrier. He blocks the incoming attacks once again, giving himself just enough time to flood his mind with ether and neutralize what could be considered mental poison, that is, just in time for his barrier to be shattered seconds later and for the process to begin again. This is what the two have been doing for hours, in the brief milliseconds between attacks. Flashes of Ember's words when they first walked into this room rush through the berserker's mind. Well, until Asik and Torvak can make you a better avatar, there's no use in tethering your soul to this one. So, until then, we might as well speed up your natural ether refinement. Plus, this will temper your mental defenses to withstand the full-powered attack from a noble. I heard the Vermilions have been creating some formidable false demonic nobles in the fortress over the last 20,000 years or so. Seraphel said the one guarding the exiles has been weakened from an insufficient supply of nobles' blood. But the ones they lock up for times of war must be quite fresh. The visual of Ember transforming from his human form to a black-scaled hybrid dragon similar to his memories triggers excitement in Zacian's heart. Stolen story. Please report, though. Ember's final words before their training began only spell out danger. I guess we'll just begin with the mental tempering. Say, until your new avatar and soul weapons are ready. That, paired with the toothy grin Ember shows when things are going his way. However, the berserker race only grows stronger in the face of danger and certain death. These words, and the uncertainty of whether the mental torture will end in hours, days, weeks, or possibly longer if there is a change of plans, add to the mental challenge necessary to break through to a new and higher level. This is what the berserker keeps as a driving force every time the waves of poisonous ether come within milliseconds of killing him, driving his ambition one step further each time. Back in the only other ancient structure on the Citadel, the High Orc Tower, the black doors that shut to hold two nobles inside still have not opened. The street outside is completely silent. Those uninformed would not have any guesses close to the type of realm-bending training and lost knowledge from a high noble being shared within those walls. Even 7 floors up, on the top of the High Orc Tower, Torvak and Asik cannot sense anything through the ancient walls of this structure, though, even if they could, they wouldn't pry, as they have pressing matters of their own to deal with. Torvak crackles with electricity as he paces back and forth along a wall that points directly toward where 2 of his Red Ogre subordinates carry out the orders he gave them before he went off to die in the public's eyes. He tries to wrap his brain around the fact that Ember gave him twice as much medium-grade ether as was necessary to retrieve his elixirs from storage, wondering if Ember truly predicted this outcome before they even met up in his shop. Or, if he's simply overthinking things as memories of the last 3 wars during his 98,000 years in the upper realms surface and haunt him. He barely made it out alive in the first war when the Morvale family had a large force in the Green Zone, but back then, he didn't have the backing or the knowledge of the powers that be in the upper realm. It was blind luck before he joined forces with a noble race of wyverns, a fierce race of berserkers, and the master High Orc crafters led by their battle-hardened leader Asik, to fight in the Second War 60,000 years ago. While they should have all been wiped out, still unaware of the forces they were up against, one of the Morvale family's dragons changed sides at a critical point in the war. This was the era when Ember first made contact with what are now known as the Warlords. He turned the tide of war, shifting what was a surefire victory for the demons to control the Ellipsia Citadel back into a three-way business partnership between the ogres, berserkers, and orcs. None of them know exactly what happened afterward. As the dragon and the wyverns attacked the Grand Citadel alone, many of the wyvern forces didn't come back, and neither did Ember. Though, sporadically, over the next 42,000 years, Ember would return. He didn't always betray the demons or even reveal himself to them at all, but it was obvious to the warlords when he did, as growing forces ready to attack certain supply lines in neighboring citadels would randomly disappear. Often, within the same few years, gifts of ether or random orders with strange tasks would arrive that the warlords were happy to follow. Contact with the wyverns was often brief. They dealt in the Grand Citadel and were very elusive and risk-averse over the years. Without this mysterious dragon that escaped death for millennia, their business empire could never have thrived as it did. Of course, none of them would have survived the Second Great War to begin with, but during the Third War, when the Morvales ascended in a fifth great family, the Vermilions, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, the warlords' rule was toppled. Instead of being killed off entirely, after control of every citadel was taken, the warlords were slowly chipped away at both physically and financially for reasons unknown. Torvak has lived long enough to know things don't just happen by chance. The timing of everything is too strange. While he is in the dark about many things that occur in the Grand Citadel, he knows that if they were truly a threat, the Vermilion family head would have killed them all the moment he wanted to. The nobles and first-class demons may not realize this, as they are all too young to understand. Even Torvak is not old enough to see the full picture. The blue ogre masks his nerves as concern for his workers heading to the fortress. In reality, he worries that perhaps all of this is an elaborate 18,000-year trap, not one intended for them. While Asik might be thinking something similar, he's more worried about himself at the moment. The High Orc sits in a large black throne at the back of the room, surrounded by hundreds of ether-powered devices with pure mana, concentrated divine threads, and a slow drip of his own refined ether circulating through his body. He coughs up blood as he continues to heal from the most intense battle he's faced in tens of thousands of years. Calm down, Torvak. All that matters is we follow his guidance. We owe him our lives, and we've had good ones at that. Whatever happens next, I leave it up to fate. I'm too old for worrying anymore. He cracks a grin and coughs up more blood. Orcs' lifespans are much shorter than ogres, by almost half. While Asik is 103,000 years old, even the most resilient triple-ranked up first-class high orcs living the simplest lives rarely reach 70,000. He's well outlived his wildest expectations, and sees every day beyond the Second War a gift beyond what he ever deserved. The war-hardened veteran seems stoic, not much of a talker, but in reality speaking often requires energy he doesn't have to spare. It adds up after thousands of years. Ember knows this, and Asik knows that he does. Asik believes Ember wouldn't have asked so much of him without a reason. He speaks up again as Torvak turns his way. This time seems different. The two look at each other for a few seconds and say nothing. Then Torvak nods and continues pacing. I know it does. That's half the problem. I never know what he's thinking to begin with. Now it's even more out of my hands. While the two reminisce on the past, Ava jumps off the edge of the citadel, using the planned power outages to mask her departure. As she falls, borrowing a wind magic skill to increase the speed of her descent, she's eager to return to the Hollow District, the outer ring where she left the huddle of goblins during her escape. Her orders are to collect as much ether from the exile zones as she can, as an absurd amount is necessary to craft a device in the center of the citadel. Additionally, she's to free as many exiles as possible and bring them to the central mountain, where servants will help her transport them back to the citadel. The second part of her orders seems straightforward enough. Since the demonic Cyclops Guardian maintaining the exile system was killed, all the simulated borders trapping avatars in certain zones are gone. Bringing them to the mountain is a task she wanted to do even before becoming entangled in all of this. Ava starts at the central peak. She mentally maps out areas of the exile zones. The mountain is still split in two at the peak, and many demonic guards wander aimlessly while demonic worms devour anything that approaches. First, Ava kills the stragglers, raising her level even higher and collecting all of their soul weapons. But as she prepares to venture outward, she begins to feel a strange sensation, the fractures in her avatar, caused by overexerting the basic grade model with massive amounts of ether, the perks of the Rising Emperor's link of loyalty and ranking. Up for a third time to grow in size, have started to leak her true mind, and being beyond the limits sealed by the Vermilion family head on these creations, warmth like nothing she's ever felt before pours into her mind. Though she isn't yet fully aware of what this feeling is, Ava is beginning to awaken her ether sense. The millions of third-grade ether stones right beneath her feet may be far easier to locate than she first thought. Chapter 748, Randall and Syl arrive in front of the closest black cube, the most common entrance point from the Ellipsia Citadel fast travel orbs. Usually, a visiting party would be guided through a number of checkpoints and surveillance levels before accessing the long-term storage areas of the fortress. While this takes quite a while, the more time-consuming part is getting on the waitlist to be guided in. For an average lord, this may take months, or even up to a year. That would be if you have a storage box already and are just trying to access it. Beginning the process to rent a space could take years or even decades to be accepted and reviewed to make it on the list. Just a few years is not long to wait when most of the storage cubes here have lasted longer than most of the workers that man the security checkpoints, hundreds of thousands of years. Though, the schedule for picking up this package is much more urgent. Randall scans the entrance platform that the two of them step onto, and once their ether transport orb dissipates, the slow walk toward hundreds of doors with guards in front of them begins. His heart rate increases as more standard default welcoming messages and instructions on how to enter the Citadel ring through his mind. A majority of the guards lined up in front of the 1 kilometer tall black door are very familiar. Demonic servant avatars, yet he steers clear from trying to enter one of those doors. While some may lead him near the location he's heading, a majority are mostly demon-owned entrances and only lead to private facilities and demon-only storage rooms he wants no part of. The other doors have varying races guarding them, mostly lower-class orcs, goblin kings, and kobolds. It's possible to apply for positions to work here, but the lowest contract length is 1,000 years. The sky is the limit to the amount of time you can commit. As long as you're alive, the fortress system will accept a bid. It is mostly automated, as a large amount of the older long-term storage cells were left here even before the demons took dominance over this zone of the realm. It would be both impossible and unprofitable for the demons to stop allowing other races to apply. If they took hold of the Citadel and seized all items inside, the public would lose trust in its security and long-term reliability. Not to mention, their new additions to the fortress would lose their value too. Even though many cubic, planet-sized plots are categorized for demons only, there is a large percentage of newer demon-run storage systems, as well as avatar modifications and upgrades, that are done here. Keeping the fortress a semi-all-inclusive base is in their best interest, so this is how Randall is able to exploit the system. He recognizes an old second-class high orc guard that Torvak showed him holograms of before they left. The Blue Ogre told them this is one of many work contacts that he and Asik share, as sometimes, over the years, they need workers on the inside to keep their business thriving. This guard in particular has committed his life to this role, partnered with the warlords since their second war. He sends back all profits to a cluster of high orc worlds he takes care of in the lower realm. Randall and Syl walk up to the old guard, and he stares forward, speaking up in a raspy voice. State your avatar ID and visitation reference number. The old guard doesn't budge, but Randall nods and moves his hand up toward the guard. I believe my card should have all of my waitlist information documented. We're here to pick up some crafting items left in long-term storage. Beneath the black access card he hands the guard, there is a fragment of medium-quality ether crystal. While the majority of lords in this zone of the upper realm cannot successfully absorb a highly refined piece of ether like this, it is still worth a large amount when sold to the right buyer, especially here in the fortress. The 1.0 medium-quality ether crystal ember brought into this realm is roughly worth 1 million low-quality ether. Of course, that would be highly dependent on the buyer and circumstances of the sale. A lower-grade avatar without the proper commands in place would never be able to contain even a fraction of a crystal like this that is being traded in physical form for that very reason. Even so, it can be traded for bulk orders of worlds. For orcs, a common use case is buying pure crystallized mana to send down to the lower realm to attempt forcefully raising the class rating on current worlds over the course of a few tens of thousands of years. At the very least, it can be traded directly for low-quality ether to the demonic guards that come and go from the fortress to the Grand Citadel. Everyone knows questionable business is done here, but the automated surveillance system rarely punishes those that break the rules. As long as one keeps their transactions under the radar and not breaking any major regulations, it will all be ignored. The old guard allows the crystal to fall into his ether storage upon grabbing the access card and pretending to scan it, then nods. Looks like you're right on time. The guard presses an action in his system interface, gives the card back, and then steps aside to allow the massive door to open up slowly. Along the hundreds of doors on the side of this single cube floating in the sky, this is the only door opening, though no one cares to turn ahead. Business as usual is going on in the fortress. Randall then refreshes his memory of the map Torvak showed him as well, with the half-dozen security checkpoints along the way, with specific other guards that will guide him where to go once he shows them this card and gives them their share of ether. The two red ogres smile, but the high orc's expression doesn't change at all. As the two disappear into the darkness of the fortress to complete their task, the doors shut, and the guard stands in front as its guardian, staring off into the endless green clouds. Just as it has for the last 64,000 years, 3 full days pass, although the two red ogres have been nervous and sweating through their entire stay in the fortress, walking deeper and deeper into the dark hallways, waiting rooms, and strange zones of the massive structure in the sky. They make it down to the long-term storage room in 3 days with a single medium-quality ether fragment left to spare. It is roughly 1/12th the size of the original crystal Torvak received, still a small fortune. The last guard opens the black stone door of their storage unit where this access card brings them, and then they are left alone in silence. The walls of this small cramped room are lined with tightly sealed storage containers. They're stacked up to the ceiling, so there's at least a few hundred of them, but the room is just a few meters taller than the red ogres. It'd be impossible for Torvak to even stand up in a room like this. There isn't a single item out of its containment case, but it's clear that whatever raw materials are in these containers are extremely high value and most likely tens of thousands of years old. Their ambient ether is leaking out of the outdated containment case technology. Yet, it is extremely potent. Their orders were not to be nosy. They were to empty out this room and leave a single black box behind. Randall and Syl both open up their ether storages and empty the room in seconds. Then, Syl opens her storage and drops the single box down before they turn to leave. With a single thud of the ancient black door, their mission is complete, and both of them press the fast travel options on their systems to get out of here. Unknown to them, the box they've left behind begins to ripple with a white light. While it was just carrying low-quality ether refinement elixir before, there's been a slight change to its contents now that it has come back to the fortress. A microscopic, yet complex device with small silver threads shimmering around it begins to activate, set to reach its full potential in 19 days, while the fortress is the most secure citadel in the green zone. Even with all the resources of Ellipsia worth of bribes, it would be physically impossible to get into a storage unit without an access card. The only trickery that can be bypassed is the time it takes to get one there. It is impossible to infiltrate, though the automatic security allows anyone to leave without hassle. The moment a white light surrounds them, and a teleportation array brings the two red ogres 100,000 kilometers away, to the outer surveillance ring where they first heard welcome notifications. 2 long sighs of relief escape them. A large ether orb sends them whizzing back toward Ellipsia, and it's not until the fortress is out of sight that Randall curses under his breath and turns to Syl. That took 1,000 years off my life easily. I can't name a single more stressful thing I've done. Syl breaks out in nervous laughter, and she can't believe it's finally over. I'm never taking a bodyguard job for an illegal human again. No wonder Torvak was overpaying. Both of them are still reflexively shivering as the cold vibrations that had been slowing down their mental processes and system speed while inside the fortress finally fade away. Then, Randall pulls out the last fragment from his storage and tosses it up and down in the air. I don't think we'll ever have to. This will be enough to keep us living in luxury for the rest of our lives. Both of them smile and stare off toward Ellipsia. Though, it seems the two can't catch a break. Syl looks upward and whispers, I haven't seen one of those in a few years. Just as their nerves were beginning to calm down, a massive ripple of dark green divine energy covers the sky. It's incredibly thick, easily thousands of kilometers wide, and its edges look like melted mirrors, as the intensity of a wave like this bends the fabric of the upper realm itself. Its length is impossible to estimate, as it most likely doesn't even have a definitive size and goes on indefinitely to the edges of this curved realm in space. In fact, it is a wave that doesn't even come from within this zone of the upper realm to begin with. Like the wind of a hurricane, waves like these are naturally occurring disasters that randomly strike. There is nothing to do but watch it come. Randall yells to reinforce this point, brace yourself. I've never faced a realm wave like this while off of Ellipsia. The two go from holding hands, enjoying the view of peaceful endless clouds, to shielding each other and turning their backs to the wave while getting to their knees in the fast travel orb that moves forward to take it head on. An eerie creaking sound bends reality around the orb, but their forward momentum doesn't slow. Unsurprisingly, the intensity and chaotic gravity waves ripple through the fast travel orb. The two red ogres watch their bodies bend in strange directions they didn't know were possible, and their perception of time becomes slightly broken as well. However, less than 4 full seconds pass until the wave washes through them and continues its way to the fortress and throughout the rest of the upper realm. the two riders do not get up from their braced positions just yet, as they know it is guaranteed that all waves come in twos. Most commonly, the second will strike within a few minutes. However, there are times when it takes far longer, days, weeks, months, even years. Just 16 minutes pass, and on the horizon, another enormous gravity-bending wave ripples through the upper realm. More confident in the fact that they survived the first one, Randall and Syl aren't shaking in fear. Though, they still hold their breath as it passes. Once the second wave rattles their minds, the red ogres lie on their backs in the center of the fast travel orb as it continues to make its way back to Ellipsia, and Randall responds while holding the medium-quality ether fragment in the air within both of their sights. You know what, you're right. If that wasn't a sign, I don't know what is. Let's never take another bodyguard job for an illegal human again. He grasps the small containment case, and they chuckle to themselves as their danger has passed. However, the danger of a realm wave like this isn't exactly that it has physically destructive properties, it's that it will distort the relative rate of passing time. While just 16 minutes passed between waves here in the green zone, time has certainly moved differently in the zones above, as well as below in the lower realm. Chapter 749, just over 16 minutes ago, the Ellipsia Citadel encounters the same realm wave, and the usual protocol is followed. An automated Citadel notification rings in all of the citizens' ears, and notices to seek shelter and go inside are all anyone can see or hear on their system interfaces, while some of the newer lords that have ascended in the last few years panic. The majority of the Citadel is used to this event and calmly take fast travel orbs to the nearest public buildings before the wave hits. Many feel a strange sensation, as if they are watching their own bodies bend in non-comprehensible directions, and slight ringing in their ears followed by nausea. But this is nothing out of the ordinary. It ripples through the old structures within the Berserkers' bases, and for the first time in 3 days, Zacian gets 4 seconds of rest between near-death mental attacks, though. Coming back to reality and having his mind and body bent and twisted while simultaneously healing himself could be considered an even worse and more difficult experience than just the normal mind tempering. In fact, the very survival instinct Ember was digging for activates as the first-class Berserker fights for his life in a strange gravity wave. The red glow in the Berserker's eyes vibrates with what feels like sharp blades, as a part of the war-hungry monster's intent moves the ether in its mind in the absence of perceived time, on instinct alone. While Ember grins and prepares to attack Zacian again with double the intensity, the wave travels through the High Orc Tower as well. Asik and Torvak brace themselves, but have been through thousands of these waves in their past, so they're not very concerned. Neither even mentions it out loud. They simply stop moving for a moment, though. This simple impact isn't the greatest result of the wave. From below them, as soon as the wave begins to warp their perception of reality, enormous arcs of white ether tethered to green divine threads fluctuating at the same frequency of noble vibrations seem to be bursting from the floor and exploding outward. The physical material in the environment seems as though it's not dense enough to block the force coming through, even from outside the tower. If someone were to look from a street view, it appears as though unfathomable layers of strange shimmering translucent auras are bursting out from the tower as its walls are bent and folded in on themselves. The expansion of this energy seems to be erupting outward and sending power outages through the entirety of the Citadel. However, at the same time, the building stands completely still. Time isn't passing within the wave. Those that are not directly looking at the source of the erupting chaos do not even know it's happening. Torvak and Asik, who look down at the floor, feel their systems flicker, and the illusion of cold pours through their veins as if they're being greatly suppressed by a noble bloodline. But when the wave passes, so does this feeling that felt like a dream. No remnants of this anomaly actually made it out of the tower. It's as if reality itself glitched for a moment, and only those who were paying close attention could see. The street outside remains silent, and the black doors remain closed. Ava has collected about 400,000 low-quality ether in the last 3 days while looking through the central peak for third-class ether stones. At first, she had to scan each stone individually, but slowly, as more ether poured into her system, the cracks in her avatar became far more noticeable. While she's not able to pinpoint each stone exactly, a warm sensation in the back of her mind allows her to pinpoint the directions of where larger deposits sit. Every new stone, granting her 1 to 3 more low-quality ether each, allows her senses to slowly become more refined. In between searching sessions, every few hours, Ava has been mentally mapping the entire exile zones, and flying out to inform groups of freed exile slaves of their opportunity to get a ride back up to the Citadel in a few days. During this time, she has always kept in touch with the generals down in the lower realm. There is no connection to the Rising Emperor at the moment, so Raven has been sending Ava daily updates on their progress. She is the only one with a true core already formed, so total concentration is not as vital for her. While cultivating fragments, Ava learns of the fact that they have made an agreement with another strong race in the lower realm, and are planning to use their resources to push their progress to the limits if they want to be ready in just 19 more days. However, when the realm wave hits, Ava has little knowledge of what it is. A wave like this has come through her exile zones only a single-digit number of times before, though. Once the first odd twisting of her body and mind stops, multiple daily notifications from Raven begin pinging in her inner ear, less than a minute since the wave has passed, and she instantly understands what has begun. Ava knows direct telepathic communication won't be effective, so a single written message is sent. She looks up in the air toward the bottom of the citadel and smiles, speaking under her breath. Maybe they have more time than you thought. We'll be even more prepared. Another daily notification rings in Ava's inner ear just a few seconds later. However, back in the lower realm, at the time of the realm wave, everything seems to be moving along as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Over the last 3 days where times between realms were synchronized, Bree and Alvaron have begun negotiating the terms of their trade deal in order to get enough materials for a craft being built in the upper realm. No contact between them and the Rising Emperor could be made, but he did say he would be in a training session for an indefinite period. Their only contact above is Ava. The two began sending messages back and forth starting the day orders were sent out. Another 5 days pass, and Raven's daily updates are sent just as requested, and they're usually sent back responses. However, the last few days of chats between the two are one-sided. Day 4 update. Raven, today, after 4 full days using the advanced cultivation chambers in Central, Ari formed his red core. Day 5 update. Raven, nothing out of the ordinary to report. True core progress with Abby and Maria is steady, but still slow. Ari is working on his orange core. Day 6 update. Raven, good news. 2 of the commanders, Fisher and Lydia, finally awakened their yellow cores today. They will be a good addition to the human forces once we leave. Day 7 update. Raven, nothing out of the ordinary to update. Looking forward to a response. Day 8 update. Raven, Bree finalized the terms to a trade and teleport contract deal with a strong first-class planet cluster. We have confirmation that their cultivation technology is superior and far more efficient. This may be exactly what we need in order to finish the mission in just 2 more weeks. We'll be leaving in the morning. I'll update you on the facilities once we visit tomorrow. While Raven is a bit confused why the responses stopped after just 3 days, she assumes Ava has a mission of her own to fulfill, and it may be even more burdensome than hers, though. A strange response comes back to her in the middle of the night. Emergency update. Ava, the upper realm has undergone what is known as a realm wave. It appears to be a blessing in disguise, but may be a curse if it is a long one. My knowledge of these natural disasters is not perfect, but I do know when one hits, the flow of time between realms becomes disjointed. While 5 days have passed since I've responded, barely a minute has gone by in the realm above. I do not know how long this wave will last, but I know time will continue to flow in strange ways until it's over. As you send me daily reports, I will send you reports back by the minute. It seems you have extra time, so do not waste it. Raven's eyes widen when she sees this ping, as she realizes if what Ava says is true, time is moving 1440x faster in the lower realm, or possibly faster, if 1 minute accounts for 5 full days without contact. She drops the yellow fragment that is half absorbed in her hand to the ground in the middle of a black room and takes a few deep breaths. She then looks left and right as in separate chambers of this facility made by the old order. Abby and Maria are attempting to absorb as many fragments as they can to increase the size and density of their cores in order to trigger true core collapses by force like the Rising Emperor did, though. Everyone here knows that they are moving to a new facility tomorrow that Bree's new business contact has created for them. Instead of disturbing the generals while they still have a few hours to work before the transport is scheduled, Raven calls Bree, and the two of them see each other. Floating in the same simulated hologram, Bree looks as if she hasn't slept in over a week. In fact, she hasn't, but her eyes still burn with the fire for more profits while the system is still fresh and not exploited to its maximum potential yet. She speaks first. This is the first I'm hearing of you since I secured access to higher-grade cultivation chambers. There are still a few hours until we leave. Is there a problem? Do I need to push it back or cancel? Raven pauses, as she's still thinking over the gravity of Ava's message, but she shakes her head and responds a few seconds later, no? There is no problem. Moving the generals to these chambers used on first-class worlds is a necessary course of action. I fear they are missing out on potential by not borrowing stats while breaking through to the true core stage. One's true core ability often mirrors their actions before and during the breakthrough itself, so an optimal environment where they can truly go all out without fear of destroying facilities or the world itself is needed. Raven stays silent again, and Bree just raises an eyebrow, waiting. So there is a problem, isn't there? What is it? Raven shakes her head. No, it's not a problem. There's actually good news. We have more time than we thought. I just don't know how much yet. Even more intrigued, Bree listens carefully as Raven explains her thoughts and shows her the exact message Ava sent. Bree responds, perfect. I'll have even more time to fulfill Jay's request. I won't have to drain too many worlds dry of resources. We can evenly and more slowly scrape profits off the top from just a few thousand. This works even better in our favor. Please do send me updates if you receive more. I have one last task to follow through on before we make our way to Kelfer. The first-class demonic world. I'll see you in a few hours, Raven nods, smiling with a bit less stress weighing down on her shoulders. Good, see you soon. Their transmission link cuts off, and Raven is left alone in her dark cultivation room with sparkles of yellow thread still swirling about from her last session. Bree, on the other hand, is no longer in the Apex Regions Association headquarters. She's with one of the Rising Emperor's left behind body doubles, in the heart of the Canyon of Dungeons in the Crimson City. The two of them enter the Crimson City labyrinth and dungeon walk all the way to the top floor, where they find a demon and a dragon saturated with vibrant red divine energy. At first, the pair get ready to attack, but once Bree pulls two containment cases from her storage to drop to the ground between them, they hear her out. Your name is Pluto, correct? The demon lord you made a deal with has given me orders to give you an extension to your proposition. She looks down at one of the containment cases that is full of incredibly dense crystallized mana farmed from a first-class world. That right there is enough mana to bring this labyrinth to 200 floors. That would bring it to its next stage, a milestone in which you could close the labyrinth and succeed in your trial. With that, you'd be granted a one-way ticket home. She looks to the other containment case. Before you return, you're going to need to get quite a bit stronger if you'll be of any use. There are a few things our leader wants you to take with you, as he cannot attend your departure himself. Chapter 750. 4 hours pass. Bree exits the Crimson City labyrinth after leaving a third containment case and a very detailed plan behind. Pluto stares at the place where Bree has teleported away and whispers under his breath while replaying the scene in his mind from 2 weeks ago of a human killing a noble demon, a feat impossible for any sane demon to comprehend. Well, it seems. We'll technically be receiving an invite to the Vermilion family after all. This was not how I expected things to go when I came to this world. Back in central headquarters, in the city above the mountain that is no longer burning with divine flames, all of the generals leave their cultivation chambers in order to join up with the others waiting. In a small waiting room, 9 of the most powerful humans, strength and influence-wise, stand together in a circle. Bree greets the 4 generals first, then looks to Monk, Luna, Fisher, and Lydia, who have shown up to partake in the second part of the deal that has granted them all access to the planet Kelfer in the first place. The craftswoman has been beyond busy these last few days, but a satisfied expression can be felt behind her eyes as it's clear that everything has finally reached the final step. So, before we leave, there are a few changes, rules, and interesting details you must know. While handing out teleport crystals to each of them, Bree explains what she has heard from Raven just hours ago, meaning they have more time than expected to get things done. But she also reveals the state of the world she's bringing them to. The generals are satisfied, as it is only natural that more advanced civilizations have better technology, and they are happy to use these new connections. To get ahead, her gaze stays on the 4 here that aren't generals, and they are a bit more suspicious. Well, other than Monk, whose eyes are practically sparkling with excitement to travel to another world. While they work on breaking through, your job is to bring as many rare artifacts back to our main base as possible. It's not going to be as easy as I've explained things to be. You'll see what I mean. After a few back-and-forth questions and answers, the 9 of them decide to crush their teleport crystals, as Bree is confident they'll be more informed once they see where they're going. A flash of white light leaves the room empty. Rodrigo, in a room above them, takes control of Bree's position as the association's leader while they're gone, and the Rising Emperor's body doubles continue giving instructions to the Crimson Army as if nothing has happened, making this mission a secret to the world. Once the flash of white light ceases and the 9 reappear in a whole new facility, what they see when they look up is not at all what was expected. They all stand on top of a large teleport platform, with a thick translucent mana dome surrounding them to keep the elements of the atmosphere out. however, above, there is no bright blue sky with clouds, there isn't even a starry night sky of the vast universe. Instead, the visual of a massive dark black and purple planet fills the majority of their vision. Given the information provided, this first-class demonic world is 7 times larger than the human world they just left. However, looking at it from the moon they reside on now, its size seems incomparable to anything these humans have ever seen. Deep seas of demonic energy cover its surface, swirling with a vicious nature. Tints of white and yellow light burst and dim within the dangerous ocean like fireflies blinking on and off thousands of times a second across the enormous landscape. Even from here, faint shockwaves of true-core demonic beasts battling down below hit the general senses. Upon arrival, everyone here expanded their auras as far as they could sense, and not a single person could even wrap their entire mind around the single moon they're standing on now. It is a similar size to the human world. Looking left and right, for more moons of similar sizes all rotate around Kelfer, the strongest first-class demonic world within Alvaron's possession, one of the oldest worlds it has, and one that has never been fully explored. A streak of bright yellow light, more intense than any of the other smaller explosions before, appears on the world's surface, and it zips through the demonic clouds, parting them and carving up the dense black surface of the world. The faint outline of an arrow can be seen, but it moves so fast and gives off so much radiation that it would be missed with a single blink. Though the impact halfway across the world on the horizon cannot be ignored. 2 swords crossed block the incoming arrow, and another shockwave erupts from this point, pushing back thousands of kilometers of demonic clouds. 2 horrendous roars echo through Kelfer, but the lack of atmosphere outside this dome drowns it out. Only the sound waves rippling through the demonic energy on this planet can be seen. Not a single person says a word, just watching with wide eyes as the clouds sink back to their natural state. Though, from the back of the clear dome they stand in, a single silver suit of armor approaches the group. It does not carry any weapons, and no one here even noticed it until it moved. As there is no living being inside of it, you might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. However, the voice that echoes out from where its mouth should be is one that both Bree and Monk recognize very well. It is Alvaron. I'm glad you could all make it here on time and were welcomed with quite the display from Kelfer's kings, the strongest warriors of this world, trapped in an eternal battle. The Silver Knight turns to pretend to look up at the sky. However, many solar systems away, Alvaron continues to float in his ocean world, spreading his aura out from the empty suit of armor to analyze his new guests with curiosity. His gaze stays on each of them for quite a while, very intrigued with Ari and Luna's strange demonic mutations in Monk's pure chi-infused body. However, the creature stares into Maria's soul energy core for over a full second in wonder, and when it moves its gaze to Abby, for some reason its senses just phase right through. Unable to read any data, the knight turns back to its audience and raises both of its hands to point to the planet-sized moons in orbit around the demonic world. Well, as requested, I have prepared 4 cultivation environments suitable for warriors of your stature. The general's attention is grasped at this point, and each of them pulls a small percentage of stats from their pool of trillions of links to enhance their vision in turn. Their heads to the moons in the sky. Massive black stone fortresses are built on each desolate moon. They give off the faint radiation of yellow divine energy. Alvaron immediately picks up on the strange synchronistic rise in strength that boosted all of their base stats by multiple world classes in an instant and is even more fascinated, as it knows this is just the tip of the iceberg of strange events it will get to study. Though, its emotionless silver suit of armor that speaks does not care to comment on this event and pulls out 8 teleport crystals in individual containment cases while taking a step forward. For you, a crystal for transport there, and a crystal back here once you're done. Everyone receives their transport methods, but Maria is still staring at the moon with entire region-sized facilities on them, and speaks up. Will those really be enough for us to go all out? Alvaron laughs and lets the armor mimic it. I assure you, each of these chambers has handled thousands of first-class monsters' breakthroughs to true cores, and even deathmatch of beings at total saturation. They are quite unique chambers that only get stronger after every use. Go all out. I challenge you to break them if you can. A blue glow flickers in her eyes as she turns to the knight and smiles. All right, good. Challenge accepted then. Back to work. We may have a 5-day head start, but there's no guarantee for any more extra time. I need every minute of focus I can get. She crushes the teleport crystal and is teleported inside the central chamber of the furthest moon from this base. A shimmering green sparkle makes the air quiver around Abby as she's already taken too much of the available stats to be stable for long without disrupting the environment of this base. So she crushes her crystal next, turning to Raven. Updates every 5 days. See you soon. Raven nods but doesn't say a word, she just crushes her crystal and disappears too. Ari stays staring up at the demonic world with his senses pushing outward far enough to feel into the swirling dark clouds. His eyes widen even further once another exchange from the two kings rattles the world below. He turns to Luna by his side. Hey, even if you borrow all the stats available to you, I would steer clear from the kings. There's something off about them. They feel too cold? Focus on your own objective. Ares' mind mentally maps out the tens of thousands of other demonic beasts he saw while sending out his perception to this side of the world and grins when he senses a majority of them hold the concentrated essence he's looking for. And save some beasts for me. He crushes his crystal too and leaves for the nearest moonbase. Alvaron's mind within the silver suit of armor pulls out another 8 containment cases and hands them out to the commanders left here. I predict you're all very clear on your mission? Retrieve as many artifacts from the ancient Wyvern civilization as you can, and they are all yours to keep, no strings attached, as long as I can have detailed holographic replicas to study. Everyone nods slowly, beginning to pull a small percent of stats themselves in order to prepare and calm their nerves. Alvaron catches this as their class rating rises in front of his eyes again but replies as if it never happened. I do recommend you follow the words of your friend. The kings of Kelfer aren't natives here. They are experiments gone wrong from an old army of demons. We do not know why they fight, but we do know that anyone who gets close enough to try and stop them has never come back. Even the native first-class demonic beasts of this world do not interfere, and they need armies of their own to be dealt with themselves. Alvaron is speaking the truth, as the slug remembers back to entire first-class worlds worth of forces attempting to tame and loot this world for its history many times in the past. The fact that it is still rich with demonic life and countless artifacts speaks for itself how those wars went. The night speaks again as the planet continues to turn, and over the horizon, a familiar-looking black tower comes into the vision of everyone on this moon. It's rumored a noble demon ascended on this world. Though, I came into its possession long after it was drained of its mana. I don't know the full story. Again, you may leave whenever you are satisfied. Please do not dive to your deaths meaninglessly. Even a single artifact extraction would be a success. Monk's mind races with questions at the sight of another throne, and he replies, I understand. We will be safe, and we will extract every artifact we can. His eyes stay glued to the black tower while crushing his crystal. Luna scans the landscape, knowing that she is here to be the lookout for this extraction operation, but she also looks for more compatible demonic beasts she can add to her buff. Once she pinpoints a few, she grins and crushes her crystal as well. Fisher and Lydia still look up at the world with their arms crossed and mouths open. After about 10 seconds of silence, Fisher speaks up. Well, we didn't rank up again and awaken our yellow cores for nothing. Let's see what we can do. Lydia nods, agreed. The two of them look eager to get themselves killed. It'll be our job to keep them alive. They both crush their crystals to teleport down to Kelfer. The dome is silent again. With only Bree in the suit of armor left, Bree's senses aren't as refined as the generals and commanders, so she just takes in the incredible view of a demonic world and its moons as any other mortal human would. Her eyes are open to the enormity of the universe even wider once again. Alvaron doesn't sense anything strange about this woman. She is a little bit stronger than average humans, but for some reason, this intrigues the slug creature even more. It admires her ability to grow her influence and authority through using her brain alone. A small square hatch in the center of the dome opens up, and the Silver Knight jumps in, disappearing from view, though, a voice as clear as day. Like the night is still right in front of her, resonates in her ears. You're going to be here for at least 3 more weeks, right? Might as well get comfortable. Bree nods slowly and walks over to the hatch. Then, she jumps in after the suit of armor, grasping a teleport crystal back to the human world in her hand as she has no idea where this leads. Once she hits the ground below this moon base, her grasp on the crystal loosens when she sees what is down here. Hundreds of holographic screens are visible on the back wall of a massive room. They range from wide-sweeping surveillance systems of each moon's entire surface to close-up details inside the fortresses, the generals beginning there. Cultivation can be seen in crystal-clear clarity. The commanders down on Kelfer, readying themselves in an underground stronghold, are visible there as well. She can zoom in and out, and there are telepathy options to contact anyone within certain zones of this infrastructure. There are doors that line this room, with amenities that Alvaron has studied from the human forums in the worldwide connectivity system and tried to replicate. They range from bedrooms, fully stocked fridges and bars, libraries, swimming pools, and even a green room full of plants similar to those on most human worlds. In front of her, on the ground in the middle of the main surveillance room, is an additional welcoming present of 3 containment cases full of red, orange, and yellow divine fragments. Beside these are additional unique potions and instructions on how to safely break through and consolidate her own divine core.